Hi, welcome back guys. This is your sensei, back with another fanfiction. This is the first part of What If Reincarnated Naruto Got Harem. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. They say that the last moments of a person's life are the longest. Until now, Naruto had always thought that notion had been ridiculous. He had always believed someone's final moments were quick and short. If he could, he'd laugh at how wrong he was. Time seemed to slow down and freeze. All he could feel was the wetness that soaked his chest. Naruto took this time to ponder this strange feeling. He had wondered what it would feel like when he died. He imagined pain, sadness, but also relief at the thought he would achieve everlasting peace. To tell the truth, he felt the exact opposite. He didn't feel any pain. There was no sadness or relief. Naruto felt regret. His life played like a slideshow in his head, from his harsh childhood, to getting his headband, to meeting his team, to the mission in Wave, Sasuke's departure, training with Jiraiya, fighting with the Akatsuki, everything. Pathetic. None of those things mattered at this point. Nothing did. Naruto regretted everything. There had been so much he missed, so much time wasted. There was only one thing that mattered now, and the harsh truth was the one thing he truly regretted. It wasn't supposed to be like this. Things were supposed to turn out differently. But no, destiny had seen it fit to stomp on his efforts to save the world and keep him from fulfilling the numerous promises he had made and, in his dying state, just broken. Naruto could see the blackness crawling around the borders of his vision. He dropped to his knees. Damn it, this was not meant to happen. This can't happen. Yet it had happened. He had failed to stop Madara. He couldn't protect his friends, many of whom had been killed before and during the battle against the ancient Uchiha. He had failed in keeping Madara from acquiring the Kyuubi. He didn't fulfill his promise to Sakura either. He didn't get through to Sasuke, his former best friend's sword sticking out of his chest and through his back. Behind him he could hear Madara's cackling voice, though he couldn't see his unmasked face. The new Jinchuriki of the 10-tailed demon beast laughed as he projected his Sharingan onto the moon. Sasuke stood in front of him with a triumphant smirk, looking up as the moon was starting to be consumed by Madara's eye. The Kyuubi's roar sounded miles away, the demon now nothing more than a puppet for Madara, wreaking havoc on the untied army of the ninja villages. The other demon beasts roared with the fox, slaughtering anyone who was fighting against Madara. Scarlet drops fell, gathered, and pooled beneath him. Naruto's mouth was salty with his own. His vision got darker. Some prophecy child he turned out to be. He had let everyone down. He had tried his hardest and failed when he had promised to succeed. Naruto almost smiled as he remembered his friends. He remembered Kakashi's broken body after fighting Madara. He remembered watching the light fade from Sakura's eyes when Sasuke punched a hole through her chest with the Chidori. He remembered witnessing Neji, Shikamaru, Kiba and Lee's final moments as they held back the Akatsuki who had somehow been brought back from the dead. He remembered Hinata giving her life to protect him from an undead pain a second time. He remembered each of his loved ones' fall. Naruto wondered if he'd catch a glimpse of them on his way to hell. There was no way he'd be forgiven for the amount of lives he had failed to protect. His knees failed him as the longest moments of his life bled away. He closed his eyes, waiting for his body to settle itself in the pool of his and his soul to take in by the Shinigami. The last thing he heard was Madara's maniacal, triumphant laughter. The last thing he saw was Sasuke pulling his sword out of his chest. Naruto closed his eyes and felt the last of his strength leave his body. He slowly fell until he hit the ground, succumbing to the black abyss. His final words, "It's over," Naruto whispered, not believing the words he knew were true. It was all over. But then someone answered. "Not yet, Naruto." Naruto's eyes fluttered open. He weakly raised his head as he felt someone lift him up. He felt another hand on his. It was soft and warm, its caress gentle and loving. Naruto recognized the person holding him tightly to her chest. "Mom," Naruto said softly, his eyes full of surprise and disbelief. Uzumaki Kushina gazed down at her son lovingly as she held him in her arms, a warm, motherly smile gracing her beautiful features. "Don't worry, you're not dead." Kushina smiled, puzzling her son. "Not yet anyway." Another familiar voice resounded in his ears. Naruto's eyes widened when his father's form presented itself in front of them. Minato Namikaze smiled down at his son, a sympathetic look on his face. "I'm sorry for all that's happened to you, Naruto. Past and present." Minato sighed wistfully. "Mom, Dad, I failed." Naruto whispered, lowering his head in shame. "I'm so sorry." "Naruto, you have nothing to be sorry about." Kushina smiled sadly as she hugged her son. "Everyone makes mistakes." "Mom, this isn't just some mistake." Naruto murmured. "I was killed. I couldn't stop Madara. I wasn't the hero everyone thought I was." "Son, I know things didn't turn out the way you wanted to," but Minato stood up. His eyes narrowed, determination flashing in his eyes. Naruto recognized that determination. "That's why I'm going to give you a second chance." Naruto's eyes widened. He stared up at his father, confusion and wonder evident in his eyes. What did he mean by that? The boy who had been killed suddenly noticed the Shinigami hovering above them. Its hand mask stared down at the Uzumaki family, a bony finger pointing at the Yondaime. "Minato," it hissed. "Kushina, you know what to do." Minato spoke solemnly to his wife. He smirked up at the death god. "This isn't the first time I've tangled with a Shinigami." "Yes," Kushina nodded determinedly. She gently placed Naruto's head on her lap, then her hands on his chest. A green glow started to emanate from them, enveloping Naruto in a soft, green light. Minato. The Shinigami hissed angrily, clearly distressed by what was occurring. Minato drew one of his special kunai from his back pocket. He turned towards his son and wife. Take care, son. Minato smiled proudly at him, despite knowing he had failed. I know you'll do things right this time. Dad, Naruto called out, feeling his strength slowly returning to him. He reached out desperately as his father seemed to get farther and farther away, slowly rising into whatever blackness they were currently in. His mother's presence slowly became fainter and fainter until he felt her gentle hands disappear. Good luck, Naruto. Become the hero everyone wanted you to be. I know you can do it. His parents' voices echoed around him. Mom, Dad, the child of prophecy cried out and watched helplessly as the Shinigami let out a cry of fury and lunged towards his father. That was the last thing Naruto saw before the light blinded him, and then everything turned black. XXX. Naruto, look out. Naruto's eyes widened as his vision came back, Haruka's pained expression being the first thing he saw. The man's back had a large shuriken sticking out of it, evidence of Haruka's effort to shield Naruto from it. Behind his teacher he could see Mizuki laughing manically. The demon container also took notice of the familiar weight on his back, surprised that the forbidden art scroll was strapped to his back. Not only that, he was back to being a kid again. Haruka's moving mouth and the words coming from it were slowly becoming more coherent to his ears. Gone were his mother and father, but they were replaced with this familiar scene. He couldn't believe it. Time had reset. He was back at the beginning. The night when everything had started from him. Don't listen to him, Naruto. I never hated you. Haruka cried, tears streaming down his face. Please, don't let Mizuki have the scroll. Just run. I beg you. For now, Naruto ignored his shock at experiencing the same scene twice and his sensei's words, gently pushing his teacher off of him and removing the shuriken from his back. He glared up at Mizuki, dropping the shuriken to the ground. Oh, giving up, Fox? Mizuki sneered, reaching for the other shuriken on his back. Or are you actually trying to fight back? Both Mizuki and Haruka were shocked when a smirk made its way to Naruto's face. Would you be surprised if I said yes? Naruto smirked, making a familiar hand sign to perform his signature jutsu. He didn't know what had occurred in the netherworld or what became of his parents. He didn't know why he was back in the past or what his parents had done to make this possible. There was one thing he did know though. He had been given a second chance and there was no way in hell he was going to waste it. Naruto kicked the black and blue form of Mizuki a few times to make sure he was really unconscious. He had beaten him harder than last time though, so there was really no need to check. Still, reliving this moment still seemed like a dream to him. Now that I think of it, I didn't really take the time to enjoy this the first time around. Naruto smirked to himself. He'd be lying if he said that he didn't love having the opportunity to beat up the cocky bastard a second time. Naruto? Oh yes, his sensei. The demon container approached his fallen teacher and gingerly helped him off the ground. His sensei's face was one of awe and disbelief. Haruka opened his mouth to speak, but before he got a word out, Naruto felt the need to interrupt. Don't talk now, sensei. Save your strength, Naruto ordered, surprising Haruka at the seriousness and intensity in his voice. I'll get you to a hospital so you can get that wound fixed. Some you guys will probably come by and pick up this pitiful guy later. Haruka nodded dumbly to his student's words. For some reason, he felt as though Naruto had changed, and it wasn't just because he just pulled off a jutsu only a jounin could do when he had failed his test earlier this morning. He couldn't explain it, but somehow it seemed the troublemaker had matured in the few hours after he'd seen him last. His pose was straighter, and his eyes had an even fiercer spark than before. Despite this, he also seemed exhausted and looked like he was carrying a great weight on his shoulders. Haruka was pretty sure it wasn't his weight wasn't responsible for the invisible burden. Maybe it was because of what Mizuki said. It was clear the boy had understood the man's words and it had explained why the villagers treated him the way they did. But surely Naruto didn't think that Haruka hated him for something the demon had done. Naruto and the Kyuubi were two different people, and Naruto shouldn't blame himself for what happened. Haruka opened his mouth to try and reassure the boy. I told you to save it, sensei. Naruto's words made him shut his trap yet again. To his surprise, Naruto was smiling faintly and had a strange light of understanding in his eyes he hadn't noticed before. I've known for a long time that I was the host of the Kyuubi, Naruto confessed, succeeding in shocking Haruka yet again. I came to terms with that long ago. I know the fox and I are two entirely different persons, and his actions don't define who I am today. I'm sorry about what happened to your parents, but I know you don't hate me. You're not the kind of person to blame me for something I didn't do and had no control over. He was just surprise after surprise tonight. Haruka couldn't believe how much Naruto seemed to have changed in just a few short hours. To be honest, he'd rather have the knucklehead ninja laughing, cracking jokes, or babbling on about ramen than talking so seriously like this to him. Haruka could do nothing but stare at the boy. Naruto, when did you find out? Haruka wondered. Tonight, Naruto replied, his words confusing the hell out of Haruka. Naruto smirked to himself. He was actually telling the truth in this regard. In his past life, this was the exact night he found out that he was the demon container of the Kyuubi no Yako. However, he had many years to accept that in his past life too. I don't understand, Haruka muttered, more confused than he had ever been in his entire life. Trust me, sensei. You'd never understand or believe me if I gave you the full story." Naruto chuckled. Iruka was, again, in shock and at a loss for words. "So, how does it feel to have a giant shuriken wedged in your spine?" Iruka smiled when he saw the youth laugh. He was so much more used to a laughing, childish Naruto than a mature, serious one. "Unpleasant." Iruka chuckled, his shock wearing off and the pain in his back becoming more apparent. A question suddenly formed in his head. "Naruto, how did you learn the Kage Bunshin technique?" "What? You think I'd steal a forbidden technique scroll and not look through it?" Naruto grinned mischievously, remembering the scroll that was strung onto his back. "You must not know me very well, sensei." "I guess not." Iruka smiled. He gently reached behind his head and untied his headband. He held it out to Naruto. The blonde just stared at it. "This is your reward for beating Mizuki and learning a great technique. Congratulations, Naruto. You've officially graduated from the academy." He placed it in Naruto's hand. Naruto fingered his old headband. To tell the truth, he couldn't say he was as enthused to get it as he had been before. He wasn't as ecstatic as he was before because to him it just felt like an old memory. He didn't feel happy, but nostalgic. Of course, that wasn't necessarily a bad feeling. Still, for Iruka's sake, he smiled happily for his sensei. "Wow, I'm finally a ninja. Thank you, Iruka-sensei." "Thank you so much." Iruka chuckled. The expression on the boy's face made him feel like a proud sensei. Naruto shoved it in his pocket. With one arm supporting his sensei and the other returning to carry the Forbidden Arts scroll on his back, he couldn't exactly return it to its old position on his forehead at the moment. For now, he would get his sensei to a hospital and then return the scroll to the old man. XXX. Naruto stood outside the door to the Hokage's office. His ninja headband was displayed proudly on his forehead. He had left the goggles he used to wear with Iruka as a parting gift and a thank you for his years in the academy. He held the Forbidden Arts scroll in his shaking hands. On his way here, he had realized this would be his first time seeing the old man in many years. The last time he had seen the Sandaime was during his funeral after Orochimaru had killed the man who had been like a father to him since his youth. It was only after standing in front the door to his office for the past 10 minutes that Naruto realized he was afraid. To him, this was a wake-up call. So far, all of this had seemed like a dream to him. To relive an event that had almost been forgotten as time passed and more battles were fought seemed so unreal to him. Naruto was afraid that if he opened the door, his dream would shatter and he'd find himself inside the belly of the Shinigami with his parents. How cruel would that be, to find that all of this was just an illusion? On the other hand, if this was all real and he really was back to where everything really started for him, he didn't know if he could contain his joy in front of the old man. There was no way he'd understand if he just waltzed in there, took one look at the man he believed was dead and broke down in tears of joy. Naruto took a deep breath, preparing himself for whatever might come out of this. He slowly grasped the handles of the door and pushed his way inside. "Naruto, so nice of you to decide to return the scroll you stole from me." Naruto froze when he saw Hiruzen Saruobai's chuckling old face. He immediately bowed his head in respect, which was actually done to keep the old man from seeing the tears start to gather in the corners of his eyes. "It's real. Now Naruto, there's no need for that." The Sandaime laughed, gesturing for the boy to stand up. "Though I'd appreciate it if you'd return my scroll." "Why yeah." Naruto's voice cracked as he slowly approached the Hokage of Konoha. He placed a large scroll on his desk. "Sorry for stealing it." "Well, it all worked out in the end." Sarutobi smiled. "And you benefited from it as well, didn't you, Naruto? You've learned a powerful technique and became a ninja. And you did save Iruka and return the scroll in the end." "I guess," Naruto mumbled, eyeing the crystal ball on the table. He was already aware how the old man kept an eye on certain people. "Still, I'm really sorry." Naruto wasn't just apologizing for stealing the scroll. He was also apologizing for putting a stain on the old man's grave in his past life for failing to protect people he had vowed to protect. He was also apologizing for letting the kind Hokage die in his past life. He had to leave quickly before he started crying. "What's done is done." Sarutobi smiled. "You can't change the past." "I intend to. Thank you, Hokage-sama." Naruto smiled. Sarutobi arched an eyebrow at the boy's respect, something he had never showed him before. "I have to go now. I'll see you around, yeah." Sarutobi watched intently as Naruto left his office. Something about the youth had changed, and it wasn't just because of his being told he had a demon sealed inside him. He couldn't quite place it, but he knew Naruto had matured in some strange way. The Hokage of Konoha smiled to himself. Maybe he's really on the path to becoming a true shinobi. XXX. Well, here's one thing that hasn't changed. Naruto grumbled disdainfully as he gazed upon his old, crappy apartment building. Garbage still littered the place, doors and windows were broken, and he could already smell what he imagined to be skunks juggling dead raccoons somewhere in the vicinity. Naruto sighed as he made his way up the stairs to his room. He had a lot to think about. He needed time to organize his thoughts and think about what to do about his current situation. He wasn't given a second life to relive all his pain and suffering a second time. He knew he had to find some way to change things, but how should he go about doing it? He remembered that in a few mangas he had read as a kid, if you changed the past it would drastically affect the future in good and bad ways. Naruto wondered if he should try and stick to what had happened before with a few variations here and there, or try and change everything completely, using whatever radical and drastic measures necessary. Damn it, this is gonna be tough by myself, Naruto grumbled, wishing he had Shikamaru or someone else to make some sort of plan for him. He opened the door to his apartment and threw off the shirt part of his jumpsuit. He'd think about these things tomorrow after he got some sleep. Welcome home, Naruto-sama. What the hell? Naruto jumped as he heard a voice come from his kitchen. He quickly drew a kunai from his back pouch. Who's there? Calm yourself, I would never think of harming you in any way. The voice, Naruto identified as a feminine one, said reassuringly. I'll present myself to you now. Naruto watched in a dumb stupor as a white fox slowly trotted out of his kitchen and sat before him. The demon container stared down at the creature stupidly. What the FCK was this? I'm sorry, does this form not please you? The fox asked gently, shocking Naruto out of his wits. It's not that, it's just that I don't usually find myself talking to a talking fox that just came out of my kitchen. Naruto smiled sheepishly, scratching the back of his head. Holy shit, he was actually talking back to it. I see, then would this be more acceptable? Naruto watched with fascination as the white fox transformed before his very eyes. It lost its fur and snout, grew taller until its head met the tip of his nose. Its features slowly became more human as its paws were replaced with feet and hands. It lost its white fur and was given creamy white skin. Her white human hair was tied up with a clip in a style that reminded him of Anko's, only longer and less wild. At the end of this transformation, Naruto was left to stare a beautiful, white-haired girl in an orange kimono with a kodachi held to her chest. The only non-human feature that remained was two fox ears sticking out on the top of her head. Her pale, creamy skin seemed to give off a faint glow, illuminating his dark, dingy apartment a bit. Is this form suitable to you, Naruto-sama? The girl asked, her eyes looking up at him. I mostly use my animal guise to be discreet, but if you prefer this form, it's fine. Why yeah, you, look fine to me, Naruto mumbled. Fine was an understatement. She was beautiful. He wasn't surprised to find he was blushing. Or what are you doing in my house, if you don't mind me asking? Of course, the girl nodded. I am Yuzura, an Inari Kitsune who has been asked by Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki to protect and serve their son. My mom and dad? Naruto asked, shocked by what she had said. Yes, Yuzura nodded. She bowed before the stupefied youth. I now pledge to serve under my new master, Naruto-sama, and see to it that his dreams and ambitions are realized and help change this world for the better. You want to be my servant? Naruto asked in disbelief. It is what my heart truly desires most, Yuzura said softly as Naruto made her stand up again. Her purple eyes gazed deeply into Naruto's blue ones. I promise to serve you faithfully until the day that I die. Naruto only had one thought going through his mind. This was not what I expected to happen. This was an unexpected event. Never once did Naruto think that anything like this would happen to him. The only talking fox he had ever known was the Kyuubi, and he didn't transform into a beautiful girl like this one did. Not only that, but she was offering to be his servant. This was something that didn't occur in his past life, and it scared the hell out of him. Okay, let's back up for a minute, Naruto stated firmly, trying to calm himself down. Yuzura tilted her head aside curiously. Is something amiss, Naruto-sama? The girl asked, clearly puzzled by his distress. Just sit down. I need a moment to think about this, Naruto asked as politely as he could, gesturing towards his bed. Yuzura promptly sat down on it and watched intently as her new master paced the room with a thoughtful expression on his face. What troubles you so? Yuzura asked, her fox ears twitching a bit. Lots of things, Naruto sighed. He turned towards her. He had to start with the essentials. Can I ask you some questions? Of course, I will answer them to the best of my ability, the fox girl replied with an eager smile. Good. First of all, where did you come from? Naruto asked. I, like many others, was just another soul harvested and brought to the netherworld by the Shinigami after my death, Yuzura replied. I was just another lost soul until your parents, Lord Minato and Lady Kushina, gave me a physical body and sent me to the living world so I could serve and protect you. You said my mom and dad sent you here. What did you mean by that? Naruto asked, voicing one of his more pressing questions. I mean what I said. They outsmarted the Shinigami sent to collect your soul and sent me back to the past with you, Yuzura answered calmly. Minato-sama and Kushina-sama are not well liked in the netherworld. They have defied the Shinigami once before, when they made it so they would appear before you when you had trouble with the Kyuubi. That had happened before in your past life, yes. I could never forget. Naruto smiled at the old memory. He saw his father for the first time when the Kyuubi was out of control during his first fight with Pain, and he finally met his mother when he fought with his dark side. Even though he had great battles to fight, he could never fully express how happy he was to see his real parents for the first time. Your father was a master at sealing techniques. Because of the seal he placed on you, a part of your parents' souls would always be with you in case you needed help, even after they had made their brief appearance before you. Yuzura explained. I was sent here with you through the very seal they had created to seal the Kyuubi. As I said before, a part of your parents' life force would always stay with you because of the seal. Yuzura continued. Naruto noticed her expression grew sadder, which made him start to worry. From the afterlife, they felt you die. They knew of your failure the moment your soul moved to the next world. When I died, Naruto whispered. But I'm here now, aren't I? Yes, thanks to your parents, Yuzura said softly. When you died and they were able to meet you again, they modified your seal before the Shinigami could claim your soul. Modified my seal, Naruto said, arching an eyebrow. The evidence is right in front of you, Naruto-sama. The fox girl insisted. It is inscribed on your body just as before. Naruto looked down at his stomach. He saw his seal as it had been before he had broken it to free the Kyuubi. However, something about it had changed. There were spiky marks circling around the spiral, which had gained smaller swirls inside it. It looked more like a sun than a swirl now. This is, Naruto asked slowly, looking back up at Yuzura. Your new seal. It has all the properties of your old one and does effectively seal the Kyuubi inside your body. Yuzura said. The new markings were added by your father to link your soul to your old body in the past so you could do things over again. This was done so you could effectively be sent back in time. I have something similar. Yuzura turned her head and pulled down the back of her kimono a bit to present the nape of her neck to Naruto. It looked like another seal mark, similar in appearance to the one he had on his stomach. Only he could make out the kanji symbol that stood for time in the center of the small spiral. Yuzura pulled her collar back up and turned back towards her master. I was marked with a seal so my soul could be attached to yours. Yuzura explained. Your parents knew that they could no longer be there for you, so they thought I was trustworthy enough to become a servant who could help you change things for the better. What do you mean they couldn't be there for me anymore? Naruto asked, an icy pool forming in the pit of his stomach. Yuzura's eyes turned downcast. Naruto-sama, because they had sealed a part of themselves in your old seal, your parents never really died. They were always connected to you from the afterlife because a part of their souls were sealed inside you. However, in order to make this new seal to send you back in time, they had to give up that connection. Naruto's eyes widened. You don't mean, your parents had to sacrifice the rest of their souls in order for you and me to live? Yuzura confessed to him, sadness and sympathy filling her eyes. They had to trade away the rest of their lives in exchange for yours and mine. They couldn't save you without paying a price themselves. Minato-sama and Kushina-sama have now truly passed away. Naruto sank to his knees with tears already starting to fall from his eyes. Why did everything always have some price to pay? His parents had given themselves to the Shinigami so he wouldn't be taken. He had never known his parents early in his life, so he never really had time to mourn them or feel any bitterness towards them for their absence. Even when he saw them disappear before his eyes when they appeared before him to help with the Kyuubi, it never really felt like they had actually left him. He knew now that they had truly died so he could live. They sacrificed themselves so they could save him. Naruto sobbed silently as he slowly came to terms with the fact his failure had been responsible for the deaths of 2 more of his loved ones, and worse, they were his own mother and father. Naruto-sama. The blonde closed his eyes as he felt warm arms circle around him. Naruto responded by wrapping his arms tightly around Yuzura's waist. The fox girl slowly brought him closer until his head rested just above her chest. Naruto wept silently as he thought of his parents' sacrifice. Naruto leaned into Yuzura's embrace, thankful that he had someone to share his sadness with. The girl soothingly ran her fingers through the boy's wild locks in an attempt to comfort him. She could understand the sadness her sobbing master was feeling. She was indebted to them, not only for giving her a second life, but for so much more. I know what kind of people your parents were. Yuzura whispered softly into his ear. They were kind people. They gave you and me a second chance at life. You aren't going to waste that, are you? No, never. Naruto shook his head as he stood up, bringing Yuzura up with him. They were great parents. They may not have been around when I was small, but I know that they loved me. I just hope they know that I've always loved them, and I always will. So what do you intend to do? Yuzura asked, softly brushing away the last of his tears. Make sure things go the way I want this time. Naruto said. There were so many things that needed to be fixed. The problem was finding a way to go about doing that. The resurrected teen glanced at the girl beside him. She looked around the room curiously. Naruto remembered why she was here and what she had declared when she had introduced herself. So you said you wanted to be my servant? Naruto asked slowly, afraid he might say something to offend her. Yes, Naruto-sama is my new master. Yuzura affirmed with a nod of her head. That's great and all, but I'm not really looking for a servant, so Naruto trailed off. That is unacceptable. Minato-sama and Kushina-sama told me to help you and that is what I intend to do. Yuzura stated firmly. Right, and I appreciate that. Naruto sighed, a little aggravated by her attitude towards this. But can't you help me as is? You don't need to be my servant or anything. My kind has always been charged to protect those we have sworn our loyalty to. It was not only because I am indebted to your parents that I offer my services to you. As I have said, this is what I also desire. Yuzura stated, surprising him with her eager tone. I really don't see the point in having a servant, and I've never even thought of having one. Naruto replied, expressing his discomfort at the very idea. He was allergic to the thought of treating people like they were below him. I am confident in what little skills I have, Yuzura insisted, ignoring his words. I can cook, clean, have some skill with the sword, she gestured to the kodachi in her hands, and I can also dispose of bodies if need be. That's nice. Naruto flashed an uneasy smile, a little nervous because of that last talent. He frowned and shook his head. But I don't need a servant, and I would never want one. I can't let you be my servant, it wouldn't be right. Naruto turned his back to her, hoping to get his message across. He hated the idea of having someone think they were inferior to him. To him, she should be seen as his equal. Is Naruto-sama bothered by my presence? The boy's eyes widened when he heard sniffling. He rotated 360 degrees and was shocked to find the fox girl silently sobbing to herself. Naruto, not knowing how to deal with crying girls, immediately panicked. Hey, why are you crying? Did I do something wrong? Naruto asked frantically. I must apologize. I have been selfish. Yuzura sniffed, wiping some tears from her eyes. I have failed to take Naruto-sama's feelings into account. I should have known my presence would only be a burden to him. What? Naruto sputtered. She was apologizing. I will remove myself from your presence at once. Yuzura muttered sadly, bowing her head towards him. I do not know where I will go, but if you have no need for my services, then I will leave immediately. I only wish to repay the debt I owe your parents and protect their only son and help him accomplish his dreams. If you'll excuse me. Wait. Naruto grabbed her wrist as she made an attempt to leave. Yuzura turned to him with misty eyes. Is there something you want? Yuzura asked with a bit of hope in her voice. You don't make me uncomfortable at all, Yuzura. Naruto sighed. But do you really have to be my servant? Can't we just be partners? I have offered myself as your servant. Isn't that the same thing? Yuzura asked curiously. No, it's Naruto sighed in frustration. This girl was pretty difficult to deal with. But there must have been a reason why his parents sent her all the way from the land of the dead to help him out. And if she really wanted to be his servant, will my agreeing to letting you be my servant make you happy? Naruto asked. Yes, it would be an honor. Yuzura nodded fiercely. Then I, Naruto Uzumaki, accept you, Yuzura, as my servant. Naruto groaned out reluctantly. Happy, thank you for accepting me, Naruto-sama. Yuzura beamed as she bowed deeply before him. I am in your care from this day forward. Yeah, just a few things though, Naruto said, raising a finger. You may be my servant, but you're going to be my partner too. I will treat you as an equal, not a slave, okay? Naruto-sama's kindness is touching. I will not abuse it. Yuzura smiled. That's the other thing. Naruto frowned. Drop the honorifics. It's not like I'm a king or anything. I will have to politely refuse, Naruto-sama. Yuzura said, shaking her head. I could never refer to my master in such a blunt manner. Seriously, just Naruto. Naruto pleaded. You are my new master, Naruto-sama. Just Naruto. Naruto-sama. Naruto. Naruto-sama. Naruto. The boy yelled. Naruto, stop. Naruto shouted, silencing her. Sama, I'm not. Whatever. Naruto sighed. Other than having some fox girl as his servant, this was just another thing he'd have to get used to. Naruto was surprised to find Yuzura giggling softly to herself. What did she find so funny? Naruto-sama is amusing. Yuzura giggled. To be bothered by such a trivial matter. You're the one that was crying over it. Naruto mumbled to himself. He pulled out a futon. I'll sleep here, you can take the bed. I cannot do that. I am the servant, you are the master. I will take the futon, thank you. Naruto sighed, deciding that agreeing with her was better than arguing about it. He threw himself on his bed and folded his hands behind his head, looking up at the ceiling. I can't believe I'm really back at the beginning, Naruto whispered softly. A miracle your parents have caused and their last blessing to you. Yuzura said, do you have any idea how to start? I know what I want to keep from happening, but I don't know how I should change events. Naruto muttered. When I think about it, there are a lot of things I want to change. There are so many that I don't know if I'll be able to change them all. I will help in any way I can. Yuzura assured her master. Don't take on too many things at once. You should start out small and slowly work your way up. I guess you're right, Naruto sighed. Naruto-sama, there's something else you should know. Yuzura said, sitting up on her futon. The blonde turned his head towards the white-haired girl. Only you know of the life you once lived. No one else knows of the difficulties you faced in your past life. However, you may share your memories with others if you wish. What? The prime reason your parents sent me to help you is because of a certain ability that I possess. I have a special technique that allows me to dive into a person's mind. Yuzura said, staring into his eyes. This also allows me to share my memories with another person, or share your memories with another person. So if you feel like there is a person who can help us, if I share my memories with that person, they'll know about what happened in my past life. I could give them their old memories. Naruto finished, realizing what this could mean. He could restore the memories of his friends. They could all band together and fight the threat that existed somewhere in the world. They could prepare for Orochimaru, the Akatsuki, and Madara. This was perfect. I would suggest you use my power wisely, Naruto-sama. Yuzura said with a deathly serious look in her eyes, forcing him to abandon his happy train of thought. Memory is something that should usually be kept to oneself. Depending on the person, this power could be a curse or a blessing. It may not be best to remind someone of who they were in a past life. Naruto could actually see the truth behind her words. He had to be careful about who he shared his memories with. If he shared his memory with someone like Kakashi or the Sandaime, they might help him. If he were to share his memories with Sasuke, he might betray him for power and killing again. Someone like Sakura might act rashly and make a scenario harder to change. Now wasn't the time to make hasty decisions about sharing his memories. He would have to think long and hard about the matter if he wanted to share his memories with any of his friends. He had to choose those who could truly be trusted. I'll have to be very careful, Naruto agreed. Thanks for telling me, Yuzura. I'm happy to be of use. Yuzura smiled. There's one other thing. A message your father wanted me to tell you. Really? Naruto asked, sitting up. What was it? Just do what you feel is right. Yuzura answered. That's all. I'll try my best. Some of my decisions in the past weren't the best, but I'll try and change things for a better future. Naruto smiled. He leaned over to turn off the lamp next to his bed. You'll help me, won't you, Yuzura? I'll do whatever I can. Yuzura assured him with a soft smile on her face. Thank you. Naruto gave her a warm smile, truly grateful he had a partner in this. Good night, Yuzura. Sweet dreams, Naruto-sama. Tomorrow is when it will all start anew. I will change things for the better. I promise to not let my parents' sacrifice go to waste. I'll save everyone this time around. This is one promise I won't break this time around. Naruto yawned as he slowly woke up. Thoughts on what to do about his situation already swarmed in his head. Rubbing his temples in a vain attempt to calm his mind, he thought back to the number of events that had occurred just yesterday night. He had cheated death, found out he was a kid again, kicked the shit out of Mizuki a second time, and gotten himself a servant who could turn from a fox and into a beautiful girl at will. Sure, that kind of stuff happens all the time. Naruto chuckled to himself, marveling at how incredible his situation truly was. As he slowly became aware of his surroundings, he found that something about his apartment seemed different. Something about it seemed less depressing. After another quick surveillance of the room, Naruto realized what was so different. My room is clean. His room, no, his apartment in general had always been a terrible thing to look at, let alone live in. It was such a horrid place that Naruto often thought that the reason he never seemed to have problems with bugs or rats was because the place was unsuitable even to them. But now, everything was clean. The windows were sparkling, his clothes weren't scattered across the floor, the trash was gone, some holes had been patched up, and hell, even the door was back on its hinges. To add to all that, a most intoxicating aroma was coming from the kitchen. Naruto slowly got out of bed, walking towards the kitchen and closer to the smell. When he entered the kitchen, he was surprised yet again. Good morning, Naruto-sama. Yuzura turned and bowed to him. He wasn't surprised to see Yuzura, but was more astounded by the feeling of someone greeting him when he got up. He had always been used to quietness in the morning, but now, there was someone to greet him. It was strange, but nice. Morning, Yuzura. Naruto yawned. Breakfast will be ready in a few minutes. Yuzura smiled at him before turning back to her cooking. Please wait until then. Thanks. Naruto grinned. A pretty girl cooking breakfast for him, another surprise, and definitely one he could get used to. So, what are your plans for today? Yuzura asked, trying to strike up conversation. Do you need anything that requires my assistance? Today, I don't think so, Naruto said, taking a seat at the table. If I remember right, today I get assigned to my genin cell. He took another quick look around his apartment. Besides, you've done more than enough already. I've never seen this place so clean ever. It is common for servants to clean up after their masters. Yuzura replied. This place was in terrible condition. I have made it suitable so that Naruto-sama would be more comfortable living here. Still, thank you. Naruto smiled. I feel a little bad about it though. Did you get any sleep? You must have done it at night, so. It took no time at all. Yuzura smiled reassuringly, placing his breakfast before him. I was also careful not to wake you. Foxes are very quiet and stealthy. Even so, Naruto trailed off as the smell was too overwhelming when it was directly under his nose. He looked down to see a big, steaming bowl of ramen. If the smell wasn't a deceiver, he couldn't wait to taste it. My skills in the kitchen are mediocre, but I hope you are satisfied with it, Yuzura said, shifting her feet nervously. Since it was the only thing in your pantry, I assumed Naruto-sama had a certain fondness for ramen, so. The boy slowly dipped his chopsticks in the bowl and grabbed a few noodles. He slowly took a bite out of his meal. Is it any good? Yuzura asked anxiously. Delicious, Naruto stated happily, quickly digging into his meal vigorously. This stuff could rival Ikaraku's ramen. I'm glad. Yuzura sighed in relief, smiling brightly at his compliment. I'll begin putting the dishes away. Aren't you going to eat with me? Naruto asked. His eating came to a halt. Eat with you? Yuzura asked. I only made enough for Naruto-sama. There's enough for 2 people, Naruto said, quickly dashing over to the cupboards and grabbing another bowl and chopsticks. He poured half of his meal into it. I don't need anything. Why do you want me to eat with you? Yuzura asked curiously. Well, it feels awkward if I'm eating by myself when another person is in the house. Naruto smiled sheepishly. Besides, I'll feel even worse about you cleaning my room and cooking me this great breakfast if I don't share with you. But I made it for you, not me, Yuzura protested. Yuzura, it bugs me when someone does so much for me and I don't show any gratitude for it, Naruto said. And you should know, I love ramen. I never share it. I'm sharing my ramen with you. This is an offer you can't refuse. Yuzura just stared at him. She brought a hand to her mouth as she started to giggle. Oi, what's so funny? Naruto-sama is an amusing master. Yuzura giggled. You said something similar last night. Naruto grumbled. Fine. If Naruto-sama permits it, I will eat with him, she said with a smile as she took her bowl. I permit it, Naruto said, rolling his eyes. This whole servant and master relationship wasn't something he would entertain. I'm glad that I've learned so much about you already. Yuzura smiled. Naruto arched an eyebrow at her. I look forward to finding out more about my new master, and I look forward to getting to know my new friend better, Naruto replied. Friend, Yuzura mouthed, the word sounding strange and foreign to her. She looked down at her meal and back at Naruto. What is it? Naruto asked uneasily. Her gaze was making him a little uncomfortable. Naruto arched an eyebrow when she bowed her head with a red face. Naruto-sama is a really kind person, Yuzura said quietly. Huh, I couldn't hear that. Naruto was going to ask her to repeat what she had said until he noticed he lacked one article of clothing. I'll go put on a shirt. Why? Naruto repeated, surprised by her question. Because it's not fitting for a guy to be in front of a girl without all his clothes on. But it's your house. Yes, but that doesn't change the fact that it's still impolite. Yuzura nodded in understanding. Naruto quickly made a dash for his room. Yuzura. Yes, Naruto-sama. Where are my clothes? Naruto asked, only finding his socks and boxers in his dresser. I threw them out. You what? Naruto shouted, running back into the kitchen and staring at her incredulously. Why? I do not know if you were aware of this, but your dresser was filled with bright, orange jumpsuits. Yuzura replied calmly, fixing him with a serious gaze. I had assumed it was because Naruto-sama couldn't afford clothing more suitable for a ninja. Suitable? Yes. I can only imagine how difficult it would be to remain stealthy while wearing an ugly thing like that. Enemies would spot you from a mile away. Ugly. So last night I took the liberty of getting you clothes befitting for a ninja. Yuzura reported happily. They are waiting for you next to your bed. I am confident that you will be able to move easily in them, and I hope they are to your liking. Thank you. Naruto smiled weakly, moving over to the desk next to his bag to pull on his new clothes. His old clothes didn't look that bad, did they? Still, the words Yuzura had used to describe his old clothes made him start to question his fashion sense. Well, at least he could still confidently say that he had better fashion sense than Lee. Right. XXX. Naruto stepped into his old room in the academy, wearing loose cargo pants and a black t-shirt. He smiled at the sight of all his old friends. This was back before all their trouble started, in a time where he had just been happy being a ninja. Everyone in this room but him was blissfully unaware of what a cruel, harsh life a ninja would have to lead. They didn't know about the pain and suffering a ninja would experience sometime in their lives. No one here knew about the Akatsuki or Orochimaru. I really miss these peaceful days. Get away from my Sasuke-kun, Ino pig. Sakura's shrill, immature voice was like music to his ears. Naruto smiled fondly at his old teammates. They all looked like they did before, young and alive. Sakura was arguing with Ino over who would sit next to Sasuke. She was back to being the long-haired Sasuke fangirl that paid Naruto little to no attention. The same went for Ino as well. Beside the bickering duo sat his best friend. It was the old Sasuke who was his best friend, not the crazy, thirsty demon who had killed him in another life. He took the time to look at all of his once-deceased friends. Kiba was tossing a ball across the room, laughing as Akamaru ran around the room to catch the rolling ball. Chaoji was eating a bag of chips next to a sleeping Shikamaru while Shino read a book about bugs a seat behind them. Hinata was looking around nervously, probably wondering who her new teammates would be. Naruto cracked his knuckles and confidently stepped into the classroom. It was time to make an impression, and maybe have a little fun while he was at it. But, first, warning, Hinata. The Hyuga girl jumped when she heard her name. She gasped and blushed when she saw who had addressed her. Hinata was surprised that Naruto had greeted her, and she was even more surprised when he made his way over to her. Naruto-kun, Hinata stuttered. Why, you're here. I thought that you didn't. Pass. Naruto finished for her, flashing a warm smile. Yeah, I didn't. But I recently learned a really cool technique that allowed me to graduate. Pretty sweet, right? Oh, that's good. I am happy why you passed. Hinata managed to get out. Hinata was overjoyed that her crush was talking to her, but she couldn't imagine what reason he had for doing so. Maybe he was just being friendly. Still, he had never shown her any interest before. She had always thought that Naruto didn't even know who she was or that she even existed. Yet, here he was talking to her. Miraculously, he was still talking to her. So, is there anyone you want to be on a team with? Naruto asked curiously. Everyone is nice, so it doesn't really matter to me. Hinata smiled, trying to keep herself from fainting. Secretly, she wanted to be on Naruto's team. Not that she'd ever tell him that. Is there, anyone you have in mind? Naruto-kun. There are a few I'd prefer, Naruto replied, looking around. Though I'd die if I were stuck with Shino or Kiba. One has less of a personality than a log and the other one would probably give me fleas. Moo, that's not nice, Naruto-kun. Hinata scolded, even though she was giggling. But, if I had to choose, I'd like to be on the same team as you, Naruto said casually. What? Hinata gasped, not sure if she had heard him right. With me. I should probably grab a seat before Iruka shows up, Naruto said mostly to himself, noticing Hinata's frazzled state but acting oblivious to it. It was nice talking to you, Hinata. See you later. The girl, at a loss for words, just waved dumbly as he walked away. Naruto left with a satisfied smirk on his face. She was just so damn cute when she was blushing. A few choice memories from his past life flooded in his mind. Happy memories that he treasured, and all of them included a beautiful raven-haired Hyuga girl who had always been there for him. A girl that had always loved him. 10 to 10 to 10 to 10 to 10. Naruto, how are you feeling? Hinata asked, sitting down beside him. Anxious, excited, worried. I'm feeling lots of things right now. Naruto sighed, running his hands through his blonde shock of hair. The two ninja were sitting atop a hill just outside the village. Both looked up at the night sky. There was an abundance of stars out tonight, and a full moon too. They would be able to appreciate the beauty of it all if tomorrow's events weren't clouding their minds. Madara plans to dominate the world by projecting his Mangekyo Sharingan on the moon. Naruto repeated Madara's plan that he and the other Kages had gone over numerous times. To do so, he'll use the demonic statue of the Outer Path and fuse the 9 demon beasts into their original 10-tailed demon beast form and become its Jinchuriki so he can gain enough power to hypnotize everyone in the world to achieve peace. A fake, hollow peace with no meaning. Tomorrow, we launch the attack. It's the first time all of the ninja countries have ever united together. Hinata remarked. She smiled at the boy who had made it all possible. Wouldn't it be nice if everything stayed like this even after we defeat Madara? That would be. Naruto chuckled. B and Gaara would love the idea. I might be able to get the Mizukage to agree, but that stubborn old Tsuchikage would never agree to it. Naruto sighed and stared up at the starry night sky. Things would have gone a lot smoother if it wasn't for B's brother, the Raikage. B is a better leader than that power-hungry fool ever was, Hinata said with distaste, remembering how the Raikage had been swayed by Kabuto's promises of power and betrayed their alliance. He won't be bothering us now though. Yeah, but now Madara's got the undead Akatsuki on his side thanks to Kabuto, not to mention a good majority of the Lightning Country and other crazy followers. It's going to make the fighting much tougher. Naruto sighed. His face held a melancholy expression. And I'll finally have that rematch with Sasuke tomorrow. What are you going to do about him? Hinata asked. I still want to save him, but Naruto trailed off. He closed his eyes. People keep telling me one of us is going to die in that fight. I want to save him, but not if it ends up costing any lives. I don't want to lose anyone. You won't, Hinata reassured, taking one of his hands into both of hers. Naruto, you'll help us through this fight. You've gained so many allies and have so many friends who support you. You're the first person who has ever united the 5 villages together, and Tsunade has named you as her successor. Once the battle is finished, you'll be the new Hokage. You've finally accomplished your dream. You should be confident, not sad. I know, I should be. Naruto smiled. I finally have everything I've always wanted. I have friends, people respect me, I'm going to be the next Hokage, and I've got a great girl who loves me. Naruto smiled warmly at the Hyuga girl, causing her to blush. Naruto turned away. But I just can't shake this uneasy feeling in my chest. Naruto, I'm afraid some of us won't make it back. I'm afraid I'm not going to make it back. Don't say that. You know, I never did give you a reply to your confession, did I? Naruto said, smiling at Hinata. The girl blushed. The two had talked about it, and it was clear what she felt towards the future Hokage, but he had never given her a proper answer. Small talks, an infrequent holding of hands and small moments like these were all they had, yet he had never actually responded to her confession when she protected him from pain. Hinata, I treasure every moment I spend together with you. Every time I see your smile I think that I'm the luckiest guy in the world for having someone as beautiful as you love me. Naruto said. He gently held her hands in his and leaned his face closer to hers. And Naruto, Hinata whispered softly, her blush lighting up her face. I don't know what tomorrow's battle will be like, but I do know I want to spend every remaining moment I have with you, Naruto said softly. His face slowly got closer and closer to hers. Hinata leaned forward, her eyes closing only halfway. So I want to make it very clear to you that His confession was followed by their first kiss. They had spent their final night together in each other's arms. The next day they had their final kiss when she lay dying in his arms. A few hours later was when he died, remembering her and all his friends who had died before him and whom he had failed to protect due to his weakness and indecision. 10 to 10 to 10 to 10 to 10. I'll never forget those moments with you, Naruto thought wistfully. He silently vowed to make new ones with this new life. He gazed up determinedly at his next targets, his old teammates, Sakura and Sasuke. The first thing he had to do was get back the bond he shared with his teammates. Naruto put on his best smile as he approached the bickering Sasuke fangirls known as Sakura and Ino. Morning, Ino, Sakura. Naruto greeted, slowing to a more casual pace as he approached them. The two girls gave a quick glance in his direction. Sakura gave an unladylike snort when she realized who exactly was addressing her. Ino was also visibly distressed by the blonde's sudden appearance and wrinkled her nose in disgust. Naruto, what are you doing here? In case you didn't know, you were only supposed to attend class today if you passed the graduation exams. Ino sneered at him. Yeah, you couldn't even make one clone, Sakura said, pointing at him mockingly. Well, in case you didn't notice, I have a headband on. Naruto smiled, gesturing to his forehead. I learned a little trick that allowed me to graduate, so here I am. No way, Ino said disbelievingly. Yes way. Now if you'll excuse me. Naruto went around the two girls and sat in the seat beside Sasuke. The Uchiha paid him no mind and continued to stare straight ahead. Naruto smiled and casually kicked his feet up on the desk to relax. He turned his head towards Sasuke, who was trying to burn a hole in the wall with his glare. What is it about the wall you find so fascinating? Naruto asked the boy next to him jokingly. Sasuke grunted in response and closed his eyes. Hey, that's my seat, Naruto, Sakura shouted. What are you talking about, forehead girl? That seat is mine, Ino countered. I'm Naruto, by the way. Naruto smiled, ignoring the girl's prattle for now. He jabbed a thumb backwards. And in case you haven't noticed, you've got two pretty girls fighting over you. Sasuke didn't even look at him. Sakura and Ino blushed at Naruto's unexpected compliment, but they were not so flattered as to give up the only remaining seat next to their beloved Sasuke. Just as they were about to start threatening the blonde, Naruto decided to open his mouth. He turned towards the two girls and fixed them with a serious gaze. "Sorry ladies, it looks like I have some bad news." Naruto frowned at them. "It would appear that our dear friend Sasuke is gay." "I quote him what?" Sasuke shouted, standing up. The class instantly grew silent. All eyes were suddenly on the Uchiha. It wasn't just because of Naruto's sudden accusation, but it was the first time the stoic boy had ever shown any real emotion in front of anyone. Naruto held his hands up in defense. "Whoa, no need to get so worked up. I mean, it's just something I concluded through observation," Naruto said defensively. "What are you talking about?" the Uchiha demanded. "Dude, you'd have to be some kind of homosexual if you don't react to this," Naruto said, gesturing to Sakura and Ino. "Not just them, but almost every girl in the academy literally throw themselves at you every day and you show absolutely no interest in them. You don't even smile to show you appreciate what most guys envy you for. So I just assumed that you prefer a man's warm embrace rather than a girl's." "Screw you, I'm straight," Sasuke yelled, glaring at the boy. "Some attitude you've got there. I can see that you'll make one man very happy one day." Naruto smirked. By now, most guys in the rooms were snickering at the uncharacteristically distressed Uchiha and Naruto's wild, if somewhat plausible accusation. Almost all the girls had looks of distress on their faces, almost looking like they believed Naruto. The demon container snickered to himself. This was way better than the original scenario when he had tried to have a staring contest with Sasuke on his desk. That had turned out badly for both of them and he was still disgusted by the memory. This was a lot funnier. "Why is it true, Sasuke-kun?" Ino asked fearfully. "Are you really like that? He's an idiot. Don't listen to a word he says," Sasuke protested desperately. "They say denial is the first stage," Naruto taunted, earning horrified gasps from the girls and laughter from the guys. "Shut up. Why would you think?" "Morning class." Iruka smiled as he stepped into the classroom. You would have never guessed he had surgery for his back the night before. He looked completely healthy. As Iruka made his way to his desk, he was mildly surprised to find the class in an uproar. "Wow, everyone sure is excited today." Sasuke, is there something wrong?" "And nothing wrong, sensei," Sasuke replied, quickly regaining his composure and returning to his seat. He quietly folded his hands in front of him. "Nothing at all. Yeah, we just learned something new about our friend Sasuke today," Naruto said loudly, earning chuckles from the majority of the male population of the class and worried looks from the females. "Shut it, Dobe," Sasuke growled, launching a hard dig on the boy's arm. Naruto chuckled as he rubbed the sore spot on his arm. "Settle down," Iruka ordered, fixing the class with a stern gaze. He was a little thrown off by how worked up Sasuke seemed to be, but he felt like he shouldn't question it. "Could everyone please take their seats?" Everyone sat down. Sakura quickly grabbed the seat next to Naruto, forcing Ino to take the empty one next to Shikamaru. Iruka pulled out a list naming the teams and their Jonin teachers. Naruto smiled to himself. He already knew what the teams would be. "I will now read off the teams you'll be in," Iruka announced. Team 7 under Kakashi Haddock will be Sakura, Haruno Uchiha, Sasuke. "Yes," Sakura shouted in triumph and joy, earning collective groans and whines from many of the females in the class and an indignant shout from Ino. "And Uzumaki Naruto," Iruka finished. Sakura groaned when she heard who her third teammate was. Sasuke appeared indifferent while Naruto just shrugged and gave the pink-haired girl a light smile. A few seats below them, a certain Hyuga lowered her head in disappointment. "This means I won't be with Naruto," Hinata mumbled quietly to herself. Team 8 under Kurenai UI will consist of a Burame, Shino Hyuga, Hinata and a Nezuka, Kiba. Iruka continued. Hinata almost fell over in her seat. Strange, her teammates were the two people Naruto had joked about before. The girl turned around to glance at her new companions. Kiba sneezed and snorted while Shino sat in his seat looking as emotionless as ever. Hinata sighed to herself. She hoped that she'd get along with them at least. Ino was more distressed when she found out the lazy Shikamaru and Fatboy Chaoji were on her team. Later, she'd be far less impressed with her sensei Asuma Sarutobi than she was with her two teammates. "I'll be giving all of the teams their papers stating where you will be meeting your senseis," Iruka announced after he finished naming the teams. "You are to go to these locations immediately after I have dismissed you all from class." Iruka proceeded to hand out papers to their respective teams. After doing so, the teacher smiled at the students he'd taught for the past few years. "I am pleased that so many have graduated this year. I am proud of each and every one of you. I know each of you will grow up to be excellent shinobi." Iruka smiled. His gaze rested on each graduate in the class, though he stared at Naruto for a few extra moments before moving on to the next phase. "The path of a shinobi is long and difficult, but I know each of you have what it takes to become great ninja. Good luck to you all." Class dismissed. XXX. Class had been dismissed, but Team 7 was forced to stick around inside the academy due to their sensei. The paper said to meet inside the academy at 3 o'clock, but their teacher was terribly late. Everyone else had left to meet with their teachers or was picked up, but it was already close to 5 and Team 7's sensei had yet to show up. While this came as no surprise to Naruto, Sakura and Sasuke were frustrated by their sensei's lateness. "Arg, what's taking him so long?" Sakura demanded, looking up at the clock over Iruka's desk. The letter said 3. We've been waiting for 2 hours. He'll be here eventually, Naruto said casually, slowly getting up from his chair. Why are you so nonchalant about this? Sakura asked the blonde as he made his way towards the chalkboard and picked up an eraser. She expected the usually hyperactive boy to be the one throwing a tantrum, not her. I don't mind having a little quiet time with my teammates. Naruto smiled at Sakura. The girl blinked at the boy's warm attitude and was surprised by the way his was acting. Hand me that chair, will you? Yes, sure, Sakura said, picking up a chair near the front row and handing it to the boy. What do you need it for? Just a little prank, Naruto replied, stepping up on the chair and placing the eraser on the top of the door. He had remembered doing this before and thought it'd be fun to do it again. No self-respecting Jonin would fall for that, Sasuke put in, scoffing at the childish prank. Maybe, Naruto shrugged, already predicting what would happen. But if it does work, I'll just blame it on you. What? A few minutes later, Kakashi Hatake stepped through the door, the eraser falling on his head as he opened it. The copy nin blinked when a small dust cloud settled over his head. He adjusted his lopsided headband stupidly. Sakura let a few giggles while Sasuke tried to contain his laughter and keep up his cool, emotionless front. Naruto just shrugged and smiled to himself. It's not as funny the second time, he muttered to himself. Kakashi overlooked his new students as he recovered himself. Based on first impressions, I hate you all and you're going to fail. Sakura and Sasuke glared at their sensei's attitude. Naruto was trying his best not to jump and shout for joy. Seeing people who he saw die in a previous life was getting to be too much for him. Seeing Kakashi again was just too good to be true. Whatever, meet me on the rooftop in 10. Kakashi relayed to his team, then disappeared in a puff of smoke. Sakura and Sasuke groaned. Based on his attitude and the prank, he would probably turn out to be a terrible sensei who hated their guts. The two turned towards Naruto, who was chuckling to himself. A blonde smiled at them. I like him. What do you guys think? His two teammates glared at him. Okay, we never got a chance to really introduce ourselves back there, did we? Kakashi asked as he looked at his new students. Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura. He, Kakashi, was their sensei. Together, they made Team 7. He overlooked each of them. The Uchiha boy was looking straight at him with his hands folded in front of him with an unreadable expression on his face. Sakura was sitting next to him, nervously shifting around, but did look a little eager. Kakashi's gaze switched to Naruto. He had been most surprised by this particular student. He had looked over his files with the Hokage a few days before, and was shocked to find that most of what he read and heard about contradicted what he had seen. Naruto was said to be a troublemaker with no special skills. He was also quite the talker and very stubborn, and he was told to expect lots of questions from the exuberant youth. Yet, the boy was just sitting calmly next to Sakura, smiling at his new sensei and not saying a word. Other than the eraser prank, he hadn't done anything to annoy him yet. So, who wants to start introductions? Kakashi asked curiously. When none of his students spoke up, he decided to be the first one to break the ice. Okay, I'll go first. My name is Kakashi Hatake. I have my likes and dislikes. My goals in life are none of your business. I've got lots of hobbies, but mostly I like to read. That was pretty vague, sensei, Sakura said with an annoyed expression. Oh, well, why don't you show me how it's done then? Kakashi replied. Okay, Sakura said, looking a bit uneasy. My name is Sakura Haruno, I'm 13 years old. My hobbies include shopping, gardening, and hanging out with friends. I like Sasuke-kun. The girl shot him a longing glance which the boy promptly ignored. I don't like Ino Pig or Naruto. Sakura glared at the other boy beside her. To her surprise, the blonde just smiled and shot her a foxy grin. Sakura expected him to groan and sulk like he usually did, but that was not the case. She cursed herself when she felt her face grow hot. Anyway, I hope to become a good ninja to impress those who I want to impress. Sakura stared at Sasuke as she said this, but her flustered expression was due to Naruto's unusual reaction to her insult. Alright then, Kakashi nodded, observing his students' interactions with interest. How about you, Sasuke? Fine, Sasuke said. He closed his eyes. My name is Sasuke Uchiha. I don't have a lot of hobbies. I don't really have anything that I like. In fact, I hate a lot of things. Kakashi sighed. Just as brooding and antisocial as he'd heard. He had his work cut out for him. And there is one person who I have vowed to, Kami, and I thought Shino was boring. Naruto groaned loudly, cutting off the Uchiha's speech. Seriously, Sasuke, grow a personality. What did you say? The Uchiha demanded, glaring at the boy. This isn't how people introduce themselves, Naruto said, fixing him with a stern gaze. He smiled. You should show more of your flamboyant side. Don't hide it. FCK off, Sasuke growled. His eyes widened as he caught himself. Sakura and Kakashi were both staring at him. He shoved his hands in his pockets and closed his eyes again, trying to regain his cool demeanor. Anyway, there is one person who To his irritation, both Naruto and his new sensei were chuckling. Sasuke's eye twitched. It was no use. His dramatic speech had been ruined. Fine, Sasuke shouted, making Sakura jump. My name is Sasuke Uchiha. My hobbies are training and reading. I like learning new techniques and jutsu to make me stronger. I hate fangirls who won't leave me alone, and my goal is to kill my brother. Happy, much better, Naruto chuckled, clapping at his new introduction. We now know more about you than anyone else in the village now. I'm happy to see that you're such a sociable person, Sasuke. Kakashi chuckled, earning a grunt and a glare from the boy. Naruto, why don't you tell us about yourself? Sure thing. Naruto smiled. I'm Naruto Uzumaki. My hobbies include training, pulling pranks, and meeting new people. I like ramen and I'm told I get along great with most people. Sasuke snorted. Kakashi chuckled. I don't like arrogance, people who think they're above others, or people who would hurt those close to me. My goal in life is to become the Hokage so people will respect me. Kakashi nodded. All their introductions, barring Sasuke's new one, were predictable and matched what he had heard from the Hokage. The copy nin opened his mouth to speak, but was surprised when he was interrupted. But that's not the only reason I want to become Hokage. Naruto continued. His teammates and sensei's eyes turned towards him. Kakashi was surprised by the strong look the boy had all of a sudden. Respect will come on its own if I become a strong, dependable ninja. Becoming the Hokage is a whole different matter. You have to be ready to put your life on the line to be Hokage. You have to learn to accept the fact you won't be able to protect everyone. Even knowing this, you must always put another's life before your own. Be prepared to sacrifice yourself to make sure everyone stays safe and make sure that anyone who is sacrificed will have not died in vain. I want to become a Hokage with the power to protect everyone close to him. I want to save and protect as many people as I can. I don't ever want anyone to die meaningless deaths. It'll be different this time. My friends won't die. I won't betray their sacrifices in the past. Kakashi just stared at the boy who stared right back. The intensity of Naruto's gaze surprised him more than his speech did. It was only now that he realized everything he'd heard about this boy had been wrong. He wasn't some prankster with no talent who wasn't worth teaching. He wasn't the monster the village made him out to be. This boy was someone who truly wanted to make something out of himself. The copy nin noticed something in Naruto's eyes he hadn't noticed before. Pain, hurt, experience, caring, kindness, and unshakable determination were all present within his new student. What surprised and scared Kakashi the most was how much the boy suddenly reminded him of his deceased sensei, Minato sensei. The copy nin snapped back into reality when he noticed his students had been staring at him expectantly for the past few minutes. Kakashi shook his head. Now wasn't the time to be thinking about his dead teacher. That train of thought would lead to other memories that he had long since repressed. He quickly regained his composure and began to give out his next piece of information. Now that introductions are over, let me tell you about your test. Test? His team asked in unison. Sensei, we're already ninja. I thought we were done with tests. Naruto wondered. Kakashi arched an eyebrow. He suddenly had a strange feeling that the boy's clueless attitude and interest were both fake. Your graduation test was so you could receive your headband and see if you could pull off a few easy tricks. Kakashi replied. I'm going to test whether or not you three are truly ready to become ninja. Meet me at Training Ground 1 tomorrow at 5 for your test. In the afternoon, Sakura asked. In the morning. What? The team chorused. Also, I would suggest that you all not eat breakfast. Think of it as another part of your test. Kakashi smiled under his mask. What? Team 7 stammered in disbelief. See you then. Kakashi disappeared in a puff of smoke. Naruto quickly hopped to his feet while his teammates slowly got up. He thought he did a good job today. He had stuck close to his original actions with a few variations. He hoped that he had changed how his team looked at him. While he didn't want to appear mature and serious out of the blue, he did want his team to see that he wasn't the brainless, impatient idiot he had made himself out to be before. He was sure his speech had made some kind of impact at least. Thinking back, his first impression with his team hadn't been the best. Still, it felt kind of fun to play the fool. Hey Sasuke-kun, wanna go on a date? No. Naruto turned towards his teammates. Sakura was, once again, fawning over Sasuke. Naruto rolled his eyes. This was something he didn't miss and wanted to end soon. He also had to crack Sasuke out of his shell soon, or else things would repeat themselves. I won't let Sakura cry again and I won't lose my best friend this time. See, come on. It'll give us a chance to get to know each other better. Sakura pressed on. Sasuke regarded her with a cold glance. We're teammates, aren't we? Teammates and teammates only. Sasuke scoffed. He smirked arrogantly at her. Besides, what make you think that I'd go anywhere with? I think going out sounds like a great idea. Both Sasuke and Sakura jumped when Naruto suddenly appeared between them. He smiled at them in a familiar fashion. Sasuke just shoved his hands back in his pockets while Sakura glared at him. Naruto, I was talking to Sasuke-kun. I know this place that sells great ramen. Naruto smiled, ignoring Sakura's rage. Nothing helps teammates bond than talking over a nice, steaming bowl of ramen. TCH, go by yourselves. Sasuke retorted, turning on his heel and walking away from the duo. Sasuke-kun, wait. Sakura called after him. Thanks for proving my point. Naruto shouted at him. He smirked when the Uchiha stopped. What was that, Dobe? Sasuke asked, turning his head. Turning down a pretty girl's offer to go on a date. Naruto sighed, shaking his head. Sakura blushed at being given another indirect compliment. The proof is evident. You little why do you keep assuming I'm gay? Sasuke shouted, running up to the blonde with a furious expression. Do I need to explain your situation again? Naruto asked, arching an eyebrow. You don't understand. It's not that I don't like it, they're just so annoying. Sasuke shouted, surprising Sakura and making Naruto smile. The Uchiha wasn't finished though. You don't know what it's like. They won't ever leave me alone. They follow me everywhere I go. I never get any privacy when I want it. Not only that, a few even talked about marriage. Sasuke shuddered. I'm 13 years old for Kami's sake. I can't count how many times I've seen explicit drawings of me in notebooks or pledges of love written on the desks. I've even caught some following me home before. I wouldn't mind it so much if they learned to be a little bit more subtle. Why can't they see that I just want them to leave me alone? Yes, Sasuke-kun, Sakura whispered, her mouth hanging open. Naruto was trying his best not to burst out laughing at the Uchiha's rant. This was a variation he found hilarious. I hate fangirls, Sasuke declared, shouting it to the heavens. He pointed at Sakura, and there's no way I'd ever consider going on a date with one. Naruto let out a few chuckles and glanced at Sakura. The girl was staring at her object of affection with wide eyes, appalled by his declaration. Naruto frowned a bit when she looked more than a little hurt by Sasuke's words. The Uchiha blushed and turned away from his new teammates, shocked and disgusted with himself for losing his cool and ranting like that. Naruto sighed. It was time he regained his bond with his teammates. If that's how you feel, this outing is perfect. Naruto smiled. Sakura and Sasuke both looked at him. What are you going on about now? Sasuke glared at him. Sakura, how much do you know about Sasuke? Naruto asked. Before she could speak and begin what would become a long fangirl rant about how hot and great Sasuke was, Naruto added to his question. How much do you know him as a person? Oh, well, Sakura stuttered. She blushed when she realized she knew next to nothing about the boy bar his good looks and skills. The only other things she knew about were the things he mentioned in his introduction. And Sasuke, how much do you know about Sakura? Naruto asked. When he was about to start another fangirl hate speech, Naruto added to his question. Not Sakura the fangirl, but Sakura the person. Nothing, but she's still annoying, Sasuke admitted, turning away. Okay, we all know nothing about each other. Naruto smiled. So, that's why I'm going to take both of you to Ikaraku's and order some ramen for us to eat. We will eat, talk, and bond like teammates are supposed to. Come on. Sasuke and Sakura could only follow as Naruto grabbed their arms and led them to his favorite restaurant in the world. XXX. Teuchi, 3 bowls of ramen please, Naruto called as he took his usual seat. Sasuke and Sakura sat next to his sides, the Uchiha to the right and the fangirl to the left. Naruto thought hard about what to say. He wanted his teammates' friendship so things could go back to the way they were somewhat. It was best for all of them. So, what do you guys think of our sensei? Naruto asked, trying to start up conversation. I think he's too laid back and careless to be a sensei. He was pretty rude to us too, Sakura said, surprised she was humoring his conversation. What's with the mask though? Maybe he's got something to hide. Naruto chuckled, remembering the many times he and his team attempted to find out what was hidden underneath Kakashi's mask. Maybe during tomorrow's test we can get him to take off his mask. Wonder what the test will be, Sasuke muttered. Naruto smiled, surprised and happy at his sudden input. Despite his attitude, he is a jonin. It probably won't be as easy as we think, Naruto said. After all, this whole careless attitude could just be a front to throw us off our guard. Possible, Sasuke agreed, seeing the sense in that plan. Well, we won't fall for any tricks, right Sasuke-kun? Sakura gushed, batting her eyes at him. The Uchiha shuddered, turning away from her. Naruto sighed. They would never make any progress if this kept up. He had to end this. Sakura, just stop. Naruto sighed, rolling his eyes. What are you talking about? Sakura asked, glaring at Naruto. She was a bit surprised at his sudden change in attitude. Sasuke also raised an eyebrow at the boy. You said earlier there are certain people you want to impress, right? Naruto said, gesturing to Sasuke. You think you're going to impress anyone with what you're doing now? What do you mean? Sakura demanded, angry at the fact she was being lectured by the blonde idiot. Even if he had seemed to mature over the past day or two. Sakura, right now I can honestly say you are the weakest member in our team, Naruto said bluntly, not bothering to sugarcoat that fact. Sakura gasped and glared at him. I am stronger than you, idiot. Are you? Naruto asked, arching an eyebrow and staring into her eyes. Sakura's words died in her mouth. A few days back, she would have said she was much stronger than him with confidence. As she stared into his ocean blue eyes, she wasn't so sure anymore. She remembered his speech about becoming the Hokage. There was something in his eyes she hadn't noticed before. Sasuke got respect not only through his looks and grades, but through training. Naruto said. Hours of devoted training made people respect him. I am an Uchiha, Sasuke stated proudly, smirking at the fact. Naruto glanced at him. Oh yes, his Uchiha arrogance. He'd have to tone that down a bit too. Sasuke, being an Uchiha had nothing to do with it. Naruto sighed. Sasuke's eyes widened. What did you? Sasuke trailed off. What did he mean? Uchiha were always strong. It was in there. Just because you're in a clan doesn't make you strong, Naruto said, staring at the boy. Hard work, sweat, and tears make a great ninja. Even if you weren't an Uchiha, if you trained the way you did now, you'd still be strong. I can make fun of it all I want, but the grades don't lie. Do you think you'd still get respect if you just lazed around and got bad grades? You're strong not because you're an Uchiha, but because you put in the effort to become a great ninja. Sasuke just stared at him. That was probably the nicest thing anyone had ever said to him. I made him feel more proud than just being an Uchiha. Hearing Naruto say his strength was his own and not because of his Uchiha, it was nice. Sakura, you're not going to get Sasuke's respect if you spend every moment fawning over him and worshipping the ground he stands on, Naruto said, turning back to her. If you want certain people to acknowledge you, show them that they deserve your respect. Don't kiss up to them, because it won't work. Sakura was at a loss for words. Was this the same annoying idiot she hated in the academy? Still, his words did hold some truth. She got good grades in the academy when it came to tests and such, but her grades in physical activity left a lot to be desired. She started to realize that all she was to Sasuke was an annoying fangirl. If she ever wanted him to respect her, she would have to train hard instead of following him around obsessively all the time. It was time to start treating him like a regular person rather than a god. Sasuke-kun, Sakura began. The Uchiha boy gave her a cold glance. What? I'm sorry for bothering you so much, Sakura apologized, bowing her head slightly and surprising the hell out of the Uchiha. Two didn't take your feelings into account, and I know you can take care of yourself without me, but I'd really appreciate it if you gave me a chance to be your friend. Friend, the boy thought, the very word sounding alien to him. Yeah, we're all friends here, right? Naruto smiled, catching the Uchiha in a headlock. Get off me, Sasuke growled, pushing the boy off him. He turned away. But we are teammates. We'll eventually have to get to know each other anyway. Naruto smiled. It was a start. Sakura also looked happy at the boy's answer. Sasuke-kun, Sakura asked. The Uchiha acknowledged her with a slight turn of his head. You mentioned earlier that you wanted to kill your brother. What did you mean by that? Naruto frowned. He noticed Sasuke's eyes narrow and his fists clench. Maybe it wasn't the best time to bring up Itachi. All it would do is make the Uchiha clam back up. However, to his surprise, Sasuke did answer. He's the one who took everything from me, Sasuke growled. That massacre was his doing. Naruto and Sakura glanced at each other. They both knew he was referring to the Uchiha massacre. He's my reason to become stronger. I'll get strong enough to defeat him one day and avenge my clan, Sasuke said, reciting the same vow he had declared repeatedly over the years. Naruto and Sakura looked at their teammate with sympathy. Sakura lowered her head, sorry to have brought up such a sore topic. Naruto looked at his best friend. He wouldn't let him despair again. Sasuke, we're a team now, Naruto declared, wrapping his arm around the boy's shoulder again. Sasuke just glared at him, not in the mood. We'll help you get stronger. I highly doubt that, Sasuke scoffed. Start having more faith in us. Sometimes getting stronger requires help. Naruto smiled. This made the boy look up at him. We're friends after all. There was that word again. Friend. Why yes, we'll help Sasuke-kun get stronger, Sakura added, smiling determinedly at the boy. We'll all get stronger together. As a team, Sasuke murmured. Yeah, just one thing though, Naruto said, his grin widening. Since we're your friends, you've got to take us with you when you fight the bastard. And maybe I can show you it wasn't Itachi who was responsible for that massacre. Sasuke just stared at his teammates who smiled right back. He had never had friends before, no one to depend on, but now. You don't have to bottle up your feelings around us, Naruto reassured, still smiling. He smirked. Just don't come out though. I don't want you to express your feelings like that. Screw off, Sasuke scoffed, though he smirked as he said it. Not an arrogant smirk, but a friendly one. He arched an eyebrow at Sakura, who was giggling. What's so funny? I'm starting to believe Naruto. Sakura laughed. Are you gay, Sasuke-kun? I agreed to come here with you, didn't I? Sasuke smirked, causing the girl to laugh and blush. Actually, I dragged you here against your will, but Naruto chuckled. He glanced at Sakura a bit. Say, Sasuke, do you think Sakura would look good with short hair? Sasuke-kun likes long hair though, Sakura replied, remembering what Ino and the others claimed they overheard once. Right, Sasuke-kun? Sasuke turned his head towards his female teammate. She was pretty, he would admit to that, and while she looked fine with long hair, when he imagined her with shorter hair. Actually, I think you would look good with short hair, Sasuke said, shocking the girl. He turned away, a little pink in the face. It's just my opinion though, no need to go spreading it around. Naruto smiled at his friend's exchange. This was better than he could have hoped for. Sakura blushed and started to play with her pink locks while Sasuke waited patiently for his meal to be served. Maybe I really can change things this time. Order up, Itachi announced, placing 3 bowls in front of the team. That took longer than usual, old man. Naruto smiled at one of the only adults who liked him in the past. What gives? I had to give you a chance to talk to your new teammates before I served your food. The minute I brought the ramen out, you just ignore them in favor of eating. Itachi smiled. Enjoy. Naruto smiled and dug into his meal. This was a good start. This was proof he could change things if he wanted, even if he didn't share his memories with everyone. Through his experiences he had learned, and he'd protect his friends this time around. Still, he couldn't do this alone, and he already had a few people he planned to share his memories with. He just prayed it would all work out in his favor. XXX, I'm home. Naruto stepped into his apartment, expecting Yuzura to greet him when he entered. He glanced around the room to find it empty. The demon container shrugged. Maybe she had gone out for a walk. Welcome home, Naruto-sama. Holy shit. Naruto jumped, spinning around to see his servant standing behind him with a startled expression on her face. Is something wrong, Naruto-sama? Yuzura asked, quickly glancing around the area. What has you so startled? You, sneaking up behind me. Naruto smiled, sighing as he calmed down. He stepped aside, letting the fox girl enter the house. "How was your day?" Yuzura asked curiously. "Better than expected." Naruto smiled. He had left his teammates when it started to get dark. They had talked about future missions, tomorrow's test, about the other teams, and got to know each other better. Naruto was glad that Sakura and Sasuke got along so well together and with him. Things were almost like how they used to be before Orochimaru had corrupted his best friend and made him lust after power. They had smiled and laughed, and he had even gotten a few chuckles out of Sasuke. When they had all left to go home, he could say with confidence that they were his friends again. "You are smiling, Naruto-sama." "Yeah." Naruto grinned. "Just being back here and seeing all of them again, I still can't get over it. It must be nice to see the people you've lost." Yuzura smiled. Her smile turned wistful. "I am grateful for new life, but I do miss my old friends." Yuzura. Pay me no mind." Yuzura waved him off. Just talking to myself." Naruto looked at her. Come to think of it, he never inquired about her old life before. What kind of life did Yuzura have before dying? What were her other masters like if she had any? Just as he was about to ask these questions, Yuzura pulled out a carrier scroll. "What's that?" Naruto asked. "Something I have retrieved for you." Yuzura replied, opening the scroll. She made a hand sign and a larger scroll appeared in front of her. She held the surprisingly large scroll out to him. "This is for you. It's pretty big," Naruto observed, taking the scroll from her. He'd have to carry it on his back if he wanted to use it. But something about the scroll bothered him. It actually looked kind of familiar. It became clear when he noticed the symbol for forbidden labeled on the front of it. "Yuzura, is this the forbidden art scroll?" Naruto asked frantically, hoping he was wrong. "Yes, I thought it would be useful to you so I picked it up," Yuzura stated. "Return it right now," Naruto ordered, thrusting it back into her hands. "Are you displeased? Did I do something wrong?" Yuzura asked, tilting her head to the side. "You can't just steal the forbidden art scroll. A and BU will be all over the village looking for it." Naruto explained frantically. "The general public isn't very fond of me during this time in my life. I've already stolen it before. I'll be on the top list of suspects." "Naruto-sama, this isn't the real forbidden art scroll you stole back from Mizuki," Yuzura said reassuringly, making the boy stop in his rant. "This is a copy I made." "How did you make a copy?" Naruto asked suspiciously. "I snuck into the Hokage's office and copied the original one," Yuzura answered proudly. "How the hell did you sneak into the Hokage's office without getting caught?" Naruto demanded. "You underestimate my stealth, Naruto-sama." Yuzura smiled. "I asked some local foxes about the village layout, and I was able to navigate and sneak into the Hokage building." "You asked local foxes?" Naruto asked dumbly. "Inari Kitsune can communicate with other foxes," Yuzura stated. "I can also get them to run errands and ask for information. Animals see and hear things most humans do not. That's pretty useful," Naruto said, marveling at the idea of being able to communicate with animals. "As long as nobody finds out there is a copy, you needn't worry." Yuzura smiled. She handed the scroll back to Naruto. "Thank you," Naruto said, looking down at the scroll. This was a copy of the same scroll he had learned the Kage Bunshin technique from. The scroll had been created by the first Hokage, with other Kages after him adding their own forbidden arts. Naruto opened the scroll and skimmed through it. He glanced at the dead demon-consuming seal for a moment, then moved on to the other techniques. "My father was a seal master," Naruto said, talking more to himself than to Yuzura. "I wonder if I have his talent for performing seals. Minato-sama once said that his son had more potential and strength than he had." Yuzura smiled. "I'm sure Naruto-sama can perform some seals if he tried." "The thought is nice," Naruto said. "But I don't know the first thing about sealing techniques. It's not exactly my forte. You never know until you try." "We'll see," Naruto sighed. He paused in his reading and looked up at Yuzura. An idea was slowly starting to form in his head. Naruto suddenly wondered if he'd be able to successfully pass the bell test in his old body. He was sure that he'd become accustomed to fighting in his old body fairly quickly, but that wasn't the issue. His child body felt different than his older body, that's for sure, but if his memories had stayed, then what about his fighting abilities? "Say, Yuzura, do you think you could hold your own in a fight against me?" The Inari Kitsune blinked at her master's unexpected question. The only reason he would ask such a thing was if he was contemplating whether or not to fight with her. But for what possible reason would he want to fight her? Yuzura gave it a little bit of thought until her master's intentions dawned on her. "I doubt I could defeat you in an actual fight, but I am confident in my fighting abilities." Yuzura smiled, tapping the kodachi she carried at all times. "You want to test your abilities?" "Yes. I want to test my limits, and get used to fighting in this kid body again," Naruto clarified. He smiled. "I didn't expect to go through puberty twice, you know. It was something you never anticipated, I'm sure." Yuzura giggled at her master's joke. "I want to know what I can do," Naruto said, clenching his fists in front of him. "I'm wondering just how many of the techniques I learned in my past life are available to me now." "I understand." Yuzura nodded. "Where shall we go to do this?" "There's a clearing in the forest where I used to train before joining Team 7. Naruto answered. "Let's hurry it up. I want to go to bed early so I won't be tired tomorrow." XXX. Naruto looked over the training ground. It looked the same. Trees surrounded the clearing in which he and his servant now stood. He turned towards Yuzura. The fox girl slowly drew her kodachi from its sheath. You're going to use that on me? Naruto asked, remembering that Sasuke's sword had impaled him in his old life. Seeing a sword being used against him again made him feel uneasy. It is what I use to fight, Yuzura replied, smiling at him reassuringly. I wouldn't think of hurting Naruto-sama in any way. This is for my own defense, not offense. I can even make things safer. The Jinchuriki watched as she pulled out her carrier scroll and summoned something that looked like a wooden sheath. Yuzura slowly covered the blade part with the wooden sheath. This way, she wouldn't be able to cut Naruto. The most I can do now is break bones, Yuzura assured. Not the most reassuring words, but it's better than getting cut. Naruto smirked. He reached in his back pouch. Get ready. I already have, Yuzura retorted, taking a stance and pointing her covered blade at her master. Naruto hurled 3 shuriken towards the fox girl. She was quick to dodge, and her speed surprised him. Naruto crouched and propelled himself forward, rushing towards his opponent while making a familiar hand sign. Tage Bunshin no Jutsu. 2 clones poofed into existence, both of them off on his opposite sides. Naruto grabbed both their arms and threw them forward, sending chakra to his arms to add strength and velocity to his throw. Yuzura reacted quickly to the 2 clones coming her way. She immediately sidestepped and swung her sword down as one of the clones passed by her, slamming her blade into the clone's back. The clone grunted and dispelled immediately as the blade hit him. The other clone came straight for her with a kunai in his hands. Yuzura ducked when he took a swing at her. Yuzura's leg shot up, hitting the clone right under the chin. The clone grunted and was thrown off balance, giving Yuzura enough time to jump up and plunge the hilt of her short sword into the clone's forehead. He disappeared in a puff of smoke. While she had been focused on her 2 attackers, she hadn't forgotten about the original. Yuzura raised her sword, blocking Naruto's fist with the wooden sheath. Naruto pulled back and unleashed a flurry of punches towards the girl, all of which she dodged with surprising agility and ease. Her ears twitched when her heightened fox senses felt something in the earth below her. Just as a Naruto clone burst out of the ground with a fist aimed directly at her face, Yuzura performed a quick backflip, catching the clone in the jaw as she flipped backwards. After hearing the clone dispel, she did a couple more backflips until she was a few meters distance away from Naruto. Well, my chakra reserves are fine and my speed is okay, but not as fast as I used to be, Naruto muttered. He smirked. Maybe his speed didn't go down, but he was just slow in comparison to his servant. Yuzura's technique and speed surprised him. Her movements were graceful and she used that sword expertly. You're a great fighter, Yuzura, Naruto complimented, smiling at the girl. I am honored to hear you say that, Naruto-sama. Yuzura beamed, bowing to his comment. Now, let's hope you're quick enough to dodge this attack, Naruto declared, performing his signature jutsu to summon 1 shadow clone. Time to see what I can still do. Naruto held out his hand to the clone, exerting his chakra. The clone started waving his hands around the original's hand like a shell, shaping and molding the chakra that was being released. Naruto rotated and stabilized the chakra as the clone shaped it and kept it in place. The clone dispelled when a ball of spinning chakra was left in Naruto's hand. Rasengan, Naruto shouted, holding the ball above his head in triumph. He had first accomplished this feat when he was a kid, so it was no surprise that he couldn't pull it off. Still, if he could use the Rasengan, it meant a lot of his old jutsu was still available to him. Naruto would have to try the more advanced techniques now. Applying chakra to his feet, Naruto dashed forward, accelerating towards Yuzura with his hand outstretched, the Rasengan aimed towards her. Yuzura jumped out of the way just as Naruto slammed the ball down on the ground before her. The ground exploded beneath him. Naruto smiled as the Rasengan's display of power filled him with pride and remembrance. Knowing that one of his best jutsu was still available to him gave him lots of hope. Impressive technique, Naruto-sama, Yuzura commented, brushing the dust off her kimono. So this is the technique your father Minato-sama had created. It wasn't completed by him, but I'm glad he left such a great technique behind for me to learn. Naruto grinned. He immediately summoned 2 more clones. But I've developed my own techniques for my father's jutsu. Let me show you. Naruto held his hand out again. The 2 clones immediately began shelling the Rasengan as it began to take form again. Although he could create a regular Rasengan with just 1 clone, he needed 2 clones to improve it. Still, he had developed this technique when he was older. Would his younger self be able to handle the force of the Rasengan when it was enhanced with his wind-natured chakra? You never know until you try, Naruto declared determinedly, echoing Yuzura's words from before. The 2 clones disappeared after the ball was formed. Naruto pumped chakra into his legs and propelled himself towards Yuzura a second time. The fox girl jumped backwards as he brought his hand down. The ball exploded with more power than before, surprising Yuzura with the increased force. Were it not for her quick reflexes and agile movements, she would have lost her balance and taken the aftermath of explosion. The earth rose and cracked beneath the demon container. A huge crater was left to serve as evidence to how much force and power the Rasengan had when it had wind chakra inside it. Naruto was left in the center of the crater. He slowly pulled his hand out of the earth. He stared at his palm, which was now shaking. His entire arm was felt numb, but he felt tiny pangs and stings on certain parts of his arm. The blonde sighed. Looks like I can't use that Rasengan as successfully as I thought. Naruto grumbled. He could probably do about 2 more until his arm broke. A child's body did have its limitations. Naruto's eyes narrowed. He had to see if the Rasen Shuriken was available at least. Naruto jumped out of the crater. Yuzura stood on the opposite side of the field, her kodachi pointed at him in a declaration of challenge. The demon container smirked and summoned another pair of shadow clones. He held out his hand as one clone mixed in his wind-natured chakra while the other shaped it. Slowly but surely, the Rasengan started to take on the shape of a giant shuriken. Naruto winced as the Rasengan's spinning blades got bigger. This technique was a double-edged sword since it hurt him whenever he used it. Yuzura watched in awe at Naruto's performance, amazed he was able to use the Rasengan in such a way. The two clones disappeared. Naruto held the spinning Rasengan high above his head. He would have to do it quick. He could already feel his energy start to fade. He brought his arm back as he prepared to throw it. Wind release, Rasen Shuriken. Naruto shouted, bringing the Rasengan forward. Naruto's eyes widened as he felt a sharp pain in his arm. He cried out and faltered in mid-throw, causing the Rasengan to hit the ground in front of him. The ground was sliced and then exploded when the Rasengan hit the earth. Naruto was blown backwards into a tree by the sheer force from the aftershock of the attack. Yuzura gasped when she saw her master hit the tree and sink to its base. Naruto-sama, Yuzura cried, rushing over to the fallen teen. Damn it, it's my arm. Naruto cursed, holding his right arm with had a deep cut in the upper forearm. Poured out of the wound, causing his arm to throb in pain. Let me see, Yuzura said, gingerly taking his arm and bringing it towards her. A green glow emitted from her hand as she placed it over his wound. You know healing jutsu? Naruto asked, watching as the stopped flowing out of his wound. A little. It should numb the area around the wound and keep it from bleeding, but I can't close it up. Yuzura replied. I'll stitch you up properly when we get back to your apartment. Naruto watched dumbly as Yuzura tore off a part of her kimono and wrapped it around his wound. Yuzura, this should keep the wound from bleeding again at least until we get back to your apartment, Yuzura said, smiling at him. You didn't have to do that, Naruto said, blushing at her touching action. Of course I did. As your servant, it is my duty to make sure my master is taken care of. I'll always be here to heal your wounds. Yuzura smiled. Why don't we head back? Sounds good. Naruto grinned, looking up at the night sky. Yuzura removed the wooden guard on her kodachi and resealed it inside her carrier scroll before returning her weapon to its scabbard. As Naruto got up, his legs suddenly lost their energy, causing him to fall forward. Whoa, Naruto-sama. Naruto felt his face hit something soft. He was surprised at the softness of whatever it was he hit, and even more so when he didn't want to leave its presence. It was nice and warm and he felt himself get a bit excited. The boy sighed contently, momentarily forgetting himself and enjoying this feeling. After a few seconds of bliss, Naruto's eyes widened when he realized where his head was nestled. Are you enjoying yourself, Naruto-sama? Naruto tried to spring away from her but her hands behind his head kept him in place. The boy blushed. His head was nestled in between Yuzura's chest. While her ass weren't big, she was certainly more developed than most girls that would be considered in her age group, appearance-wise. It was fair to say that she was at least a C-cup. Sorry about this, Yuzura. I don't mind. The fox girl smiled. Naruto groaned. This was to be expected. The Rasen Shuriken technique required a lot of chakra, and even if he used it once it still had the capability of draining all his energy. It certainly didn't help that he had fired off 2 Rasengan prior to using the technique. Let's get back to my apartment. Naruto sighed. I don't suppose you wouldn't mind helping me get there without falling down. It would be my pleasure, Naruto-sama. Thanks. Could you let go of my head now? Naruto asked, sweat dropping as Yuzura released him. He placed his uninjured arm around her shoulders. Slowly, the two made their way back to his apartment. Yo, oh. Naruto bit his lip as Yuzura stitched his wound. The girl giggled at his distressed state. She didn't know that her master was uncomfortable around needles. I'm almost done. Yuzura giggled as she was finishing her last few stitches. Good. I hate stitches. Naruto grumbled. Yuzura giggled again, making Naruto glare at her. What's so funny to you? It's just Naruto-sama can act like such a child at times. Yuzura laughed lightly as she finished with his stitches. Hey, in case you haven't noticed, I am a kid, or a kid again, anyway, Naruto said, giving Yuzura a mock glare. Naruto glanced at the closed wound. Thanks, I'm happy I could help. Yuzura smiled. Leaning forward a bit, she flicked Naruto's forehead. What was that for? Naruto asked, giving her a playful look. What were you thinking when you used a technique like that? Yuzura chided playfully, her fox ears twitching a bit. It's stupid to use a technique that you know could hurt you. It's a miracle that your chakra circulatory system wasn't damaged at all. Yes, I'm so lucky. Let's all laugh at the guy who's afraid of needles and stitches and used a technique that could cut off his arm. Naruto smirked, making Yuzura break out into another fit of giggles. It was to see how many of my old techniques were still available to me. A child's body is more limited than a young adult's, you know. I suppose you won't be using the technique again then, will you? Unfortunately, no. Naruto sighed. I can probably use other Rasengan techniques, but I can't use my wind chakra without getting hurt. I can probably use the regular Rasengan with wind chakra once or twice, but using the Rasen Shuriken is out of the question. Not only would it drain all my energy, but I'd probably break or sever my arm doing so. I got lucky. Don't make a mistake so early on. They'll greatly influence what happens in the future. The Inari Kitsune warned him, fixing her master with a serious gaze. I know. Naruto nodded, knowing that she wasn't just referring to his arm. If this was how using the Rasen Shuriken affected his body as a kid, he wouldn't be able to use it for a few years. Not only that, but using Senjutsu and going into Sage mode was also out of the question. Since he was back to being a kid and hadn't gone through Sage training yet, Naruto knew he couldn't balance his physical and spiritual energy with natural energy. Even if he could, he would still need the special toad oil found only at Mount Mayaboku that allowed natural energy to enter his body. He hadn't even made a summoning contract with the toads yet. Plus, he doubted he could achieve Sage mode as a kid anyway. If he could, he'd be able to fire off Rasen Shurikens like no tomorrow without any fear of getting hurt. Putting techniques that were currently unavailable to him aside, Naruto thought about the people he could trust with his memories. He had many prospects before, but he had narrowed down the candidates since Yuzura warned him about who he shared his memories with. He could count the number of candidates with one hand now. Speaking of which, he had already met with one of them. "Yuzura, I may need your help tomorrow," Naruto said solemnly, looking into her violet eyes. Do you want to share your memories with someone?" the girl asked, her fox ears twitching and ready to listen to his words. "Yes, I've thought long and hard about who can really help us," Naruto replied. "I've decided who I want to share my memories with." The people he had in mind numbered no more than 5. Yuzura could see why he picked the people he did, but some of them could prove to be a little bit of a gamble. "I see. You're absolutely sure. I can't erase their memories if you change your mind," Yuzura warned. "I know. I'm confident in the people I've chosen. They're people who I know I can trust with my life and help me change things. They trusted me in my past life, so why should now be any different?" Naruto reasoned. The boy sighed and climbed into bed. Yuzura took the futon again. Naruto turned out the lamp. "Will you be requiring a breakfast tomorrow, Naruto-sama?" "I'd like that, if you wouldn't mind making me one." Naruto smiled through the darkness. There was no way in hell he was skipping out on another delicious home-cooked meal for some test. There was no reason to starve himself since he already knew what the test was. "Of course not," came Yuzura's cheerful reply. "Thanks. By the way, yes, you're a really good sparring partner." Naruto grinned. "Would you mind fighting me again sometime?" "If that is what Naruto-sama wishes, I'd be happy to." Yuzura smiled. "Maybe I could teach you how to use a sword as well." Maybe you could." Naruto chuckled as he closed his eyes. That was actually a pretty appealing prospect when he thought about it. "Good night, Yuzura. Sweet dreams, Naruto-sama." Naruto smiled. While he was looking forward to some much-needed rest, there was one more thing he had to do before going to bed. "There's one more person I have to talk to." He opened his eyes. Naruto smiled as he looked around the dark, metal hallway with pipes above. Ankle-deep in water, he stared up at the giant cage in front of him. "Hey Furball, you awake?" Naruto called out. 2 giant red eyes looked at him through the cage. The eyes that belonged to the 9-tailed demon fox, the Kyuubi no Yauko. So, do you remember anything?" Naruto asked, raising an eyebrow. A rumbling chuckle came from the demon sealed inside the cage. "You really FC'd up, didn't you, Kit?" Naruto smirked. He chuckled lightly to himself. "I suppose we did." Naruto looked up at the demon fox, catching his annoyed tone. The fox was glaring down at his host. His good humor had vanished. Naruto grimaced. His optimistic attitude had been crushed by the demon in less than 2 seconds. "I had nothing to do with that little plan of yours. The plan that worked so well, might I add." The Kyuubi growled, chuckling a bit near the end. The Jinchuriki held his ground, glaring back at the demon inside him. And here he thought that after having his soul eaten by the 10-tailed beast and having his body become nothing more than a mere puppet for Madara to use would have made the fox a little bit more cooperative. The demon's tone and attitude had Naruto more than a little irked. Not to mention his little jab had hurt him more than he'd admit. "We have to work together," Naruto said, putting a leash on his anger towards the fox and tried to make peace instead. "Do we now?" "I need your help," Naruto said solemnly. "You need my help? There's a surprise." The Kyuubi laughed sarcastically. "When haven't you needed my help? You know what's coming. You know what will happen if we don't do anything," Naruto said, clenching his teeth as he tried to contain his anger. "Please, for both our sakes, we need to work together this time. How about I see you grovel a bit then?" Kyuubi purred, his laughter echoing in Naruto's ears. "Go unmortal. Get on your knees and beg me to help you." "Cut the crap," Naruto screamed, letting his anger loose and slamming his fists against the bars of the Kyuubi cell. He ignored the demon's threatening growl and glared up at the demon, not even bothering to hide his furious expression. "We both died last time. You need me just as much as I need you. Don't flatter yourself." The Kyuubi scoffed. "I have never needed you. Were it not for this seal and my forced imprisonment, there would have been a lot less trouble for the both of us. In some ways I envy Sanbai for the few years he went without a host, even if all he did was sleep under a rock at the bottom of the ocean. That's actually another thing I wanted to talk to you about," Naruto said, his mentioning of the 3-tailed demon beast reminding him another point he had to bring up. "I know what you're thinking," the Kyuubi said, chuckling to himself. "You want to get in touch with the other demon containers, don't you? I know some of them are still out there," Naruto said, thinking of the containers he had met in his old life. "Gaara, Utakata, and there's bound to be more still alive. Individually we couldn't stop the Akatsuki, but together we might be able to. If all the demon containers and their bijus fought together, then we'd definitely have enough strength to fight the Akatsuki. If I got to them before they did, then maybe." You're delusional, Kit. The Kyuubi interrupted, cutting the boy off. Like your other plan, you have put no thought into this new one. How will you locate or contact the other demon containers? The Ikubai container is the only one you knew on a personal level, and you won't meet the Hachibai or Rokubai containers for another few years. You do not know the location of the other containers. Even if you had some way to contact them, would they believe your story of their future deaths? If I give them my memories, they would, Naruto said, desperately trying to get the Kyuubi to sympathize with him. The others will help me. No one will have to die this time around. Okay, let's say they help you. But if the Akatsuki defeated them in the past, what's stopping them from defeating and capturing again? Kyuubi asked, smirking down at his host. They couldn't hold their own against the Akatsuki before. Hell, what makes you think that you can defeat Madara if he killed you last time? It will be different, Naruto seethed. And I say again, if the containers are all together, we stand a better chance of surviving. The Akatsuki only got them last time because the others were alone. You're fighting for a lost cause. The Kyuubi chuckled. Naruto glared at the demon. No matter what you do, things will be the same. You will die, just like before. Your friends will die, just like before. You didn't have the strength then, so what makes you think that you have the power to change things now? Just because you know about the possible future doesn't mean you can change it. I refuse to believe that. Naruto as he shook his head and glared back at the demon. I'm not just going to sit around and do nothing about it. I've already made changes, small ones, but those differences are proof that things can be changed. You can't change the future. You're just a weak, inferior moral soul incapable of protecting those around you. The Kyuubi snickered. Why, you, Naruto seethed, that remark reminding him again of his failure. And also, don't group me together with you. The only relationship we have is that we both share the same body. However, we can rectify that. What? You know how to break the seal, don't you? You remember how to release me. The Kyuubi gave the blonde a twisted smile. No harm will come to you if you release me. Your body will be yours and I will regain my old one. It would be best for both of us. You learned the technique in your old life. I'll even do you a favor if you do. Oh? And what could you possibly do for me? Naruto glowered. Release me, then I'll find Madara and take him out for you. The Kyuubi purred. Just think all your problems will automatically disappear when I kill that insect. What do you say? Naruto just stared at the demon. The Kyuubi smirked, thinking he had won the human over. The fox's smugness disappeared when he noticed the corners of his host's mouth twitch. You're joking. Naruto smirked at the fox. To the demon's surprise and anger, the boy started to laugh. What's so funny? The beast asked with a dangerous edge to his tone. Look at you, acting all high and mighty. Your arrogance is sickening. Naruto laughed. Your FC King joke. What was that? It's just funny. You go and tell me I can't change things, but then you turn around and say you'll kill Madara for me, like it's some common chore. Naruto said, glaring up at the demon with a smirk on his lips. I just remembered that plan of mine. You were included in it, weren't you? B and I had released you in Hachibai. We were going to fight Madara together. We thought that two-tailed beasts would be able to take him on easy. You had always wanted to return to the real world and get revenge on the one who had used you, but the minute you got out, you ran. You ran the minute you saw Madara. Impudent brat. Demons do not run. Kyuubi snarled. Oh, but you did. You came back, but only after B had been killed and the Hachibai's soul had been absorbed. Naruto said, shaking his head. What was it? Didn't want to fight together with a fellow demon. Wanted to get back at my dad for sealing you inside me by abandoning us during the battle. Did you just hate the thought of taking orders from a lowly human? Or are you afraid of Madara taking over your mind and using you as his tool again? Tell me, which was it? You, how dare you talk to me like this? Kyuubi roared. The bars on the cage shook, but Naruto couldn't have cared less. He couldn't break through the seal. It was the demon's turn to be on the receiving end. I would have crushed that bug. And I do not take orders from inferior humans. You are so full of shit. Naruto spat venomously, ignoring the demon's roars. You abandoned us, then came back and got your mind raped for a second time. Hachibai was able to resist the Sharingan's control, but you didn't last more than 5 seconds. You literally just handed your soul over to him. Naruto stared deep into the harsh red eyes of the demon that was inside of him. For the first time in his life, he wasn't afraid to look into those white red orbs. You sounded pretty casual when you said you'd kill Madara for me. Naruto said. Tell me though, what's to stop him from taking over your mind and using you as a tool just like before? I would kill him before he got the chance. Sure you would, Naruto said, his voice dripping with sarcasm. You go and tell me I can't change things. You tell me that I'm weak. So then if you're so confident things will be the same for me, what makes you think things will be different for you? You insolent little. I'll use your own words. What makes you think you have the strength to change things now when you couldn't back then? Naruto smirked. Face it, this cage is where you're safest. If I let you out, what's to stop Madara from making you his puppet again? Brat, the Kyuubi hissed. Naruto sighed. He suddenly felt his anger and disgust disappear. He hadn't talked about his past life that much, and bringing up and remembering so many memories was actually making him tired. Naruto shook his head and looked up at the demon tiredly. He just remembered he had wanted the demon to help him. Kyuubi, you need to throw away that arrogance and pride and face facts. We need to help each other out if we want to increase our chances of survival this time around. Despite what I say, I'm willing to work together. And right now, I think it's your only option. Naruto said, turning away from his demon. I'm not letting you go this time. Until you decide to help me out, you're staying inside that cage and with me. Don't turn your back on me, human. The Kyuubi roared again. You're trying to order me around. You're powerless without me, and now you deny me my freedom. I promise, the moment I get out of this cage and kill Madara, I'll be coming for you. You won't be getting out anytime soon, Naruto said, listening to the demon smash his claws against the cage in a vain attempt to get at his host. He knew as long as the seal was there, the Kyuubi had no way of hurting him. If I die, you'll die with me. If you want to survive, you're going to have fight together with me whether you like it or not. Naruto sighed. He had really hoped that the demon would help him. He had hoped that their knowledge of the past would help him forge a bond with the fox. He had been wrong. Naruto knew that he would need the demon's power to fight against Madara, but there was no way he would get any help now. Naruto turned back towards the raging demon fox. The demon roared furiously at him. Human, you'll all fail. Everyone close to you will die, just like before. You are weak. You can't do anything. And when you come crawling back to me, begging for my help, I'll just laugh. You will die. If that's what you want to believe, then go ahead. Naruto murmured. But just remember, we'll either fight together or die together. In the end, it's your choice. Naruto closed his eyes, the Kyuubi's furious roar echoing in his ears. When he reopened his eyes, he found himself staring up at the ceiling of his apartment. The sound of Yuzura's soft breathing replaced the sound of the Kyuubi's angry cries. Naruto closed his eyes again. You won't be the one threatening me this time, Kyuubi. I'll patiently wait for the day we can truly understand each other and fight together. Until that day comes, you'll have to be my prisoner. I can't let Madara get to you this time. Right now, the safest place for you is the cage within me. I hope you change your ways before the day comes for when we fight Madara again. If you don't, then it's very possible both of us will lose our lives for a second time. With those final thoughts, Naruto fell asleep. XXX. It was 10 minutes until 7 when Naruto finally arrived at training ground number 1. Sakura and Sasuke had arrived at 5 o'clock sharp, and both looked tired and hungry. Naruto chuckled when he heard growls coming from their stomachs. If only they could have had those extra hours of sleep and a little bit of the delicious breakfast he had gotten. It wasn't their fault. His teammates hadn't yet become aware of Kakashi's tendency to arrive late to pretty much anything. The Jinchuriki sighed as he thought about the previous night and about his chat with the Kyuubi. The demon probably hated him even more than he did before. Even though he wanted to find some way to get the demon on his side, there was no way he'd be able to do that anytime soon. The fox did bring up another pressing issue though. Other than Gaara, who would show up during the Chunin exams, he had no way to contact or locate the other demon containers. He hadn't even met all of them. Utakata and the Sanbai were somewhere in Kirigakure, and he knew getting a hold of B was next to impossible when he was in Kumigakure. Naruto also remembered that B had once mentioned offhand that the two-tailed demon container had also been in Kumo with him. The 2, 4, 5, and 7-tailed demon containers were the ones he had never actually met face to face. How was he supposed to find them? Naruto shook his head and grinned at his friends. Thinking about it wouldn't change anything. He would have plenty of time to think how to get a hold of the other containers later. Right now, he had to focus on his friends and the bell test that was soon to come. Naruto, where have you been? Sakura demanded, noticing the boy as he made his way towards them. Sorry, I woke up late. Naruto smiled. But it's nice to know you were eagerly waiting for me here. Idiot. It's only because we'd fail if you didn't show up. Sakura waved him off, even if her cheeks were a bit pink. Naruto raised his eyebrows when he noticed something about her appearance had changed, and he was mildly surprised that he hadn't noticed and pointed it out earlier. You cut your hair, Naruto stated, noticing her hairstyle was back to the way he remembered. Why yeah, we did talk about it yesterday, and I was kinda curious about how I'd look if my hair was shorter, so Sakura trailed off, playing with her shortened locks. Maybe I cut it too short. Nope, it looks great. Really suits you. Naruto grinned, making Sakura blush. Well, thanks. Sakura smiled, happy at receiving a compliment. She cast a side glance over at Sasuke, who was leaning against one of the 3 posts in the center of the field trying to look cool. I wonder if Sasuke-kun likes it. I don't know, let's ask him. Naruto said. Yo, Sasuke team, did you notice Sakura's new hairstyle? Huh. The boy looked up at them in a daze, still a bit groggy from his lack of sleep. He blinked a few times then shrugged. Yeah, it suits her. This was the first compliment the Uchiha had ever given to a girl. This causal, blunt answer was enough to make Sakura sigh, swoon, and fall completely in love with her new hairstyle. Naruto smiled, glad his teammates were getting along and that Sasuke was showing some emotion. He stepped over to where the boy was. You look like shit. Naruto snickered. Sasuke glared at him. Shut up. I got up way too early and had nothing to eat. Sue. The boy bit back, not in any mood to deal with his teammate's snarky attitude. His hunger was also putting him in a much fouler mood than usual. What took you? Sensei said 5 o'clock and it's almost 7. Yeah, well, I had to eat breakfast first. Naruto shrugged. You ate breakfast. But Sensei told us not to. Sakura pointed out, joining the conversation. Naruto gave another shrug. I thought he was joking. His 2 teammates stared at him with blank looks on their faces. What? I'm not skipping out on breakfast just because he told me to. Sensei seemed like a pretty laid-back guy, so I figured he wouldn't mind. Naruto said defensively. They would have made the same choice if they had the chance to taste his foxy companion's food. Besides, it's not me you should shout at for being late. Do you see our sensei anywhere? Ugh, I know, Sakura huffed, crossing her arms angrily. He's been almost 2 hours late. He gave the impression that he was a bit careless, but this is ridiculous. Sasuke grumbled. Naruto chuckled. Poor bastards. Both of his teammates groaned when their stomachs rumbled again. Good thing he came prepared. You know, I have some instant ramen with me. Naruto grinned, taking out a carrier scroll. He immediately summoned 2 cups of the good stuff from the scroll. I always carry some with me when I get hungry. I can give them to you guys if you want. Ramen for breakfast. Sakura looked at him disbelievingly. Who had ramen for breakfast? Her expression turned longing when another growl came from her stomach. Sasuke was also looking at the cups with desire in his eyes. Sasuke can use a fire jutsu or something to cook them. So, want some? Naruto asked. His 2 teammates looked at each other, trying to decide whether to give in to their hunger or listen to their sensei's warning. Naruto rolled his eyes. You guys need energy if we're going to pass this test. Plus, you've been waiting for 2 hours. Who's to say we won't be waiting around for another 2? They couldn't resist. Sasuke performed a quick fire jutsu to heat up the ramen and their meals were finished in a few minutes. Both his teammates sighed in contentment and patted their stomachs, not quite full, but satisfied with the quick meal and energy it had given them. Thanks, Naruto. Sakura smiled. Sasuke nodded in thanks, but still looked a bit ticked off. Now if only our sensei would show up, Sasuke grumbled. As if on cue, Kakashi appeared in a puff of smoke. Team 7 glared at their sensei, who seemed to ignore them in favor of reading a small orange book he held in his hand. Where have you been, sensei? Sakura demanded, clearly expressing her irritation at his extreme lateness. Oh well, you see, Kakashi began. When I woke up this morning, I tried. Save it. Sakura sighed, already seeing through the man's bullshit. I don't know why I even bothered asking. Kakashi's eye crinkled as he smiled beneath his mask. Well, you all seem to have more energy than I expected. Just eager to start the test, sensei. Naruto beamed at him. You don't say. Kakashi mused, raising an eyebrow at the blonde. What is the test exactly? Sasuke asked. Well, Kakashi began. You'll all be trying to get these bells from me. The copy nin pointed to 2 small, silver bells attached to his belt. He also pulled out a small alarm clock. All of you have until this clock hits noon to get the bells from me. If you each manage to grab one, then you pass the test. But sensei, there are only 2 bells. Sakura pointed out. Then I guess only 2 of you can pass, while the other Kakashi paused. Has their lunch confiscated and has to go hungry. He expected more of a reaction from people who had no breakfast and had woken up so early, but all his students seemed to take the threat in stride. Kakashi was surprised by their lack of interest and worry. So we have to try and grab a bell for ourselves then, that's it? Sasuke asked. In a nutshell, Kakashi nodded, though Sasuke felt that there was more to the test than he mentioned. But failure rate is pretty high. Naruto smirked. This time he wouldn't end up being tied to the post. But if he was going to trick his sensei and get his teammates to work together to pass, he'd have to put on a bit of a show. Everybody, the test begins when I say go, Kakashi said, watching his students tense and prepare themselves. Ready, set. Mimicking his action in the past, Naruto immediately launched a kick at Kakashi's face. The Jonin quickly blocked his attack, twisted his arm behind his back and held the boy in place. Sasuke and Sakura just stared in awe at the display. I didn't say go yet, Kakashi said simply, letting go of the exuberant youth. Naruto flashed him a quick grin and stepped back in place between his friends. While Sakura whispered in awe, he's fast, I didn't even see him move. Sasuke muttered under his breath. That hasty attitude could cost you your life one day, Naruto. Kakashi scolded him. The boy just stared back at him. The Jonin smiled under his mask. But it's good to know that you won't be holding back on me. The test will begin and go. Just as Sasuke was about to go hide in the trees and Sakura was about to jump into the bushes, Naruto quickly grabbed their wrists and ran into the forest with his teammates in tow. Kakashi watched them run away with an eyebrow raised in mild wonder and curiosity. Now I wonder what that was about, Kakashi wondered. He shrugged and pulled out his favorite orange book. Meanwhile in the forest, Sasuke and Sakura had finally gotten Naruto to let go of them and proceeded to berate him for dragging them away from the battleground. Dobe, what the hell was that for? Sasuke demanded. We need to get those bells. I realize that, but you guys were going to split up so I had to keep us together somehow. Naruto argued, glaring at the Uchiha. Both his teammates gave him questioning looks. We'll never get those bells going at him individually. He's too fast. We have to act like a team would and start working together. Wait, you mean that kick earlier was just to see how fast he was? Sakura asked, mildly impressed by the blonde's tactics. Yep, Naruto smiled. Though this time it was more to show his teammates how fast their sensei was and to give them a reason to work together. The first time around it had just been him being impatient. So was he actually lying when he said it was tactics? Well, we've established the fact that he's too fast to be caught easily, so did you already have a plan in mind? Sasuke asked, looking at Naruto expectantly. Haha, I didn't think that far ahead. Naruto smiled sheepishly. He turned towards Sakura. Which is why I was hoping you'd come up with a plan for us. Me? Sakura asked. Sakura, when it comes to academics and knowledge in the field, you probably know more than me and Sasuke combined. Naruto said seriously. It should be no problem for you to come up with some way to get the bells. I guess I could give it a shot, Sakura said uneasily. This would be her first real test, and a chance to impress Sasuke. That, and she couldn't disappoint Naruto when he was putting his faith in her. One other thing, Naruto added, catching both of his teammates' attention. This might help with your strategy. Naruto quickly performed his favorite hand seal and summoned a shadow clone. Sakura hit him over the head. Naruto sighed. He had almost thought he could spend his new life without having Sakura hit him. Guess that change was too much to hope for. You moron, how's a Bunshin clone going to help us? He'll see right through the illusion. Sakura berated him for his stupid thinking. It's not an illusion, Naruto pointed out, pinching his clone's cheek. This is a shadow clone, a solid copy of me. This is the technique I learned that made Iruka-sensei pass me. Impressive. Sasuke nodded his approval. It's certainly a useful technique. Yeah, this is perfect. Sakura smiled, a plan already forming in her head. Can the clones transform too? Yes, good. Then here's what we'll do. 20 minutes later, 7 Narutos rushed out of the bushes and surrounded Kakashi. The copy nin arched an eyebrow at the tactic. He couldn't see Sasuke or Sakura, but he had a feeling that they were out there somewhere. He put his smut book away for later. Maybe he'd take things a little more seriously. 6 of the Narutos came at him. Kakashi quickly blocked or dodged all of the attacks. He smirked to himself. Naruto had certainly learned a useful jutsu, but it would take more than a few extra clones to take the bells from him. They were fast, and didn't let up in their attacks, but the copy nin had more than enough speed to stop their attacks. Kakashi kept his eye on the bells and the last Naruto who was hanging out of the brawl. If he was thinking of tiring him out and grabbing the bells when he was fatigued, the boy had a long ways to go. The real Naruto standing outside of the fight smirked to himself. Sakura and Sasuke should be finalizing their plan right about now. Still, he had a little bit of time to kill before they had things ready. This was good. After all, there was one other plan Naruto had that his teammates didn't know about. A plan no one knew about yet. Now's the perfect time. You're pretty good, sensei, Naruto commented, summoning up 2 more clones to join the fray when Kakashi took out 2 of the fighting ones. You won't take the bells from me if your plan is to tire me out, Kakashi replied easily, striking one of the clones in the neck and dispelling it. That's not the plan. I'm just waiting for my friends to show up and give me hand. Naruto smiled. Until then, I felt like we could talk about a few things. Oh? Naruto nodded, his smile straightening out. He took a deep breath. This is it, no turning back. I was just thinking that the yondaime really taught you well, sensei. Kakashi faltered. He recovered just in time to block a kick from one of the clones. He shot a look at the real Naruto. What did you say? Must have been hard losing Abido, Rin, and then your sensei. Naruto replied, fixing Kakashi with a hard look. The yondaime star pupil, what an honor it must have been. The copy nin's eyes widened. He quickly swung his leg around, catching 3 Narutos in his sweep and dispelling them in an instant. He shot Naruto a look of shock and disbelief. How do you? It must have been nice having yondaime as your sensei. To have been taught by such a great man and to know him on a personal level must have been even better. As a student, you must have really respected him as a sensei. He sacrificed himself to seal the Kyuubi inside a baby boy, you know, Naruto continued, his expression turning cold. Tell me, why didn't his student watch over that boy when no one else would? Surely someone as close to the yondaime as you would have known that baby boy was his teacher's son. Kakashi heard the bells jingle as one of the clones touched them. He quickly brought his foot down on the copy's head, swinging his fist backwards to keep another from making a grab for the silver orbs. Naruto quickly summoned 5 more clones to join the others. The copy nin started to sweat, but not because he was getting tired. He kept his visible eye on the real Naruto, who was staring at him with an expressionless face. You'd think that a student who admired the yondaime as much as you would have done everything he could to make sure that his sacrifice wasn't wasted and that the boy was protected. Naruto went on, looking off to the distance. He paused for a few moments. He redirected his gaze back to Kakashi. I wonder, what was the yondaime's best pupil thinking when he saw it fit to abandon his sensei's only son? Kakashi grunted as he felt a clone's kick connect with his stomach. He quickly grabbed the clone's foot and swung it into another clone trying to jump on his back. Kakashi flipped backwards, grabbing 2 clones' heads and slamming their faces into the ground. All 4 immediately disappeared, only to have 4 more take their place. It seemed like the clones were getting harder to dodge and block. The copy nin shot another look at Naruto. How does he know these things? Kakashi thought frantically. Really, I wonder how much easier the boy's youth would have been if he only had someone who had looked after him. Naruto sighed, shaking his head. He arched an eyebrow at his sensei. Do you think things would have been different if the yondaime student had looked after the boy, sensei? The Jonin's eyes widened as a clone caught him in the jaw. The clones just seemed to be getting faster. Naruto's words swarmed and echoed in his mind. The boy was throwing him off his game. His words were distracting him and messing with his head. It's funny how the student never even thought to check up on the boy to see how he was doing. Not once was the little boy even aware that his father even had a student. Hell, for the longest time, the boy was completely unaware he even had a father. Naruto said. He stared at Kakashi questioningly. I wonder if the student had visited, if he would have told the boy about the wonderful things his father did when he was alive. Or would you have even told the boy who his father had been? Kakashi's eyes widened as a fist smashed into the back of his head. I wonder how many beatings the boy would have avoided if the student had been there to protect him. Would he have stopped the villagers from hurting him? A foot made contact with the copy nin's stomach again. I wonder how happy the boy would have been if someone had been there to shield him from all the harsh glares the village residents always gave him. A fist made contact with his face. Kakashi grunted and connected his fist with the clone's stomach. I wonder if the student hated the boy. Did he hold the child responsible for his sensei's death? Kakashi quickly lifted up his headband to reveal his sharing an eye. He narrowly dodged a clone's fist. Another fist struck his shoulder. I wonder if that student ever thought that the boy, his sensei's son, would become his student years into the future. Kakashi's barely managed to block a clone's kick. I wonder if the Yandame's son ever got a chance to ask the student these questions. A fist smashed into the side of Kakashi's face. I wonder, Sensei, I really do wonder. Kakashi's eyes narrowed as he unleashed a flurry of punches in all directions. All the clones disappeared in a puff of smoke. Kakashi was left in the center of the field, panting and sweating. He quickly covered up his Sharingan. He slowly raised his head to look at the boy who was staring back at him with a sad expression. And Naruto, Kakashi stammered. His mind was in a state of chaos. I am Minato and Kushina's son, Naruto Uzumaki. Though, you already know that, don't you, Sensei? I know you. Kakashi rubbed his temples. His brain was working and trying to find an explanation for how Naruto knew all these things. Unfortunately, he couldn't think of any reason that made sense. He had never even come into contact with the boy until yesterday. His eyes widened when he noticed 5 new clones and the real Naruto surround him. He looked up at his student, who now wore a smile on his face. Kakashi blinked in confusion. Naruto took a deep breath. Now, suddenly, 12 more Narutos jumped out of the forest and all rushed towards Kakashi. The copy ninja unleashed a barrage of kicks and punches in all directions as the clones jumped him. In the corner of his eye, he noticed Sasuke and Sakura come out of the brush wielding shuriken and kunai in their hands. Go, Sakura shouted. She and Sasuke hurled their projectiles towards him. Kakashi quickly smashed his elbow into the last clone's face, dispelling it immediately with the force of the blow. He immediately grabbed the real Naruto and sidestepped to avoid the oncoming projectiles. To his surprise, all the kunai and shuriken transformed and were replaced with a dozen Narutos that flew past him. The one closest to his side reached out as it flew by. In his frazzled state, Kakashi could only watch as the clone yanked the bells from his belt and sailed past him with a triumphant smirk. Kakashi let go of the real Naruto as all the clones except the one carrying the bells disappeared in a puff of smoke. The real Naruto and the clone quickly ran over to Sasuke and Sakura, all of them wearing expressions of mirth on their faces. The clone dropped the bells into Sakura's hands and disappeared. Team 7 grinned at each other, celebrating their victory. Kakashi's eye creased. Well, how about that? Sakura stared at the 2 bells in her hands for a moment. She quickly threw the bells to the ground and crossed her arms, her 2 teammates mimicking her action. We're a team. If one of us has to go hungry, then we all go hungry. Sakura smiled, her teammates nodding in agreement. Kakashi sighed. He put aside his troubling thoughts so he could give the verdict. He managed a small smile for his students. You all pass, Kakashi announced. Yes, Sakura cheered, jumping up and down in joy. My plan worked. It really worked. What are you talking about? Of course it worked. Naruto grinned, whooping excitedly. It was genius. It worked and we passed. That's all that matters, Sasuke said, smiling coolly. But it was a good plan. Yep. Congratulations, Kakashi said, walking over to his team. His eye crinkled again for another smile. At least you know how to work as a team. Welcome to the life of a ninja, kids. So what happens now, Sensei? Sakura asked curiously, her smile not leaving her face. We go on missions now, Kakashi answered, his eyes moving over to Naruto, who was grinning widely at his team. Some are jobs inside the village while others will take us outside the village. Many missions could turn out to be dangerous, but I'm sure it's nothing you 3 won't be able to handle. That's great and all, but instead of thinking about that, how about we all celebrate? Naruto suggested, smiling at his teammates. Let's go to Ikaraku's and have a celebratory ramen feast. Dobe, is there anything else you eat besides ramen? Sasuke asked, smirking at the boy. Not if I can help it. Naruto replied with a grin. Let's go, Sakura said, smiling happily. The girl left the training ground, skipping towards the exit. Sasuke followed close behind with Naruto tailing after them. He would have caught up with them quicker had someone not held him back. Naruto. The boy halted when he felt a hand on his shoulder. Naruto sighed, losing his smile as he turned around to face his sensei. He looked up at his teacher, who stared down at him with eyes full of questions. Naruto smiled softly at his sensei, whose expression was sad and desperate. Though he was usually calm and collected, Kakashi couldn't contain himself this time. He wanted to ask all the questions he had in one breath. How did you know about my sensei? How did you know about my teammates? How did you know? Kakashi-sensei. Naruto interrupted him, holding up his hand. Not now. But, 6. Naruto interrupted him again, silencing the man. 6 o'clock this evening, right here. I need time to think about how I should explain everything to you. Don't be late, because I'm not going to wait around for you. Got it? Yes, Kakashi nodded. He realized that he needed time to think too. Right. Naruto grinned at his teacher. See you later then. Kakashi watched as the boy ran away to join his teammates at Ikaraku's for their celebration. The copy nin groaned as he rubbed his forehead. His head hurt from all the questions he was dying to ask. Unfortunately, he'd have to be patient if he wanted to talk with Naruto at all today. Kakashi sighed as he heard his alarm clock rang for noon. Kakashi sighed again. He had 6 hours to kill. What could he do until then? I wonder if any good bars are open at this time. Kakashi thought aloud to himself. I can't believe we did it. Sakura smiled, ignoring the meal in front of her in favor of gushing over their team's accomplishment and passing their sensei's test. You've been saying that ever since we finished that stupid test, Sasuke said. He rolled his eyes at the girl despite his smile. Give it a rest. Sorry, but I feel so proud of myself. Sakura smiled. You did great out there too, Sasuke-kun. Yes, well, you were the one that came up with the plan. Sasuke replied, turning away from the girl. You deserve most of the praise. Sakura sighed happily. Things were going perfect for her. She had passed her Jonin sensei's test, her team got along fantastically, and she was finally starting to get respect from Sasuke. If this was all some dream, she never wanted to wake up. She broke out of her happy thoughts when she noticed her other teammate didn't seem as happy about their accomplishment as she and Sasuke did. Sakura frowned, staring at her blonde teammate who sat to her left, not digging into his ramen with his usual vigor. It was Naruto's suggestion to go to Ikaraku's to celebrate passing their test, but he seemed to be less excited than he had been before. Naruto was just sitting in his seat, quietly eating his meal with a thoughtful expression on his face. To tell the truth, Sakura found herself a little annoyed by his lack of enthusiasm. Naruto, is something wrong? Sakura asked, getting the boy's attention. I've just got a lot on my mind right now. Naruto replied, idly swirling his ramen around with his chopsticks. His mind was in disarray over what he had talked about to Kakashi a little while ago. While he had laughed at the idea of messing with his calm and collected sensei at first, just thinking about what he said to his sensei made him nervous. Kakashi was one of the people he wanted to share his memories with. What made Naruto so nervous was what Kakashi's reaction would be like if he remembered everything that happened in his past life. He knew that the copy nin was rational and thought things through, but if he had information about the possible future, would he keep it to himself or tell the entire world? Certain events in his old life had greatly affected the man, and Naruto wasn't sure how he'd take remembering all the things that had been such a surprise to him in the past. Naruto trusted Kakashi with his life in the past, but with knowledge of the future available to him, could he still be trusted? It was impossible to predict his sensei's reaction. Even if he changed his mind and decided that didn't want to share his memories, there was no way he could explain all the things he had said to the copy nin during the test. He no longer had a choice. Naruto knew that if he was going to make Kakashi understand anything he had said, he was going to have to share his memories with him. It was too late to turn back now. Naruto. The boy snapped out of his reverie when he heard Sakura shout his name. He smiled sheepishly as his teammates who were staring at him with questioning looks on their faces. What's with you? You're acting different than usual, Sakura said, giving him an odd look. Sorry. This is supposed to be a happy time, I know. Naruto chuckled. He sighed wistfully. I've just been thinking about a few things is all. What kinds of things? Sakura asked curiously. It's nothing, Naruto replied, giving her a light smile. Of course they didn't know what was on his mind. They couldn't know. They hadn't heard his conversation with Kakashi at the training grounds. If they had, they'd be asking a lot more questions. It's not like he could have explained it to them anyway. Are you worried about the missions we'll be doing? Sasuke asked calmly, taking a bite out of his meal. I guess, Naruto answered, lying through his teeth. If anything, he should at least give them a fake reason so they wouldn't ask too many questions. You don't need to worry about that, Sasuke said as he continued to eat his meal. After all, you've got us with you. Naruto stared at him. Yeah, missions will be dangerous, but as long as we stick together as a team, I'm sure we'll pull through okay. Sakura smiled at him. Naruto chuckled. Dangerous if only they knew. We're friends, right? The demon container's eyes widened when he heard the words come out of Sasuke's mouth. Naruto stared at the Uchiha who made a point of only focusing on the meal in front of him. Friends look out for each other, Sasuke went on. So don't worry about the missions we'll be doing, scaredy cat. Naruto smiled at his team. Already they had regained the bonds he thought he had lost in his past life. If Sasuke could give a motivational friend speech when he was feeling down, then maybe sharing his memories with Kakashi would turn out okay after all. Meh, I'm not so much worried about myself so much as I'm worried about you. Naruto smirked, making Sasuke raise an eyebrow. The pretty boy is always the first to go. Funny, Sasuke replied, giving him a low chuckle. Let's just take this time to celebrate, Sakura said, also giggling at Naruto's joke. You can worry about missions later, Naruto. Naruto nodded and dove into his meal. Sasuke and Sakura nodded at his vigor, glad he was back to normal. The blonde was truly grateful for his friend's words. It gave him hope for the future. Things will turn out better this time. I know it. XXX. Kakashi stared at the glass in front of him. It was his first glass of beer and he hadn't so much as touched it yet. Kakashi sighed. He knew he'd have to be sober if he was going to listen to Naruto's explanations, whatever they might be. The copy nin glanced at the clock that was perched high on the wall inside the tavern. 4 hours left, Kakashi grumbled to himself. Kakashi was a veteran ninja who had been trained to control his emotions and show no emotion unless the situation called for it. He hadn't ever felt as impatient as he did now. It had been a long time since he had felt anxiety. It had been many years since he had felt so much anticipation. Kakashi slammed his head against the bar table and groaned in frustration. He hated feeling like this. I had no reason to abandon him, Kakashi whispered to himself. Old memories that he thought he suppressed long ago swarmed in his mind. There were so many things that he could have done in the past to help Naruto, but he had ignored him. He had never even met with the boy until yesterday. I wonder if Minato-sensei would forgive me, Kakashi asked himself quietly. Would he forgive him for abandoning his only son? Kakashi shook his head. Was it wrong to forget things that were only painful to remember? Hadn't he suffered enough already? He had thought that he'd never have to deal with painful memories of his sensei and team ever again. It was what Kakashi thought was best. But now, his memories had come to bite him in the back. Naruto was just one big reminder of the past. Though I'm sure he suffered too, Kakashi murmured. It was selfish of Kakashi to think that he was the only one who had suffered. He knew how the villagers treated Naruto, and Naruto knew that Kakashi had known about him but ignored him. The question was, would the boy ever forgive him? If he doesn't, I'll have to find some way to make up for it, Kakashi said quietly to himself as he stood up. Sitting in here accomplished nothing. He left with his drink untouched. He knew now that Naruto wasn't the only one with some explaining to do. XXX. Naruto walked through the forest towards the training ground he had been at earlier that day. Walking next to him was Yuzura and her fox from. The white fox turned her head to look up at her master. You're sure about this, Naruto-sama? The kitsune asked. I am. Even if I wasn't, it's too late now, Naruto replied. There's no way I can't tell him after what I've said today. Waiting until 6 had been torture. He had talked it over with Yuzura, who was prepared to share memories between the two ninja when Naruto gave the signal. She would hide in the forest in her fox form until she was needed. Her master wanted to get a few answers out of Kakashi before he made him remember his past life. There were things Naruto wanted to ask his teacher that he never got around to asking during his other life. All right, I'll call you when the time is right, Naruto relayed to his servant. Understood. I'll be close by, Yuzura said, bounding off into the bushes. Naruto stepped out of the woods and into the clearing. It didn't take long to spot his sensei leaning against one of the 3 posts while reading his favorite orange novel. The moment he saw Naruto, his book quickly snapped shut. Kakashi looked up at his student wearily. Naruto smiled a bit. It would appear that his sensei was anticipating this chat just as much as he was. Good evening, Kakashi-sensei. Naruto smiled. To be honest, I'm surprised that you arrived here on time. I couldn't really afford to be late this time, could I? Kakashi replied, his eye crinkling in a smile. They stood in silence for a while. Kakashi stared at his student with a serious gaze while Naruto looked right back. Tension was thick. They both had questions, but neither was sure how to go about asking said questions. So how should we start this conversation? Naruto asked curiously, breaking the silence. Should I start, or do you want to go first? You ask the questions for now. Kakashi sighed, surprising Naruto with his answer. He chuckled a bit at Naruto's puzzled expression. I've ignored you for a great number of years now. You deserve answers more than I deserve to ask questions. All right then, Naruto nodded, smiling lightly at his sensei. I don't have a lot. A few questions should be enough for me. Naruto sighed, fixing his sensei with a serious gaze. First, I'd like you to tell me about my father, Minato Namikaze, the 4th Hokage. How did you feel about him? He was the man I respected most. He was my role model, Kakashi said, sighing as he remembered his dead teacher. He always put others before himself. Even before he became Hokage, he was always looking out for the well-being of the village. He was what I considered to be a true ninja. I see. I never knew much about my father or my mother. Naruto sighed. You knew Kushina Uzumaki, right? Of course. Minato-sensei loved her dearly. Then you knew my last name belonged to her, Naruto pointed out. You already knew that I was Minato's son, but even if you didn't, you should have thought that the identical last names were more than just coincidence. I know, Kakashi sighed. Your mother Kushina was a member of the Uzumaki clan whose home was Uzushiagakure, the land of whirlpools. It was destroyed during the Great Shinobi War, and with it the Uzumaki clan. The fact that you had the same last name was no coincidence to those who knew of the clan and whirlpool. Mom was one of the few survivors, but she took the last name Namikaze when she married Dad, Naruto said, nodding to himself. People forgot about the village and its dead residents. But if you knew me, then why didn't you help me? Why didn't you take care of me? Naruto stared at Kakashi. This was the one question he had been wanted to ask the most. I was afraid, Kakashi murmured quietly. Naruto looked at him expectantly, waiting for him to continue. Kakashi took a deep breath. I was ashamed. I had lost Abido and Rin due to my own weaknesses as a child. I trained every day to protect the one who mattered most to me. When I had failed to do that, I couldn't take it. I went into a depression that lasted for weeks, maybe months. It was hard to keep track of time. An old friend who was also struck with grief over the loss of Minato-sensei helped me out of my depression. Who was that? Jiraiya. He was your father's sensei, Kakashi answered. That pervy sage, Naruto thought fondly. He wondered when he'd see the old man again. Naruto shook his head. Now wasn't the time to be thinking of him. He had told me that if sensei were alive, he'd never want to see like this. Kakashi continued. He had told me that I had experienced enough pain and that I should look towards the future instead of mourning over the past. As I was slowly recovering from the pain of losing those close to me, Jiraiya came to me and said he was going away for a while. He had asked me to do something for him, something that would have made Minato-sensei happy. What did he ask you to do? Naruto asked anxiously. You did what he asked, right? Kakashi braced himself. He slowly opened his mouth to answer Naruto's question. He had told me to take care of Minato and Kushina's only son, the new Jinchuriki of the nine-tailed demon fox. Kakashi answered. He had asked me to be your guardian. Silence. Naruto stared at Kakashi with wide eyes, who was clenching his fists together in frustration. With everything he knew and all the memories he had, this was something Naruto had never known. To think that such a request had been made in the past. Kakashi was never one to turn down the requests of those he cared for, so why didn't he accept this one? Why hadn't he been there for him when he had been asked specifically? Jiraiya left without an answer from me. I was supposed to be there for you. Kakashi seethed, growing more frustrated with himself with each passing second. But I didn't. While I had learned to deal with the pain of loss, I was afraid of experiencing it again. Just thinking about you reminded me of my sensei, a memory that I forcibly repressed. I was still young, barely an adult when I was asked to become your guardian. How could I even think of protecting you when I couldn't protect my own team? Kakashi sighed. Naruto watched as his sensei took a deep breath and let his muscles relax. The copy stared at the ground with a miserable expression. Knowing that my teacher's son was alive brought me great joy. But at the same time, I couldn't stand the thought of you. I was afraid I couldn't protect you. I ran away from my duty. Kakashi said sadly. I went to the Hokage and asked him to take care of you. I even quit the ANBU squad and asked to become a Jonin instructor, following my sensei's footsteps. Over time I learned to suppress my painful memories to the point where I had completely forgotten about you. I hardly ever thought about my sensei's family. I just spent my days reading books, going on missions, drinking with friends, and had many teams assigned to me, all of which I failed because they didn't show enough teamwork. Your team was actually the fifth to pass my bell test. Aren't we the lucky ones? Huh. Naruto smirked. Kakashi allowed himself a small chuckle. When I saw that you had been assigned to me, memories began flooding back to me. Kakashi went on. I buried them deep within my mind, hoping to forget them again. It wasn't until earlier today when you asked those questions during the test that Kakashi trailed off. Naruto just stared back at him. I was so caught up in my feelings of regret and remorse that I abandoned you. Kakashi sighed. I had even forced myself to forget that Minato even had a son. Naruto turned away from his sensei, a new question forming on his lips. Do you hate me? What his teacher did next shocked Naruto more than anything he had seen so far. Kakashi dropped down to his knees and bowed in front of the blonde, his forehead touching the earth. I have never hated you, Naruto, Kakashi said fiercely, keeping his head to the ground. I was a fool who drowned himself in self-pity. I abandoned you because of my own fears. I should have protected you. I should have been there for you. I betrayed you and Minato-sensei. Nothing I say could ever justify what I did to you, but all I can say is that I'm sorry, Naruto. I am so sorry. If Kakashi's head was raised, he would be shocked to see what kind of face Naruto had. Naruto just smiled at the copy ninja. Surprisingly, he didn't feel any anger towards his sensei. Rather than anger, he felt a new understanding in relation to his teacher. Only after living two lives could Naruto truly understand what kind of pain Kakashi had felt when the people he loved most of all died. Naruto understood his sensei even more than before. He knew what it felt like to be weak and how regret could affect a person. Stand up. It feels weird to see you bow to me, Kakashi-sensei, Naruto said, quickly jogging over to the man and forcing him to stand up. I understand if you resent me, Kakashi muttered, turning away from the boy. I'll try my best to make up for it, but I know that. I don't hate you, Naruto interjected, surprising the older ninja when he grinned at him. If anything, I feel like I understand you even more than I did before. Than you did before, Kakashi said, perplexed by his statement. All his questions about how he knew about Minato and his teammates suddenly came back to him. That's right, I wanted to ask how you knew those things. I'll answer all your questions. Naruto nodded, stepping away from his teacher. If I had any doubts before, I have none now. I'm prepared to share my memories with you, Kakashi-sensei. I can't do it by myself though. Share memories. Yuzura, come here, Naruto shouted into the forest. They both waited in quiet silence for a few moments. Kakashi turned his head when the sound of rustling bushes caught his attention. A white fox suddenly bounded out of the brush and jumped in between the two of them. Kakashi was more than a bit surprised by this, and had already drawn a kunai in order to slay the creature. He stopped short when a white light started to emit from the kitsune. Kakashi watched in wonder and amazement as the fox transformed before his very eyes. Naruto almost chuckled at the look on his sensei's face, remembering how surprised he had been when he saw Yuzura transform. In a matter of seconds, the white fox had disappeared and in its place stood a beautiful girl with silvery white hair wearing an orange kimono. Yuzura bowed to the Kakashi, who was at a loss for words. Pleased to meet you, Kakashi-san. I am Yuzura, Naruto-sama's servant. Yuzura greeted. Servant? Kakashi asked, arching an eyebrow at his student. Don't ask, Naruto groaned, rolling his eyes. He took a deep breath and exhaled. Okay, Yuzura, do whatever it is you need to do. I will start then. Yuzura nodded, quickly performing a couple hand signs. Hold on, what about my questions? Kakashi demanded, stepping forward. He stopped short when he felt Yuzura press her index and middle fingers to his forehead. She did the same to Naruto with her other hand. I told you, they'll be answered. Naruto smiled at his sensei. I don't hold any resentment towards you, sensei. If you had told me this before, I may have, but only after living one life and starting a new one can I say that I truly understand the pain you went through as a kid. What are you talking about? Kakashi asked, Naruto's words puzzling him to no end. You will now experience life through another's eyes. Yuzura cut in, closing her eyes as a green glow emitted from her fingers. Naruto-sama has decided to share his memories with you. Remember your past life, Kakashi-sen. Past life. Just as he was about to ask more, a bright flash blinded his vision. Suddenly, his mind started feeding him a variety of images. All the pictures had him doing things he never experienced. Memory. Remember, Kakashi-sen, Yuzura whispered, taking her hand back from him. Kakashi dropped to his knees, clutching his head as new memories flooded his mind. It was like something had burst inside his head, letting loose all these memories of another life he didn't know he had lived. He saw his students, Sasuke leaving, unlocking his Mangekyo Sharingan, fighting the Akatsuki, fighting and nearly getting killed by Pain, fighting Sasuke, protecting Naruto from Madara. One memory stood apart from the rest though. The night before they had gone to fight Madara. 10 to 10 to 10 to 10 to 10. Yo, Naruto, Kakashi-sensei. Naruto stopped walking as his sensei gave him a lazy wave, marking his page in his favorite novel of Ika Ika and placing it in his pocket. The moon was high above their heads. The streets of Konoha were surprisingly vacant. Kakashi's visible eye crinkled as he smiled at his student. Should you be up this late? You've got a big day tomorrow, Kakashi said merrily. The way you say that makes it sound like tomorrow's battle is no big deal. Naruto chuckled softly as he looked up at the stars. I just needed some time to think. I needed to go for a walk. The Rokudan needs time to clear his mind before the battle. Kakashi smiled, making Naruto smile a bit when he mentioned his future title. Anything you want to get off your chest. I'm all ears. That's okay. I'd prefer it if I could think things over by myself for now, Naruto replied, stepping past his teacher. It will be the hardest battle I've ever fought. I need to stay focused. I need to be strong. Even if it costs me my life, I'll make sure no one dies tomorrow. You've grown up, Kakashi remarked, making Naruto stop again. You've grown into quite the ninja, Naruto. Thanks for saying so. Naruto smiled gratefully. But I couldn't have gotten to where I am without my friends or your help, Kakashi-sensei. Your father would have been proud of you, Kakashi said softly. Naruto's eyes widened in shock as he turned towards his teacher. You knew my father, Naruto said in disbelief. I never told you. Must have slipped my mind. Kakashi smiled lightly, turning to face his student. Slipped your mind, Naruto deadpanned. And you remembered just now. I was actually your father's student. Kakashi smiled, making Naruto's jaw drop. Why, you're kidding. Seriously, I didn't tell you. Kakashi laughed. My, aren't I the forgetful one? Kakashi-sensei, why didn't you tell me? Naruto demanded. If you were my dad's student, you must have been close. You must have known I was his son. Why didn't you tell me before? I really had forgotten. Kakashi shrugged while Naruto stared at him disbelievingly. Kakashi turned away from his student. Sometimes you force yourself to forget painful things. Kakashi-sensei. His teacher just smiled apologetically at him. Kakashi looked up at the stars. Would you like to hear more about me and your father? Naturally, Naruto said yes. Kakashi went on to tell Naruto of all his adventures with Minato and being a part of his team. He told Naruto about Abido, Rin, how he got his Sharingan, fighting in the war, becoming an ANBU, about Naruto's mother, Kushina, and about his own relationship with his father. Naruto saw a side of Kakashi he had never seen before. All the things Kakashi was saying about his dad made him feel proud to be his son. All the things he was learning about Kakashi made him feel like he understood his sensei better. While my dad was a pretty great person, wasn't he? Naruto smiled. One of the greatest, Kakashi replied. And now I know why you're always late to everything and how you got the Sharingan. Naruto grinned at his sensei. It turned into a sympathetic smile. It must have been hard to see him die. Yeah, Kakashi smiled a bit in remembrance of his old teammate. So you didn't tell me about my dad because it was too painful for you to bring up? Naruto asked quietly. I'm sure that's one of the reasons, Kakashi replied, surprising Naruto a bit by his answer. The copy nin let out a small chuckle. But really, what difference would it have made if I had told you who your father was? Or it would have been cool to brag to people that I was the son of the fourth Hokage. Naruto grinned. Kakashi gave a low chuckle in response. Naruto frowned. But why did you decide to bring it up now? What's the point in telling me you were my dad's student if you never bothered to mention it before? Abido died with regrets, Kakashi said with a small sigh. Naruto raised his eyebrows at the man. He wished that we had more time as friends and he never got to confess his feelings to Rin. I just felt that if I died tomorrow without telling you that I knew your father, I'd regret it. Naruto just nodded to Kakashi's response. He honestly didn't know how else he should respond to what his sensei had said. Naruto looked up at the starry sky. Hiro-sensei once said that when one dies, they shouldn't have any regrets. I wonder if I'll have any regrets when I die. I certainly hope not, Kakashi said. It's best to get things off your chest while you still have the chance. You never know when the next day is going to be your last. That's true, Naruto said. He smiled at his sensei. But I'm not going to die. Too many people are counting on me. I have to show everyone what the next Hokage can do. Your father would be so proud if he could see you now. Kakashi smiled at the youth. I know I am. Thanks. The future Rokidame smiled, touched by his teacher's rare praise. Hey, if I'm still alive after tomorrow's battle, I'll tell you more stories about my team and your father. Kakashi smiled. Besides, there are a few other things I still need to tell you. Won't that be painful for you? Maybe, but you deserve to know more about your father. I'm just willing to brag about all the adventures I had with him back when I was young. Kakashi smirked underneath his mask. Hi. Well, I'd be happy to hear about those stories. Naruto smiled. And maybe after tomorrow you can finally look back on those memories without pain. Well, from what you've told me, all you feel is pain when you think about my dad and your old team. Naruto said, turning away from his teacher. When I think about all the fun times I had with Sasuke and Jiraiya, I'm not hurt by thoughts of their betrayal or death. Rather, I find myself smiling at the fun times we shared together. Naruto turned his head back and grinned at his sensei. I hope that one day you'll be able to look back on those days with a smile. Naruto grinned. Kakashi just stared at his student. As he did so, he could have sworn that he felt Obaido, Rin, and Minato smiling at him from behind Naruto's back. The copy ninjas laughed and smiled at his student. I hope so too. The next day, Kakashi had confronted Madara with Naruto. Kakashi had protected Naruto. The copy ninja had taken a fatal blow from the ancient Uchiha when he punched through his chest. As his life bled away, Kakashi smiled and thought about all the warm memories he had shared with those close to him. Then he died. 10 to 10 to 10 to 10 to 10. Naruto looked down at his sensei silently. Yuzura stepped behind him, also fixing Kakashi with a serious gaze. The copy's harsh, ragged breathing slowly subsided as his mind finally calmed down. Kakashi slowly stood up, meeting Naruto's gaze. The young ninja looked at his sensei expectantly. He felt anxiety build up inside him. Now he would get to see how Kakashi would react. Would he be alright? Kakashi just stared at his student as his mind sorted itself out. All his old memories fell into place. He felt himself relax and loosen up. He raised his eyebrow a bit when he noticed Naruto fidgeting in place, waiting for some kind of response. Truthfully, Kakashi wasn't quite sure what to say. Naruto stiffened when the Jonin brought a hand up to adjust his lopsided headband. What was that? Kakashi wondered aloud. Naruto smiled lightly at him. Sit down, Kakashi-sensei. Naruto smiled and sat down on the grass. I'll explain everything. Naruto spent the next hour explaining everything that had happened to his sensei. He told Kakashi everything that had happened starting from his reunion with his parents in the netherworld to sharing his memories with him today. Kakashi just sat through it all, nodding occasionally and understanding. Naruto didn't stop there though. He told Kakashi about his plans to change the future too. He told him about the talk he had with the Kyuubi and his plan to bring the other demon containers together. He told Kakashi about Yuzura and who else he planned to share his memories with. Kakashi just listened to him, not saying a word. After Naruto was done, he gave Kakashi a few moments to let it all sink in. You've got a lot of work to do, Kakashi replied after a few moments of silence. You think I don't know that? Naruto said, scoffing at his sensei a bit. Naruto played with the grass under his fingers. Changing things won't be easy, I know that. That's why I'm worried. To think all that happened and to know we have a second chance to do things over. Kakashi trailed off. I'm still having trouble believing it all, Naruto admitted. I mean, I saw you die in my past life. You couldn't even imagine what it felt like to see you alive again. I think I understand a bit, Kakashi said, turning towards the boy. After all, I've got my memories back now too. Hell, I met with people today I saw die in our other life. It's all pretty unbelievable. Naruto nodded to himself. Now for the moment of truth. He turned towards his teacher. What are you going to do now? Naruto asked anxiously. What do you mean by that? Kakashi asked his student. Well, you know what's going to happen in the future, don't you? Naruto asked, fidgeting nervously as he spoke. Don't you want to try and change things yourself? Don't you want to tell anyone about the Akatsuki or Madara? You know about my plans, but don't you disagree with them? I mean, why listen to me when you could change things on your own too? Kakashi stared at his student. He could tell the boy was worried. Kakashi smiled at his student. Naruto was afraid that he didn't have his trust. Naruto, I made many mistakes in my past life too. Kakashi sighed, looking up at the orange sky. The sun was already setting. I don't just mean with my old team. I blamed myself for letting Sasuke go. I felt like I helped make him think he had to be the strongest in order to fight Itachi. I didn't show you the attention I should have when you were a kid. Minato would have probably been ashamed of me if he knew, and Kushina would have killed me if she had known what I had let happen to you. This earned a small chuckle from Naruto. But I'll stand behind you this time. I won't abandon you like I did all those years ago. Still, don't you want to? Naruto stopped talking when he felt Kakashi's hand on his head. He grunted when the Jonin ruffled his blonde locks. Kakashi chuckled when Naruto brushed him off. The man smiled at the Jinchuriki. Naruto, I trust you, Kakashi said fiercely. Naruto stared at him. I'll help you. I'll do whatever I can to help you change the future. I know you'll succeed this time. I'll be here to support you and give you guidance whenever you need it, I promise. Konoha's future Hokage won't fail a second time. Naruto stared at his teacher. The boy smiled and wiped his eyes when a few tears clouded his vision. Thank you, Kakashi-sensei, thank you. Naruto grinned. That's what I'm here for. The white-haired man smiled. He gave Naruto a light shove. Bet you had a fun time messing with my head earlier today. It's not every day you get to see me so shaken up. Hey, I had to get your attention. Naruto chuckled, swatting away his sensei's arm. Plus, it all worked out in the end, right? Can't argue with the results. Kakashi shrugged smilingly. He got up as Naruto hopped to his feet. We still have more to talk about though regarding your plans. I was hoping to hear your opinion. Naruto grinned. But not right now. It's getting late, so we'll talk tomorrow. Same place at noon. Sounds good. Kakashi nodded. And Naruto? Yeah. Kakashi extended his hand towards Naruto, smiling under his mask. I'm sorry. The copy nin's eyes widened when Naruto rushed forward and hugged him instead of taking his hand. Kakashi looked down, bewildered at the boy's actions. I've already forgiven you, Naruto murmured. Yeah, Kakashi smiled down at the boy, gently patting his back. Naruto released his sensei. The Jonin smiled and waved him off, promising not to be late to their meeting. The blonde waved until his teacher was out of sight. Naruto smiled and stared up at the sky, which was a dark shade of blue. Stars were already starting to appear. Is Naruto-sama happy? Yuzura asked from behind him. Very happy, Naruto answered as he continued to look at the sky. His back was to Yuzura. I really feel like Kakashi-sensei and I can understand each other better now. I'm not mad at him for abandoning me, but rather I'm happy that he's agreed to help me. I am happy that Kakashi-sen has agreed to lend us his aid. Yeah, it really makes me feel confident about the future. Naruto smiled. So you're not sad at all? Naruto frowned at the question. He turned towards the Inari Kitsune. Her head was bowed so that her white bangs covered her eyes. What reason would I have to be sad? Naruto asked curiously, taking a few steps towards the girl. It's just that you've gone through so much, and to know that you smiled through most of it is just Yuzura trailed off. Doesn't Naruto-sama feel even a little bit sad? Naruto was a little perturbed by her unusual behavior. What brought on these questions, he wondered. He stepped closer to the fox girl and tried to get a better look at her face. Yuzura. Naruto's eyes widened when he suddenly felt her arms wrap around his midsection. Naruto blushed when he felt some stuff pressed against his chest. What was wrong with her? What had caused her to hug him like this? I had no idea that Naruto-sama had gone through so much, Yuzura whispered softly, her voice calming him down a bit. Naruto stared down at her with a perplexed look. The villagers treated you so harshly. No one was there for you when you were young. No one was there to help you. No one was there to comfort you. You didn't have anyone to hug or hold you when you felt alone. Yuzura, do you? Naruto whispered, his eyes wide. He suddenly understood why she was acting the way she was and saying the things she was. It just came to him. My memory sharing technique has a side effect to it. Yuzura answered for him, almost like she was reading his mind. For the person's memory I'm sharing, their memories are also given to me. I saw everything. You also have my memories. Naruto asked quietly. Did you get Kakashi-sensei's memories too? He felt the girl shake her head against his chest. Like I said, I only gain the memories of the person who's giving his memory to someone else. I'm just amazed by Naruto-sama's strength. Yuzura said softly. The things you were subjected to would have broken most people. How were you able to stand it all? Well, I'm not really sure how I was able to take all the villagers' hate for so long. Naruto replied. I never really blamed the villagers for their hate, since it was really directed at the Kyuubi and not so much at me. They just needed someone to blame to forget the pain of the past. Eventually, I decided that I could be the person they admired and looked up to instead. He felt Yuzura's arms tighten around him. It must have been painful for you at times. It was sometimes, Naruto admitted. He was surprised when his arms found their way around the girl. But I was confident that things could get better. I was determined to change how people looked at me. In a way, it's similar to how things are for me now. I want to change the future so that I can avoid certain things that I regretted in my past life. I'm not sad because I have people like you and Kakashi-sensei to help me. Naruto looked down at the girl, who raised her head to look at him. He was shocked to find tears lingering in the corners of her purple eyes. Naruto-sama, you have my promise that things will change for the better. I'll make it so, Yuzura said fiercely, breaking away from him. I make sure that you won't have to go through any pain like that ever again. I will protect you as well as the ones you love. I never had any doubt about that. Naruto smiled at her. I'm really glad I have someone like you to help me, Yuzura. The girl smiled warmly at him. Naruto grinned a bit and felt his face burn when he saw that radiant smile. Yuzura bowed her head at him. Naruto-sama is a really kind master. You're a great friend. Naruto smiled, making her raise her head again. And thanks for, comforting me. I will always be here when Naruto-sama is feeling sad. Yuzura smiled. I will do my best to make sure you are happy. Thanks. Naruto smiled at the Kitsune. Shall we head home then? Not right now. Naruto shook his head at her. I think I'll go for a walk in the village. Maybe I'll hit Ikaraku's while I'm there. I feel like I need to clear my mind. Very well. Yuzura nodded to him. I'll wait patiently for your safe return. You do that. Naruto chuckled lightly as the girl turned and disappeared into the forest. He turned around and walked down the trail that led to the village. He was really glad he had someone like Yuzura around to help him out. and it was nice to know that someone would be there to hug him when he was feeling down this time around. XXX. Naruto walked quietly through the streets of Konoha. Only the lights from various stores and stands illuminated the area around him. The blonde took a quick glance up at the night sky and yawned. What a day, Naruto groaned to himself. He had told Yuzura to go back to the house without him, not only because he wanted to hit Ikaraku's before turning in for the night, but because he was still a little surprised by her actions. While he had been touched by her words, he couldn't help but think that her reaction was a little too dramatic. He had come to terms with the harsh aspects of his life long ago, and he was sure that he'd made it clear that sorrow and regret would not bring him down. Maybe it has something to do with her old life, Naruto murmured to himself. He had never inquired Yuzura about her past life so far, and was a bit surprised that he hadn't. Since when had he stopped being so curious and nosy? Still, one of the other things he had learned in the past was that if someone didn't want to talk about their past, it was better if the subject was left on its own. That doesn't mean I won't ask about it though. Hell, if she knew everything about his past, then wasn't it only fair for her to share her past with him as well? Naruto shook his head. While he acknowledged her strength, eager attitude, and tactful thinking, Yuzura was soft-spoken and seems like a delicate person. She could be hard to read at times too. Naruto's thoughts broke off from the kitsune when he noticed someone walk past him in the street. While the person's head had been bowed, the oversized white jacket and short, raven hair had been a dead giveaway. Naruto pulled up his biggest grin and turned around. Hey Hinata. The Hyuga stiffened when she heard her name called. Hinata had departed from the training grounds not too long ago. She and her team had been given a test by their sensei, Yuhai Kurenai, to see whether or not they were truly ready to become ninjas. It had taken them the entire day just to pass the test. She had been musing about how disappointed her father would be with her when she told him until someone greeted her. Hinata was shocked and overjoyed when she turned around and found that it was Naruto who had greeted her. "In Naruto-kun," Hinata stammered, cursing herself for her loud greeting. How are you?" She internally berated herself again. Now she was being too quiet. "I'm fine. Just decided to go for a walk to think about a few things. You know, clear my mind and all that." Naruto grinned at the girl. "Is something troubling you?" Hinata asked curiously. "Not particularly." Naruto shrugged. "What? A guy can't take a stroll unless something's bothering him." No, I didn't mean." Hinata blushed, thinking she had offended him. "Hey, calm down. It was just a joke." Naruto smiled at her, causing her blush to darken. "Lighten up." "Yes, sorry," Hinata mumbled, bowing her head slightly. Naruto grinned at her. He felt a little bad about teasing her, but he couldn't resist. She was just so damn adorable when she was blushing. The blonde's smile vanished when the memory of her death flashed in his mind. Just the thought of her dying in his arms was already starting to make him sad and angry. Naruto brushed off those emotions. She was here, in front of him, alive and breathing. Secretly, one thing he had regretted in the past was that he had never really gotten the chance to court the beautiful Hyuga. After she had confessed during the fight with Pain, everything else just sorta happened. They'd get together and talk. They held hands most of the time, shared lots of hugs, but had never gone on any dates. Hinata had been the one to initiate the relationship, and he had always hated his obliviousness towards her feelings in the past. Naruto's smile returned when he remembered a warmer, more precious memory to him. A first kiss, a night of passion, being with someone you love. "Hey, Hinata, you want to go to Ikaraku's with me and get something to eat?" Hinata's head shot up. Her expression was a look of shock and disbelief. "Yay," Naruto grinned. "And now I have a second chance with her too. Come on, it's on me." Naruto smiled, grabbing her hand. His grin widened when he heard her gasp in surprised joy. "Ikaraku's has the best ramen in the village." Hinata just nodded dumbly as she allowed her crush to pull her through the streets. Was this all some kind of dream? It was a wonder he had even greeted her. Since when did he start paying attention to her? And now he was taking her out to eat. Her blush intensified when she felt Naruto give her hand a light squeeze. Or was that just her imagination? She didn't know what had brought this on, but she thanked whatever gods existed for letting this happen to her. Naruto led Hinata to the ramen stand and gestured for her to sit down. They sat down next to her only after she had taken a seat. Naruto ordered 2 bowls of ramen from Kyuchai, who got to work right away. Ayam gave Naruto a sly look when she saw he had brought a girl with him. Naruto just grinned at the older girl, turning his attention to Hinata while they waited for their food. "So Hinata, how do you like your team?" Naruto asked. They are all kind to me. Kurenai-sensei is good, kind teacher." Hinata replied, blushing at the attention Naruto was giving her. "Kiba and Shino were kind and patient with me as well. I am sure we'll all get along just fine." "I'm glad to hear that." Naruto smiled. "A nice girl like you deserves to be treated with respect." Hinata just stared at him. Was he showing concern for her? What about you, Naruto-kun?" Hinata asked, determined to keep the conversation going. She was finally spending some quality time with Naruto. She would not screw this up. "Do you like your team as well?" "We have our differences, but we're all good friends," Naruto answered. "Sakura and Sasuke are good teammates, and my sensei Kakashi is nice too. He doesn't act anything like how I expected Jonin to be, but that's what makes him an interesting sensei." What makes him different?" Hinata asked curiously. "He always arrives late to things, he never takes off his mask, and he's always reading this small orange book he keeps in his pocket." "What's the book about?" Naruto grinned to himself. He was guilty of reading Jiraiya's books in the past. There were even some chapters he had memorized by heart. A certain chapter in volume 16 came to mind. Well, I did get him to read a passage to me. I guess I could tell you, but it's a little crude. Naruto gave the offer. Now all she had to do was give him permission. I don't mind. Hinata smiled. She rolled her eyes when she remembered some of Kiba's innuendos he had told her during their test. All right then. Naruto grinned, leaning closer to her. Hinata blushed at his close proximity. It starts out like this, a girl named Nao and her boyfriend. The redness that engulfed Hinata's face would have probably put a tomato to shame. She almost fainted when Naruto began to describe a very explicit scene from Kakashi's Ika Ika Paradise book. She quickly covered Naruto's mouth with both her hands when a whip and whipped cream was brought into the description. I don't need to hear any more, Hinata said loudly as she tried to forget all the things Naruto had told her. What kind of person is your sensei? Like I said, he's interesting. Naruto grinned, laughing lightly at her red face. He sure isn't what I expected a Jonin to be like. He sounds like a pervert to me. Hinata huffed, crossing her arms as she tried to reduce the heat in her face. Naruto grinned happily to himself. He was glad things were going so smoothly. Maybe he had gone a bit far by telling her about Ika Ika, but it didn't seem like Hinata was mad at him for telling her. She had insisted on his telling her about the book, of course. Naruto smiled warmly as he looked at the blushing girl beside him. Being together with Hinata again felt great. Seeing her alive again almost made him want to cry tears of joy. Still, he couldn't help but feel a little bit impatient. Things had happened pretty quickly between them in his past life. It was partly due to their maturity and need to be together as much as possible when they weren't fighting that it helped their relationship move along so quickly. Hinata had been braver and more outspoken then. Right now, she was back to being the shy, soft-spoken Hyuga heiress who had little to no confidence in her abilities and in herself. While he planned to rectify that as soon as he could, he would have to take things slow with her now. He could tolerate that, but her longed to hold her hand in hers again. Naruto wished the walk to Ikaraku's had been longer so he would have had an excuse to hold Hinata's hand longer. He considered giving her memories back, but there was no way he'd want to burden her with the pain of the past. He wouldn't dare reveal that her sacrifice had not prevented his death. That would be much too painful. Naruto just wished he could just take her in his arms, hold her close, look deep into her lavender eyes, and if she would allow it, maybe get around to sharing another kiss with her and Naruto-kun. Naruto's eyes widened when he realized his slip-up. He blushed a bit when he realized Hinata had been staring at her for quite some time now. Still, his blush couldn't even compare to hers. That color of red should be reserved for inanimate objects only. He coughed his eye and placed 2 bowls of ramen in front of them, giggling as she left them alone. Sorry, did you say something? Naruto chuckled nervously, hoping he hadn't offended her. I was just wondering if your sensei had why you and your team take a test today. Hinata stammered, trying to fight back her blush. Why was he staring at me? Hinata thought embarrassingly. Did she have something on her face? Why yeah. He made us do a test where we had to use teamwork to grab some bells from him. Naruto grinned, trying to extinguish the embarrassment he suddenly felt. He gave us until noon, which didn't leave a lot of time to complete the test, but we got it done. Oh, I'm happy that you were able to pass your sensei's test. Hinata smiled at him, the topic subject reminding her of what she had thinking about before running into Naruto. The blonde raised his eyebrows when he noticed her downcast expression and slumped shoulders. We had to do something similar. Why do you sound so depressed? You passed right. Yes, we did. But the results were unsatisfactory, or at least to my father they will be. Hinata said sadly. I'm not all that strong, and I only held my team back during the test. Shiranai-sensei's test was to land at least one hit on her. She had trapped us in a genjutsu and we spent the entire day trying to get out of it. Hinata sighed miserably to herself. Father only expects perfection. To know that I had been deceived so easily will just disappoint him again. To others, I'm just a failure. Her being a huge disappointment to her father was nothing new, but it still didn't make the pain any less. She was a genius or perfect daughter like Neji or Hanabi. I don't think so. Hinata gasped at Naruto's words. She raised her head and blushed when she found Naruto smiling at her. Hinata, I can tell just by looking at you that you've got lots of potential. You just don't seem to have enough confidence to use it. Naruto grinned at her. You should stop worrying about what your family thinks of you. You're the kind of girl that works hard and never gives up. That's not what a failure sounds like to me. Naruto-kun, Hinata whispered softly. The things he was saying to her, she had never felt so happy. You're a great girl, Hinata. Don't let anyone tell you otherwise. Naruto smiled. And if you're afraid of failing or disappointing those around you, know that there is nothing you could ever do to disappoint me. Hinata was too surprised to feel embarrassed. No one had ever said such kind words to her before. And to think Naruto, the boy she cared about and looked up to, was saying these things made her feel so happy. Yet, since when did he act so familiar with her? Hey, Naruto-kun. Hinata spoke up, getting the boy's attention. Why did you ask me to come eat with you? Naruto raised his eyebrows at her questioningly. Inside his mind he was mentally scolding himself. He probably shouldn't have said so much. They, or at least from Hinata's perspective, had hardly talked to each other until this point. Of course she'd find it strange for him to hold her in such high regard when he had only started talking to her yesterday. But he had to show her that he cared. He would enjoy their time together to its fullest. I wanted to hang out with you. Naruto replied shortly as he took a bite out of his meal. It was best not to seem too forward at this point. What other reason could I have? But why would you want to hang out with me? Hinata pressed on. There had to be a reason he was suddenly taking an interest in her right now. Do I need a reason to hang out with you? Naruto asked, giving her an odd look. Hinata blushed. A tiny voice in her mind was screaming at her not to screw up her time with Naruto and just be thankful for everything that was happening and not ask questions, but she couldn't help herself. Why did he want to hang out with her all of a sudden? It's just that we barely talked at all in the academy, Hinata said blushingly. To be honest, I wasn't even sure if you knew who I was. I had tried approaching you before, but you always seemed to ignore me. So why now do you? Do I bother you? And no, Hinata shouted, alarmed by his question. Her mind was screaming at her to shut up, but she just kept talking. It's just that I was curious as to why. It's kind of hard to not know someone who stalked you at school. Hinata gasped. Her face was going from red to purple fast from the amount of rushing to her face. Naruto was smirking at her. You'd always hide behind corners or trees in the academy and spy on me. Naruto smirked, chuckling at Hinata's priceless expression. You even followed me home sometimes. It was kind of hard not to notice you. Hinata just gaped at him and looked down at her lap, at a loss for words. He knew. She had thought that she had been discreet in her observations. But now he was saying that he knew about it. She had never felt more embarrassed in her life. Naruto was trying his best to hold in his laughter. Maybe he was being a bit unfair by pulling knowledge from his past life, but it was the only reason he could think to give her. Hinata had told him about her following him around in his past life some time after she confessed. He had been surprised that he had never noticed. Still, now that he knew about it, watching the Hyuga's reaction was entertaining. Why UKK knew about that? Hinata stuttered, afraid to look at him. Yeah, at first I thought you were weird for doing it, but then I realized that you must have been lonely. Naruto said, succeeding in making Hinata raise her head a bit. Is that the reason? Well, not entirely. Hinata admitted, still refusing to look at him completely. It's just that you were always alone. The other kids always made fun of you or ignored you. I was ignored for being heir to a clan and made fun of for my shyness. I guess I felt that you and I were similar and I just took an interest in you. I guess we do have a bit in common then. Naruto agreed, smiling a bit as he remembered his lonely days as a kid. He grinned at Hinata. Sorry, maybe I was being too forward when I asked you out here. It's not that I am mind. I was just wondering why you suddenly Hinata trailed off, still too embarrassed to speak. I want to be friends, Hinata, Naruto said, smiling when Hinata finally looked at him. I want to get to know you better. Do you want to be friends? Why yes, Hinata nodded vigorously. Good. Then let's forget about what reasons I may have had or not had about asking you to hang out with me and just enjoy our time together. Naruto grinned. He turned back to his meal, which was surprisingly untouched. You still haven't touched your ramen yet. You should really try it. Best thing you'll have in your whole life. Alright, Hinata smiled, happy when she felt her blush finally recede. The two spent the rest of their time eating and making idle chit-chat with each other. Naruto succeeded in making Hinata laugh and did his best to make her comfortable. Hinata was surprised that the more time they spent together, the less she stuttered and blushed. She was certainly having more fun than she had in a long time. Talking with Naruto like this was a dream come true. Hinata was a little disheartened when she finished her meal, and a little amused by the pile of bowls that had suddenly appeared in front of Naruto. She wished they had more time together, and was disappointed that she had to go. However, Naruto surprised her when he offered her his hand when he stepped down from his stool. Hey Naruto-kun, what are you? Hinata blushed. What? You think I'm gonna ignore the universal rule of not letting a girl walk home alone? Naruto grinned, making the girl blush even more. While I believe you are perfectly capable of handling yourself, I think it's proper for a guy to walk a pretty girl home. Plus, I just needed an excuse to spend more time with you. Hinata smiled brightly at him as she took his hand. She was close to fainting from happiness. Naruto grinned when Hinata accepted his hand. He was glad things had gone so well with her. This was a learning experience, since he knew that he'd have to give their relationship time to evolve on its own. After spending this much time with the Hyuga heiress, he was okay with that. As they walked towards her house, Naruto remembered his other friends. Shikamaru, Choji, Kiba, Shino, Lee, Ino, Neji, and Tenten. It wasn't just Hinata or his Genin cell he had to make time for. He would go visit them all after he was finished meeting with Kakashi. Naruto smiled to himself as warm memories filled his head. Sasuke and Sakura thought of him as a friend, Kakashi and Yuzura would stand beside him and help change things, and now he would have time to enjoy his relationship with Hinata. Knowing all this gave him so much hope for the future. Everything is going to be alright this time. It was what Naruto truly hoped for. Pretty big house. Naruto hadn't visited the Hyuga compound much in his past life, but he had always remembered it being large. Standing in front of it always made him feel so small. It would probably take 3 of his clones stacked on top of each other to reach the top of the door. I wonder if Hayashi is compensating for something. Naruto thought to himself. Thank you for walking me home, Naruto-kun. Naruto turned away from the door and smiled at a blushing Hinata. The girl's happy smile made his grin widen. He all enjoyed their time together and was happy she had let him take her out. Her stuttering had disappeared as they were walking to her house, something else that added to his joy. That meant she was becoming more comfortable around him. Naruto frowned when he felt Hinata slip her hand out of his. He sighed to himself. He'd have to wait a while and let their relationship evolve until he could do that more frequently. He had gotten lucky tonight. I'm really happy that I got a chance to hang out with you today, Hinata said shyly, bowing a bit to him. Maybe if you're not busy later on we could. When we're not on missions, we'll hang out again sometime. Naruto grinned. Promise? Yeah. Hinata nodded with a smile. Silence followed after that. Hinata nervously shuffled her feet, waiting for him to say something. Or did he have to say something? Maybe she should just say goodnight and go inside her house. Regardless, this moment was very awkward for Hinata. Naruto was content to stare at the girl with a warm smile on his face. Well, good night, Hinata-sama. Hinata jumped when she heard her cousin's voice. Naruto turned and stared at the newcomer. He smiled a bit when he found out who had spoke. Hey, Neji. Naruto smiled in greeting. The Hyuga boy raised an eyebrow at him. How do you know me? Neji asked tentatively. You were Rookie of the Year before our class. Naruto replied. I'm Naruto Uzumaki. That is a name I'm unfamiliar with, Neji said slowly, his eyes narrowing a bit. More of a surprise for you then. Naruto grinned. HMPH. Neji redirected his attention back at his cousin. Hinata-sama, why are you back so late? It's past your curfew. Oh, well I was taking a test with my team and after that, Hinata stammered, feeling miserable when her stutter returned. The harsh glare Neji was giving her made her feel so uncomfortable. She was with me. Naruto spoke up, stepping between the Hyugas and shielding Hinata from her cousin's gaze. She passed the test her sensei gave her, so I took her out to celebrate. I wasn't aware Hinata-sama had any friends of her own, Neji said bluntly. Hinata's shoulders dropped. For your information, genius, she's got lots of friends. You just don't know them, Naruto retorted, turning his back to the boy, an action which only served to annoy the Hyuga prodigy. He smiled at Hinata. So I'll see you around, yeah, definitely. Hinata smiled, grateful for Naruto's intervention. She blushed and stared down at her feet. Good night, Naruto-kun. Yeah, good night, Hinata. Naruto grinned as he wrapped his arms around her. This action shocked both Hinata and Neji. Naruto smiled mischievously to himself. He did this for Hinata's comfort and for Neji's displeasure. The blonde did a cheer in his head when he felt Hinata's shaky arms wrap around his midsection. Bye-bye. Hinata smiled and bowed as she broke away from him. She ignored Neji's glare as she practically skipped through the doors to the Hyuga compound. How close are you to my cousin? Neji inquired, turning his attention towards Naruto. Why should it matter to you? Naruto smirked. We're friends. That's all there is to it. Is that so? Yep, Naruto replied. He crossed his arms. So what's your deal with her? Aren't you her cousin? Hinata doesn't deserve the glares you give her. I always give Hinata-sama and the other main branch members the respect they deserve. Neji bit back at him, bitterness laced in his tone. How I present myself to her is none of your concern. As her friend, and someone who genuinely cares for her, I'm making it my concern. Naruto challenged, stepping towards the Hyuga. Neji tensed and activated his Byakugan. Think before you act, Uzumaki. Neji scowled, prepping himself should the blonde decide to attack. I always do. Naruto smirked, making Neji's glare intensify. Naruto stared at the Hyuga. He had to keep in mind that this wasn't his friend, Neji. This was the bitter lower branch member who hated the main branch for cursing him with the caged bird seal. He held the main branch responsible for the death of his father and hated the weakling he thought Hinata was. Naruto's expression softened when he calmed himself down. He had to be patient with this Neji. I should be turning in for now, Neji said when he saw Naruto made no other threatening movements. He turned and grasped the handle of the doors to the Hyuga compound. You shouldn't blame Hinata for that seal on your forehead, Naruto said, pulling out another memory from his mind. He watched as Neji stiffened and whipped around, his eyes full of surprise. Let's see how this plays out. How do you? Neji trailed off. I get the impression that Hinata gets a lot of hate from her family, Naruto said, glaring at the Hyuga. You hate her for your own reasons and her own father considers her a weakling. It's not good for her self-esteem. If you want that seal gone, you should be supporting Hinata instead of hurting her. Don't talk about things you think you know about, Neji snarled, grabbing the boy by the collar. How you found out about my seal is a mystery to me, but don't act like you understand me or Hinata-sama. You know nothing about what I've been through. Maybe, Naruto admitted, but I know what it feels like to be hated by those around you. All I'm saying is that you should support the future head of the main branch if you want to change things for the better. Future head of the... You're joking. Neji smirked, releasing the blonde. You're not referring to Hinata-sama, are you? Who else would I be talking about? Hinata-sama will never become head of the clan. Neji chuckled. She is destined to always remain the weakling that she is. You're wrong, Naruto said, glaring at the boy. I'll be supporting Hinata every step of the way so that she can change the clan. It is what she wants, after all. HMPH. You are a fool, Uzumaki Naruto, Neji said, shaking his head. He turned around and opened the door to the compound. Hey, Neji. Neji turned his head and glared at the blonde, preparing to counter whatever clever retort the boy had thought up. However, to his surprise, he saw that Naruto gave him a wide smile. In a few years, I'll get that seal off your forehead. And Hinata's gonna help me. Naruto grinned, giving the boy a thumbs up. I promise. Neji just stared at him. The conviction, determination, and sheer confidence in his voice astounded the prodigy. Naruto made it sound as though it were a sure thing. Still, Neji's hardened expression returned and scoffed at the ignorant boy. "You're a fool," Neji muttered as he shut the door behind him. Naruto stared up at the doors to the compound. He folded his arms behind his head and turned on his heel, walking in the direction of his house. "You'll see, Neji. Hinata will make things better for the lower branch," Naruto said as an old memory flashed through his mind. "So Neji, how do you feel?" The Hyuga boy slowly reached up and touched his forehead. In front of him was his cousin with a scroll of some sort in her hands. Hinata had a look of astounded joy on her face. Naruto stood behind her, laughing with mirth. "It worked. It worked." Hinata smiled, embracing her cousin much to his surprise. Neji awkwardly patted his cousin on the back. "Here you go, buddy." Naruto laughed, handing the boy a mirror. "See for yourself." Neji's eyes widened as he took the mirror with shaky hands. Hinata released him as he gazed at his reflection. "It's gone," Neji whispered. He touched his fingers to his forehead again. The caged bird seal was gone. The mirror slipped from his hands and the Jonin fell to his knees. His vision turned cloudy when tears sprang from his eyes. Hinata also had tears of joy in her eyes. Naruto embraced her from behind, smiling at Neji as tears streamed down his face. "What are you crying for?" Naruto laughed, intertwining his fingers with Hinata's. "You're a free bird now, Neji. Smile." Neji got back up and wiped the tears from his eyes. He bowed towards the head of the Hyuga clan, thanking her from the bottom of his heart. "Thank you, Hinata-sama," Neji said as sincerely and warmly as he could. He gave the new clan head a warm smile. "Thank you so much." 10 to 10 to 10 to 10 to 10. Naruto smiled in remembrance of the day Hinata changed the Hyuga clan for the better. It had been a few weeks before their final battle had taken place. He had never seen Neji so happy. "Looks like I'm gonna have to find some way to get on Neji's good side again." Naruto sighed. Not only that, he needed to find ways to bond with all his old friends. He would need to gain their trust again if he really wanted to change things for the better this time. XXX. "I'm home. Welcome home, Naruto-sama." Naruto smiled at being greeted. Yuzura was sitting on a chair in the kitchen, sharpening her sword. He walked in and grabbed a cup of instant ramen from the pantry. "How was your day?" Yuzura asked. "Great." Naruto smiled, thinking back to his time with Hinata. "How was yours?" "Good. I looked around your village some more. It is very beautiful." Yuzura smiled as she put down her sharpening stone and sheathed her kodachi. "It's a good place to live, but I wouldn't call the village beautiful." Naruto chuckled as he heated up his meal in the microwave. "The area I visited was beautiful. There was a gorgeous flower garden in front of this one house. I stopped by to admire them." "You like flowers?" Naruto inquired. "I do." Yuzura smiled. "Gardening has been a hobby of mine ever since I was small. When I had free time I'd always play in the garden and water plants at the old house I stayed at. Ah, yes, I had served other families in my past life. Did I mention that before?" Yuzura wondered, tapping her chin with her index finger. "What was it like?" Naruto asked curiously. Yuzura didn't answer immediately. For a moment, Naruto could have sworn he saw a fleeting look of sadness and hurt cross her features. "I like Naruto-sama more than my old masters." Yuzura smiled. Naruto grinned back. "I'm happy to hear you say that. Well, you should probably get some sleep after you're finished eating," Yuzura said, getting up from her seat. "I am very tired myself, so I think I'll turn in early. Good night, Naruto-sama. Sweet dreams." Naruto smiled as he watched her leave the kitchen. Part of him wanted to ask more about her old life, but a voice in the back of his head told him that it was better to abandon his curiosity. At least for now, anyway. XXX. "Wake up, Naruto-sama." Yuzura stared down at her master as he moved underneath the sheets of his bed. All she got in response was a tired groan. 5 more minutes, Naruto mumbled, still half asleep. He slowly reached over and pulled his other pillow over his head. Yuzura giggled at his drowsy state. "Naruto-sama, someone is here to see you. It would not be polite to keep them waiting." "Drug smurfum." Zay. The fox girl sighed when the boy turned over and proceeded to fall back asleep. Her eyes narrowed as she slowly reached down and grabbed hold of the underside of the mattress. "Forgive me, Naruto-sama." She promptly flipped the mattress over, effectively waking the boy up. "What the hell?" Naruto shouted as he was thrown off the bed. He landed unceremoniously in the corner of the room. "Ah, good morning." Yuzura beamed at him, bowing her head towards him in greeting. "What was that for?" Naruto demanded as he picked himself off the floor. He grumbled at the clock next to his bedside that flashed the time, 7:30, back at him. What had possessed her to wake him up so early? "A guest is here to see you," Yuzura repeated, still smiling as she made her way to the kitchen. "You should give him a proper greeting." "Huh, but who would visit me so early in the morning?" Naruto grumbled, rubbing his eyes in an attempt to chase away his lingering drowsiness. Upon entering the kitchen, he was mildly surprised to see a ninja with white hair sitting at the table. "Kakashi-sensei," Naruto said curiously. The copy nin gave him a quick wave of acknowledgement, his nose buried in the latest issue of Ika Ika. "What are you doing here?" "We had things to talk about today, yes," the Jonin replied cheerfully, finally turning to face his student. "You said we'd meet up, so here I am." "Yeah, at noon," Naruto groaned. "Why are you here so early in the morning?" "Kakashi-san mentioned to me that he wanted to take you somewhere." Yuzura answered for him. "There is some place he wants to show you." "And where would that be?" Naruto asked as he sat down at the table. "We can talk about that later," Kakashi replied, smiling under his mask. We'll eat and then we'll head over to the place. Not going to tell me what or where it is, and ruin the surprise. Whatever. Naruto sighed, shaking his head. Despite his tired state and annoyance by his sensei's secrecy, it almost felt nice to have Kakashi mess with his head again. 2 bowls of ramen were presented to the both of them. The 2 ninja thanked Yuzura for the meal and proceeded to dig into their meals. It was only after the first few bites that Naruto noticed Yuzura wasn't eating with them. Aren't you going to eat anything? Naruto asked as the girl stepped towards the door. I would join you if I could, but I had planned to do some shopping this morning and I'd like to get that done as soon as possible. Yuzura smiled back at him. I wanted to get some more ingredients so Naruto-sama would have more to eat than just ramen. You don't need to do that. I can survive on ramen just fine. Naruto grinned. You need variety in your diet. Too much of one thing is bad for the body. Yuzura argued. How are you even going to go out when you've got those sticking out of your head? Naruto asked, pointing to her fox ears. I've found a way around that. The girl smiled back, taking a red bandana out of her kimono's sleeve. She tied it around her head and over her ears, completely covering them up and hiding them from sight. I can't very well buy food in my fox form. It could fall off, and others might see. Naruto protested, getting up from his seat. If you have a list of food, I can go out and get it later so. I am your servant. I do the shopping. Yuzura interrupted as she quickly stepped out the door. I will leave you 2 alone. I'm sure you have much to talk about. Wait, I can. His response was the sound of his door shutting. Hope she'll be okay. Naruto sighed, sitting back down. He couldn't even begin to imagine how the villagers would react if they saw her fox ears. Quite a nice little helper you've got there, Kakashi said, breaking Naruto out of his thoughts. The boy was shocked to find that Kakashi had already finished his meal. The copy nin chuckled. She acts like she's your wife. I'm happy to have Yuzura around, but our relationship isn't like that. Naruto replied, his cheeks turning a little pink. Don't let how she refers to me fool you. I don't treat her like a servant. I know. You're not the kind of person who would treat someone like that, Kakashi said reassuringly. He leaned back in his seat. So what's her story? I haven't asked, Naruto said in between bites of his meal. From the impression I got, it's not something that she'd be comfortable talking about. Some things are just better to be left off until later, you know. True, Kakashi nodded in agreement. I'm curious about her though. I can see why her ability would be the reason she was sent back with you, but I wonder what makes her so willing to help you. I'm a likable guy, aren't I? Naruto grinned, earning a small chuckle from Kakashi. He folded his hands and muttered a thank you as he finished his meal. But she said that she wanted to repay my parents for giving her new life by serving their son. I want to get to know her better, but I don't know a whole lot about her right now. Well, you've got plenty of time to find out. Kakashi smiled as he got up from his chair. Ready to go? Yeah, Naruto nodded, also getting up. Can you please tell me where we're going now? You'll see, Naruto. Kakashi chuckled. You'll see. XXX. It didn't take long to get to their destination. Naruto was surprised when Kakashi ended up taking him to Konoha's cemetery. As far as he knew, no one had died yet. When Naruto had asked, Kakashi had ignored him. The copy nin had silently walked into the graveyard, leaving Naruto with no choice but to follow him. Only after his teacher stopped in front of a certain grave and after Naruto had read the names inscribed on the tombstone did he realize why Kakashi had brought him here. Kakashi stepped back as Naruto slowly approached the grave. The boy knelt down and sat on the ground, crossing his legs underneath him. A warm smile made its way onto the youth's face. Hey mom, hey dad. In front of him was the grave of Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki. It was kept away from the other graves in a hidden area near the corner of the graveyard. Their tombstone was surrounded by white flowers growing up out of the ground. Naruto leaned forward and slowly ran his fingers over his parents' names. Their bodies were buried together seeing as they died together protecting you, Kakashi said, watching as his student stared at the stone slab. It seemed fitting for those two. I wonder why I never came here before. Naruto wondered aloud. I mean, even after I learned they were my parents I never came near this place. Why didn't I ever think of visiting my parents' graves? After all we've gone through together, why did I never tell you they were your parents in your past life? Kakashi posed a question, making Naruto turn to look at him. The Jonin sighed and looked up at the morning sky. Some things just slip our minds. I guess so. Naruto smiled back at him before turning towards the grave again. You know, even though they weren't around to raise me, they did more for me than most parents would do for their children. They brought you back from the dead. I don't think any parent has accomplished that before. Kakashi chuckled. He frowned at his student's back. Naruto, if they had the choice, they would have chosen to raise you the way a family was supposed to. I'm sure that they regretted not being able to be there for you when you were young. I know they had regrets when they died. Naruto sighed. He smiled lightly when he thought back to the times where his parents had appeared before him in his mind. Dad wished he could have seen me grow up and become a better ninja than he was. Mom wished she had gotten the chance to raise me properly and see my wife and grandkids. I died with regrets too. You were lucky to have parents like them. Naruto grinned when he felt a hand on his shoulder. The teacher and student stared down at the grave, remembering the couple that had done so much for them. They loved you. You know that, right? I never doubted that. Naruto grinned as he hopped to his feet. They were great parents. I'll make them proud by having things go right this time around. I won't have any regrets in this second lifetime. Neither will I, Kakashi affirmed. Naruto looked up at him. My regret was that I wasn't there for my sensei's child when he was younger. I plan to rectify that in this lifetime. He smiled down at Naruto. I'll be here to help you every step of the way. I never doubted that either. Naruto smiled. I trust you, Kakashi-sensei. I'm glad that sharing my memories with you was the right choice. Well, we should probably get going, Kakashi said, turning away and walking in the direction of the exit. Before going to your house, I left notes at Sasuke's and Sakura's homes to meet us at the training grounds at 10. Kakashi-sensei, it's only 8:30, Naruto pointed out, giving the man a teasing look. Don't tell me you actually plan to arrive early for once. Of course not. After we have our chat about the possible future, I have a few errands I need to run. I shouldn't arrive at the training grounds until at least 12. Kakashi's eye crinkled in a smile. I have a reputation to uphold, you know. Hahaha. They'll be so mad when you finally show up. Naruto laughed. It'll take a while for them to finally realize you never arrive on time to anything. That's too bad for them then. Kakashi chuckled. So, let's get going then. I know a good place where we can talk and have some food if you're hungry. Actually, let's meet up at Ikaraku's in an hour or so, Naruto said, his smile turning wistful. I kinda wanna hang around here for a little while longer, if that's okay. Alright then. Kakashi nodded, understanding Naruto's request. He smiled lightly under his mask. See you at Ikaraku's in an hour then. Don't be late. That's funny coming from you. Naruto laughed. Touche. Kakashi chuckled, giving the boy a quick wave and goodbye. See you later. Bye. Naruto grinned, turning back towards the grave. He was sure, somewhere, his parents were watching over him. They had always been watching over him. Even if they were dead now, Naruto would fight his hardest to make sure that his new life wouldn't be wasted. I won't die. I'll change things, I promise. Naruto smiled, speaking to his parents in the afterlife. That way, maybe, none of them would have any more regrets. XXX. Dobe, where were you? Sasuke demanded when he spotted Naruto walking down the trail. We've been waiting for 2 hours. Why didn't you show up sooner? Sakura shouted immediately after Sasuke. Naruto shrunk back when he saw her hand twitch. Sorry. I had to go do some shopping first, Naruto said defensively. I had to make multiple trips. Carrying 35 packets of instant ramen across the village and back to my house isn't easy. HMPH. Just don't let it happen again. Sasuke scoffed. Waiting on our sensei is bad enough. Waiting on you makes it worse. Sorry for leaving you alone with this guy, Sakura. Naruto whispered loudly, making sure the Uchiha could hear him. Tell me the truth. Trying to make conversation with him was like talking to a brick, right? It would have been nice if he responded with something other than a grunt or a growl. Sakura giggled, surprising Naruto by her joking along with him. Hey, I'm standing right here, Sasuke said indignantly, giving his teammates a glare. Looks like the only way to get a reply out of him is to insult him. Naruto grinned, disregarding the boy. What a social butterfly. Was my company really that bad, Sasuke-kun? Sakura asked innocently. HMPH. Sasuke turned away from them, his cheeks turning a bit pink. Well, I prefer your company over the Dobes any day. Now see, I tease, you hurt, Naruto said mockingly, smiling when he noticed Sakura blush. Sasuke chuckled as he glanced around the area again. Now, where the hell is our sensei? Hello, Gah. Sasuke jumped when he heard Kakashi's voice behind him. The boy turned and glared at their team's sensei while the ninja just stared back lazily. He raised a hand in greeting. Yo, Kakashi smiled. Your note said 10. Where were you for the past 2 hours? Well, I had to run a few errands, then I met up with a friend to chat about a few things, Kakashi replied, casting a quick glance over at Naruto. The blonde smiled in response. I actually wanted advice regarding how I should start training you all. Naruto thought back to the conversation they had only a half hour ago. After Naruto had left the cemetery and met up with Kakashi at Ikaraku's, they had left to go to a quiet parlor where they could talk. While Naruto and Kakashi had talked about Naruto's plans regarding the future, who else he had in mind for sharing memories with, his talk with Kyuubi, and his thoughts about how to get a hold of the other demon containers, the main topic of their conversation had been about their team. Both he and Kakashi agreed that their team needed to get strong fast. Not only that, they needed to drive the values of teamwork into their minds and bodies immediately. They were friends, they were a team, and now they just needed to cement their bonds. After our chat and reviewing your files the Academy kept on all of you, I've decided how I should go about training each of you, Kakashi said, crossing her arms in front of him. Let me start with your strengths and weaknesses. He pointed to Sasuke. Sasuke, Kakashi said, giving the boy a stern look. You are very talented for someone your age. You know a good amount of ninjutsu, your taijutsu is great, and your sharp eye and mind will help you defend yourself against genjutsu. It just comes naturally to me, Sasuke said, smirking at the praise he was receiving. His sensei shouldn't expect anything less from him. I am Uchiha, after all. That's your flaw, Kakashi said, surprising Sasuke by his blunt statement. That arrogance and superior attitude will not be tolerated. This is a team, Sasuke. You have to see your teammates as equals, not as inferiors that get in your way. You need to learn to work with them if you want to become a ninja. I didn't mean Sasuke trailed off. He glanced at his teammates. They both stared at him with blank looks on their faces. I don't think badly of you guys. We know, Naruto replied, twirling a pinky inside his ear idly. Sasuke was surprised at his careless attitude, wondering why he wasn't offended. We're your friends. We're not gonna get mad at you just because you're proud of your skills. We already know you're strong, Sasuke-kun. We respect you for that. Sakura smiled reassuringly. Naruto and I trust you, and we hope that you trust us too. Still, sorry if I sounded like I was bragging for a minute there, Sasuke added, still feeling uncomfortable at his own words. Don't worry about it. Naruto grinned, waving him off. Like I said before, you're strong because of you, not because you're an Uchiha. Yeah, Sasuke smiled a bit, grateful for his teammates' kind words. Anyway, moving on to Sakura, Kakashi said, smiling at the exchange between his team. You're smart, that goes without saying. You have great chakra control, but you aren't all that strong physically. Sakura's fine the way she is, isn't she? Naruto spoke up. Just because she can't hit as hard as me or Sasuke doesn't mean she's a bad ninja. We wouldn't have passed the bell test hadn't it been for her plan, Sasuke asserted. You guys, Sakura smiled warmly, grateful that they were so quick to defend her. I didn't say she was a bad ninja just because she's not the best fighter. Don't put words in my mouth, Kakashi retorted, silencing the trio. All I'm saying is that that's what we need to work on. Don't worry, I know a trick that could give your physical strength a huge boost. If you perfect the technique, you could have the strength to level an entire building. The trio blinked at him, not sure if their teacher was telling the truth. Sakura looked down at her tiny hands, not believing that there was a technique out there that could give her that much power. And lastly, Naruto, Kakashi said, turning towards the boy. You've got huge chakra reserves, kid. More than a kid your age should have. That cage bunchin technique of yours will come in handy on missions, and your enthusiasm for learning is a plus. However, you don't have a lot of other techniques besides that one jutsu. Your taijutsu is okay, but your chakra control is lacking. Another problem is your somewhat careless attitude and reckless behavior. I'm glad you know teamwork, but I'm worried you might not be able to follow orders. Silence. Naruto looked at his teammates expectantly. What? Not going to defend me? Naruto said incredulously. Hey, he made a good point. Sasuke smirked. What's to argue against? You've gotten a little bit more mature, Sakura admitted while giggling. But you still act like a knucklehead at times. Some friends you guys are. Naruto pouted, crossing his arms as he gave each of them a mock glare. See if I ever defend you two again. Kakashi chuckled a bit at their antics. It was good to see them getting along so well this early. It would make training them much easier. Well then, let's get started, Kakashi said, cracking his knuckles and making his students jump. We have to fight against you, Sakura asked, voicing her surprise. We'll work on teamwork and improving your strength for now. This is just a quick match to test your strength and see where you need improvement, Kakashi said, raising his fists. Keep in mind, you won't be able to beat me individually. Let's see if you guys can find a way to defeat me together. Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura quickly readied themselves. Determination flashed in their eyes. Let's go. All three of them chorused as they charged their sensei. XXX. Shikamaru stared up at the clouds as he lied down on the grass. The wind blew through his hair and he let out a sigh of contentment. He always felt so relaxed staring up in the fluffy white puffs in the sky. This quiet, serene moment was just what he needed to fall into a comfortable sleep. What do you think that cloud looks like? Shikamaru sighed. A cloud. I think it looks like a chicken leg. Another sigh. Shikamaru slowly turned his head to stare up at Choji who sat on the grass beside him. The boy was staring up at the clouds with a dazed look on his face. He could hear his stomach growing from his position next to him. Just be quiet. I'm trying to get some sleep. That one looks like tenderloin, Choji added, ignoring his friend's words. And that one looks like a frog. Choji, please keep your stomach from talking for you. Shikamaru groaned. I wonder what a frog would taste like if it was fried. Choji murmured. Shikamaru rolled his eyes. Their sensei had given their team the weekend off and told them their training would start next week, and while Shikamaru had agreed to that plan, he admitted that he was feeling a bit bored. It was hard finding things to occupy his time when he wasn't sleeping, and Choji wasn't a good shogi opponent. Hey guys, both Shikamaru and Choji turned their heads to find Naruto waving at them. Choji, being the friendly guy he was, waved back in greeting. Shikamaru just arched an eyebrow at the blonde. What are you doing here? Shikamaru asked. Does it matter? Naruto grinned. Not particularly, Shikamaru shrugged. If you really want a reason, I got done with training a while ago and since Sasuke and Sakura had things to do, I needed someone to hang out with. And now I found you guys. Truthfully, Naruto had been looking for the two of them after he had left the training grounds. His talk with Neji last night made him realize that he needed to take time to chat with all his friends again. Plus, Naruto did miss talking with all his old friends. Or what are you guys doing anyway? Looking at the clouds, Choji answered for Shikamaru. He pointed up at the sky again. What do you think, Naruto? Doesn't that cloud look like a piece of steak to you? I think your hunger might be getting to you, Choji. Naruto smiled as he glanced at the cloud that looked nothing like what the fat boy had mentioned. Well, I am pretty hungry, Choji admitted as he rubbed his stomach. How about we go out to eat then? Naruto offered. It'll be an early dinner. Sounds good to me. Choji nodded vigorously as he got up. Come on, Shikamaru, let's get something to eat. How troublesome, Shikamaru muttered. He'd much rather stay and look at the clouds. I'll buy for you guys. Naruto grinned. Shikamaru sat up. Where are we eating at? XXX. Ino idly twirled her blonde locks as she let out a huge sigh of boredom. She glanced out the window, seeing that the sun was already setting. Watching the shop can be really boring sometimes, the girl moaned. Her parents ran a flower shop, and since they usually had other errands to run, they usually left Ino in charge of the shop. She liked managing, but on slow days like this one, she often found herself bored sitting at the counter, waiting for a customer to show up. I would have more to do if it weren't for my good-for-nothing team. Ino sighed dejectedly, slamming her head down on the countertop. She had expected her sensei to teach her and the others all kinds of new tricks after passing their test the other day, but to her surprise and annoyance, he had given them the weekend off. While Shikamaru and Choji had no objections, lack of training meant that the other teams were going to get stronger than theirs. How am I supposed to impress Sasuke-kun if I can't train with my team? Ino groaned. Hello. A chipper, annoying voice resounded in her ears following the bell that rung whenever someone entered or exited the flower shop. Ino grimaced when she saw who her customer was. Hey, Naruto, Ino greeted in a deadpan voice. Her parents had always told her to make customers feel welcome, no matter who they were. What are you doing here? This is a flower shop, right? I came here to buy some flowers, obviously. Naruto grinned at her. You like flowers? Ino questioned in mild interest. She had always thought boys hated flowers because they weren't manly or something like that. I remember gardening a bit when I was younger. It gave me something to do. Naruto smiled as he examined a few vases. Do you have any flowers you'd recommend? What are you looking for? Well, I'd like a few seeds for flowers that grow quickly, and I'd like a small banquet if you have one. Naruto requested politely. All right, these ones are pretty easy to grow. Ino nodded, handing him a couple seed packets. She also gave a small bouquet with an assortment of purple, red, and white flowers. And this bouquet is pretty cheap and makes a great gift. Who do you plan on giving it to? A good friend of mine. Naruto smiled in response. She's been helping me out a lot recently, so I thought that maybe I'd do something nice for her in return. That's very thoughtful of you. Ino smiled, complimenting him and giving him a couple of points for the gesture. I'm sure she'll like them. I hope so. Naruto grinned. She said she enjoyed gardening, so she might become a frequent customer. Whatever is good for business. Ino smiled. Naruto chuckled a bit. It was weird. Here she was, having a normal conversation with the most hyperactive, annoying ninja in her class, and for once Ino didn't feel like planting her fist into his skull. Hey, Ino. The girl blinked as a small, white flower was presented to her. Naruto grinned widely at her. He had taken it out of the banquet. A flower for the pretty flower shop girl. Ino grinned as she took the flower from him. Naruto might be annoying at times, but at least he knew how to flatter well. Don't think for a minute that this will get you a discount. Ino smirked. Naruto laughed in response. XXX. These are for you. Yuzura blinked as she stared down at the bouquet of flowers in her hand. She watched as Naruto placed a few seed packets on the desk next to his bed. Why? The fox girl asked, tilting her head to the side curiously. You mentioned before that you liked gardening. I bought the seeds so that maybe you'd have something to do when I was out of the house. Naruto smiled at her. And the flowers? Yuzura asked, staring down at the bouquet that had been given to her upon his arrival a few minutes ago. Naruto had arrived home a few moments ago. Yuzura greeted him, as she usually did, but was surprised when he had given her a beautiful bouquet of flowers and told her he had bought some flower seeds for her to grow. She couldn't imagine what reason he would have for doing so. Thank you, Naruto replied, walking up to her. You've done a lot for me, Yuzura. You take care of the house while I'm gone, you cook me breakfast, you got me a copy of the Forbidden Art Scroll, gave Kakashi his memories back, and other small things that I'm grateful for. It just seems like you've done so much for me and I've done nothing to repay you. I want to make sure you know that I appreciate all you're doing for me. I am undeserving of Naruto-sama's praise. Yuzura murmured as she looked down at her feet. Thank you. Don't worry about it. Naruto grinned. There's a small flower patch outside where you can plant the seeds. I'll help you dig out the weeds tomorrow. Yuzura watched her master intently. To think he was thoughtful enough to do this for her when she had only mentioned once offhand that she enjoyed gardening. She was already content with what she had, but Naruto was doing so much for her. He said it was to repay her for all she had helped him with before, but still. Is there anything Naruto-sama wants in return? Yuzura asked timidly. Is there anything I can do to repay you for this kind gesture? Yuzura asked curiously. I told you, it's fine. Naruto sighed, shaking his head. This girl just didn't know how to accept a gift and leave it alone. It just feels like you do so much for me well, more than a master should for his servant, and Yuzura trailed off, not knowing how to continue. Yuzura, you're my friend, Naruto said, shaking her shoulders a bit. I did this because I care about you. Can't we just leave it at that? The Inari Kitsune stared into her master's eyes. He was so different from the others she had met in her past life. He was so kind, even if you say that Yuzura started. Naruto held his hand up to stop her from speaking. Fine, you want to repay me. Then you've got to help me train, Naruto said as his eyes narrowed. I already talked about it with Kakashi. In a few months, we'll be going to Wave to protect Tizuna. From Zabuza and Haku. Yuzura nodded, searching through the memories she had gained from Naruto. But what do they have to with anything? I think I found a way to get in contact with Utakata and find the three-tailed demon beast. Naruto smiled. To do that, I'll need to go to Kirigakure and get some information regarding their locations. Of course, I'll need a good reason to visit the village. What do you intend to do? This time around, we plan to capture Zabuza. Naruto grinned. And you're gonna help me train and get strong enough to do so. Will you help me? You didn't even need to ask. Yuzura smiled. Do you see the target? Naruto took a quick look around. He held his headset as he spoke into the speaker. Not yet. No sign of the target. Naruto replied. So it's not in the north part of the forest. Kakashi murmured to himself, rubbing his chin thoughtfully. He adjusted his headset as he spoke through the mic. How about you, Sakura? Nothing in the south. I've searched everywhere but there's no sign of it, came the annoyed reply. I found it. Sasuke's voice crackled in their ears. It's in the west part of the forest. Good job. Kakashi nodded in approval. Naruto, Sakura, head over there and give Sasuke some backup. Already on it, the two said in unison. They arrived at Sasuke's position in less than 2 minutes. The boy gestured behind him with his thumb. It's over there, the boy said quietly. I'm glad you found it so quickly. Naruto grinned. Having the Sharingan helps. Sasuke smiled back, his red eyes having 2 black tear shapes around the iris. Naruto just smiled in response. The demon container and Kakashi had discussed it, and they both decided that it was best if Sasuke got his Sharingan early on to help increase his strength. The boy had unlocked his Sharingan ability during a hard training session with Kakashi a few months back. While the eye technique wasn't complete, it still gave the boy great eyesight. On my signal, Sasuke whispered. Naruto and Sakura readied themselves. 1, 2 now. 3 Narutos jumped out from the brush and tried to grab the small black creature that was their target. It hissed and jumped out of Naruto's reach, making the trio collide with themselves and poofing the clones out of existence. Sasuke jumped out and tried to block the creature, but just as he was about to grab at their target, it twisted out of his grasp. It's a shame these eyes don't make me any faster, Sasuke muttered under his breath as he made another grab for the target. Don't let it get away, Naruto shouted as it jumped out of Sasuke's reach. I'm not spending another 2 hours looking for this damn thing again. Sakura, stop it, Sasuke yelled as the target made a break for the bushes. Hold it, Sakura yelled, slamming her fist down on the ground, making the ground explode beneath her. The target cried out and fell over as rocks and dirt flew over its head. Nice, Naruto grinned as he and Sasuke walked over to their teammate. You stopped it. I wonder if you killed it though, Sasuke wondered as he watched their target undergo some kind of spasm on the ground. I just surprised him is all, Sakura said, rubbing her fist. A small crater was left where she had punched. While Kakashi wasn't the expert, Tsunade was when it came to teaching others how to build up and release their chakra in one burst. With Naruto's help, he had managed to give Sakura a general idea about how it was done. Being the smart girl she was, Sakura was able to pick up on the technique pretty quickly. While the technique wasn't perfected and nowhere even close to the strength she had in the past, her fist still packed a punch. Granted, she couldn't keep from hurting herself a bit from the impact just yet. You know, I used to like cats before, Sakura said as she looked at the scratches on her knuckles. Now I can't say that I'm as fond of them as I was before. Naruto grumbled in response as he looked down at their client's cat, their target for capture. Doing this mission in his past life wasn't fun then, and it wasn't fun now. This would be his teammate's 6th time capturing the cat, but it would be his 12th. Stupid cat, Naruto muttered, glad their mission was over. Kakashi-sensei, we've captured the target, Sasuke reported to their teacher. We'll meet you at the Hokage Tower to collect our pay in 10. All right, Kakashi smiled. Good work, team. See you in a bit. XXX. It had been about 2 months since Team 7 had taken the bell test and 2 months since Naruto and Kakashi began working together to use their memories of the past to help change the future. Of course, they hadn't talked about it as extensively as they had imagined they would. Both had agreed that, for now anyway, they'd focus on strengthening their team. Other than teaching Sakura a bit of Tsunade's lessons and helping Sasuke unlock his Sharingan, the team had improved quite a bit in Naruto's opinion. Not only did they get stronger, but their team got closer too. Sasuke was more open and smiled more often, and Sakura didn't hit him as much as she used to. Naruto was happy that he and his friends had already formed such a strong bond with each other so early on. Knowing that he could already trust his friends with his life, and knowing that they thought the same was something that he never expected to obtain so early. Naruto guessed that he had his maturity gained in his old life to thank for that. He was glad none of the choices he had made so far negatively affected him. Of course, the changes he had made weren't big changes in his opinion. Just recently, Naruto and Kakashi had discussed an event that would be their first big turning point. Their first hurdle. Their first attempt to truly change things. They would be assigned their mission and wave today if things played out like they had before in the past. Naruto knew this would be a challenge. His goal was to capture Zabuza to further his plans for changing the future. Kakashi had wondered what Naruto hoped to gain by capturing the dangerous ex-Miss Ninja. The blonde had told him it was his only plan so far to get in touch with certain people. Zabuza would be his ticket to meet up with Utakata and finding the three-tailed demon beast. For this plan to work, the first step was to make sure they got the mission in wave. Naruto and Kakashi knew that shouldn't be too hard since their team performed much better than when they first started out in their past life. I'm tired of all these stupid D-rank missions, old man. give us a C rank already. Not only that, but Naruto's old persistence and need to get their first C rank mission would also help. Sakura and Sasuke groaned in embarrassment at how Naruto was addressing the Hokage. Kakashi just stood behind them, smiling under his mask. Naruto, mind your manners, Iruka chided, sitting up from his chair. This is not how you should ask a favor from the Hokage. Stay out of this, Iruka-sensei, Naruto said, glaring at the man. He turned back towards the Hokage and crossed his arms. I'm tired of all the chores and errands we run in those stupid D-rank missions. We need something more challenging, right guys? Hey, don't pull us into your arguments. Sakura snapped at him, more than a little annoyed by her teammates' immature behavior towards the issue. Sasuke grunted in agreement. But although the two wouldn't say it out loud and disrespect the Hokage the way Naruto was, Sasuke and Sakura were also sick of all the low-ranked missions they were getting. Do you think you're ready for a C-ranked mission, Naruto? Hiruzen asked, arching an eyebrow at the boy. Not just me, but my teammates too. Naruto grinned. We'll take down any mission you give us. Hiruzen Sarutobi thought it over for a bit. He had seen the reports, and Kakashi's team had done better than he had expected. The team got along well, all missions were completed in a short amount of time, and each mission had been wrapped up nicely and met the objectives given. But were they really ready for a C-rank mission? They had only graduated 2 months ago, and none of the other newly graduated teams had been given any C-rank mission yet either. I think my team can handle a C-rank mission, Kakashi put in, making the Hokage and Iruka turn their heads towards him. They're all more than capable of handling themselves out there. Very well, Sarutobi smiled, nodding at their sensei's encouragement. Let's see what mission we have available for you. Naruto held his breath. There was always the chance they wouldn't get the mission they wanted. He needed the wave mission. How about this one? Sarutobi handed Naruto the mission papers. You'll be escorting a man named Tazuna to the border of Wave Country. Does it satisfy you, Naruto? More than you can imagine. Cool, thanks, old man. Naruto smiled, turning on his heel and heading towards the door. Hold on, Naruto. You should meet your client first, don't you think? Sarutobi pointed out, a bit thrown off by Naruto's nonchalant attitude. He had expected him to be a bit more excited. Sir, could you please come in? These brats are the ones that are gonna escort me. Tazuna slurred as he walked through the door. You must be joking. Naruto grinned when he saw the man. Gray hair, lazy look, drunken with a bottle of sake in one hand, Tazuna looked exactly how Naruto remembered. So you're a bridge builder? Naruto asked as he pretended to read the mission papers to learn about what he already knew. What are you doing in Konoha? Had to get supplies. Tazuna answered as he regarded the team assigned to him with a lazy eye. Couldn't I have gotten someone stronger? Hey, don't underestimate us. Naruto smirked. We just might end up saving your life on this mission. Tazuna blinked. It could just be his drunken mind influencing him, but the lad sounded like he knew something. Yeah, right. Tazuna chuckled, shaking his head. As if a shorty like you could protect me, he turned towards the man with the mask whom he assumed was their sensei. So when can we leave? How about tomorrow morning? Kakashi offered, smiling at the old man he could now remember. My team has already gone on a mission today, so we need time to rest. It'll be our first mission outside the village. What was the mission? Tazuna asked curiously. We had to find someone's cat. Sasuke answered bluntly, his tone sounding as unimpressive as the mission. Most dangerous mission we've had so far. Tazuna sighed to himself. Hopefully they won't run into too much trouble. XXX. So you guys got a C-rank mission. That's right. Naruto smiled as he blocked Kiba's punch. It'll be nice to see get out of village for once. You're lucky, dude. Kiba laughed as he ducked to avoid Naruto's kick. Maybe we should try asking for a C-rank mission. All we've done is errands for people. As a prank, my sister Hana gave our team a mission to clean out the cages at my house. At least she finally found a way to make you do your chores. Naruto grinned as he threw a few punches at the dog ninja. Kiba laughed as he blocked the punches. Naruto glanced towards their spectators, who stood off to the side watching the two boys spar. What was that like, Hinata? Unpleasant. Hinata sighed. She gave Kiba a mock glare. We would have had less work to do if Kiba-kun would do his chores once in a while. You need to think of your teammates, Shino added, not lifting his head, which was buried in another book on bugs. Akamaru sat next to him, watching the battle with mild interest. Sorry to say, but that's not gonna happen. Kiba laughed in response. The boy turned his attention back to Blonde he was sparring against. About a month ago, Hinata had introduced him and Shino to the boy. Kiba had recognized Naruto from the academy, the failure who he thought hadn't graduated. He also had the reputation for being an annoying prankster, but shortly after meeting him, Kiba found a great friend in Naruto. The boys actually shared a few interests, and their similar attitudes also helped them become better friends. What Kiba was grateful for was Naruto's help in bringing his team closer together. After Kiba had met his teammates, they had trouble communicating with each other. While the dog ninja tried to find out more about his teammates, Hinata was too shy and most of her responses had been stutters, and Shino just didn't respond to anything. After Naruto showed up, everything had been more comfortable between them. While she was still shy, Hinata lost her stutter, and by some miracle Naruto got Shino to start talking. Team 8 and 7 were actually on pretty good terms with each other. Shortly after Naruto had started hanging out with Team 8, the blonde had suggested their teams get together for training every once in a while. Kakashi and Kurenai had jumped on the idea. Their teams would compete against each other in friendly competitions where each team tried to outdo the other. These exercises helped in bringing the teams closer together, gave Hinata more confidence, and made Shino speak. It was a good relationship. Hold up, Kiba. Naruto paused, catching the boy's fist. He turned his head towards Shino. What time is it? 4 o'clock. Why? Shino asked. Oh, Naruto-kun, we should probably get going. Hinata said as she got up. She brushed the dirt off her pants. Yeah, sorry, Kiba. We'll continue this match later, yeah. Naruto said as he bumped fists with his friend. Where are you guys going? Kiba asked curiously. A sly smirk slowly made its way onto his face. Could it be is Naruto taking you on a date, Hinata? And no. It's just TT that I offered to go pick up some food for my family, and then Naruto said he'd come with me to help, is all. Hinata replied as she blushed at Kiba's insinuation, breaking into a fit of stuttering. Calm down, I was only kidding. Kiba chuckled. The only time she stuttered or blushed now was when someone joked about her and Naruto's close relationship. He turned towards the blonde. Sucks for you, huh? I like spending time with Hinata. Naruto grinned at him. He smiled at Hinata. But maybe we should go on a date sometime. What do you think? Moody, don't joke like that, Naruto-kun. Hinata blushed, shuffling her feet and squirming cutely at the boy's suggestion. I wasn't even joking. Naruto muttered so that only he could hear. He waved at Kiba and Shino as he and Hinata moved to leave. See you guys when I get back. Yeah, good luck on your mission. Kiba called back at him as his friends left. Akamaru barked his goodbyes while Shino just acknowledged the departing duo with a short nod of his head. XXX. Hey, Yuzura. Naruto-sama. Welcome home. Naruto smiled at the girl who bowed in greeting. He took note of the water can in her hand as he observed her work with a smile on his face. Those flowers grow fast, Naruto said as he stared at the myriad of colors in the flower patch in front of his apartment. They look beautiful. Thank you. Yuzura smiled as she bent down to cover up some newly planted seeds with some soil. She sprinkled some water over them as soon as they were covered. After Naruto had bought her some seeds from Ino's shop, every time he woke up and came home he'd see the fox girl gardening. She really enjoyed the hobby, as she said, and took pride and care in her work. The various colors that surrounded the front of his apartment really made it seem like a better place to come home to. Naruto had helped Yuzura extend the length of the flower patch to give her a bigger area to garden. Yuzura actually knew Ino now that she actually made herself a frequent customer at her shop to buy seeds. Of course, Ino didn't know about Yuzura's relationship with Naruto or that they lived together. She didn't know what Yuzura was since the bandana she wore around her head in public always kept her ears hidden and out of view. Yuzura was actually good friends with the girl now. Naruto smiled as he bent down next to Yuzura and smelled the flowers that bloomed in front of him. He was glad that doing this for Yuzura had turned out to be such a great idea. How was your day? Yuzura asked as she and Naruto got up from their squatting positions. We got the mission and waved today, Naruto said as he walked up the steps to their apartment into his room. Yuzura followed close behind him. So then this will be your first challenge then, Yuzura said softly as she followed him into their room. Capturing Zabuza will be no easy task. You're telling me? Naruto sighed as he ran his fingers through his hair. I barely managed to fend him off last time. If we hadn't freed Kakashi-sensei from the water prison, we probably would have died right there. But you're stronger this time. Your friends trust you and Kakashi-san is there to help you. Yuzura smiled at him reassuringly. You'll be fine, I'm sure. I'm still worried, but hearing you say that makes me feel better. Naruto smiled at her as he pulled out a drawer on his dresser and took out a large scroll. Not only that, but I'll have you here to watch my back. That gives me even more confidence. Hearing Naruto-sama say that makes me happy, Yuzura smiled softly as her cheeks turned a little pink. Knowing that I can assist you makes me happy as well. Yeah, well, it's no joke that you've been a great help in preparing me for this. Those training sessions with my team, Hinata's team, and you have made me stronger, I think. Naruto smiled as he unfolded his copy of the Forbidden Arts scroll. Plus, studying this thing would have been a lot harder by myself. Naruto and Yuzura smiled at each other as they sat down with the scroll unfolded in front of them. They skipped to the part of the scroll that included seals of all kinds. They both immediately got to work studying. Other than training, Naruto spent a lot of time going over the Forbidden Arts scroll with Yuzura. The Kitsune girl had mentioned before that maybe he'd have some luck studying seals. His father had been an expert in the art of sealing, and while Naruto was nowhere even close to 1/4 of his father's skill, he could already perform quite a few low-level sealing techniques, such as locking doors and locking items in place. They were small accomplishments, but studying these techniques would help him in mastering more advanced techniques. Yuzura pulled out a small scroll from her kimono sleeve and unraveled it. She carefully wrote a few symbols on it and showed them to Naruto. The boy glanced at the seal she had been studying and nodded in thanks. He took the scroll and added a few more symbols to it. He'd be taking the Forbidden Arts scroll with him on the mission. Yuzura would also be going with him on the mission for backup to help him. The seal nowhere near completion, you know that right? Yuzura asked him as she rolled up the Forbidden Arts scroll. Maybe not, but I'm sure we can write down some more during the mission, Naruto replied as he rolled up the smaller scroll. Besides, I'm sure when we find out information regarding the three-tailed demon beast we'll find people who are capable of helping us seal it. The smaller scroll in his hand had a modified version of his seal for the Kyuubi written on it. Naruto was sure that when he got into Kirigakure, he'd find someone who'd help him complete it. XXX. Morning, guys. Naruto waved as he approached his teammates. Both glared at him for his lateness. Naruto, why are you so? Kakashi-sensei wasn't going to be on time, so what's the point of coming early? You know he arrives at least 2 hours late to everything. Naruto cut Sakura off before she could finish. The pink-haired girl huffed and crossed her arms, knowing that she couldn't argue Naruto's point. A few minutes later, Kakashi did show up with Tazuna in tow. He waved at his students while smiling underneath his mask. Morning, students. Kakashi greeted as he stepped in front of them. I hope I didn't make you wait too long. Naruto chuckled while Sakura and Sasuke grumbled in response. Yeah. Good morning, how are you and all that? Tazuna said loudly as he stepped past them. They could already tell he was drunk. I want to get back to my country as soon as possible. I've got things to do, places to be and bridge to build. Just don't let anything happen to me. You have my word that nothing will happen to you, Kakashi assured. He smirked under his mask. I mean, this is just a C-rank mission. It's not like anyone's out to kill you or anything, right? Yeah, Tazuna mumbled quietly. They all exited the village. Naruto stepped next to Kakashi. That was mean, Naruto whispered. Kakashi shrugged innocently. Is your friend planning on coming with us? Kakashi asked his student as he glanced at the woods. Naruto turned to see where Kakashi was looking. He saw a small white fox look at him before it hopped into the bushes. The blonde nodded at his teacher. She'll stay hidden, but you never know what might happen. Naruto replied. Kakashi nodded, understanding that they might need the help. What are you two doing? Let's go. Sakura's voice called back at them. Coming. Naruto called back as he ran to catch up with his teammates and their client. Kakashi followed behind them at his own pace. The party strolled down the trail for a couple hours, making idle chit-chat with each other. Since he was bored during their walk, Naruto started his innocent act and commented how it was his first time leaving the village, something his teammates also commented on. It felt weird lying about things he had already done before, but not in this life. Eventually, Naruto and Kakashi saw it. The Jonin made a few hand signs while Naruto gently nudged Sasuke and Sakura. They had improved to the point where they too could notice common things that were out of place. Team 7 stiffened when they felt killing intent coming from behind them. They all turned to see two mist ninja with gas masks on their faces with claws and chains attached to their hands coming up from behind their sensei. They whipped the chains forwards and they wrapped tightly around the copy nin. Kakashi had a look of complete surprise on his face. Do it, one of the ninjas shouted as they both pulled on the chains. Tazuna cried out in fear when he saw the potentially strongest of the group he'd hired get torn to shreds. Hit the bridge builder, the other ninja shouted. They rushed towards Tazuna with their claws aimed at him. Tazuna lifted his arms to cover his face in a futile attempt to block the attack. He waited for the claws to tear into his skin and rip him apart. Surprisingly, they never came. Nice one, Sasuke. The bridge builder uncovered his head when he heard Naruto's laughing voice. His eyes widened in surprise when he saw 3 Narutos and Sakura around him and a kunai pinning the chains to a tree on the opposite side of the trail. Sasuke had been the one who'd thrown it. With his Sharingan activated, Sasuke jumped on upwards and delivered a swift kick to one of the assailant's neck. The remaining ninja watched his brother fall to the ground. He immediately detached the chain and rushed towards Tazuna, thinking he wouldn't have any trouble taking care of a girl and a few clones. To his surprise, 3 more clones burst out from the ground and grabbed a hold of his arms and legs, keeping him in place. One of the Narutos called out to their teammate. He's all yours, Sakura. The girl ran up to them and brought her arm backwards, only to bring it forward again and slam it into the mist ninja's jaw with some chakra force added to her attack. An audible crack was heard as she broke the ninja's jaw and sent him flying into a tree, where he sunk to the base of it upon impact. We did it. Naruto laughed as he whooped excitedly. Why yeah, Sakura smiled, even as she shakily fell to the ground. Now that the moment of battle had passed, it gave her time to reflect on what had just happened. They had been attacked by other ninja for the first time. But why would these ninja attack us? Sasuke wondered as he kicked one of their bodies. Foreign ninja wouldn't attack us without reason. Tazuna just stared at the kids who had just taken out 2 people sent to kill him. But that wasn't why he was so surprised. They had just seen their teacher get ripped to pieces in front of them. Why were they acting so calm? I believe our client can answer that question. Tazuna jumped and turned around to see Kakashi standing behind him with an expectant look on his face. The bridge builder pointed at him in shock. But you were. Substitution technique. Sasuke answered for him. Kakashi-sensei wouldn't be killed so easily by those 2. Now back to the matter at hand, Kakashi said, stepping towards Tazuna. I believe you have something to tell us, don't you? Fine, Tazuna sighed. I'll tell you everything. You know that bridge I said I was building? Someone wants to stop me from completing it. Naruto sat down and leaned back against a tree to rest. He already knew everything, so there was no point in listening. Tazuna explained things the way he remembered them. He had wanted to keep control and wave, so he needed to hire some ninja to take care of the man building the bridge. Once the bridge was completed, their country would be connected to the mainland, allowing them to buy product from people other than Gato. Tazuna couldn't afford to pay for an A-rank mission because Gato had already extorted too much money from him and the rest of the villagers. C-rank missions are generally for protection against highway trouble like bandits and wild animals. Attacks from enemy ninja just made this mission a whole lot more dangerous, Kakashi said, crossing his arms in front of him. I know I was wrong to keep it a secret from you, but please, you have to protect me. Tazuna begged them desperately. Please, for the sake of my country, my daughter, and my grandson, I have to complete that bridge. I don't know. Deceiving us is one thing, but this mission could put our lives at risk too, Kakashi said, giving the man a serious look. He turned towards his students. What do you want to do? Hey, isn't it your decision, sensei? Sakura asked. We decide things as a team. I go with whatever you three choose, Kakashi replied. Well then, the answer is obvious. Naruto smiled as he sat up. He gave Tazuna a salute. We'll be your protection from here on out. Naruto, you still want to do the mission? Sakura asked him incredulously. Ninja attacked us. There will probably be more, and they'll probably stronger. We could die. I can't become the Hokage if I'm not afraid to put my life on the line for others. Naruto replied fiercely, slamming his fist into his palm. I won't die before I fulfill my dream. I won't die. Not this time. I'm with you, Sasuke asserted as he stepped forward. He nodded towards Tazuna. We make sure no one touches you. Sasuke, you too. Sakura gasped. So this mission got harder, so what? No matter what mission we do, there will always be the possibility of us dying, Sasuke said, turning towards her. Just because the stakes are higher doesn't mean we should run away. And Uchiha no I, Sasuke Uchiha, never run away. Naruto smiled at his friend's vigor and by his declaration that it was his choice to do this. Sasuke wasn't doing it for his Uchiha pride, but because he wanted to do it for himself. I don't know, Sakura said nervously. Despite their victory over the first two ninja, she had been scared throughout the entire fight. She had gotten stronger, she was sure of that, but what would happen if they ran into someone stronger? Sakura, you shouldn't be scared, Sasuke said, snapping the girl out of her thoughts. Naruto and I are your teammates. We'll make sure that you won't die. Yeah, we can protect Tazuna and you too, Naruto added, smiling at her. Thanks guys. Sakura smiled at them, happy that she had such great teammates. She turned towards Tazuna. We'll protect you, Tazuna-san. We'll help make sure that bridge is completed. Well then, there's you answer. Kakashi shrugged, smiling beneath his mask. Looks like we'll be together for a bit longer. Thank you. Just thank you. Tazuna gave them a deep bow. Let's get moving then. Naruto grinned. The sooner we get you to your village, the sooner you can complete that bridge. And the sooner we can capture Zabuza. XXX. Alright, this is as far as I can take you. The group stepped out of the small boat. Tazuna turned to thank the ferryman for taking them to the island. Thank you so much. You have no idea how much this means to me, Tazuna said sincerely to the man. You want to thank me? Just make sure you finish building that bridge. The man replied. He leaned closer to Tazuna and spoke in a whisper as he glanced at the children the bridge builder had brought with him. But are you sure you should be bringing children into this? Don't underestimate them. They're more than capable of the task, Tazuna replied seriously. He glanced at Naruto after saying this. Believe it or not, they've actually saved my life already. If you say so. Good luck. The ferryman departed. Here we are, Tazuna said as he walked up to his protectors. I'd say it's good to be home, but... Naruto ignored him and took note of his surroundings. A fog covered the area, cloaking everything in a misty white blanket. The demon container shivered a bit when his nerves started to get to him. He had been scared when he fought against Zabuza the first time. Now that he knew the man was coming this time, he couldn't help but feel a little apprehensive. The boy stiffened when he felt a hand on his shoulder. Naruto looked up to see Kakashi standing behind him with an expression that told him he was smiling. The copy nin gave the boy's shoulder a reassuring squeeze. Naruto smiled in thanks as they all proceeded forward and into the forest. Get ready everyone. We're nearing the end, so there will probably be someone here to stop us, Kakashi said gravely as he pulled up his headband to reveal his Sharingan eye. He had long since revealed it to his team, so its appearance came as no surprise to them. Sasuke also activated his Sharingan. After a few moments of walking, Kakashi and Sasuke both called out at the same time. Get down. Naruto tackled Tazuna to the ground as everyone else hit the floor. A massive, and to Naruto and Kakashi, familiar sword flew over where their heads had been a second ago. It connected with a tree on the opposite side of the forest and stuck there. The shirtless man covered in bandages landed on the sword's hilt and stood there. Naruto and the rest slowly got up from their positions and stood at ready. Tazuna and Sakura shook slightly as they stared at the man who had thrown the sword. Naruto, Kakashi, and Sasuke all glared at their attacker. Zabuza Momochi, demon of the hidden mist, Kakashi said as he pulled out a kunai. The ex-mist nin smiled underneath his mask of bandages. Well, you're the infamous copy ninja, Kakashi Hadake. Zabuza let out a throaty chuckle as he jumped down to the ground and pulled his sword out of the tree. He swung it back and rested it on his shoulder. How can he swing that huge blade around so easily? Sakura whispered. The strong opponent has made his appearance, Sasuke said, his Sharingan flaring. I'm getting excited already. Naruto grinned, cracking his knuckles. With his teammates with him, he could already feel his confidence building up. Here we go, I won't lose this challenge. Sakura, protect Tazuna. Naruto, summon some clones to help her. Kakashi ordered. Sakura placed herself in front of Tazuna while 4 other Narutos helped form a pentagon around the bridge builder. Naruto and Sasuke, you cover me from a distance. I'll probably have to take care of him myself. Ha ha ha, I can tell that you'll be a challenge. Kakashi Zabuza laughed darkly. The mist around them thickened as the ex-mist nin disappeared inside the whiteness. Let's make this a fight we can enjoy. Everyone stood in silence for a while. Naruto and Kakashi were familiar with Zabuza's techniques, but Sakura and Sasuke were still unaware. They both hoped that things would still end with all of them coming out of this alive. Naruto and Sasuke's eyes widened when they saw someone materialize behind Kakashi. They were about to call out to him, but Kakashi, with his Sharingan, had already seen him coming. The copy ninja swung his fist backwards and nailed Zabuza right in the jaw. Not to his surprise, the man dissolved into water and splashed to the ground. Water clones, Kakashi muttered as he shook his hand to get the water off. His eye picked up on something to the left. Kakashi jumped upwards when a sword swept underneath him. The Jonin shot his foot backwards and caught another clone in the neck. It exploded into water. Naruto and Sasuke jumped back when a sword slammed down where they had been standing a moment before. The duo took out some shuriken from their pouches and threw them at the clone that had attacked them, hitting it in the shoulder blades and dispelling it. Where's the real one? Naruto shouted. Sasuke searched around frantically with his Sharingan. His eyes widened when he saw someone material in next to Sakura. Sakura, Sasuke yelled to her. The girl's eyes widened when she saw the Rouge Nin beside her. Zabuza smirked sinisterly under his mask as he raised his sword above his head. Easy kill, the man thought as he smiled to himself. Protect the VIP. The ex-Mist Nin's eyes widened when he felt a group of bodies surround him and lash onto his limbs. He looked down to see some blonde kids grabbing onto his arms and legs, trying to keep me in place. Shadow clones. Impressive, but it won't make a difference to me. Just as he was about to do a massive sweep and throw the clones off, Zabuza felt a fist connect with his stomach. His eyes widened when he felt the force of the blow register with his body. Take this, Sakura screamed as she delivered the hardest punch she could. It was enough. It sent Zabuza flying backwards as he felt the clones let go of him. He rolled across the ground before coming to a halt. The man coughed as he patted his stomach. How the hell does that scrawny girl have such a mean punch? Zabuza muttered to himself in wonder. Don't forget about me. Zabuza's eyes widened as a foot connected with the side of his face. From his mouth soaked the bandages covering his mouth as Kakashi's kick sent him a few more feet backwards. Zabuza quickly picked himself up and held his sword in front of him. Damn it, these guys aren't pushovers. Zabuza growled. He quickly turned on his heel and ran in the direction opposite of where his opponents were standing. He's retreating, Tazuna said in disbelief. No, don't let him get to the water, Kakashi yelled when he realized Zabuza was headed towards the lake. Dobe, get me over there, Sasuke commanded as he watched Zabuza run towards the water. Naruto nodded and formed a familiar hand sign. 2 clones poofed into existence and grabbed a hold of Sasuke's arm. They ran forward a bit, pumped chakra into their arms, and threw Sasuke forward, who shot like a rocket towards Zabuza. The man felt someone coming at him from behind. He turned and was shocked when a fist collided with the side of his head. He glared at the black-haired boy who flipped over him and placed himself between Zabuza and the lake. Get out of my way, Brett, Zabuza shouted as he brought his sword down on the boy's head with full force. Sasuke, with his Sharingan, predicted his move and quickly hopped to the side. He launched a kick at Zabuza's side, which the ninja blocked, but the Uchiha used his arm to hop off of and deliver a spinning kick to the man's head as he jumped upwards. Zabuza growled as he shook off the blow and swung his fist around to hit his attacker. Sasuke caught the fist and spun back around to hit Zabuza in the shoulder. He landed on the ground next to the ex-Mist Nin, who tried to kick the boy away, but he dodged the attack with ease. A vein popped out of his forehead. You're so annoying, Zabuza roared as he brought his fist forward. Sasuke's eyes widened when Zabuza's fist came at him with more speed than he originally thought. The man's fist slammed into the side of Sasuke's face, sending him flying into a tree where he collapsed to the ground, unconscious. Sasuke-kun, Sakura shouted in alarm. Stay with Tazuna, Kakashi shouted back at her as he rushed towards Zabuza. He glanced to the side to see Naruto shoot past him. Zabuza, in a state of anger, slowly stepped towards Sasuke's unconscious body. He raised his sword, ready to kill the boy with his stroke. Leave him alone. Zabuza let out a surprised grunt when he felt someone tackle him from behind. He spun around and grabbed onto the blonde who had crashed into him. He took a few steps backwards as he tried to pry the boy off of him. Brat, get off me. The demon of the mist's eyes widened when he felt a dozen more bodies, all with the same appearance of the boy that was attached to him, tackle him together. Zabuza fell backwards as the clone's weight became too much. Unfortunately for both Zabuza and Naruto, they had been on a slope. When they fell backwards, they tumbled downhill, clones dispelling and disappearing as they crashed down the slanted ground. I'm going after them, Kakashi yelled as Tazuna and Sakura rushed over to him and the unconscious Sasuke. The clones that had been with Tazuna and Sakura had joined the other clones in tackling Zabuza. Kakashi made a few hand signs and slammed his palm into the ground. Naruto held on tightly to his enemy as they crashed down the hill. He could hear his clones disappear and Zabuza's grunts of pain as they hit rocks and trees on their way down. The slope ended sharply, and just as they rolled into a clearing, Zabuza threw Naruto off of him. Zabuza slowly got up, hearing his muscles crack as he tried to recover himself. The man growled to himself as he cracked the muscles in his neck. This is becoming more trouble than it's worth, Zabuza grumbled to himself. His head made a sharp turn when he felt a huge spike in chakra come from beside him. The assassin's eyes widened when he saw the blonde boy that had tackled him held a blue ball of chakra in his hand. A clone that had been shaping it poofed out of existence. Naruto held the ball of chakra in his hand. Let's see how you do against this attack, Zabuza. Naruto grinned. Letting out a fierce battle cry, the youth charged at the Jonin ninja. Zabuza scoffed and quickly picked up his sword that had landed beside him. He lifted his sword and aimed the flat side towards his attacker in order to block the attack. Naruto's racing and hit the blade dead in the center. Unfortunately, the ex-Mist Nin hadn't expected the attack to be so powerful. The force of the attack was strong enough to blow away his sword and send him flying into a tree on the opposite side of the clearing. This kid, he's actually got a lot of power, Zabuza thought as he slowly picked himself up. But where does he get it from? Zabuza's eyes widened when he saw the boy prepping another one of those chakra balls with another clone. The man immediately launched himself towards the boy. Shit, Naruto cursed when he saw Zabuza charge him. He hadn't even bothered to go pick up his sword. His clone disappeared when the Rasengan was completed. However, Zabuza had already covered the distance to get to him and launched a hard forward kick that connected with Naruto's stomach. The chakra in his hand dissipated as he tumbled backwards across the ground. You've got a lot of power for a runt. I'm actually really curious as to where you get it from, Zabuza said as he approached the downed teen. He took a kunai out from his back pouch. Too bad you won't live long enough to tell me. Don't turn around. Zabuza's eyes widened when he felt some strike the pressure points in his neck. He collapsed to the ground, unconscious. Naruto coughed as Kakashi helped him up. The copy nin glanced at Zabuza's unconscious form. It should keep him out long enough for us to tie him up and make sure he can't do anything more to harm us. Kakashi sighed. I can't believe we pulled that off. Waiting for a chance to knock him unconscious was painful. Naruto groaned as he held his stomach and caught his breath. I wonder how Sakura and Sasuke will react when we bring him with us. Where are they? With Tezuna. Sasuke's still unconscious. Kakashi answered. Let's just you. Naruto turned when he heard Kakashi's alarmed shout. His eyes widened when he caught sight of another familiar person. Thank you for immobilizing this man, Haku said to the duo as he bowed at them. I'll be taking him into custody now. To his surprise, Haku's reply was a hard fist to the front of his face. The boy's mask cracked and broke off as he flew across the ground. He quickly picked himself up and wiped it from his mouth. Haku stared wide-eyed at the blonde-haired boy who had punched him. We know you're associated with him. Naruto glared at him. Looks like we'll have to take care of you too. Haku didn't have time to question how they knew his identity. These men were dangerous and needed to be disposed of immediately. He made a few hand signs and initiated his signature technique. Crystal ice mirrors. Haku shouted as water rose up from the ground and froze to form familiar crystal mirrors. They all circled and rose up to surround Naruto and Kakashi, trapping them in a house of mirrors. Oh no, I forgot about these, Naruto said nervously as images of Haku appeared in the mirrors. He knew from his past life what a dangerous technique this was. Many ninja have fallen to this technique. You cannot escape, Haku said monotonously as his reflections took out some senbon needles. Both of you will die here today. Haku, we don't need to fight, Kakashi said reasonably as he stepped forward, surprising both the fake hunter Nin and Naruto. We never intended to kill Zabuza if that's what you're afraid of. We need him if we have any hope of getting into Kirigakure. Kirigakure, what made you think that telling me this would change your situation? Haku asked, visibly shaken by what the man had said. Did he know of Zabuza's past in the village? I'm giving you a chance to leave. We don't need two missing Nin to get into the village. Kakashi replied. We don't have to fight. Haku's eyes narrowed at the man. I would never abandon. He would never abandon Zabuza, Kakashi, Naruto said, surprising Haku when he interrupted him. The guy might be an asshole, but Zabuza's the person he'd give his life to protect. He won't leave without Zabuza. Naruto smiled at Haku's reflection. I'm right, aren't I? He's someone precious to you. How do you? Haku's reflection staggered back as if he'd been struck. These people, he didn't know how, but they knew more about himself and Zabuza more than they let on. You're right, I guess that was a stupid question. Kakashi shrugged. Guess we'll just have to knock him out. You think you can defeat my technique? Haku said as he regained his composure. No one has ever defeated my crystal ice mirrors before. What makes you so confident? Well, there's the fact that this kid did once before, Kakashi said, pointing down at Naruto and confusing the hell out of Haku. Kakashi made a few hand signs. And also because he has me with him this time. Haku's eyes widened when he recognized the hand signs for the technique being formed. He quickly threw the senbon needles at the duo. Unfortunately, Kakashi had already completed the technique. Hidden miss technique. Kakashi smirked as he and Naruto disappeared into a heavy fog. The senbons flew into the misty white. Haku cursed when he heard them hit the ground and not his targets. Haku was nervous. The white-haired man must have copied his teacher's technique with his Sharingan. Haku's eyes darted around him as he tried to look out for his enemies. He had to stay calm. Even if they hid from him, there was no way they could break his mirrors. Chidori. Haku didn't think when he heard the attack's name. The sudden rise in chakra that he felt was enough to make him hop out of the mirror. Kakashi's hand, with lightning jumping out of it, slammed into the mirror Haku was just in. It cracked in a few places before falling to the ground and melting into water. Too close, Haku thought as he jumped towards the next mirror. He'd have to watch out for that man's attack in his eye. Naruto, to your left. Haku's eyes widened when he saw Naruto jumped out from the veil of fog with a spinning ball of chakra in his hand. It was the same technique he used against Zabuza. Haku pulled one of the mirrors in front of him in order to block the attack. It did little to stop the attack. Resengam, Naruto shouted as he broke through the mirror and slammed into Haku. The fake hunter nin was sent flying across the earth where he landed in a heap at the base of a tree, very much unconscious. The mirrors around them shattered and dissolved into water, soaking the ground beneath them. We did it. Hey, you didn't kill him, did you? Kakashi asked as he glanced over at Haku's inert form. No, his mirror did absorb a bit of the impact and I made sure not to add as much chakra as I usually do. Naruto replied. I probably broke some bones, but that's it. We should take him with us, Kakashi said as he walked over to the boy's body. It would be better to keep an eye on him for the time being. Yeah, you're probably right. Naruto smiled. He made a move to follow Kakashi. To his surprise and dread, he found that his feet had gotten a lot heavier. Naruto paled when he heard a deep laugh come from beside them. I've got you now. No, Naruto's shout was literally drowned out when an orb of water closed in around him and trapped him in place. He whipped around inside his prison to see a Zabuza water clone had trapped him in a water prison. To add to his horror, he saw that another clone had caught Kakashi by surprise and trapped him in a water prison as well. Naruto turned to see the real Zabuza walk between the two prisons with a sinister smile on his face. Who would have thought Haku's defeat would lead to my victory? Zabuza smiled darkly as he shot both trapped ninja a smug look. Even in defeat, the perfect tool is still useful to me. Naruto gasped. The water from the mirrors. That's what he used to make the clones in the prisons. Naruto and Kakashi thrashed about inside their prisons, trying to break free. Don't even bother struggling. Once trapped inside my water prison you can't get out. Zabuza smiled. While I wouldn't mind watching you two drown in your confinements, I do have a bridge builder to kill. I'll just let my friends take care of you for me. Naruto and Kakashi watched as he placed his hands on each of the prisons. Zabuza smirked under his mask. Summoning technique. Naruto and Kakashi's eyes widened. Out from his hands and into the water prisons, sharks swam in with their jaws outstretched and aimed towards their trapped prey. Naruto and Kakashi twisted and turned inside the water to avoid getting their limbs bitten off by the thirsty carnivores. However, both of them knew they couldn't keep dodging the agile creatures forever. Zabuza just smiled as he stepped away from them. Now if you'll excuse me, I have a mission to complete. Zabuza laughed sinisterly as he walked towards the slope they had tumbled down earlier. No, it can't end up like this. I won't die here. Naruto thought frantically as part of his sleeve was torn off by the shark in his prison. His eyes widened when the shark made a sharp turn in the water and aimed its jaws at his head. Naruto-sama. Naruto felt the water around him disappear and he heard audible poofs as the shark that had been attacking him disappeared. He turned his head to see that Kakashi had also been freed and the shark that had been trying to make a meal out of him was also gone. Both Zabuza clones had also disappeared. Naruto smiled when someone with a pair of fox ears helped him to his feet. Yuzura, where the hell were you? Naruto grinned at his savior. You came to this island by boat? Yes. Yuzura replied, also smiling. The ferryman could not make 2 trips. I had to find my own way across. Naruto noticed her kodachi was drawn. She had probably used it to take out the sharks and water clones. Kakashi slowly stepped up next to them and took out a kunai. Zabuza had stopped in his tracks and glared menacingly back at his opponents how had been saved by some girl who had shown up out of nowhere. I don't know who the hell you are, but her interference won't make a difference. Zabuza growled. He started to make a few hand signs as water started to rise up and circle around him. You're already weak. I'll blow you all away with this last attack. Naruto clenched his fists. He knew Zabuza was right. They had been lucky when Yuzura intervened, but she wasn't strong enough to take on Zabuza alone. He and Kakashi had no strength left. He couldn't think of any way to stop Zabuza from defeating them. But then an idea came to him. Yuzura, let's go, Naruto said as he rushed towards Zabuza. Yuzura followed after him, trusting that her master knew what he was doing. Naruto's thoughts were racing. He knew he must be crazy. This was a last resort, a long shot, and stupid plan, but it was all he could think to do. He didn't know what the effects would be, but maybe, just maybe, it would stop Zabuza from attacking and force him to see the bigger picture. This would force him to stop his attack. Yuzura, give Zabuza my memories, Naruto shouted. The fox girl dashed in front of him. Naruto was no more than a few feet away from Zabuza. The man was just about to perform his finishing jutsu when he felt 2 fingers touch his forehead. Zabuza looked down to see that the fingers belonged to the strange girl who had interfered in his fight. Her other hand was on the blonde kid's forehead. Zabuza was about to protest. He was ready to unleash his jutsu and decimate his enemies. He was ready to slaughter them all. But then the girl spoke. Remember your past life, Zabuza-san. And then his death flashed inside his mind. Naruto felt Yuzura's fingers remove themselves from his forehead. He and the fox girl both stepped back as Zabuza fell to his knees, clutching his head as images swarmed inside his head. Well, what the FCK is this? Zabuza thought as an image of Haku protecting him from some kind of lightning attack from Kakashi flashed through his mind. He saw himself rushing towards Gato, arms bleeding and hanging uselessly by his sides as he ran forward with a kunai in his mouth. He saw himself stab Gato and throw him into the river. Then he died next to Haku. But the images didn't stop there. They should have. That was where he died, so what more was there to see? Instead, the visions continued through someone else's eyes. He saw more battles, some snake freak, the boy with the Sharingan who he had knocked unconscious earlier leaving, intense training with some white-haired perv, and a lot more. The most extensive memories included battles and exchanges with people in black coats with red clouds decorating them. His eyes widened when a familiar face flashed in his mind. Kisame, Zabuza muttered as his old partner flashed in his mind. He was wearing one of those cloaks. No sooner did the memory flash through his mind when another took its place, showing Kasame's death. More battles came after that. A man with a strange mask was present in most of these battles. The last image, the last battle, ended in another death. There were so many images, so many things to see. Zabuza wanted to know where the hell it had all came from. Naruto watched the man with apprehension. He fingered a kunai in his pouch. Beside him, Yuzura readied her kodachi. Kakashi also had a kunai drawn behind him. The copy nin made a move towards the assassin, but Naruto shook his head, making the man halt in his tracks. If we wanted to incapacitate him, now would be the time, Kakashi pointed out. I know that, but Naruto trailed off as a wave of tension washed over him. He had never intended for Zabuza to get his memories back. He hadn't been on his list. While Kakashi was right about this being the perfect opportunity to disable the man and complete the first phase of his plan, a part of Naruto was curious to see how Zabuza would react. It was a gamble and, logically, a too risky move so early on. Still, Naruto couldn't help but wonder, had he unintentionally found an unlikely ally in Zabuza? Kid, what did you do? Naruto jumped when heard the question. Zabuza slowly stood up, a little shaky on his feet. These images in my head. I'm alive, I know that. Zabuza muttered, rubbing his temples in confusion. Yet, I remember dying. These images are too vivid to be some kind of trick. These memories, where did they come from? You did die, Zabuza. Naruto answered, choosing not hide the issue. The man was reacting with curiosity. He hoped that Zabuza wouldn't react violently at all later. Those memories aren't fake. In another lifetime, you died and so did I. Those memories after my death belonged to you, didn't they? Zabuza asked. Naruto nodded in response. How did you do this? I didn't, she did, Naruto said, gesturing to the girl next to him. Yuzura bowed a bit towards Zabuza when he turned towards her. It's a memory-sharing technique I possess, Yuzura answered, stepping forward. She glanced at Naruto who nodded, telling her it was all right to continue. When I shared Naruto-sama's memories with you, not only did you recover your old memories, but Naruto-sama's memories were also added to your own. This is an ability only I possess, and this technique made me remember what exactly. Your old life, Naruto continued, picking up where Yuzura left off. I said it already. You died in another life. Not just you and me, but lots of people lost their lives in that past. Yeah, you did die fighting against that masked freak and your teammate, Zabuza murmured, fishing out the memory which depicted an older version of the blonde kid getting stabbed by an older version of his black-haired teammate with some masked bastard laughing in the background. But what are all these events? I saw my old teammate, some freaky snake ninja, people in black cloaks with red clouds on them, and it's all too blurry and jumbled for me to make sense of anything. Zabuza's curious look switched to one of desperation as the memories and images flashed inside his head. Kid, Naruto, explain everything to me, now, Zabuza demanded desperately as the memory of his death flashed through his mind again. Explain everything so that I can understand why these images. Naruto held his hand up. First, I want to make a deal. Yuzura and Kakashi both shot Naruto looks of surprise. He ignored both of them. While the demon container knew that bargaining with Zabuza was another risk, he hoped that it would help get something out of the situation and maybe help them with their plan. Let's hear it then, Zabuza replied slowly as he calmed himself down a bit. He crossed his arms in front of him, waiting to hear the boy's conditions. Normally he'd tear apart anyone who tried to outsmart or make deals with him, but this kid was the only way he could make sense of all the things in his head. Plus, Zabuza had a feeling there was a lot more he needed to hear before deciding whether or not he should kill the kid and his companions. First, I want you to agree not to kill Tezuna, Naruto said, narrowing his eyes at the man. Cut off all ties with Gato. From this point on, your service with him is done. Zabuza opened his mouth to speak, but Naruto interrupted him. Looks like he still had more to say. Second, you'll let us take you back to Kirigakure, Naruto said. This caused Zabuza's eyes to flare in surprise and anger. Naruto tried to remain calm. We need you if there's any chance of us getting into the Mist Village and seeing the Mizukage. Silence followed after Naruto had finished. Both Kakashi and Yuzura stood at ready as Zabuza stood there with an angry but thoughtful expression on his face. Zabuza's gaze rested on the blonde kid as he thought things over. He had no problem agreeing to the first condition, seeing as Gato was partly responsible for his death in his past life as Naruto had put it. But the second condition was something he wouldn't agree to. Yet, the second request had made him a little curious. At first, Zabuza thought that they just wanted to collect his bounty. Hearing what the kid had to say about his memories was not worth getting captured and executed. However, from the way it sounded, the boy had no interest in his bounty, but rather wanted to meet with the Mizukage for some reason. That reason was something he wanted to hear. Very well. Naruto's eyes widened when he heard the answer. He let out a sigh of relief, surprised and thankful that Zabuza had agreed. Although, I have a few conditions as well. Naruto's relief was replaced with nervousness. He should have known it wouldn't be that easy. I have only two, other than you telling me about these memories, Zabuza said, walking over to pick up his sword which lied on the ground a few feet away. First, see to it that Haku gets patched up. We can do that. Naruto nodded, looking at the boy's unconscious figure at the base of a tree. He actually expected the request. Maybe the man was partly influenced by the memory of Haku's death. Second, you have to tell me why you want to meet with the Mizukage, Zabuza said, lifting his sword and placing it on his back. I want to know what possible reason a runt like you may have for meeting with the current Mizukage. Deal. Naruto nodded. I promise that I'll tell you everything, just so long as you hold up your end of the bargain. Zabuza didn't respond. Instead, he made his way over to the trio at a steady pace. Naruto tensed as Yuzura and Kakashi readied their weapons again. All three of them were surprised when Zabuza held out his hand. The man smiled a bit underneath his mask. As a former enemy, this may not mean much, but you have my word that I'll hold up my end of the deal. Naruto smiled a bit as some of his nervousness disappeared. He gave Zabuza's hand a firm shake. Good to know. Naruto smiled. Yuzura smiled as both she and Kakashi visibly relaxed. The copy nin still held the kunai in his hand though. I'll see you later then, Zabuza said as he turned away from them. The statement surprised Naruto. Wait, where are you going? Naruto asked. I thought that you wanted. I'll meet you at the bridge builder's house, Zabuza called back, not turning back around to look at them. Even though he couldn't see his face, Naruto could have sworn he saw a smile underneath Zabuza's mask. I'd have to tell Gedo I'm canceling our contract. Naruto sighed as the sinister edge to Zabuza's tone conveyed the message. At least there was one problem solved. The demon of the mist disappeared into the forest. Naruto-sama, are you sure this is wise? Yuzura asked him as Naruto turned towards her and Kakashi. Are you sure we can trust him? I trust him, Naruto answered after a brief pause. To his surprise, a small smile made its way onto his face. I don't know why, but I'm actually a little glad this happened. Hopefully things will stay this way, Kakashi said as he put his kunai away. I don't think you'll be as glad if Zabuza decides to betray us. That doesn't instill a lot of confidence, Kakashi-sensei. Naruto smiled sheepishly. Well, I am surprised by how things turned out. Kakashi shrugged. If he didn't decide to kill us now, I don't think he'll try to later on. At least until you tell him about his old memories and about yours. How much will you tell him? Yuzura asked curiously. I'll tell him anything he wants to know, Naruto said, crossing his arms. If I answer all his questions, maybe he'll be more cooperative when we take him to Kirigakure. If he lets us take him to Kirigakure, Kakashi pointed out. I don't think you should trust him so readily, Naruto. I think he trusts us a bit. Naruto smiled, making his way over to Haku. He lifted the unconscious boy onto his back. After all, he did leave his best tool in our care. Maybe giving Zabuza his memories would turn out to be a good thing after all. XXX. Guh. Sasuke-kun. Why? Sasuke's eyes widened when he felt someone embrace him. He blushed and pushed Sakura off of him as he picked himself up. The pink-haired girl sighed with relief. I'm so glad you're okay. Sakura smiled at the Uchiha. When that Mist Ninja knocked you out, I was so worried. I'm surprised you held your own against him. Tezuna complimented, slapping the boy on the back. You kids can sure put up one hell of a fight. Thanks, Sasuke groaned as he held his forehead. His head was throbbing. Can I have something to drink? My throat feels really dry. I've got some sake. Will that do? Tezuna said, offering the boy a bottle. Sasuke gave him an exasperated look. Here's some water, Sasuke-kun. Sakura smiled, handing him her water flask. Thanks, Saku. Wait, where's Naruto and Kakashi-sensei? Sasuke said as he looked around the area. The fog was gone, but he couldn't see a shock of blonde hair or a masked ninja anywhere. They're in the forest fighting that swordsman, Tezuna said, looking towards the trees. The man broke out in a sweat. They've been in there for a while now. We've got to help them, Sasuke shouted, making his way towards the forest before collapsing to the ground as a sharp pain shot through his leg. Damn it, Sasuke-kun, Sakura said, rushing to the boy's side. She quickly examined it. You must have sprained your ankle. Find some way to fix it, Sasuke ordered. We've got to go and help Naruto and Kakashi-sensei. Help us with what? Sasuke, Sakura, and Tezuna's eyes widened when a cheerful voice was heard. The three of them looked to the forest where Naruto and Kakashi walked out of. Naruto grinned while Kakashi gave them a small wave. Naruto, Kakashi-sensei, you're okay. Sakura smiled with relief. She arched her eyebrow when she noticed someone on Naruto's back. Who's that? This is Haku, a hunter nin we knocked out while fighting Zabuza. Naruto answered, carefully leaving out the fact that Haku was associated with Zabuza. He turned towards Tezuna. We thought we could get him patched up at your place. That's fine with me, but what happened to the swordsman? Tezuna asked anxiously. Did you beat him? I think it would be better if we told you once we arrive at your village. Kakashi answered just as Naruto was about to speak. Why not tell me now? Tazuna asked nervously. Something told him he wasn't going to like the answer. You can wait. Kakashi smiled. Besides, I think you'll be happy to know that your trouble with Gato is over. Tazuna blinked at them disbelievingly. Was he hearing things? What? Naruto and Kakashi just smiled at him. XXX. Zabuza smirked as he kicked the dead bodyguard off of his sword. His clothes had spots all over them. This clouded the halls and corridors behind him. A thick trail of death was left behind him. The body dropped to the ground, joining the dozens he had left behind him on the floor. Zabuza's smile grew as he approached a small, stubby man with gray hair wearing a suit. The man quickly backed into a corner in a futile attempt to get away from the man. ZZZ Zabuza. What is the meaning of this? Gato demanded as Zabuza approached him. He was shaking so bad the sweat running down his forehead was bouncing off his body. I just came here to tell you our contract has been cancelled. Zabuza shrugged, his tone nonchalant and uncaring. Dripped down his massive sword. You see, you've done something that can't be forgiven. What have I done? Your service means a lot to me and I've treated you handsomely for it. Gato said, trying to reason with the man. Oh, once you kill the bridge builder, I pay you your money. Don't worry, I don't expect you to understand. Hell, I still don't really get it either. Zabuza sighed, lifting his sword over his head. You just have to die. I can't let a pathetic bastard like you kill me a second time. Kill you? What are you? Gato's eyes widened when he saw the sword almost hit the ceiling. The businessman held his hands up in a desperate plea. Please Zabuza, spare my life. Did someone pay you to do this? I'll pay you double what I'm paying you now if you spare me. Zabuza's smile disappeared. Gato's face was twisted into a look of crazy desperation. Sweat was starting to pool beneath him and tears streamed down his face. The smile he had was one of false hope, almost as if he thought there was a chance Zabuza would spare his life. To think my death was caused by scum like this, Zabuza thought disdainfully as he brought his sword down. And no, Zabuza, don't kai. The man was silenced when Zabuza's sword came down on his head. It cut him right down the middle, ending his pleas. Who would have thought that would feel so satisfying? Zabuza smirked, lifting his sword onto his shoulder as he left the room. He looked down at himself and frowned. Maybe he should change clothes before heading over to the bridge builder's house. Showing up with more on him than an axe murderer wouldn't help with impressions. Then again, he had already tried to kill them. Zabuza knew that it was impossible to make a good impression at this point. XXX. Wait just a minute, Tazuna said, waving his arms in front of him. You're saying that you didn't kill that Zabuza guy? Yep, Naruto nodded. What's more, you made some kind of deal with him. That's right, and you invited him over to my house. Tazuna exploded, throwing his arms up in the air. Yes, are you insane? Maybe. Kakashi shrugged. Naruto shot him a quick glare. Everyone was in the kitchen sitting around the table. They had told Tazuna about what happened with Zabuza upon their arrival to his house. They didn't expect him to take the news very well. Sasuke and Sakura were shocked as well. They all couldn't possibly imagine what kind of deal Naruto and Kakashi had made with him that made the assassins spare their lives and agree not to kill Tazuna. The bridge builder was a nervous wreck as he rattled his figures against the kitchen table in apprehension. Haku was upstairs getting her wounds treated. Tsunami had volunteered to bandage him up. Naruto had told Yuzura to stay hidden. He kind of felt bad for telling her to wait in the forest for them when she had saved his and Kakashi's lives. He'd go outside to check on her later. Sasuke had his leg up on one chair while Sakura had her hand over his sprained ankle. A green light emanated from her palm. Naruto was glad he and Kakashi also thought to teach her the basics of healing jutsu a while back. Did you say that swordsman that tried to kill Grandpa is gonna kill Gato instead? A small voice asked timidly. Naruto turned towards Inari who sat at the opposite end of the table. The boy had a look of disbelief on his face. Is that really true? Inari asked. That's another thing, Tazuna pointed out. The man tries to kill us, knocks one of your kids unconscious, and then agrees to kill the man who hired him. Just what kind of deal did you guys make with him? It all seemed too good to be true. A shinobi can be persuasive when he wants to be. Kakashi smiled. Tazuna still looked doubtful. Naruto smiled at the look of shock and sheer disbelief on Inari's face. He had almost forgotten how helpless a person Inari was and his apathetic attitude towards fighting against Gato's men. An idea suddenly formed in Naruto's head. Hey old man, does Gato have any guards inside the village? Naruto asked. Yes, he has maybe a dozen men scattered across the Tazuna's eyes widened. Oh no, what will they do once they find out Gato's been killed? They might hurt the villagers. I'd be surprised if any of those shitty guards would have the balls to do that. Naruto thought as he remembered how Gato's men had reacted to the villagers standing up to them on the bridge after Gato's death. SC, look what you did, Inari said angrily, standing up from his chair. People might get hurt because of what that swordsman will do. Fighting always ends up with people hurt. Oh hell no. Naruto abruptly sat up from his chair and walked over to Inari, roughly grabbing the boy by his arm and tugging him out of his seat. Oh, what are you doing? Inari demanded as he tried to pull away from Naruto's grasp. Is that any way to thank us for protecting your grandfather? You should be thanking us for finding a way to take Gato out, Naruto said as he pulled Inari towards the door. What's more, you're worried about a few leftover guards. He turned towards Sasuke. Yo, Sasuke team, how's your leg? Just got done fixing it. Sakura smiled as Sasuke placed his foot on the ground. It was a pretty mild sprain. You got something you want to share with us? Sasuke asked, arching an eyebrow at his teammate. This village was broken by Gato. I'm gonna help get its spirit back. Naruto grinned. Want to tag along? Sasuke and Sakura both smiled as they got up from their chairs. Kakashi waved them off as they all moved towards the door. Don't cause too much trouble, guys. Kakashi smiled. We'll try our best. Naruto smiled. He looked down at Inari, who stared back with disbelief and awe. That's not a face you should be making, Inari. Gato's dead now. It's time to let the village know that. They 4 of them left the house. XXX. Let go. Where are you taking me? Naruto ignored Inari's complaints as he pulled the boy through the streets. His eyes scanned the streets for any sign of Gato's men. Sakura and Sasuke had split off from them to search other parts of the village. Naruto smiled when he saw 2 dangerous-looking men with swords threatening a shop owner. He could feel Inari stiffen as his protest stopped. What are you waiting for? We're hungry, so give us some food. One of the henchmen with an eye patch sneered at the shopkeeper. But I can't just give you food for free. Why you have tea to pay? The shopkeeper protested weakly, hoping to make some sort of profit. It would be the first time he sold something that wasn't free in a week. We work all day patrolling around town and making sure no one causes any trouble. The other henchman with a beanie cap smirked. We deserve some free food. Why you have to pay, sirs? Naruto glanced around the area. People just stood around with miserable expressions on their faces, trying to ignore what was happening. One person was cleaning up the outside of his shop with a broom while another was pretending to check the menu. They couldn't do anything to displease Gato or his men. Naruto smiled to himself. Wouldn't they be happy to hear the news? We work for Gato. After all he's done for this village, you should be happy to give us food. The eye patch henchman smirked. Yeah, extorting from the villagers and ruling through fear. Your charity is to be admired. Both men turned to whoever had made the sarcastic comment. All they saw was some short blonde-haired kid dragging some other brat along with him. They approached the two with menacing expressions on their faces. Care to repeat what you just said, kid? Eye patch growled at Naruto. You heard what I said. Naruto smirked, letting go of Inari. The boy just stood behind him, shaking in place. Unfortunately for you, I'm not so easily intimidated. You've got some nerve, twerp. The henchman with the beanie smirked. His hand brushed over the hilt of his sword. I think we might have to teach you some manners. The 2 men smiled sinisterly as they approached Naruto. They both placed their hands on their swords as they stepped in front of the boy. Everyone around them just looked on, looks of helplessness and horror etched on their faces at what the henchmen planned to do to a helpless child. Naruto smirked. Little did they know he was anything but helpless, and he'd show them that. Naruto formed a quick hand sign and 2 clones poofed into existence next to him. Both clones jumped up and kicked both men in their chins. The real Naruto pumped chakra into his fists as his hands shot forward. Both henchmen cried out as Naruto's fists slammed into their stomachs, knocking them wind out of them and making them collapse on the ground. Beanie Cap groaned and coughed as Eye Patch leered at Naruto. Why, you little prick, when Gato finds out about this, the man coughed. Gato. Oh, you mean the guy my associate killed? Naruto said offhandedly, twirling his pinky around inside his ear. Yeah, he won't be doing anything to me anytime soon. All of the villagers had gone silent. They all had looks of shock and disbelief on their faces. Even the henchmen looked surprised. What did that kid say? Gato's dead. He said a friend of his killed him. Is he telling the truth? Oh, it's the truth, Naruto assured the villagers, speaking loudly so everyone heard him. Gato and his men are all probably dead by now. The only guards left are the few that hang around in the village. Naruto squatted down to the henchmen. And now that your boss and his men are gone, you two are horribly outnumbered, aren't you? The 2 men paled. Naruto walked over to Inari. The boy just stared at him with wide eyes, not believing what Naruto just did. He had done something he himself had always wanted to do but never had the courage to do it. He flinched when Naruto placed his hand on his shoulder. Naruto smiled warmly at the boy. You don't have to worry about getting kicked around anymore, Inari. You don't have to be afraid to kick back. Naruto grinned. You should always fight for what's right. Never let others push you around ever again. Inari just stared at the older boy. Tears started to well up in his eyes. So go on, why don't you pay these men back for what they've done to the village? Naruto smiled, walking back over to the men. Try giving one of them a swift kick in the beanbag while he's down. It's fun. Inari took a hesitant step towards them. Your dad fought against Gato. Time for you to do the same. Inari ran forward and kicked Eye Patch in the crotch as hard as he could. The man curled into a fetal position on the ground and Inari continued to kick him. This for my daddy and all the other people Gato hurt. Inari screamed as he kicked and punched the man on the ground. Tears streamed down his face. Every kick and punch was for his father who had been killed for opposing Gato. Now was the time to show his courage. Why, you little brat, Beanie Cap said angrily as he moved to get up. His eyes widened when something smacked into the back of his head, bringing him back down to the ground. You bastards, you'll pay for what you have done. The villager who had hit him yelled as he beat him down with a broom. You'll pay for all the suffering we've gone through. We don't have to be afraid anymore. Get out of our village. Naruto smiled as every villager in the vicinity joined Inari in his assault. He pumped chakra into his legs as he ran up the tallest building in the area and stood on the roof. He cupped his hands around his mouth, hoping the volume of his voice would reach everyone in the village. Hey everyone, Jatou is dead, Naruto shouted out, his voice echoing across the village. From below, Inari and the villagers let out an enthusiastic cheer. XXX. In no way. This brat wasn't lying. 2 henchmen were on the ground with 3 other henchmen lying unconscious behind them. In front of them stood a boy with black hair and red eyes. They had all been beaten senseless by the kid who had told them not too long ago that their boss had been killed. Only after their defeat and after hearing the announcement that sounded across the village did they believe what the boy had told him. Did you hear that? You don't have control here anymore. Sasuke smirked down at them. During their brief fight, they had attracted a lot of attention from the villagers around them. The 2 conscious men started to sweat when all the villagers started to smile and close in around them. In a few minutes, they were just as unconscious as their friends. XXX. 2 of Gadu's henchmen just stared at the hole in the shattered window. They couldn't believe what they had just witnessed. Their friend had just been thrown through a window. That wasn't what surprised them though. What surprised them was who had thrown their friend through the window. They both stepped away from the pink-haired girl who gave them a sweet smile. That smile only served to make them even more scared. Where did she get all that strength? That girl had picked up their friend, swung him around, then hurtled him through a window. This was done the minute after she had told them their boss had been killed and a second after someone on the other side of the village had shouted the same thing. In their shock and fear, neither of the 2 henchmen noticed the crowd of villagers creeping up from behind them with various tools and blunt objects in their hands. XXX. Crap, it can't be true. You saw the villagers. It has to be. The 2 men ran through the streets after they had witnessed a few of their friends being assaulted by a crowd of angry villagers. Not wanting to end up like their poor associates, they made a break for the village gates. Both men felt something hard hit their legs and lost their balance. They both collapsed to the ground. They both turned to see the person who had tripped them up. They were surprised to see a girl wearing an orange kimono with a bandana covering the top of her head. Did you do that? Did what? The girl asked innocently. You know what you did, you little. The man was cut short when a foot smashed into his nose as he got up from the ground. He fell to the ground, unconscious with a broken nose. Bitch, how dare you? As the other henchman moved to attack the girl who had knocked out his partner, he felt a strong hand grip his shoulder. Something wrong here. The man turned to tell off whoever was speaking to him. All the color drained from his face when he saw who it was. Zabuza. The man squeaked. His only reply was the ninja's fist slamming into his face. Zabuza-san. Yuzura bowed towards the man as he pushed the unconscious henchman to the ground. Fox girl. Zabuza grunted at her as he looked around the streets. He could see villagers cheering in the distance. I take it the word's gotten around. Naruto-sama made sure of that. Yuzura smiled in response. He and the others should be back at Tezuna's house by now. That's good. I'll be heading over there then, Zabuza said as he stepped past her. He navigated through the crowd of cheering villagers as he made his way to Tezuna's house. The demon of the mist smirked to himself. Looks like he had done something good for once in his life. XXX. Come on, what did we talk about? All right, no more crying. Naruto smiled as Inari wiped the tears from his eyes. The boy beamed at him, his eyes full of admiration towards the boy who had just announced the good news to the village. He also gave Sasuke and Sakura appreciative smiles which both of them returned. They could hear the villagers shouting with glee. With Gadu out of the way, building the bridge shouldn't be a problem now. Kakashi smiled underneath his mask. I just can't believe it, Tezuna said, trying to find the words. Just I don't even know you guys and you've done so much. Hell, I lied to you about the mission and I feel like I tricked you into protecting me, but you guys go and do this, just thank you. No thanks are needed. Naruto smiled modestly. Really, if you're going to thank someone you should thank Zabuza when he gets here. He's the one that killed Gadu. I'm gonna thank the man who was hired to kill me but ended up killing his employer instead. Tezuna chuckled at the irony. He gave Naruto a happy smile. But he wasn't the one who brought the spirit back into this village. I wouldn't go that far. Naruto blushed a bit at Tezuna's praise. Don't be so humble. You hear that? Tezuna smiled, listening to the happy cheers of the village. Those are the cries of free birds. You set this village free, Naruto. Thank you. Naruto just smiled at the man. He didn't know what to say. Dad, could you get some more bandages for me? Tsunami's cheerful voice rang down from upstairs. She was also happy to hear the good news. She was happy for the village, her family, and her dear departed husband. I'll bring some up for her, Naruto offered, standing up from his seat. Where are the bandages? Should be in that cupboard right there. Tezuna pointed next to the stairs. Naruto nodded and took out some bandages and headed upstairs. He heard a knock come from the door as he walked to the room Tsunami and Haku were in. He's here. Damn, I should have gotten some more sake. Could have used it as a peace offering. Naruto chuckled at Tezuna's words as he turned the knob of the door. He stepped inside the room. Hey, Tsunami, I got the bandages you wanted. Naruto's eyes widened and he froze. So did the two other occupants in the room. Haku was awake. Haku was sitting up in bed. Tsunami had just finished unwrapping some bandages that were around his chest. But that was the error. The wordum suddenly became an error. Chest bindings. Naruto thought dumbly as the bandages fell off of Haku's chest. He saw everything. He knew Haku was a bit older than him, but he was surprised how much it showed. What made him more curious was how she managed to cover it all up. What made him confused was the memory of Haku telling him she was a male during that time in the forest when he had first met her. However, Naruto knew what a woman's body looked like, and the 2 fair-sized mounds on Haku's chest was all the proof he needed. Naruto ignored the angry look on Tsunami's face as the roll of bandages dropped from his hands and fell to the floor. He lifted his finger and pointed at Haku, ignoring the block of ice that was forming in her hand. He could only think to say one thing: "I knew you were a girl." His only reply was a very girlish shriek, which chased away any lingering doubts about Haku's gender. Haku screamed, covering her bare chest as she threw the huge chunk of ice at Naruto. It slammed into his head, knocking him backwards and causing him to tumble down the stairs. Naruto stared up dizzily at everyone who had crowded around him. He recognized Zabuza's face in the group surrounding him. "Haku's a girl." Naruto muttered a question that sounded more like a statement before he blacked out. XXX. Wait, so you told Haku to tell everyone she was a boy? Naruto asked, holding an ice pack to his head. The ice came from the block of ice that Haku had used to knock him out. Why, as she got older, it got harder to hide her assets. Zabuza answered him without shame. She's only 15, but she matured pretty quickly. It was hard to keep a low profile in villages we visited when boys wouldn't stop staring at her. So you made her bind her chest when she started to develop, gave her a mask to hide her pretty face, and told her to tell everyone she was a boy. Kakashi asked the man, not believing the ridiculousness of it all. I made her speak in a deeper voice when we were talking with people too. Zabuza added. Hiding her femininity was pretty troublesome. That's so stupid, Naruto muttered as he moved his ice pack to the other side of his head. The 3 of them all sat in a triangle in Tezuna's room. After Tezuna and his family warmed up to Zabuza and thanked him for sparing his life and taking out Gato, Zabuza had conversed with him a bit, shared a few drinks, but pulled Naruto and Kakashi aside so he could talk with the both of them. He wanted his questions answered immediately. Naruto had answered all of them. Haku's gender had actually been their second topic of discussion. He had told Zabuza everything that occurred after his death. He had told of Orochimaru's attack on Konoha, Sasuke's betrayal, his training with Jiraiya, his fights against Akatsuki, about the Biju and demon containers, his parents, about Madara, and about their final battle where Naruto had died. The demon container made sure not to leave out a single detail. So you've got the strongest of the Biju inside you. Nice, Zabuza whistled. That explains why you have so much chakra. It's not as great as you may think. You should understand that living with a fox inside me wasn't really the best thing for me. Naruto sighed, remembering how the villagers treated him for it before he earned their respect and praise. He grimaced when he thought of his most recent discussion with the fox. I'm actually glad he hasn't tried to mess with me at all yet, Naruto thought, feeling both relieved and surprised that the fox hadn't bothered him at all since their little spat inside his mindscape a few months back. So your parents came to you in the afterlife after you died, modified your seal, and sent you back in time, Zabuza said, leaning back in his chair. He shook his head. That's a pretty crazy story. Something no sane person would believe. You think I don't know that? Naruto said, narrowing his eyes at the ex-Mist Nin. I've told this story before, but it still sounds crazy. It'll probably always sound unbelievable. Minato-sensei was known for being a master at sealing techniques, Kakashi said, crossing his arms. But to think he had a technique of this caliber. Did you give anyone else their old memories? Zabuza asked curiously. No, you, Kakashi-sensei, and Yuzura are the only ones who know of our lives in the past. Naruto answered. This all sounds like something out of fiction. Zabuza sighed. If I didn't have my old memories back, I'd probably kill you for telling such a bad joke. You know it's no joke. Naruto sighed. We're here. We're alive. I want to change things for the better so that no one dies this time around. I've got plans for doing that. That's still something we need to discuss, Zabuza said, leaning forward in his seat. I believe everything you told me so far. It's crazy, but I believe you. It's why I haven't killed you. But what I want to know is why you want to go to Kirigakure and see the Mizukage. Naruto sighed. That was their last topic for discussion. Alright, see, the reason I want to go to Mizukage and why I wanted to capture you is... Hold on, Zabuza held his hand up. Let's go discuss this in Haku's room. Naruto and Kakashi blinked. Why, I know we have a deal, but if I just tell her that I'm going to Kirigakure all of a sudden she's going to want answers. She's my Zabuza paused as he stepped towards the door. She's my partner and needs to know. I want her to hear everything you're going to say so she won't ask questions later on. Alright, Naruto nodded. He and Kakashi followed Zabuza out the door. Naruto was the first to enter the room. The only person inside was Haku, calmly reading a book Tsunami had given her. She was wearing a white shirt, her chest no longer binded. She tensed when she noticed Naruto had entered the room. Hi. Naruto smiled weakly as he took a seat next to her bedside. Haku put the book on the stand next to the bed and folded her hands in her lap. Hello, Haku replied, her tone calm. Both Zabuza and Kakashi observed the two with bemused expressions on their faces. So Naruto started, uncomfortable by their lack of conversation. You're a female. He mentally kicked himself. Yes, Haku nodded, her hands slowly coming up to cover her chest. Look, I'm sorry about before. Naruto apologized, blushing a bit as he remembered their encounter. Can you please forgive me? It was an accident. I forgive you. I know that peeping on me was not your intention. Haku replied, surprising Naruto with a smile. Is there a reason why you all have come into my room? Zabuza, is there something you need to tell me? There's something I want you to hear. Zabuza replied. He nodded to Naruto. Go ahead, kid. Okay, Naruto said as he took a deep breath. I want to go to Kirigakure and meet with the current Mizukage. There's a reason I want to do this. You all know about the Biju, right? The tailed beasts. I've heard of them. Haku nodded. They are demons that are sealed inside a living person to contain their power. I had actually heard rumors that the former Mizukage was a demon container. Zabuza raised his eyebrows at this. He hadn't known that. Yeah, well, I'm a container, Naruto said, surprising Haku with the sudden revelation. I know there are other containers besides me out there. There's an organization called Akatsuki who wants to capture all the demon beasts for some plan of theirs. They want to extract the demons from containers like me and use their power for themselves. As you can imagine, this puts me and other demon containers at risk. That's why I need to get in touch with the other containers as soon as possible and warn them about the threat Akatsuki poses to people like us. And what does this have to do with meeting with the Mizukage? Zabuza asked. This was what he had wanted to hear. I need to meet with the Mizukage because 2 demons are living within Kirigakure's borders, Naruto said with a serious expression on his face. There are 2 in Kirigakure, Zabuza said, shocked by the fact 2 demon containers were in his homeland. That information didn't come up when Naruto was discussing his memories with him. Yes, the demon beasts are 6 tails and 3 tails. Naruto nodded. A person named Utakata is the container of the 6-tailed demon beast. I want to talk with him and warn him. If at all possible, I want him to join up with me. My goal is to gather all the demon containers so that we can fight Akatsuki together. If all of us combine our strengths, then we might stand a chance against Madara and his group. What about the 3-tailed beast? Haku asked. You haven't mentioned anything about it yet. To be honest, Haku was more than a little lost despite how calm she was acting. She had never even heard of the Akatsuki or this Madara person. Plus, these 2 were talking about bringing Zabuza back to Kirigakure, the place he had attacked years ago in a coup d'etat. She was surprised he was even contemplating the possibility of returning with people he barely knew. Not only that, but the talk of demons was a bit unnerving. She was also curious as to where Naruto was getting all this information from. How did he know there was a group after demon containers, and how did he know there were 2 in Kirigakure? Well, the 3-tailed beast is a special case, Naruto said. See, while all the other Biju I know of have containers, the 3-tailed beast, the Sanbai no Kyoto game, has no human container. It's roaming around somewhere in Kirigakure. What? How is that possible? Zabuza said. Kirigakure wouldn't let something as dangerous as a tailed beast roam around inside its borders, would it? That's what I'd also like to know. Naruto sighed. If you didn't know about the Sanbai's presence within Kiri's borders, then it probably hasn't been much of a problem, right? Kakashi pointed out, directing his question towards Zabuza. The Mizukage is aware the Sanbai roams around free inside Kiri, but it doesn't cause any problems. My guess is either they're afraid attacking it would provoke it and cause causalities and damage within their lands, or they see the Sanbai as too strong a creature to be attacked so they leave it alone. That would make sense, I guess. Zabuza nodded, seeing the logic in Kakashi's words. Yuzura and I have been working on a special sealing jutsu to capture the Sanbai, Naruto said, pulling a small scroll out from his back pouch. It's a combination of the dead demon-consuming seal used to seal the 9 tails in me, and the 4-corner sealing barrier technique. It's not complete yet, but I'm hoping we'll be able to complete before we go after the Sanbai. I'm sure there's someone in Mizukage who can help complete it. Zabuza sat back in his seat, digesting what Naruto had told him. A certain question popped into his head. That sealing jutsu you're making, can it be used to seal the Sanbai inside a person? Zabuza asked. Naruto was surprised by the question. I hadn't actually thought about what to seal the Sanbai in. This is more of a temporary holding cell to contain the Sanbai and see what the Mizukage wants to do with it. Why, no reason, Zabuza replied quietly. Naruto could have sworn he saw him smile underneath his bandaged mask. So, that's my plan, Naruto said. In a nutshell, I want to use Zabuza as an excuse to go see the Mizukage as a reward for turning in a class missing Nin, ask about the locations of Utakata and the Sanbai, seal 3 tails, and talk to Utakata. That's it. Naruto waited for a response from Zabuza. He just sat in his chair with a thoughtful expression on his face. Haku sat back in her bed, fully expecting Zabuza to reject the proposition and refuse to go to Kirigakure with them. All right, I'll go with you. Haku nearly fell off the bed. Both Naruto and Kakashi gave him relieved smiles. Zabuza, you're not serious, are you? Haku stammered, clearly distressed by his decision. You're a wanted criminal. You tried to overthrow the Mizukage years ago. You've spent years trying to gather the forces and acquire the money to make another rebellion army. Why would you agree to follow these ninja back to Kirigakure? Zabuza turned towards her with a deathly serious look on his face. Haku, I decided to have our discussion in here so you'd know the reason for my returning to Kiri with these guys. You've never questioned my decisions before, so why are you doing it now? I just don't want you to be captured, Haku mumbled quietly. Naruto looked away from her. He had to admit, he felt a little guilty about turning Zabuza in to see the Mizukage. After all, without him, where would that leave Haku? Oh, don't worry. I'm not going to let these guys turn me in. Naruto and Kakashi looked at Zabuza in alarm. What? Naruto shouted. But you said, I said I'd let you take me to Kirigakure. That was the deal. Zabuza smirked. I never said I'd let you take me back as a prisoner. But, Naruto protested. He was silenced when Zabuza gave him a death glare. Kid, I've spent years recovering after that failed coup d'etat. I've spent years trying to start up a second one. If you think I'm gonna quietly go along and turn myself in after years of running, you are sorely mistaken, Zabuza said. A smirk formed beneath his bandaged mask. If we're going to Kirigakure, we're gonna do it my way. This is going to be an infiltration mission. Naruto and Haku both shot each other nervous glances. Kakashi also looked surprised at this sudden turn of events. Naruto groaned and placed his head in his hands. Maybe giving Zabuza's memories back hadn't been such a good thing after all. Naruto sighed and leaned back against the tree he sat against. Through the cracks and spaces between the branches and leaves that loomed over his head, he could see the night sky and the small clusters of stars that decorated the black space. The moon was illuminating the sky, its crescent shape visible from where he was sitting. Naruto felt quite relaxed in this setting. The only sounds he could hear were the chirping crickets, the crackling fire in front of him, and Zabuza sharpening his sword. Naruto peered over the fire to look at the ex-Miss Nin, who was idly tuning his weapon. He dragged his sharpening rock over the flat side of the sword with calm, precise strokes. At Jinchuriki couldn't tell if Zabuza even noticed his observation of him. He was so focused on his work. You want to talk about something, so he did know he was watching. I want you to tell me honestly, Naruto said, leaning forward a bit. How do you feel about all this? I'm surprised, Zabuza admitted. This isn't how I imagined I'd be returning to my homeland. I sure as hell didn't expect to die in my other life either. It was just the two of them sitting around the fire. They could talk about their past lives without worry of anyone else hearing. Do you have any questions you still want to ask me? Naruto asked curiously. If there's anything you're confused about, I'm still sorting through everything. Still, for a kid, you sure did experience a lot. Zabuza mused. You sound like an old man when you say stuff like that. Naruto chuckled. This old man can gut a twerp like you anytime he wishes, may I remind you? Zabuza replied, chuckling along with the blonde. The duo sat in silence for a while. Despite their light-hearted exchange, Naruto still felt uneasy about the man he was traveling with. They had been enemies once after all. He would admit that he felt some kind of bond with the ex-Miss Ninja because of the memories they shared, but he wouldn't go so far as to call him a friend. Speaking of friends, his teammates hadn't taken his departure very well. 10 to 10 to 10 to 10 to 10. You're going to Kirigakure, Sasuke exclaimed, looking at the blonde like he was crazy. He gestured wildly to Zabuza and Haku. And with these two, Kakashi-sensei, you're really going to let him go? Sakura asked. She was also very surprised. Naruto and Kakashi shot each other tired looks. Haku's face was impassive, while Zabuza just looked annoyed. Tazuna and his family had left the ninja to give them some privacy with their discussion and were waiting upstairs for them to finish their conversation. They had tried to come up with a good reason for Naruto to leave with Zabuza and Haku to Kiri. They tried to come up with an explanation that would be plausible. Unfortunately, no reason they thought up would work without raising suspicions. What more could they do than tell them up front? Look guys, I know this seems sudden, but this is something I need to do, Naruto said, giving both of his teammates a serious look. There's something I have to check out in Kiri, and Zabuza and Haku are my tickets in. Why would a missing nin and his accomplice agree to get you into Kirigakure? Sasuke asked. Better yet, what makes you think Kiri will let one of their missing nin inside their lands? I know how we can get in, Zabuza said seriously. Everyone turned towards him. He smiled under his mask. We have to ask them nicely to let us in. And if that doesn't work, Sasuke deadpanned, not seeing the humor in the man's joke. We start killing people. Kakashi-sensei, you can't let Naruto go with these people, Sakura said, pointing at them. They were our enemies once, you know that. How can you entrust them with Naruto's safety? I can take care of myself just fine, Naruto put in. Kirigakure is notorious for having an excellent military and an abundance of rouge ninja, Kakashi said. It will be dangerous for Naruto to go by himself, so that's why Zabuza and Haku are going with him. What about us? Why can't we go? Sasuke demanded. Why send complete strangers with him when we're his damn teammates? Sasuke stiffened when he felt a hand on his shoulder. He turned to see Naruto smiling at him. Geez, team, want to spend some time with me that badly? Don't joke about this. I'm being serious here. Sasuke glowered, pushing the boy off of him. All you've said is that you're going to Kirigakure, yet you've given no reason for wanting to do so. I want to know why you need to go and why you can't take us with you. Naruto sighed. He had to give them an explanation. Part of him wished he could give both of them his memories and their old ones, but he knew that would complicate things. Not to mention their past lives would influence them both greater than anyone else, especially Sasuke. But what reason would satisfy them? Naruto nodded. He would give them a reason, but not an answer. Sasuke, you have things you don't want to talk about, right? Things concerning your clan and your brother, Naruto said, looking at his friend. Sasuke grunted, turning his head away. Even if his brother was only mentioned, that was enough to make the Uchiha fume. You need to kill your brother. It's something you need to do, no questions asked, Naruto said, smiling sheepishly at him. You have to understand that this is something I have to do, no questions asked. All I ask is for you to trust me when I say I have a reason, I just can't give it to you right now. When will you give it to us? Sakura asked, crossing her arms. I don't know. Soon though, I promise. Naruto grinned. Sasuke looked like he still wanted to protest, but was silenced when Kakashi spoke up. Sasuke, if someone has a secret and doesn't want to talk about it, it's best if you just leave it alone. Kakashi said, at least until that person is ready to talk about it. We all have things we don't want to talk about. It's not that Naruto doesn't trust you, he just isn't ready to tell you. He'll get a reason. Just not now. Naruto smiled, trying to reassure them. Sasuke and Sakura both shot each other unsure looks. Sasuke let out a deep sigh and turned back towards his friend. I don't like it, but if you really need to go to Kirigakure that badly, then I guess it's something you have to do. Sasuke sighed. As your teammates, we'll respect your decision to do this. Sakura frowned at him, not entirely satisfied but respectful of Naruto's choice. Thanks guys. Naruto smiled gratefully at the two of them. He glared at Sasuke when the boy punched his shoulder. Hey, what was that for? We better hear a reason sometime soon. Sasuke threatened, crossing his arms. Someday you will. Naruto replied. I promise. And hopefully, it would be a promise he could fulfill in this lifetime. Naruto knew that they would protest, but was pleasantly surprised by their strong adamancy on the subject. Even after agreeing to accept his decision without questions, they had pestered him for the rest of the night, repeatedly asking to go with him. He had been touched. To think that their bond with him was already this strong so early on made Naruto swell with pride and joy. He loved his teammates. Still, goodbyes had been much easier than the telling of his departure to Kirigakure. So hopefully I'll see you guys in a few days. Don't miss me too much, K. Naruto gave his teammates a convincing smile, but they still weren't buying. Both of them were staring at him with suspicious looks on their faces. Despite their talk last night, they were still curious about his reasons for going to Kiri. Kazuna stood behind them with Inari and Tsunami, listening to the team's exchange. Sasuke and Sakura glanced behind their blonde teammate at the two other people that stood behind him. An unmasked Haku was casually looking around the area with a small smile on her features, while Zabuza just looked impatient. Like Naruto, both of them were carrying travel bags on their backs. I still don't understand why you have to go, Sasuke said, crossing his arms. We should go with you, at least, Sakura added, with an annoyed look on her face. As we said before, he has his reasons, Kakashi said, placing his hands on their shoulders. We all talked about this. This is something Naruto has to do. Naruto smiled sympathetically at his two friends. They were confused and frustrated at what was happening. He couldn't blame them, and was sorry he couldn't explain more to them. Hey kid, let's get going. I want to reach the border before nightfall, Zabuza announced, turning on his heel and walking down the trail. Haku followed after him. Hey, just wait a minute. Naruto called after them. He quickly turned back towards his teammates, smiling apologetically at them. Sorry, looks like I've got to go. Whatever, just come back in one piece. Sasuke scoffed. Stay safe, Sakura said, surprising both herself and Naruto when she gave him a goodbye hug. The blonde happily returned the gesture. Kazuna and his family stepped forward. Kid, I don't know how to thank you. Kazuna smiled, grabbing the boy's hand and giving it an over-exaggerated shake. You've done a lot for my family and for this village. I hope one day I'm able to return the favor. When I get older, I'll become a ninja, just like you. Inari smiled up at Naruto. I'll get strong so that nobody like Gato will have the guts to come push around my home ever again. Really, Naruto-san, we thank you and your teammates from the bottom of our hearts. Tsunami beamed at him, bowing towards him. Yeah, and that swordsman didn't turn out to be such a bad guy after all. Kazuna chuckled. Come back safe. The bridge will be complete when you return. Thanks guys. Naruto smiled. He smirked at his teammates. Have fun helping out with construction. Sakura and Sasuke both glared at him. Kakashi had gotten them another mission to add to their completed escort one. They were to help Tazuna complete the bridge until Naruto returned before going back to Konoha. They were getting paid for it, but that wouldn't make the work any less tedious. Well, let's get to work. Tazuna smiled, grabbing both Sasuke and Sakura. Some hard labor is just what you brats need to get in shape. It'll teach you the value of a good day's work. That bridge is gonna be super. Naruto laughed as Tazuna dragged away his groaning teammates with Inari and Tsunami trailing after them. Despite what I say, I'm not entirely comfortable with sending you off to Kirigakure with Zabuza and Haku either. Naruto smiled at his teacher. Kakashi stood in front of him, smiling back underneath his mask. Come on, if you came then we'd have to take Sasuke and Sakura too. Naruto grinned. A sensei shouldn't abandon his students. It's ironic for me when you say something like that. Kakashi chuckled. Naruto laughed. If you don't hurry up, we're leaving you behind. Zabuza's voice called from down the trail. Well, guess I'd better get going, Naruto said, readjusting his pack. See you when I get back, Kakashi-sensei. Yeah. Naruto blinked when Kakashi placed his hand on his head and ruffled his hair. Kakashi smiled down at his student. Be careful out there, Naruto. Your father wouldn't forgive me something happened to you and Kiri. Kakashi grinned. Naruto smiled up at the man. Not only was his bond with his teammates stronger than before, but Kakashi was slowly becoming the caring older brother he had always wanted. Kakashi removed his hand from his student's head, his eye crinkling upwards in a smile. You had better get going then. I don't think Zabuza will wait for you any longer than he has to. Kakashi grinned. Yeah, I'll see you soon, Kakashi-sensei. Naruto smiled, waving at his teacher as he ran down the trail to catch up with the Mist Ninja. Good luck finding Utakata in the sandby, Kakashi called back at him. He waited until Naruto was out of sight before heading back into the Wave Village. 10 to 10 to 10 to 10 to 10. Naruto leaned back against the tree as he thought about his departure. He let out a shaky breath as he thought about what was happening. This is different, Naruto murmured to himself. This was the first real, genuine change. The first deviation from the past, and it scared him more than he would admit. Hey, kid. Naruto's head snapped up when he heard Zabuza's voice. The man was done sharpening his sword and was staring at him through the fire. Tell me more about the people you fought against in the other life, Zabuza ordered. He said it casual, but he still sounded intimidating. From the memories I've singled out, 3 names come to mind. Orochimaru, Kabuto, and Madara. Tell me what you plan to do about them. Zabuza raised his eyebrows when Naruto took on an uncharacteristically dark look. The Jinchuriki looked at the fire with narrowed eyes, remembering the 3 men who had hurt and killed so many people. They're people I have to stop, people I have to kill, Naruto said darkly, clenching his fists as he thought of the men responsible for everything he and his friends had gone through in his past life. I blame Orochimaru for Sasuke's betrayal. He had always felt inferior to anyone who was stronger than him since his damn Uchiha pride wouldn't let him admit he was weaker than someone else. Orochimaru promised him power, and he took the offer. There was more the snake bastard wanted to do with him, but he never got the chance. That kid, your teammate, he killed you, Zabuza said as he pulled the memory out of his mind. Yeah, Naruto said softly, saddened by the memory of his best friend stabbing him through the chest. I hesitated in our battle. Everyone kept telling me one of us would die that day, but I was hoping to avoid that. I thought I knew there was still some good in him, but that person I fought on that horrible day wasn't my friend. I realized that Sasuke died a long time ago. Orochimaru caused you problems in your younger days, the swordsman said. However, Kabuto and Madara overshadowed him and became your prime enemies when you got older. Kabuto was Orochimaru's right-hand man and an expert in medical jutsu. Back when I was a kid, I never would have imagined he would turn into that thing, Naruto said, remembering Kabuto's appearance after he had absorbed Orochimaru's remains. He was responsible for giving Madara an army. We had strong ninja, and he resurrected strong ninja to fight us using the technique of his. I was one of those ninja he brought back to life. Naruto's eyes widened as he shot his head up to look at Zabuza. The man had a furious look on his face. I was used as a tool by that freak, I was his puppet. Zabuza seethed as he remembered. I took part in that battle, and so did Haku. We died twice in that other life. 2 stupid, meaningless deaths. I'm sorry, Naruto said, lowering his eyes. He thought back to that battle, when he fought old friends like Chiyo, Asuma, and Utakata who had been reanimated corpses used to fight against the United Village Army. If I ever see that 4-eyed freak, I'll kill him. Zabuza growled with distaste as he remembered his deaths. He shook his head and tried to push the troubling memories to the back of his mind. It's all in the past. Now what about Madara? Naruto sighed and shook his head, causing Zabuza to gaze at him questioningly. The blonde directed his attention to the night sky. Truthfully, there's not much I can tell you about him, Naruto muttered, looking up to the stars. He's cheated death, living longer than you can imagine. He's smart, strong, arrogant, deadly, just someone who needs to go down. His idea of a perfect, peaceful world is it's crazy. I need to beat him this time. His Eye of the Moon plan to hypnotize the world. Zabuza nodded. That's a pretty FC-ket-up idea of peace, all right. It's a fake, hollow peace. It's not real, Naruto said. He's essentially taking away our free will. That's not the way to bring true peace to the world. HM looks like I missed some pretty huge events, Zabuza murmured as he looked into the fire. I wonder what I would have done if I'd been alive during the war. Maybe you'll get a chance to find out, Naruto remarked, smiling at the man. After all, you're alive now, aren't you? All I'm asking from you is to take me to Kirigakure, and anything you do after that is up to you. I won't refuse you if you and Haku want to be my allies. It's food for thought, Zabuza replied, leaning back against a tree. But I'm more of an in-the-now kind of guy. We'll see how things turn out after our business in Kirigakure is done. An excited smirk made its way onto his face. I was just thinking infiltrating Kirigakure is gonna be fun, but getting out might offer even more excitement to me. Naruto gave him a nervous smile as the demon of the mist started chuckling to himself. That was true. There was no way they'd get into Kirigakure without opposition, and since Zabuza was a missing nin, he'd also need to think of a way to get back out of Kiri to avoid getting captured. You still haven't told me what your plan for getting in is, Naruto commented. Do you plan on telling me anytime soon? I thought I already told you the plan, Zabuza said, raising an eyebrow. Just do what I say, don't ask questions, and you'll be in Kirigakure talking with the Mizukage in no time. That isn't a plan, Naruto grimaced. You're not just gonna make things up as you go along, are you? Don't worry, I have a way of getting us in undetected. Zabuza laughed. I was once a mist ninja, and I'm still familiar with the layout of the land. Granted, we may have to improvise if the situation calls for it. This is going to be a long mission, Naruto groaned, ignoring Zabuza who was chuckling at the boy's despair. The swordsman suddenly stopped laughing and stared at Naruto with a serious look on his face. Hey kid, I want to ask you about the Biju, Zabuza said, leaning forward a bit. What are the benefits of being a host? Benefits? Naruto said, incredulously. He resisted the urge to laugh out loud. You're kidding, right? If I had a choice, I'd gladly give the furball to someone else. Come on, don't give me that, Zabuza replied, sounding oddly excited. I have your memories, and I've seen what you can do with the Kyuubi's chakra. Can you use its chakra whenever you want? Huh? No, Naruto chuckled. The furball and I aren't exactly on the best of terms with each other. What we have is more of a strained partnership than anything else. It's like collecting rent from someone. He uses my body as a place to live, and I use his chakra to give me an edge in battle every once in a while. Really, the only things I get for free are increased chakra reserves and a healing factor. The Kyuubi really only lets me use his chakra when my life, which would include his life too, is in danger. The Hachibai container seemed to get along with his demon, Zabuza pointed out. He could get along with anyone. Naruto grinned, remembering his friendly, rapping fellow demon container. I'm just saying, if you could find a way to get along with the Kyuubi, you'd reap all the benefits. Zabuza smiled. If I had one of those demons inside me, I wouldn't have needed that coup d'etat to overthrow the Mizukage. Wait, what are we talking about here? Naruto asked, a little uneasy about the direction their conversation was going. Zabuza wasn't seriously thinking about becoming a Jinchuriki, was he? Well, I'm gonna turn in for the night, Zabuza said, stretching as he slowly got to his feet. He placed his sword against the tree behind him and retreated to one of the 2 tents that were set up for them. He glanced back at the blonde. Better get to sleep soon. We've got a big day tomorrow. I guess so. Naruto smiled, already forgetting their previous conversation. I've turned in a little bit. Good night. Zabuza nodded and retreated inside the tent. Naruto picked up a stick and started to idly poke the wood that the fire was eating. Since he couldn't distract himself by talking to someone, he started to speculate about their mission tomorrow. Would everything turn out okay? Naruto-sama, we're back. Naruto looked up and smiled at the person who had called his name. Yuzura and Haku stepped into the clearing with armfuls of firewood. The fox girl tossed her bundle into the fire and took a seat beside her master while Haku placed her cluster next to a tree to save for later. She took a quick glance around before turning towards Naruto. Has Zabuza-san gone to bed already? Haku asked, directing the question towards the blonde. Yeah, he just went to bed, Naruto replied, grinning at the girl. You should probably turn in soon too. Take your own advice, Naruto-san. Haku smiled. But yes, I'll be going to bed. Good night, Naruto-san, Yuzura-chan. Good night, Haku-chan. Yuzura smiled at the girl. The fake hunter nin bowed and entered the same tent Zabuza had gone in. Naruto watched their exchange in mild interest. He glanced at the girl beside him who watched the dancing flames in front of them with mild fascination. He had been surprised by Zabuza's sudden inclusion of her to say the least. Sorry about that. Naruto smiled as he stopped in front of Zabuza and Haku, having just gotten done with his goodbyes. So, we ready to go? We've been ready, Zabuza scoffed. He took a quick glance around the area. Where's your friend? Isn't she going to come with us? Friend, Naruto said, puzzled by the question. His brain clicked. Oh, you mean Yuzura? Yeah, her. I'm sure she's around somewhere. She prefers to stay hidden. Naruto smiled. Tell her to come out, Zabuza ordered. Huh, did I stutter? I told you to get her out here. Why is my presence required, Zabuza-san? Why? Naruto jumped when he heard Yuzura's voice from behind him. Zabuza and Haku didn't look fazed by her sudden appearance. Naruto gave her an annoyed look. Remind me to get a bell for you when we get back to Konoha, Naruto muttered. Yuzura simply smiled at him. Who is this? Haku asked curiously, staring at the white-haired girl. Ah, this is Yuzura. She's a friend. Naruto smiled, gesturing to the girl. He was happy she had appeared in her human form wearing her bandana. Showing off her ears would have raised a lot of questions on Haku's part. I am already acquainted with Zabuza-san. I'm pleased to meet you as well, Haku-san. Yuzura smiled warmly, giving the girl a polite bow. It's a pleasure to meet you as well, Yuzura-san. Haku smiled, also bowing at her. Will you be joining us on this mission? Yes, I will be here to assist Naruto-sama and his party should he require it. Yuzura replied. Sama? Haku questioned, giggling lightly as she shot Naruto a suspicious glance. Please, ignore the suffix if you can. Naruto groaned. A vassal such as myself must always show my master proper respect. Yuzura asserted cheerfully, much to Naruto's embarrassment and Haku and Zabuza's amusement. Interesting, I hope we may get along. Haku smiled. Same here. Yuzura replied, also giving the girl a smile. Well, stay where we can see you from now on, Zabuza ordered. Since I'll be needing someone stealthy like you for this mission, I'll want you visible when you're not sneaking from here on out. Got it. Is that suitable, Naruto-sama? Yuzura asked, turning towards him and completely disregarding Zabuza. Yeah, it's fine by me, Naruto replied, wondering why she needed his permission. Yuzura nodded happily to him. I hope my presence will not be a burden. Naruto smiled at her. To tell the truth, he was actually glad Yuzura would be helping them with the mission. Knowing she was watching from the shadows was reassuring, but knowing she would be right next to help should danger arise was even more comforting. You're using the chan suffix now, Naruto asked amusedly. Since when were you two so close? Haku-chan and I are actually very much alike when it comes to our ideals. Yuzura smiled at him. We both wish to protect those we have devoted ourselves to. Plus, she is a very likable person. Naruto silently marveled at the two girls' sudden camaraderie. He suddenly saw a lot of similarities between the two. Both were calm, quiet girls who spoke when they needed to and had aloof, likable personalities. Even their jobs were similar. Haku served Zabuza as a tool while Yuzura considered herself his servant and did everything she could to help him. Their comparable personalities were probably why they hit it off so well. If Naruto-sama is tired, he should get some rest, Yuzura said, looking at her master with concern. I can serve as the night watch. I do not mind staying up. No, that's okay. Naruto waved her off. To tell the truth, I don't think I could fall asleep right now even if I was tired. Why is that? Nerves, mostly, Naruto replied shortly. He was aware of Yuzura's studying gaze. Why do you feel so nervous? Yuzura asked. Naruto sighed. He didn't exactly mind telling her. It's just this is a big change, you know, Naruto said, looking at the flames of the fire. I never did this in my past life. Zabuza and Haku are alive, Gato was killed early on, and now I'm trying to infiltrate Kirigakure. I'm doing something that I never did in my past life and it scares me because I don't know what to expect. Why would you be scared? Nobody can predict the outcome of a mission, Yuzura remarked, a little puzzled by what Naruto was saying. I know, but that's not what I'm talking about, Naruto said slowly, trying to organize his thoughts and put them into words. It's just I know about my past life. I know about future events that could eventually happen. Because of that, I have an idea of what to expect and can think up plans and ideas to avoid getting in trouble, but I can't do that now. Why? Because I can't know what's going to happen this time. I never once did anything related to infiltrating Kirigakure in my past life, so I can't predict what might happen and think of ways to dodge bad events. I'm just nervous because I have no idea what to expect. Ano, if Naruto-sama doesn't mind me saying so, I think that your reason for being scared is groundless, Yuzura said thoughtfully. What makes you say that? Naruto asked, arching an eyebrow at the kitsune. In your old life, you didn't know what missions were going to be like and that didn't discourage you, Yuzura pointed out. Naruto raised his eyebrows at her. You were always excited at the prospect of going out on a mission, and despite not knowing how a mission would turn out made you nervous, but you were never afraid. You were ready to face whatever difficulties missions threw at you head on, regardless of the danger. I wish I was as careless now as I was back then. Naruto chuckled. He had consequences to think about. 2 lifetimes had forced him to throw away his ignorance and his naivety. Naruto-sama, you can't predict how a mission will turn out. They require on-the-spot thinking, Yuzura said, almost sounding like she was scolding him. She smiled. Besides, I think you're looking at this the wrong way. After all, you accomplished your goal, didn't you? I accomplished what? Naruto asked, confused by her words. You changed things. Yuzura smiled. Naruto's eyes widened in realization. You said it yourself, this is a change. You never did this before in your past life. You kept Zabuza-san and Haku-chan from getting killed. This proves you can change events for a better future. You're right, Naruto said, standing up. He held a hand to his head, an excited smile forming on his lips. I never realized it up until now. I was skeptical and afraid I could only change small things, but this proves that. Naruto sat down, letting out a huge breath of disbelief as he sat back against a tree. This makes me extremely confident. Naruto grinned happily like he had just been offered all the ramen he could eat for free. Everything I did up until now stuck close to the original scenario, but I never thought about how much things have changed until recently. He smiled gratefully at Yuzura. You really made me feel a lot more confident about this mission, Yuzura. I'm happy I was able to encourage you, Naruto-sama. Yuzura replied happily, blushing at his praise. Both of them turned their attention back towards the fire. Naruto slowly stole a glance at his companion who was once again staring at the flames with a happy smile on her face. He felt himself grin as he continued to look at her. Yuzura noticed his gaze and turned towards him with a questioning look on her face. Naruto-sama, is something wrong? Yuzura asked. Nothing's wrong, Naruto assured her, giving her a smile. I was just thinking how lucky I am to have someone like you around. I kinda wish you had been there in my past life too. I'm happy that you would say so, but it's only because of my seal that I am with you now. Yuzura tapped the back of her neck, reminding him of the seal that was there. It connects me to you. It allowed me to come back with you. Can I see it? Naruto asked. Yuzura nodded and turned her back towards him, lifting her hair up a bit to show him her nape. The seal was now visible for him to see. It looks kind of similar to the seal on my stomach. I believe we had a similar discussion before, Yuzura replied, her back still presented to him. Your parents modified your seal to attach your soul to your old body, sending you back in time. The seal on my neck connects my soul to yours, which allowed me to come back with you. My parents sure were amazing, Naruto muttered, touching his fingers to her neck. Sending you back with me was just another gift they gave me, I guess. They knew you needed allies, and they knew of my abilities. Yuzura replied as the tips of Naruto's fingers grazed her neck. With my powers, you could get others to help you in your endeavor to change the future. I am indebted to them. I see. Naruto slowly ran his fingers across the seal on Yuzura's neck. He didn't know why he was doing it or why he hadn't pulled away yet. Her skin is very soft. His sudden thought surprised him, and Naruto-sama Yuzura blushed as he softly ran his fingers over her pale skin. Naruto's fingers hit the back of her kimono, slipping the collar down a bit. It was then he noticed a jagged scar on the back of her shoulder. Yuzura, what's that? His reply was Yuzura pulled her kimono back up and abruptly standing to her feet. She held her kimono by the collar, hiding her blushing face from her master. Not only that, but she had also let him see something she never wanted anyone to see. Good night, Naruto-sama. Yuzura, wait, She disappeared into the other tent that they were supposed to share. Part of him wanted to go after and follow her, but Naruto knew she wanted some time to herself. He slowly leaned back against the tree and watched the flames of the fire dance in front of him. There was a scar on her back, Naruto said quietly. Naruto was reminded again how little he knew of her past, while she knew everything about his. His accident had gotten him a small clue to her past. He'd find out more later on. For now, he'd wait until he was sure she was sleeping before turning in for the night. After all, he'd need all the rest he could get in order to prepare for tomorrow's mission. Hopefully everything will turn out alright, Naruto muttered as he threw a small piece of wood into the fire. He knew it was impossible to say how the mission would turn out. The mist is getting thicker, Naruto commented as their group made its way through the trees. That means we're almost to the border, Zabuza responded, stepping through the forest foliage with Haku standing not too far behind him. Her repaired mask was back on, hiding her face from view. I hear something. Yuzura spoke up from beside the blonde. I hear water. Good. That means we reached the border. Zabuza smiled, crouching down next to some bushes. Naruto, Yuzura and Haku followed in suit. The swordsman made a few hand seals and gestured to Haku. You know what to do. Yes, Zabuza-san. Haku nodded, getting back up and stepping through the bushes. From his position, Naruto could clearly see that past the bushes and trees there was a huge clearing with a large river running through it. Other than the river, there was really nothing else to see. Haku stepped out into the clearing and walked towards the river. What are we doing exactly? Naruto asked. His answer was a firm chop to the back of the head. Just shut up and watch, Zabuza growled, pulling his hand back. Naruto noticed the fog around them start to thicken. We aren't the only ones here, Naruto-sama, Yuzura murmured quietly, surprising him with her statement. Naruto turned his attention back towards the clearing. Haku was almost in front of the river now. To his shock, the water in the river started to rise up and take shape. The water twisted into a large dome and fell back into the river, leaving at least a dozen ninja dressed in hunter ninja garb standing on the water. All of their masks had the hidden mist symbol on it. State your name and business, one of the ninja demanded, pointing at Haku. My name is Haku, and I was on a mission for the Mizukage. Haku replied in monotone. I was sent to retrieve a missing nin who had vital information to Kirigakure. Is that so? The hunter nin replied, sounding oddly suspicious. Then where is the ninja you were sent to retrieve? I brought him with me, of course. Haku replied. He's with us right now. It was only after Haku said this did Naruto notice Zabuza had disappeared. What are you going on about? The hunter nin asked, clearly confused by what Haku had said. I don't see anyone here besides. The ninja was cut short when a sword materialized in front of him and cut straight through his midsection. The severed body fell into the river while the remaining ninja readied themselves, trying to spot the unseen threat as the sword disappeared again. Before any of them could react, 6 more of them were hacked to pieces and dropped into the river. The remaining ninja bunched together, fearing for their lives. One of them spoke up, finally realizing what was happening. This is a jutsu. It's the Kirigakure no jutsu used by Zabuza Momo. He never finished his sentence. He and his other companions were all caught in a sweep by Zabuza's sword, severing their heads from their bodies. The corpses fell into the river, joining the others as they sunk into the surprisingly deep waters. You two can come out now, Haku said, turning towards the brush as Zabuza materialized beside her. Naruto and Yuzura came out from the bushes and stood in front of the 2 ninja. Zabuza nodded towards the river. This is the border, Zabuza said, gesturing towards the stream. All it takes is a few steps across the river and we'll be in Kirigakure. Getting to the village will require a lot more stealth, however. There is a lot we should be on the lookout for, Haku told Naruto and Yuzura. Any wet areas are usually where Miss Ninja will be stationed. Avoid damp areas, look out for puddles, and stay in the forest. Yuzura-chan, your sharp senses will be a boon to us. Zabuza and I will lead and you tell us when you sense something close by. What should I do? Naruto asked. Stay quiet and don't do anything unless we tell you. Your clones could make good decoys or meet shields if we run into any trouble, Zabuza added as an afterthought. Naruto took a deep breath as they started to cross the river. This was it. Time to get things started. Mission infiltrating Kirigakure was a go. Naruto, Jinchuriki of the 9-tailed demon fox, stared expectantly at Meiterumi, Godam Mizukage of Kirigakure. The Mizukage just stared back at him, shocked by what the boy had said. The boy knew of the Rokibai container and that the Sanbai was roaming around somewhere inside their borders. That was not public information, and the fact that a child from a foreign village knew of the 2 demons Kiri had worried her, even if he was another Jinchuriki. No, that fact alone didn't make her feel any more comfortable. Mizukage-sama. They snapped to attention when she heard Ao call her name. The veteran kept a firm grip on Haku, but she could see the worry etched on his face. She turned back towards Naruto. How do you know about the Rokibai and Sanbai demons in our lands? They asked suspiciously. Has Konoha been spying on us? I'll answer your questions when you let my friends go, Naruto replied, though it sounded more like a demand. Mei smirked at his tone. This for a brat, the kid sure had a lot of balls. Even Naruto was surprised by how confident he was being in a situation like this. The Mizukage leaned back in her chair, giving the blonde boy a sweet smile. She too was well aware of the situation and what little he could do. She had to admit though, he had gotten her curious. Ryoichi and Chijiro, confiscate their weapons first, they ordered, gesturing to Zabuza's sword and Yuzura's kodachi. While they moved to do that, Ao swiftly removed Haku's senbon needle pouch from her belt. She nodded to the hunter nin who were shifting uncomfortably as they held on to Zabuza. You guys can leave. Ryoichi and Chijiro, you two stay. Nothing you heard leaves this room, got it? Yes, Mizukage-sama. The Mist Ninja chorused. They all bowed and disappeared from the room. Ryoichi and Ao released their captives after they had removed their weapons. Yuzura quickly scurried over to Naruto's side while Haku calmly made her way over to Zabuza. The fox girl gave her master an apologetic look. Naruto-sama, I'm so sorry for not noticing that they. Save it. Naruto interrupted her, giving the girl a warm smile. Like you said, everything will turn out okay. I promise. Yuzura looked like she wanted to say more, but the kitsune gave him a small smile and stepped back, leaving the Jinchuriki to attend to the issue at hand. Konoha hasn't been spying on you. Naruto answered Mei's previous question. The information I have on the Biju and their containers is something only I know. I haven't even told my own village about this. Why? Mei asked. What will Konoha gain from this? Woman, this has nothing to do with Konoha, Zabuza said in frustration, stepping up to her desk, ignoring the Mist Swordsman and Ao as they readied their weapons. Not yet anyway. What this kid is going to tell you will help the village, not endanger it. So then I assume you know what this kid is talking about, Zabuza-chan. Mei smiled at him. I do. Zabuza nodded. He glanced at Naruto as his hard gaze softened. This kid, he opened my eyes. He saved my life. And yours as well. Yuzura whispered to Haku. The girl being spoken to just stood there. She was more than a little shocked by recent events and could do nothing but stand there and listen to their conversation while trying to keep an expressionless face to hide how she really felt about the situation. Saving your life wasn't my intention, we both know that, Naruto said dismissively but in good humor, earning a scoff from the ex-Mist Ninja. But I'm glad it happened. You two are confusing me, they admitted, giving each of them a small glare. Speak so that all of us here can understand you. Sorry, Naruto apologized, turning his attention back towards the Mizukage. But you won't be able to understand everything I tell you. Things will get confusing for all of you, I'm sure. Joy, Mei smiled. But can you please answer my first question? How do you know about the Sanbai and Rokubai? Naruto sighed. He had to explain things so they could understand, they wouldn't get suspicious, and so they would agree to help him. This was going to be tough. I first learned of other demon containers when I met a boy named Gaara. He's the container of the Ikabai no Shukaku, Naruto revealed, surprising those present by saying he had already met another demon container. Naruto hadn't exactly met Gaara yet in this time, but they didn't need to know that. It was shortly after meeting him did I learn of an organization called Akatsuki. Naruto continued. After learning more about them, I found out the existence and general locations of the other containers of the tailed beasts. Is Akatsuki the threat you had referred to? Mei asked. The Akatsuki group is dangerous by itself, consisting of several S-class missing ninja from various villages. Kisama Hoshigaki is actually a part of this group, Naruto said darkly, earning more surprised looks from the Mist Ninja. But they aren't the threat I'm referring to. The real threat is one man who needs to be stopped. This man, while not publicly known, is the actual leader of Akatsuki and is the man who is a danger to any Jinchuriki out there. It's why I need to get in touch with the Rokubai container to warn him, and why I need to make sure the Sanbai is sealed away and kept under protection. Seal the Sanbai? Mei inquired. So you know it doesn't have a container? Yes, Naruto nodded. I also know that Yugura, the Mizukage before you, was the container for the Sanbai. How much does this kid know? Mei thought, wondering where the kid learned all of this. She turned towards Zabuza. Did you tell him that? I didn't even know Yugura was a Jinchuriki when I started my rebellion. Zabuza replied. This kid was the one who told me. This man can't be that dangerous. Ao spoke up. You said that this man and his group threatens all the villages. Surely you overestimate them, and you underestimate them. Naruto countered, turning towards Ao. You're actually the perfect person to ask. Tell me, what kind of person did you consider Yugura to be? What does it have to do with anything? Answer the question, please, Naruto demanded. Yugura-sama was a kind person who cared for his village, despite mistreatment people dealt him because of his being a Jinchuriki. Ao answered slowly, remembering the young Kage. He wanted to become the Mizukage so people would respect him and see past his condition. He had a hard time trusting anyone, even those close to him, but he did care for his village. I'm sure he was respected to an extent, but people feared him, I'm sure. Naruto replied. Tell me, if he was so kind, why was his rule said to be so harsh? His actions did earn Kiri the title of Village of the Y-Mist during his reign, after all. Was it because he was acting in the interest of the village, or was it because he was being manipulated? Ao's eyes widened at this. His look of surprise and shock was replaced with one of hard suspicion. How do you know if it's being manipulated? Ao asked tentatively. You confirmed it, didn't you? I know that eye patch of yours hides a Byakugan behind it. Naruto smirked. How the hell do you know that? Ao demanded, voicing the question all Mist Ninja present wanted to know. That's not what's important. Naruto waved him off, annoying the veteran ninja even more as he turned away to redirect his attention back to the Mizukage. But what I think you'll be interested to hear is that the same person who manipulated Yuzura into doing the things he did is the same person who will threaten the villages in the near future. It's the same man who I want to stop. Wait, are you suggesting you know who manipulated Yuzura-sama? Ao asked, his eyes widening at the news. Come to think of it, you haven't given us this man's name, have you? They realized with mild shock. Who was Akatsuki's leader? Naruto took a deep breath, remembering the man who had declared the start of the Fourth Great Shinobi War. His name is Madara Uchiha. You may or may not know his name, but he's one of the most powerful ninja to have ever existed. Naruto said seriously as memories of his old life flashed in his mind. If his skills and intelligence aren't enough to make others recognize his strength, his ability to manipulate tailed beasts is the reason why one would fear him. He can manipulate tailed beasts, Mei said disbelievingly. How? Ao can probably confirm it for me, Naruto said, turning back towards the man. You saw through the genjutsu that had been placed on Yuzura, right? Yes, I did. Ao nodded, raising his hand over his eye patch for a moment. How is this Madara person able to control Yuzura? With his Sharingan. I don't know how he does it, but his Sharingan not only has special time-space abilities, but also allows him to take control of tailed beasts. I assumed he used some sort of special genjutsu with his Manjikayo Sharingan to take over Yuzura's mind and effectively become the true Mizukage of Kirigakure. Kisame was the only other one who knew of this, and he's part Madara's group, according to what you've told us. Mei nodded, thinking over what she had been told. It was a lot to take in. There were still so many questions to ask and so many that had been answered, but that didn't make her feel any less confused. Even if it was a child telling her this, she couldn't just write it off as some dream the kid had and decided to tell her. Everything Naruto had said was far too elaborate and detailed to be a joke. However, there was still one thing that had to be answered. What is Madara's plan, Naruto-chan? And how does it concern you, the Jinchuriki, and the rest of the villages? Mei asked. I can't answer that now. This earned surprised looks from everyone, including those from Naruto's party. Kid, what are you? Zabuza muttered. I've answered all of your questions, yet you answered my only one. Naruto said, stepping away from the desk. Tell me where Utakata and the Sanbai are, let me meet with them, then I'll tell you everything else. Let's say I give you the information you need, how do I know you'll keep your word? Mei asked. I will. It's just a matter of whether or not you choose to trust me. Naruto replied. And how do you plan to seal the Sanbai? I thought you'd have a library or a few scrolls I could look at to complete a seal I'm working on. It should be able to contain the Sanbai. And Utakata, the Rokubai container. What makes you think he'll listen to you? Naruto glanced at Yuzura for a moment before turning back towards Mei. He will. Naruto replied confidently. Mizukage-sama, surely you're actually going to let them go, are you? Ryoichi asked, refusing to remain silent when he noticed her thoughtful expression. They killed out Ninja and Tanma. We shouldn't let them go, that's what I think, Chijiro agreed quietly. He turned towards Ao, who was remaining silent. What do you think about this, Ao-san? The man opened his mouth to speak, but closed it and shook his head. He gestured to the Mizukage, a silent answer that said it was her decision. They held a thoughtful expression for a few minutes. Naruto held his breath, waiting for her answer. Eventually, a smile crossed her features and she gestured to Ao. Ao, take them to the library and let them look at some of our forbidden scrolls related to demons and seals. Everything else is of limits. Mizukage-sama, Ryoichi gasped. You're actually going to let them? Mei held up a hand, silencing the Miss Swordsman. Ryoichi, I can't make an immediate decision without hearing the entirety of this kid's story. Mei replied harshly. We'll discuss their punishment for killing our men and infiltrating our lands later. For now, we'll let them go about their business and see what they plan to do about the demons in our lands. Besides, I'm more than a little curious as to why Madara is so interested in the Jinchuriki and what he plans to do with them. Yes, Mizukage-sama, Ryoichi muttered, his tone resigned. Ryoichi, head over to our special ops sector and find out where Utakaka and the Sanbai are currently located. Mei ordered. She turned towards Chijiro, smiling at him as he blushed at her sudden attention. Chijiro, you go to the library often to read, don't you? It helps pass the time. Chijiro smiled. Go with Ao and show our guests around and help them find what they need. I'm counting on you. Mei turned back towards Naruto. We'll have the locations of the Rokubai container and the Sanbai soon. Complete the seal you're making in the meantime. Thank you, Mizukage-sama. Naruto grinned, offering his short bow. You have no idea what this means to me. I'm sure I'll understand it more when you give me the full story. Mei smiled. I'm curious as to what this plan of Madara's is exactly. I'm also curious as to how you know so much when you're only a young kid. It's obvious he's much younger than you, Mizukage-sama. Outside. How was that an insult about my age? Mei asked slowly, smiling sweetly at Ao as the man paled. And no, I was just stating that he was. Zabuza's laughter cut Ao off in the middle of his sentence. He smirked at Mei. Still sensitive about your age. Zabuza chuckled. You really haven't changed. I'll kill you. Mei smiled at him, crossing her arms under her S. Don't say that while smiling. It's creepy. Zabuza chuckled. I'm only 25, Mei mumbled to herself. Well, you're not too old to have a quick match with me, are you? Zabuza challenged, his grin widening when he saw Mei smirk. Why, you can't do that, Mizukage-sama, Chijiro spoke up. I think you might get hurt. Please, don't chide me, Chijuro. Mei smiled at him. She eyed Zabuza. Why the sudden urge to fight me? I thought you just came here for a friendly chat. I'm a little pissed at you for tricking us like that. It's also so I can warm up for the fight against the Sanbai. Zabuza grinned. I hate reading anyway. I'll let the kids do the research. Fine. Mei smiled, standing up from her chair. Mizukage-sama, you can't do that. Al stated with a hint of exasperation. Zabuza isn't a class-missing ninja. Even if you're confident, we can't risk you getting hurt, or worse, getting killed. Ow, I need a little excitement every now and then to stay in practice. I think Zabuza-chan can provide that excitement for me. Mei smiled, getting up from her chair. She bent down and lifted up the setsudenki that was set beside her desk. Besides, with this as my weapon, our fight will be over in no time. Confident, aren't you? Zabuza smirked. I am the Mizukage, after all. Mei smiled back at him. Mizukage-sama Al growled. It's just two friends having a quick spar. Right, Mei? Zabuza smirked, speaking up before Al could get another word of protest in. I'm happy you see it that way, Zabuza-chan. Mei smiled. Naruto watched the exchange with an exasperated expression. He knew how powerful a person Mei was, and while Zabuza was skilled, he wondered how long he would last in a fight against the female Kage. Probably not that long, Naruto muttered to himself when he saw lava start to drip out of the holes in the setsudenki's blade. Naruto's eyes darted from the scroll he was reading to the scroll that had the near-completed seal for the Sanbai on it. He quickly but carefully copied a few symbols and wrote them on the scroll. Naruto sighed and leaned back in his chair, giving himself a moment to relax. He had never been fond of studying or reading, but he knew the seal had to be completed. He had already copied down the seals and marks that would cage the Sanbai, but he had yet to create the other half of the seal that would be able to channel and contain the three-tailed beast chakra. It would be the part that would help stabilize the seal. I wonder how my dad got to be so good at creating seals, Naruto mused, letting out another heavy sigh. Creating a seal was damn hard, but Naruto had managed to do it. Studying the Forbidden Jutsu scroll had helped, and he was surprised he was able to create a seal for the Sanbai in only a few months. Here are some more scrolls, Naruto-sama. Of course, he hadn't made it alone. Thanks, Yuzura. Naruto smiled as he turned and accepted the bundle of scrolls the fox girl handed to him. All of their labels had demon or seal on them, so I just grabbed every one I saw. Maybe some were unnecessary. Yuzura thought aloud, tapping her index finger against her lips in thought. Don't worry about it. Anything helps. Naruto grinned at her. The seal is almost finished, actually. Give me a couple hours and this thing should be ready to go. That's good to know. We've been in here for quite a long time. Yuzura giggled. Truth be told, reading was never a hobby of mine when I was younger. Ah, you and me both. Naruto laughed. I'm surprised I haven't fallen asleep yet. We have stayed up rather late, haven't we? Yuzura smiled, glancing at Chijuro's sleeping form in a chair a few feet away from their table. Their infiltration had commenced when it had just started to get dark, so they had already wasted away most of the night with their reading and writing. Ao had come in a few hours ago to announce that Ryoichi had found the location of Utakata and the Sanbai, and the information would be given to them tomorrow after the seal was completed. The man had also dropped off a few pillows and blankets for them in case they got tired. Chijuro had taken one of the blankets after he had gotten tired of helping them research and promptly fell asleep in his chair. His light snores could be heard from where Naruto and Yuzura were sitting. Sleep sounds pretty appealing right now, Naruto said as he stretched his arms a bit. He smiled when he heard Yuzura yawn. And based on that, I'd say you agree with me. Maybe I'm a little more tired than I thought. Yuzura yawned again. But I can't rest until the seal is completed. Feel free to take one of those blankets and go to bed. I can complete this thing by myself, Naruto assured her, suddenly noticing how tired she looked. You've done more than enough already. And no, I don't need to sleep yet, Yuzura protested, fighting back another yawn as she picked up a scroll. I'll start recording anything that's useful, if you say so. Naruto smirked at her as she slowly fell into a seat beside him. Naruto watched her as her eyes started to lazily scan over the piece of paper set in front of her before turning back to his own scroll. His brush returned to the seal he was trying to complete. He tried to focus on the scroll, but Naruto suddenly found his thoughts drifting towards the fox girl next to him. Events from the night before suddenly came back to him. He smiled as he remembered her encouragement on the mission to alleviate his earlier worry. Naruto also remembered their brief talk about how they had both been brought back to life at the beginning, and he had remembered examining the seal on her neck and the scar he had found on her back. So far, it was the only clue he had to her past. He found it a little unfair that she knew everything about his past while he still knew nothing about hers. Yuzura's reaction towards his discovering the scar left him a little more than curious. Naruto wondered if she even remembered the events of last night. Naruto realized that now was another perfect opportunity to ask her. Hey, Yuzura, do you remember last night when I... Naruto frowned when he turned to look at her. He was both amused and disappointed when he saw Yuzura sleeping with her head resting comfortably on her arms, which served as her pillow. Naruto chuckled a bit as he turned back to his scroll. This had better not become a recurring theme, Naruto muttered to himself. It seemed like every time he got around to asking her about her past, something would get in the way. It was starting to get annoying. Looks like she crashed. She was tired. Let her sleep, Naruto replied to Haku without looking at her. The girl sat in the seat across from him and placed a few scrolls in front of her. How close are you to finishing? Haku asked curiously. Pretty close, Naruto replied, looking up to smile at her. I think really might have inherited some skill for seals from my father after all. He turned to look at Yuzura's sleeping form. Of course, it would have taken a lot longer to make without her help. Haku watched with a small smile as Naruto got up from his seat and took a blanket from the pile that was settled near the end of the table. He gently draped it over Yuzura, who shifted a bit and smiled a bit in her sleep. Naruto grinned and returned to his seat, aware of Haku's studying gaze. You want to say anything? Naruto asked. You two have a really good relationship, I think. Haku commented, smiling warmly at the blonde. I owe her a lot. I've only known Yuzura for a short time, but I've really come to appreciate her as a friend. Naruto smiled, glancing at the sleeping girl. Also in that time, I've come to trust her with my life. I envy your relationship, Haku sighed wistfully as she leaned back in her chair. Naruto arched an eyebrow at her curiously. What are you talking about? It's no different than your relationship with Zabuza. Naruto pointed out. Ah, well, I am merely a tool Zabuza-san can use to. Stop, Naruto ordered, holding up his hand. Haku blinked at him. You are not just a tool to him, Haku. Zabuza cares for you a great deal, and he would never see you as just a tool. That's what our relationship has been though, Haku remarked. He took me under his wing because he saw my potential. He saw me as a useful tool to accomplish his dreams. That may have been the sole reason at first, but trust me when I say he really does care for you. Naruto smiled as the memory of Zabuza avenging Haku came to him. He would not hesitate to place your life before his own. While I have my doubts on that, it's nice to hear you say that. Haku smiled as her cheeks turned a bit red. Zabuza-san is my precious person. Yeah, sorry for dragging you into this, Naruto said sheepishly. Zabuza was the only person I could think of to help me get into Kirigakure. I was surprised when Zabuza-san had agreed to help you. He really seems to have changed over the past few days. Haku mused. A small smile formed on her lips. But I'm sure that has something to do with you giving him his memories back. Naruto's eyes widened after he heard those words. He looked at the smiling girl in shock. How the hell do you? Zabuza-san told me. Haku answered for him. She smiled softly at the distraught blonde. He felt that I shouldn't be kept in the dark about this, so he told me the reason behind his sudden changes and decisions. It sounded pretty unbelievable to say the least. How much do you know? Naruto asked, wondering how much Zabuza had told her. He only told me of the memory-sharing technique Yuzura-chan possessed and about a past life which we both lived. Haku replied. He didn't tell me anything else, and rest assured, he didn't tell anything to anyone else either. I can understand why he'd tell you, but couldn't he have at least talked to me about it first? Naruto grumbled to himself. Even if she did know, Naruto imagined Haku still felt pretty lost. I mean, their situation was pretty hard to grasp unless you knew what he, Zabuza, Yuzura, and Kakashi knew. He cast a side glance at Yuzura, wondering if he should wake her up so he could share his memories with Haku. I don't need my memories if that's what you're thinking. Naruto was once again shocked by what she said. Haku just gave him a reassuring smile. I don't know what it is, but I feel like I can trust you, Naruto-san. Haku said as she smiled warmly at the shocked boy. I'll follow Zabuza's lead and trust in your decisions. I don't need to know about my past life, since the life I'm living now is all that should matter. Haku's face took on a wistful expression. After all, you've already saved both mine and Zabuza-san's lives in this new life. For that, you have my gratitude and my trust. Are you sure you don't want your or my memories? Naruto asked, still unsure. I mean, if you know about the future you might be able to get a better understanding about. I told you already, I trust you. Haku asserted, still smiling at him. I'm confident in whatever decisions you make, and I'm comfortable with my obliviousness towards the future. Haku gave him a sympathetic look. Besides, it must be quite a burden to know of your past as well. Naruto just stared at the girl. A small smile formed on his lips as the Jinchuriki shook his head. You're incredible, Naruto chuckled, amazed at Haku's attitude towards this. Ignorance is bliss, as they say. Haku giggled. I'm confident that you won't lead us astray, Naruto-san. You sure you don't want to know about your past? Naruto asked, still amazed that she knew his secret and chose to follow him. I would gain my old memories and yours as well, according to Zabuza-san. Haku smiled. That would take all the fun out of getting to know you better. Even if you say that, I already know plenty about you. Naruto smiled. Oh, how much exactly? Haku asked, curious as to how much he learned about her from his past life. I know that we're the same. We've both been alone and feared by others, Naruto said softly as he remembered their interactions in the past and their reflections on their childhoods. Haku's eyes widened at his words, realizing he knew more about her than expected. I was feared for being a Jinchuriki, while you were feared for your Kekai Genkai. Events in the past that we had no control over brought others to see us as monsters, and caused people to cast us out. Life was hard for the both of us, Naruto-san. But then we both found people who mattered to us. We found our precious people. Naruto grinned at Haku as he said these words. I strive to protect my friends, while you strive to protect Zabuza. When we finally found companions, we were both so happy. We wanted to protect those close to us. Protect our precious people, Haku echoed. Haku, in my past life I had always felt a connection to you because of our similar childhoods. It's a connection I still feel towards you now. Naruto grinned at her. I always regretted that we couldn't have met under different circumstances. In the past, we were enemies who fought each other. I had always wondered what it would have been like if we had gotten the chance to become friends. Friends, Naruto-san. Haku murmured unsurely, the very word sounding almost scary to her. Naruto gave her a warm smile, one that contained kindness, understanding, and sympathy. Haku blushed as the boy grinned at her. I'm really happy we got a chance to become friends this time. Naruto grinned. He held out a hand towards her. I'm really glad, Haku. Haku smiled at him, taking the boy's outstretched hand. So am I, Naruto-san. Haku replied, giving him a warm, genuine smile. So am I. Naruto's smile didn't leave his face as Haku released his hand and as he turned back to his scroll studying. Haku's smile didn't leave her face either. Even if she didn't know his or her own past, Naruto was grateful for Haku's faith in him. He wouldn't betray it. The seal was near its completion, and tomorrow was the day they'd go seal the Sanbai and meet up with Utakata. Naruto's eyes narrowed as he wrote down some more symbols on the scroll. He decided, the Sanbai would be the first issue to be taken care of. Here we are. Naruto turned towards his group after his announcement. Yuzura, Haku, and Zabuza all gave Naruto determined looks and firm nods. The boy nodded back, becoming more confident with their silent encouragement. He held a large ball with a tag attached to it in his hand. Naruto turned back to the expanse in front of them. This was where the Sanbai was located. They all stood atop a large expanse of water. Behind them was a cliff with a forest resting on top of it. They were all currently at a gulf in the southwest of Kirigakure where the Sanbai was located. According to the Mizukage, it rested in the deep waters below them. Naruto sighed as they remembered the conversation he had with the Mizukage before coming here. You mean you're not sending anyone to come help us? Naruto was astonished. Zabuza, Haku, and Yuzura stood behind him with serious looks on their faces. They sat at her desk with a gentle smile on her lips, without standing off to her right side. Ryoichi and Chijuro were standing guard at the door, listening intently to their conversation. Why would I send any of my men to aid you? Mei asked. I have no reason to. This is the three-tailed demon beast we're talking here. Naruto exclaimed. Even if it doesn't have a host, it's still pretty damn powerful. Which is why I don't want to risk any of my men trying to capture it. Mei replied calmly. The Sanbai is perfectly content to stay where it's at, and we're content enough to not provoke it. I'm taking a big risk by letting the four of you go after it. We've sent large parties to try and take it down in the past. None of them ever came back. Hao told them with his stern look. After every attack, the beast would move to a different location. If we send a group with you, it would be encouraged to move again, or worse, encouraged to attack the village. If only you four go, it'll just feel like rats have invaded his home. Mei smiled. We'll see you guys as pests that need to be squashed and go back to sleep after it's taken care of you. You make it sound as though it's a sure thing we'll be killed by the beast, Zabuza said, smirking wryly at his old teammate. It is a biju. Mei smiled at him. We'll take it down, Naruto said, the sheer confidence and determination in his voice surprising most of them. That I can promise you. We'll see, Mei replied. She suddenly took on a serious look. She gestured to Ao, who stepped forward with a carrier scroll. This is the only aid we'll be giving you. Ao opened the scroll and made a hand sign to empty its contents. A large ball with an explosive tag attached to it appeared in Ao's hand. He held it out towards Naruto, who took it with a puzzled look on his face. This is a very powerful bomb, Mei told him. Drop it into the water when you get to the gulf. It should wake up the beast and it should attack you on sight. Good luck. Thank you, Mizukage-sama, Naruto said, giving the woman a small bow. We'll subdue the beast and bring it back here after it's sealed. What will you do with it? We'll cross the bridge when the time comes, Mei replied. Now, you better get going. We'll give you Utakata's location if you successfully seal the Sanbai. Naruto nodded, giving his pocket which contained the sealing scroll a firm pat. We'll seal it. You guys ready? Naruto asked, turning towards his friends. Just drop the damn thing in the water so we can get this thing started. Zabuza smirked, his voice sounding excited. I want to see what this thing looks like. Go ahead, Naruto-sama. Yuzura nodded. We're ready, Haku affirmed. Naruto nodded and activated the timed explosive inscribed on the tag. He promptly dropped it into the ocean and stepped away from where he had dropped it. What does that seal do exactly? Zabuza asked as Naruto took his place beside them. It's just a temporary containment seal for the Sanbai. It's not powerful enough to seal that thing off forever, Naruto replied, his voice laced with tension. It should contain the beast for a few months, which gives Mei plenty of time to decide what to do with it. We'll have to weaken it first if we want to seal it though. Naruto was counting down in his head until the explosion went off. His hand went to his kunai pouch. What do you think Mei will decide to do with it? Zabuza asked another question. The safest thing to do would be to seal it inside someone. It's what I'm hoping she'll do, Naruto replied. Why do you ask? Zabuza smiled under his mask. Because I was thinking I could become its Jinchuriki. Naruto's head whipped around towards him. What? Then the body of water in front of them exploded. The group covered their faces as spray and foam washed over them, trying to stay balanced as large ripples crawled across the water's surface. When the water leveled out again, Naruto opened his eyes to see a demon in front of them. There it is, Naruto whispered as he looked at the three-tailed demon turtle that was the Sanbai no Kyoto game. So that's the Sanbai, Zabuza muttered as he too gave the large beast a quick look over. The demon beast floated on top of the ocean as water dripped off of it. It looked like a turtle in appearance with no hind legs, a crab-like shell with spikes, and 3 spiked shrimp-like tails that whipped around behind it. Its one red eye glared menacingly at the group who had dropped something unpleasant on it and roused it from its deep slumber. The beast opened its mouth and let out an intimidating, mighty roar. "This may be a tough battle," Haku commented. "I'll say," Zabuza smirked, lifting his sword off his back. "Let's see how powerful this thing is." To Naruto's surprise, Zabuza rushed the thing head-on. The blonde immediately summoned about a dozen shadow clones and sent them forward with Zabuza. Yuzura drew her kodachi while Haku prepared some water jutsu to use against the beast. Her senbon needles would do little against its armored shell and skin. The beast roared again, rising up and slamming itself back down into the water, creating a massive tidal wave that rushed towards the advancing group. Naruto, Yuzura, and Haku jumped upwards to avoid the wave, but Zabuza met the wall of water head-on and slammed right through it with his sword in front, coming out through the other side. Most of the Naruto clones had jumped and avoided the wave, but some had been swept up and taken out by the rushing water. Naruto cursed when the beast's head reared towards them. The creature opened its mouth and sprayed a geyser of water from its mouth, aimed for the trio that was in the air. Naruto, Haku, and Yuzura covered themselves with their arms as the water crashed into them and brought them back down to the ocean. They quickly swam back up to the surface and used their chakra to regain their footing on top of the water. Zabuza continued his rush towards the beast. The samurai turned his attention to the advancing human and shot multiple water blasts at him. Zabuza either avoided them or cut right through them with his sword. As he drew nearer, the beast rose up again and came down on the swordsman, hoping to crush the small body beneath him. The ex-Miss Nin reacted quickly and jumped high in the air to avoid the creature's body slam. The beast reacted quickly and aimed its mouth upwards, firing off more water bullets towards its assailant. As Zabuza descended through the air, he twisted to avoid bullets and slashed the ones he couldn't with his sword. As he came down near the beast's head, he raised his sword up in an attempt to strike. "I've got you now." Zabuza smirked as he brought his sword down. His eyes widened when he saw something from behind the beast whip out at him. "Shit." Zabuza brought his sword around just in time to block the massive tail that slammed into him. It had enough force behind it so send Zabuza flying. The man crashed into the ocean with a large splash. "Zabuza-san," Haku cried in alarm when she saw the man hit the water. A few moments later, the man burst from the water and landed beside them. "It's strong," Naruto said, narrowing his eyes at the roaring creature, though he had expected that. "I wasn't aware it could use its tail as a form of attack," Yuzura commented as she watched the beast's spiked tails whip around behind it. If Zabuza hadn't had his sword to block the attack, he would have been crushed. "We need to find a way to get close to it," Naruto said. "Its right side is vulnerable to attacks because it can't see with its right eye. That's our best bet for an attack. What do you think, Zabuza?" The man didn't respond. He only stared at the beast with a strange look in his eye. Naruto arched an eyebrow at the man's behavior. Zabuza." The man smiled underneath his mask. He slammed his fists together as his eyes flashed with determination. "I've decided." Naruto blinked at him. "Decided what?" "I'm gonna make that turtle my demon." Zabuza grinned, shocking everyone with his sudden announcement. He lifted up his sword and rushed towards the three-tailed beast, letting out an enthusiastic battle cry. The demon responded with its own challenging roar. "Come on, try and get me," Zabuza challenged, jumping on the beast's forearm and slashing as he climbed towards its head. "Zabuza, be careful. This thing is too powerful for us to rush in like that," Naruto said, forming some hand seals and calling forth an army of Narutos adding to ones he already had. Haku was already preparing a few water jutsus while Yuzura stayed back to guard her. "H-A-H-A-H-A-H-A. Is that all you've got?" Zabuza chortled, bringing his blade down on the demon's head. "I'll show this beast that I'm worthy." Naruto groaned and rushed forward with his army of clones, hoping to give Zabuza some backup. His eyes widened when one of the Sanbai's tails whipped around as he came close, eliminating most of his clones in one sweep. Naruto narrowly avoided the second tail sweep that took out all but 3 of his clones. "Damn it," Naruto cursed as he tried to recover from the quick succession of attacks. His eyes widened when he saw the beast's third tail come around. Even as his clones moved to intercept the attack, he knew that they weren't enough to block or cushion the deadly attack. "Naruto-san." A mirror of ice suddenly shot up from the water in front of him with Haku's reflection on it. Her hands shot out from the mirror and grasped his shoulders, pulling him towards her. "What the?" Naruto gasped as he was pulled into the mirror just as the tail was about to crash on top of him. His vision changed to an empty space of the lake where Yuzura stood. He fell into the water as he was pushed out of the mirror. "Hell," Naruto finished as he fell into the water. Haku stepped out of the mirror after he stood back up. "The beast is very durable," Haku commented as she watched the beast smash her mirror and the remaining Naruto clones. Her eyes switched over to Zabuza, who was trying to hack at the creature and avoid hits from its tail by jumping from its head to its tail alternatively. "It has surprisingly strong defenses. Small attacks won't be enough. We need to hit it with something more powerful," Yuzura commented as she stepped forward. "I think I've got just the thing," Naruto said as he summoned 2 clones and held his hand out to them. "You two distract him. I'll hit him with a wind chakra enhanced Rasengan. Be quick." "Let's go, Yuzura-chan." Haku nodded as she and Yuzura ran towards the demon. The sandbai was getting annoyed by the pest that kept on slashing at its face, the only part of its body that wasn't as armored as the rest. It let out another roar and reared upwards, flinging Zabuza off its body in his mid-jump. Yuzura and Haku were barely able to avoid it as it came back down. While it was distracted with attacking those three, Naruto rushed it with his wind racing and spinning in his hand. "Take this," Naruto shouted as he pumped chakra into his legs and jumped upwards. The sandbai was too distracted to notice or block the boy's strike until he slammed his Rasengan in between his eyes. Naruto smiled when he heard the beast roar with pain and spurt from its forehead. His victory was short-lived when he saw a tail coming at him. "Shit, I can't avoid it," Naruto cursed in his mind as the tail took a sweep at him. Naruto felt someone grab the back of his collar and jerk him upwards, just as the tail swept underneath him. "That was a close one," Zabuza said as he released the boy. Naruto silently thanked the man in his head. They fell towards the water where some of Haku's ice mirrors appeared beneath them. The duo fell into the mirrors and came out 2 other mirrors a few meters away, safe from the tailed beast's attacks. Haku and Yuzura came out of 2 other mirrors that appeared next to them. "All my Rasengan did was scratch him," Naruto growled as he looked over the trashing beast. "We need something stronger to hurt him." "But what?" Haku asked. "Do you know of an attack that can actually inflict damage to the sandbai?" Naruto knew he had one, but it was too dangerous to use. The Rasen Shuriken was the only precise, powerful technique he had in his arsenal. Unfortunately, he couldn't use it without hurting himself. Naruto really wished he could go into Sage mode right now, then he'd have no problem taking care of the beast. The Rasen Shuriken would probably have been enough. Naruto sighed. "If I hit him between the eyes with it, I'm sure it would weaken the sandbai enough so we could seal it." "Naruto-sama, you know we can't do that," Yuzura said sternly. "It's the only thing I can think of though." Naruto said. "What else is there?" "I could stab out its other eye with my sword." Zabuza smirked. "It's pretty sharp. I'll bet the demon will have trouble hitting us if it can't see." Naruto blinked. Something about what Zabuza said sounded odd to him. The Jinchuriki glanced at the man's sword. An idea started to form in his head. "That's it," Naruto exclaimed. "I know how we can beat that thing." "Does it have something to do with this?" Zabuza asked, motioning to his sword. He was well aware of the looks Naruto had been giving it. "I'll use my wind chakra to mold a Rasengan around your sword." Naruto grinned, happy that he had been able to come up with something. "Do you think that will work?" Yuzura asked curiously. "Can the Rasengan take on the shape of a sword?" "The Rasengan stresses the use of shape transformation. That alone makes it powerful, and with my wind chakra added to it, not only should it be easier to shape, but it'll cut through that overgrown turtle's armor like butter." Naruto smiled. "I'm sure I'll be able to shape it, but we've got to be quick. I've got an idea for that." Zabuza smirked as he pulled down his mask and bit into his thumb, drawing. He slammed his palm into the water, summoning jutsu. 5 sharks appeared in the water around them. One swam up next to Zabuza and the man got on its back. He held out his blade towards Naruto. "Get on them," Zabuza smirked. "Yuzura and Haku will distract the beast while we come in from its right side. I hope you can make that Rasengan while on the move." "I'll give it a shot." Naruto smirked as he summoned 3 clones. He and his doppelgangers each settled themselves on the remaining sharks, circling around Zabuza's blade, 2 in the front, 2 in the back. "Let's do it." "All right, go," Zabuza shouted. Yuzura and Haku disappeared into a mirror and reappeared in front of the sandbai, getting its attention. The beast spotted its prey and proceeded to try and crush them with its tails and hands. Naruto and Zabuza pumped chakra into their legs so they could stay balanced on Zabuza's summons. The Narutos immediately began to release and shape the chakra around the blade. The sharks accelerated as they neared the sandbai from the right, their advance going unnoticed by the tailed beast. "We're getting close," Zabuza relayed to the boy. "You almost done with it?" "Almost," Naruto answered, concentrating on shaping the chakra before him. He and his clone waved their hands over the blade as they moved under the beast. Naruto's eyes widened when the entire blade was covered in a greenish-blue glow. "No!" Naruto shouted as his clones disappeared. Zabuza wasted no time. The shark he was on jumped out of the water, then Zabuza used it as a stepping stone to propel himself upwards. The demon of the mist raised his sword high above his head as he jumped in front of the demon's face. From the corner of its good eye, the sandbai saw a human right in front of it. The beast opened its mouth, ready to blast away the pest with a heavy blast of water. However, it wouldn't get the chance. "Wind release, Rasengan sword," Naruto shouted as Zabuza brought his sword down on the beast's head. The front of the beast's head was sliced open, the force of the blow sending the demon crashing into the water. The sandbai let out a roar of pain as it collapsed into the water, gushing from its wound. Zabuza landed on the ground with Naruto's shark riding up beside him and dropping off the blonde from its back before poofing out of existence. Haku and Yuzura stepped out of 2 mirrors that had appeared on his left. "Did we get it?" Zabuza asked, his breath ragged. A low rumble came from the beast. It did not move as it floated on top of the water. "Yuzura, now," Naruto ordered as he pulled out the sealing scroll from his pocket and bit into his thumb. The fox girl nodded towards him. Their hands were a blur as they made a quick succession of hand signs as the scroll opened before them. When they were finished, they slammed their palms down on the water, where symbols started to appear and circle around the down-tailed beast. Naruto made one last hand sign before holding the scroll out in front of him. Seal. The symbol started glowing as a small vortex opened up inside the scroll. Red chakra started to seep out of the sanbai and was getting sucked into the scroll. As more chakra emitted from the beast, it started to lose its form. The sanbai's body disappeared completely as the last of its chakra was sucked into the scroll. Naruto let out an exhausted breath as his shoulders slumped. Zabuza caught him as the boy started to fall forward. Did we do it? Naruto breathed. Zabuza smirked down at the boy. Yuzura took the scroll from Naruto's hand and rolled it up. Haku and the fox girl smiled at the tired blonde. Yeah, kid. Zabuza smiled, laughing at the boy's drained face. We did it. Naruto grinned at them. He leaned his head back and let out a happy laugh, his companions joining in his laughter. We did it. Naruto laughed. He felt tired. He had used up a lot of chakra when making the racing and sword and unsealing the sanbai. But they had won. They had succeeded. They had successfully sealed the sanbai no Kyoto game. The Mizukage of Kirigakure idly rattled her fingers against her desk. A large pile of papers that needed her signature were placed on top of the table in front of her. Kiri didn't have diplomatic ties to any other villages or a very sizable council like the others did, so oftentimes there wasn't a lot of paperwork to attend to. But when there was, Terumi, the goddamn Mizukage, let out a deep sigh of boredom. If only she could find some way to distract herself. Anything to get away from the dreaded paperwork. Her prayer was answered when a small knock came from her door. Mizukage-sama, may I come in? May smiled, immediately recognizing the voice. Come in, Ao. Her good friend and bodyguard entered the room. Ao was a middle-aged man in a green robe with an eye patch. Only May and a few others knew that a Byakugan eye was hidden underneath the patch. He had some pretty fun and interesting stories to tell at times, but most knew not to get him going on that. Got anything interesting to tell me? May asked, trying to mask her hopeful tone. Being the leader of the village had its perks, but it didn't mean that she never got bored. Listening to reports kept her somewhat entertained. Yes, I just thought I'd bring something to your attention. Ao smiled, bringing out a sheet of paper. His eye scanned it over as he read it aloud. A day ago, a group of returning hunter nin recovered about a dozen bodies along the river border. This ninja were part of our border patrol, as you can guess. It would appear that another of our ninja went rouge. This isn't news, Ao, May said, crossing her arms as she leaned back in her chair. Still wearing a smile, she gave him a dismissive wave. Kiri is known for having an abundance of missing nin. Just send out some hunter nin to see if they can capture him or get a name on who escaped. Mizukage-sama, that is only the beginning of my report, Ao said. This made May raise her eyebrows in mild curiosity. Oh, yes. A few hours after the news of our dead patrol ninja reached us, another report had already been submitted. Ao continued. According to the report, a group of our ninja out on a mission had been killed a few miles from the border. So then our Rouge ninja must have run into them on his way out and killed them too. Again, this isn't news. May smiled, not seeing the importance of such a common report. Mizukage-sama, please listen until I finish the report, Ao said, a little impatiently. May smiled and gestured for him to continue. The veteran Miss Nin cleared his throat and read the rest of the report. Some of our men had gone over these reports and reported it to me. It was then I realized that the border patrol guards had been killed before the group of Miss Nin had been done in. May frowned at this. Before, May thought, wondering why the thought bothered her so much. At first we thought that a different Rouge Nin had killed our group of our returning ninja, but about 5 hours after receiving the report, another was turned in. The information stated that another group of hunter nin had been killed in the Midlands. A few hours later, I would receive 2 more reports detailing the finding of 2 more units of slaughtered hunter nin. Ao lifted his eye from the report, giving May a hard look. I realized what was so peculiar about this was that the latest group to be killed was only miles away from the village. Each killing suggests that this Rouge Nin is coming closer and closer to the village. They're coming to the village, May asked in mild shock. A smile made its way onto her face. About half of the Rouge Ninja running across the world came from their village. They had all worked hard to escape from Kirigakure. However, from what Ao was saying, this Rouge Nin was different. Are you trying to tell me that this Rouge Nin is trying to get inside of the village? That is exactly what I'm saying. Ao nodded. I thought nothing of it at first. Our ninja are capable, and I had expected the killings to cease when this ninja would run into our stronger hunter nin. However, the only bodies that have been turned in are of our own men, and the latest report places this man dangerously close to the village. The details of these killing also suggest that this Rouge Nin is not alone. What are the details then? They asked, leaning forward in her chair. Most of the bodies have deep gashes and severed limbs, and some were even cut clean in half. We can infer that someone in the group uses a large sword or something similar that can cut through bodies with ease. There are bodies with wounds that suggest there is another sword user, only these bodies had more precise, shallow cuts aimed at vital points implying that a smaller weapon was used. Other bodies had senbon needles sticking out of them. All had been killed with multiple strikes or taken out immediately with accurate strikes to the neck or chest. Other bodies had more common wounds, broken bones, snapped necks, shuriken or kunai embedded in a torso or two. Common killing techniques used by a fighter with no defining techniques, but still just as dangerous. So how big a group do you think it is? At least 3 people, but no more than 6, Ao said, putting away the paper. Even I find that pretty surprising. They must be quite the group to get here so quickly, Mei said, an excited smile forming on her lips. Regardless of their skills or what reason they would have for trying to get to the village, they have killed our men and shall be dealt proper punishment. Ao said, narrowing his one eye. With your permission, I'll mobilize a small team and take care of this myself. Ao was surprised to see the cheerful smile plastered on the Mizukage's face. He was even more surprised by her response to the report. Don't bother, Mei smiled, turning to look out the window that gave her a perfect view of the entire village. Just let the group go for now. Mizukage-sama, I would strongly advise against that. Outside, he couldn't believe how casually Mei took some things. The fact that this group has made it so far into our lands calls for more drastic action. That's what makes it so exciting, Mei replied with a beautiful smile on her face. Ao, when was the last time someone tried to get into Kirigakure? I don't think anyone was stupid enough to try. The man responded. That's just it. This group must have some sort of agenda if they're coming here. Plus, it's been so long since something this exciting happened. Mei smiled. This isn't a game, you know, Ao said sternly, almost sounding like he was scolding her. Fine. If you're that worried about it, get the 7 ninja swordsmen to guard the village. I'm sure they could use some excitement as well. Mei pouted. You mean the 3 ninja swordsmen? Outside, Mei raised her eyebrows. 3. I thought there were still 4 members left. I told you, Reiga went rouge 3 months ago. How could you keep forgetting that? The veteran ninja said, clearly annoyed with her attitude towards the issue. Well, I'm sure there'll be enough. We should really think about getting more members soon though, the Mizukage added as an afterthought. She turned back towards Ao. I'm curious to see how far this group will go. If they get past our men and the 3 swordsmen, I'll take care of them myself. Ao sighed, knowing that there was no way he could convince Mei to change her mind. Well, he figured he didn't have to worry too much. After all, there was no way the group would ever make it to the village alive. Jump. Naruto jumped in the air, easily avoiding the hunter nin's sword aimed at his legs. He quickly threw the shuriken he had been holding in his hand, embedding it into his attacker's chest. He immediately summoned 2 clones to intercept the other 2 ninja trying to flank him. The clones crouched and delivered quick, precise strikes to their attackers' upper chests with the kunai they held in their hands. Both ninja fell at Naruto's feet. Naruto allowed a small smile to come to his face as he sidestepped to dodge the senbon being thrown his way. He retaliated by hurling a few shuriken at his attacker. It's slowly coming back to me. Naruto smiled, ducking to avoid a sword sweep aimed to cut off his head. Sparring and practice with his friends was great, but it hardly substituted for real-time combat. There were almost no risks, no danger to a friendly spar. Nothing forced him to feel on edge. In a real fight, his instincts for battle had been reawakened. Up until now, Naruto had never engaged in any real fighting. Barring his fight with Zabuza, these battles with Kirigakure Hunter Nin were just what he needed to get some of his skill back. I think that's all of them, Zabuza announced, kicking the body of a missed nin off his sword. Under his bandages he wore a smile of sadistic mirth. This is the 6th group we've run into, Naruto remarked, a little put off by the fact. Other ninja are bound to notice. Kiri seems to have more active ninja than I remember. I'm also surprised that we've run into so many enemies, Zabuza commented, lifting his sword onto his shoulder. Guess they enforce quantity over quality now. If they had kept the old system of pitting academy graduates against each other, they could get rid of the weaklings easy. Naruto grimaced at this. He was well aware of Kiri's old system and how Zabuza had killed an entire graduating class to become a ninja. After the incident, the practice had ceased. We can assume that Kiri is aware that we are trying to get inside the village, Haku stated, retrieving her senbon from a ninja's neck. There is no way all these killings have gone unnoticed. We should arrive at the village in an hour, yes, Yuzura asked, sheathing her sword only after she wiped the from it. What are your plans for sneaking in? We'll stay hidden and wait until dark. Coupled with the thick fog that the village is usually plagued with, it'll make for good cover. Zabuza smiled. He turned his attention to Naruto. We'll sneak into the Mizukage building and have that meeting you wanted. What will you do? Naruto asked, picking up a kunai from the ground. Unlike me, you're a missing ninja. All I needed was for you to get me to the village. If you stay with me, there's a chance you and Haku would be captured. Huh, I'd like to see them try. Zabuza laughed, almost as if he looked forward to the prospect. If the ninja in the village are anything like the ninja we've encountered so far, then I've got nothing to worry about. Besides, I'd like to meet the Mizukage too. I wonder if I'll have any luck taking over the village this time around. Naruto sighed, shaking his head at Zabuza's attitude. He looked around the vicinity, eyeing the dead bodies that littered the place. You said there was a way for us to get in undetected, but Naruto trailed off, arching an eyebrow at the ex-missed nin. Hey, like I said, there are more ninja than I thought there'd be. Still, we only ran into a couple more groups than expected, Zabuza said offhandedly. If we had taken the straight route instead of dodging trails and not sticking to the heavy forest areas, we would have had to kill a lot more people. While that option would have been more fun, it would have caused more alarm at Kirigakure. Naruto rolled his eyes at the comment. Lots of dangerous ninja are walking around inside Kiri, and thusly, getting detected by Hunter Nin was inevitable. The village was always paranoid. Zabuza smiled, raising a finger. My plan was to get as close to Kiri as possible without alerting the village itself. If we had killed more than 10 groups of ninja, we would already be dealing with a larger, more skilled force sent to take us out. Right now they're aware of our close proximity to the village, but they don't consider us a big enough threat to send out people who are actually competent. They underestimate us, which is exactly what I wanted. It leaves Kiri open to a surprise attack. You're not going to involve citizens, are you? Naruto asked uneasily. No, they've got no quarrel with us. Zabuza shook his head. We have to keep this as quiet as possible if we're gonna sneak in to see the Mizukage. We're doing a good job so far. Naruto muttered sarcastically. Better job than you think, kid. Trust me, Zabuza retorted. Zabuza-san, we should move on. Haku interrupted the duo's banter. The longer we stay here, the chance of us running into another group is increased. Got it. Zabuza nodded. He shot Naruto a serious look. I hope you rehearsed what you're gonna say to the Mizukage, kid. You won't get off easy for sneaking into the village and killing its ninja without a good reason. Why yeah, Naruto gave an uneasy chuckle. A reassuring hand on his shoulder immediately calmed his nerves. He turned his head and smiled at Yuzura. Everything will be alright, Naruto-sama. Yuzura gave him a comforting smile. Naruto grinned. He was still unsure, but hearing her say it gave him a whole lot more confidence than the current situation warranted. We're here. Zabuza's announcement didn't mean they were inside the village, but their group was at a point where they could launch their infiltration plan. Naruto could see the village walls in the distance. Night was almost upon them and the fog was thick around them. I never thought that my second attack on Kirigakure would turn out like this, Zabuza commented, turning around and giving the group a wry smile under his bandaged mask. Didn't think it would turn into an infiltration mission either. Well, the unexpected does tend to happen a lot, Naruto replied, smiling at the man. Especially around me, I'll bet, Zabuza chuckled. Naruto and Yuzura laughed along with him while Haku just stood next to them with an expressionless face, but at the same time wondering what the hell was so funny. Zabuza-san, how do you plan to get us in? Haku asked, breaking through the trio's revelry. Classic infiltration technique for me, Zabuza replied. I'll use my Kirigakure no Jutsu to cast a heavy fog around us. It should keep us hidden and undetected as we sneak into Kiri. The Mizukage building is on the southwest side of the village, so we'll go in from there. Is anyone going to have any problems getting over that wall? There was no reply from any of them. Zabuza smiled. Good, let's get a move on then. The trio of teens nodded and followed after Zabuza as they dashed through the forest. The swordsman immediately cast his jutsu. A heavy fog settled in around them, keeping them from seeing more than 3 feet ahead of them. Naruto, Haku, and Yuzura just followed the man's silhouette, knowing he would lead them to the village wall in no time. As Naruto moved through the forest, he noticed that his clothes suddenly felt damp and the moisture on his face had increased. He wiped the water off his brow as they continued through the forest. Naruto grunted with disdain as he felt his pant legs getting wet as he stepped into puddles that had suddenly appeared on the ground. Where did all this water come from all of a sudden? Naruto muttered to himself. Then again, it was Kirigakure. The village and the ninja were known for their water affinities, so it shouldn't be much of a surprise if the terrain was a little. Stop. Zabuza's sudden command made Naruto halt in his tracks. He noticed Zabuza, Haku, and Yuzura had all stopped moving. He suddenly felt Yuzura grab his wrist. Through the mist, he could see Yuzura's fox ears twitching under her bandana. Someone is here, Yuzura whispered, stepping close enough to Naruto where he could discern her features. Naruto was about to voice his concern when Zabuza's voice of alarm blasted in his eardrums. Get down. Naruto saw Zabuza grab Haku and pull her down to the ground just as Yuzura did the same to him. As he was brought down to the ground, Naruto felt something cut through the air above them. When it passed, a large crash sounded behind them. Naruto quickly jumped to his feet and turned around as the fog around them became less dense. His eyes widened when he saw the trees behind them had been sliced in half from the middle of their trunks. The ruined branches and wood were soaked with water. What the hell? Naruto breathed. Naruto-sama. Yuzura's voice snapped him back to attention. The girl pointed in front of her. Look. Naruto turned away from the wreckage to see someone step into the clearing. Zabuza and Haku also had their attention on the newcomer. He looked young, maybe in his early 20s, with short, spiky brown hair. He had a few scars on his forehead and wore the traditional Mist Ninja garbs, though the sleeves were cut off, revealing many more scars along his arms. The Mist Ninja headband was presented on his forehead. He regarded Naruto and his group with a cold stare. Well, Zabuza chuckled. Didn't expect one of the 7 ninja swordsmen to come after us. I'm flattered. It was only after Zabuza said this did Naruto notice the large sword the man dragged behind him. It wasn't as large as Zabuza's, but it was great in size. Naruto took note that the sword's edges were blunt, and it didn't look like the sword was made for cutting. He also noticed that a few holes were on the blade with water leaking out of them. The blade was also rather wide and curved. That's the Mizuno Setsudenki you've got there. Zabuza smirked, pointing to the wide blade. It's proof you're one of the swordsmen of the mist. Although, I don't remember seeing you among our ranks when I was a ninja of this village. I was promoted to the rank of ninja swordsman a little over a year ago and given this sword to wield as a weapon. The man replied, placing the blade in front of him. I wouldn't expect you to know of me, Zabuza Mamachi, demon of the hidden mist. I'm glad so many people still know of me. Zabuza smiled, lifting his sword off his shoulder. Kisame was the last swordsman I crossed blades with. I'm looking forward to see how well you can wield that sword. Let's go then, the man shouted, raising the Setsudenki over his head. Naruto watched as the water leaking out of the blade's holes was immediately sucked in. Water rose up from the ground and was sucked into the holes. Even the moisture and air around him was being eaten by the sword. Zabuza-san, what is special about the sword he is using? Haku asked, beating Naruto to it. The Setsudenki is a little fatter and wider than most blades, but skinnier than Kasama's Samehada. The inside of it is hollow and holds water inside. Zabuza answered as they watched their opponent suck up the water around him with his sword. It has the ability to channel the water inside, and can pressurize the water around it. It can form projectiles or increase the strength of certain jutsu using the water it takes in. To make use of these abilities, the user has to have a wind affinity and be skilled in water techniques. And based on what this guy's doing, Suten Teppadama, the Setsudenki wielder shouted as he swung his blade forward. A huge burst of water shot out from the blade, accelerating towards the group with alarming speed. Everyone hopped out of the way to avoid the blast. Naruto was surprised to see such a big blast of water generated from the sword. It was almost as big as the bullets Gamabunta could use. He can wield the blade pretty well. Zabuza finished. He lifted his sword and rushed towards the other swordsman. The demon of the hidden mist let out a challenging battle cry. Let's see if you can take me on. Zabuza took a large sweep at the man, aiming at hit midsection. The man jumped in the air, taking his blade up with him and avoiding Zabuza's sword. He lifted his blade high over his head and brought us down as he descended back to the ground, trying to bring it down on Zabuza's head. The demon of the hidden mist immediately jumped back to avoid the strike, causing the blade to crash into the ground, leaving a crater impression when the blade smashed down where he had been standing a moment before. So the blade can't cut, but you'd be crushed to death if it hit you, Naruto muttered, seeing the Setsudenki as some kind of sword-like club. Naruto's eyes narrowed as he was reminded of when he fought against Zabuza in his old life for the first time. He could do nothing but watch when Kakashi and the ex-Mist Ninja had duked it out on top of the lake. He had been too weak to do anything but free Kakashi from the water prison, and even then he needed Sasuke's help to do so. The Jinchuriki formed a few hand signs for his favorite jutsu while Yuzura drew her sword and Haku took out a few senbon needles. Naruto summoned 3 clones next to him. He wasn't as helpless as he was before in his past life. Rush him, Naruto shouted. He and his clones all drew some kunai and ran towards the Setsudenki swordsman. Yuzura trailed after them while Haku took aim with her senbon needles. Zabuza also rushed towards the man when he saw their tactic. Surely their opponent wouldn't be able to avoid or block them all. The Setsudenki wielder smiled. This wasn't the first time such a tactic had been used against him. They thought just because he was one man holding a heavy sword he couldn't avoid all their attacks. Of course, he didn't have to. He dug the tip of his sword into the ground and placed his palm on the flat side of the blade. Zabuza brought his sword back. Yuzura was poised to strike. The Narutos were closing in and Haku just let her senbon needles fly. Repel. Air and water blasted out from the holes of the Mizuno Setsudenki, blowing away Zabuza, Naruto, Yuzura, and Haku's senbon right before they hit him. Zabuza flipped backwards and righted himself as he glared at his opponent. Shit, I forgot that the Setsudenki can create strong wind currents inside it using the wielder's chakra to ward off physical attacks. Zabuza muttered. Surrounding the man was out of the question. That didn't mean he couldn't try powering through him. Zabuza swung his sword forward, delivering quicking strikes towards his enemy. More air blasted out of the holes, changing the direction of each strike so the sword swung to the side and kept missing its target. Zabuza got more and more frustrated as each of his attacks was repelled and easily dodged by his opponent, who held his sword in front of him like a shield. Damn it, Zabuza cursed, bringing his sword up and swinging it back down as hard as he could on the man's head. The Setsudenki swordsman took his blade out of the ground and raised it to block Zabuza's strike. A harsh sound of metal meeting metal tore through the area around them as the blades met. Zabuza pushed down as hard as he could, trying to overpower his opponent. Sweat broke out on the Setsudenki swordsman's forehead as he tried and failed to push Zabuza back. The demon of the hidden mist smirked down at the man who was struggling to hold back his sword. When it comes to strength, the Setsudenki can't beat my Kubikiri Hacho. Zabuza grinned. Don't underestimate me, the man replied, glaring at Zabuza. I've got you right where I want you. Zabuza's eyes widened when he saw the man smirk. Repel. Zabuza cursed when he and his sword were blown upwards when a strong air blast came from the sword. The demon of the mist's eyes widened when he noticed his front was vulnerable. The Setsudenki swordsman smiled and threw senbon needles at Zabuza's open chest, aiming for his vitals. Zabuza-san. Haku immediately drew more senbon needles from her pouch and let them fly, intercepting most of the senbon that were thrown at him and stopping their trajectory. However, a few needles avoided her own and embedded themselves in Zabuza's chest. They didn't hit any vitals, but that didn't mean they didn't do any damage. Suten Teppadama. Haku watched as the Setsudenki wielder shot more concentrated balls of water at her master. While Zabuza was able to ignore the pain in his chest and recover fast enough to bring his sword up to block the attacks, the force of the water blast was enough to send him flying back into a tree. She made a move to go after him, but the enemy swordsman turned his attention towards her. I won't let you do that, the Setsudenki wielder shouted as he brought his blade down. Suten, Mizukage. Haku's eyes widened as a jet of running water shot out of the blade and tore through the ground, aiming directly at her at an alarming pace. She jumped in air, avoiding the torrent of water as it sliced through the ground beneath her and crashed into the trees behind them. Unfortunately, Haku didn't expect him to fire off another attack so readily. Suten, Teppadama. The girl could do nothing to avoid the water bullet that shot towards her. Haku cursed her carelessness, knowing she couldn't dodge them in midair. She closed her eyes and crossed her arms in front of her like a shield, waiting for the water to crash into her. Watch out! Haku felt herself be pushed out of the way just as the bullet was about to hit her. She opened her eyes just in time to see the Naruto clone that had pushed her out of harm's way poof out of existence as he took the attack meant for her. She saw another clone on the ground to catch her. Gotcha! The Naruto clone grinned as he caught Haku bridal style and stopped her descent. Haku gave the clone a warm smile. Thank you, Clone-sen. Haku smiled gratefully at him. The Setsudenki swordsman would have stopped the moment with another water bullet if he hadn't noticed something orange in the corner of his vision. He quickly brought his sword around to block the attack. Repel. Yuzura's Kodachi was warded off just as it was about to cut into his abdomen. Haku, I want you to help Yuzura distract that swordsman, the clone told her as they watched Yuzura engage the mist ninja. The real me has an idea to keep him from using wind to repel his attacks. That's all I need to know then. Haku smiled as she slipped her arm around the clone and took a kunai out of his pouch. He slowly placed her on the ground. Don't take too long. Promise. The clone smiled, giving her a quick salute before poofing out of existence. The Setsudenki swordsman grunted in annoyance when the kimono girl's attacks didn't let up. He had been releasing small bursts of air to repel her attacks like he had done Zabuza's sword, but hers was smaller and quicker so she could recover. He made a move to use his repelling technique but stopped short just in time to shoot an air blast to blow away some senbons that were flying towards him. He glared at the pretty girl who was smiling at him. Yuzura-chan, it seems he can only repel things in a wide area if his blade is stationary. Haku smiled as she took out more senbon needles from her pouch. I noticed that too, Haku-chan. Yuzura smiled as she kept striking with her sword. He can only use small blasts of air when moving. We should use this to our advantage. We already are. The mist swordsman let out an exasperated sigh as he listened to the girls. Hearing them have a casual conversation in the middle of battle sounded so weird, and a little insulting to him as well. He had to increase his defense as senbon hailed on him while he tried to dodge a flurry of sword strikes as well. The Setsudenki wielder alternated between using his air blasts to repel the senbon to repelling the sword strokes, but he had to try dodging the attacks that weren't being repelled. He grit his teeth together as the attacks were getting more difficult to dodge. Then suddenly, the attack stopped. The swordsman blinked when he saw his attackers hop away from him. They had him on the retreat, so why would they stop attacking? His eyes widened when he felt a spike in chakra behind him and hear something burst from the bushes. The Setsudenki wielder gasped when he saw the blonde kid rushing towards him with a spinning ball of chakra in one of his hands. He knew that thing would cause some damage if he didn't repel it. With the girls not attacking him, he could use his wide-range repelling technique. He slammed his sword into the ground as the boy got closer. Repel. Air blasted towards his attacker. The mist ninja smiled as he waited for the boy to be blown away. To his shock, the air shot at him twisted and spun around the ball he was holding, neutralizing his blowback technique. Naruto smirked at the man's shock. You're not the only one with an affinity for wind. Naruto grinned as he aimed his Rasengan at the man's chest. Shit. The Setsudenki wielder cursed as he brought his sword back up to block the attack. Naruto slammed the ball into the sword just as he created another air blast, hoping to neutralize the blonde's attack. Wind release, Rasengan. Naruto shouted as he slammed his wind chakra-enhanced Rasengan into his opponent's sword. The force of air and power created from both attacks sent both of them flying back and the Setsudenki out of the mist ninja's hands. The man immediately recovered and made a break for his sword which landed only a few feet away. You're open. The swordsman's eyes widened when he heard Zabuza's low chuckle. He cried out and collapsed to the ground when the demon of the mist sliced at him, taking out half of his midsection. Naruto-sama, are you okay? Yuzura asked, rushing over to where the boy had landed. Yeah, a little sore, but relatively okay. Naruto smiled as he got to his feet. He watched as Haku walked over to Zabuza to see if he was okay. How are you, Zabuza-san? Haku asked worriedly as she watched him pull out the needles embedded in his chest. TCH, don't get so worked up. These are just scratches. Zabuza grunted as he discarded the Y needles. He slowly made his way over to the fallen ninja swordsman. Hey, you still alive? Not for long. The man grunted, coughing up a bit of. You are as ferocious as I'd heard, Zabuza-senpai. You put up a good fight. Zabuza nodded at him respectfully. I don't know if I would have won if these guys weren't here to help me. He gestured to Haku, Naruto and Yuzura. Didn't think I'd get taken out like this though, bummer, the man chuckled. A happy smile made its way onto his face. But you're right, it was a good fight. The rush and thrill you get from a battle, that's what I live for. What's your name? Zabuza asked. Tama Ushio, current of the hidden mist. Tama smiled. It was a great fight, Zabuza-senpai, great fight. Zabuza watched as the light faded from the man's eyes. The demon of the mist bent down and closed Tama's eyes. You won't be forgiven for that one. Naruto commented as he watched Zabuza stand up. You still sure you want to see the Mizukage with me? Don't try to change my mind. Zabuza said, turning and giving the boy a wide smile. If Tama here could put up this much of a fight, I can't wait to see what the current Mizukage can do. Naruto just shook his head, a small smile on his lips. Do you think anyone noticed us? Yuzura asked. They will if we stay here. Haku answered, turning to the girl. We should move on. Yep. Zabuza nodded, lifting his sword back onto his shoulder. He turned his head towards Naruto. You ready to see the Mizukage, kid? Naruto nodded. Let's go. Mizukage-sama. Nei raised her head when she heard a knock on her door and her title. Ao, come in. The veteran ninja stepped inside her office, holding a small scroll in his hand and a piece of paper in the other. The man had a grim look on his face as he approached her desk. What's with that look? They asked, arching an eyebrow at him. You just get done scolding Chijiro or something. This was turned in 10 minutes ago, Ao said grimly, stepping back and unfolding the scroll he held in his hands. He made a hand sign so the carrier scroll would empty its contents in front of him. Mei's eyes widened in shock when she saw the Mizuno Setsudenki poof into existence and drop to the ground. She quickly sat up from her chair. Ow, what the hell is this? What happened to Tama? Mei exclaimed, staring down at the large weapon. His body was turned in the same time the sword was. Ao replied, placing the piece of paper he was holding on her desk. This report details everything. It looks like letting that group who has been killing our men run around wasn't the best idea. He glanced down at the Setsudenki. Still to be able to take out Tama. They must be pretty strong. Mei finished, her shocked expression being replaced with one of excited glee. He must have died with a smile on his face. I didn't think they could take out one of the swordsmen. Neither did I, but that was a mistake we have to learn from. Outside, I've already reported this to Ryoichi and Chijiro. They're making a sweep through the village. We can assume that the group that killed Tama has made it in. Well, I guess we really dropped the ball on this one. Mei smiled. She sighed when Ao glared at her. Yeah. Have there been any civilian casualties? No yet, Ao muttered. But I think that when we find them we should. A large crash sounded below them and shook the building. Mei and Ao exchanged surprised looks. You don't think there was? Ao whispered. Well, I'll be damned. Mei smiled, leaning back in her chair. They got in. The door to the Mizukage's office burst open as 4 people ran inside. A girl wearing hunter ninja garbs erected an ice wall at the door, preventing anyone from getting in. They also noticed a blonde kid and a white-haired girl in an orange kimono with worried looks on their faces next to her. The blonde turned to glare at the last person, a tall man with short hair with bandages covering his face who wielded a giant sword covered in. Mei's eyes widened when she saw the man. If his appearance didn't give him away, the sword sure did. Zabuza Mei whispered with a smile. Yet and undetected were the words you used. The blonde said angrily, rounding on the man. What the hell was that? What, you didn't think there was a way to sneak into the Mizukage's office without getting caught, did you? Zabuza asked, dismissing the boy's complaint. Getting into the village and breaking into the caged building are 2 entirely different things. My crystal ice wall should keep anyone from getting in, the girl in Miss Ninja garb announced. It's a good thing I conserved my chakra when we fought Tama. I'm surprised that you were able to produce so much ice. The girl in the kimono commented. Haku-chan is very skilled. Thank you, Yuzura-chan. Haku smiled. Ahem. The group of 4 turned when their attention was subtly asked for. Ao glared at the group with his one eye while Mei just smiled brightly at them. Naruto glanced at Zabuza when he noticed the man smirk beneath his mask. Zabuza, Naruto asked. Well, holy shit, Zabuza chuckled, shaking his head. Mei, is that you? Zabuza-chan. Nei smiled, surprising Naruto and Haku with the suffix. It's so good to see you. You're the Mizukage. Zabuza laughed. They picked you after Yagura kicked the can. Zabuza had Naruto's memories, but he still hadn't sorted through every memory yet. Maybe the Mizukage wasn't one of the memories he had gotten to, so this came as a bit of a surprise to him. Jealous? Nei smirked, leaning forward and placing her chin on her hands. If it makes you feel any better, I wasn't actually picked for the job. There were lots of other candidates, but I proved I was the strongest. I guess you did. Zabuza smirked back at her. Though, your strength was never an issue. I always knew you were strong. You sure know how to sweet-talk a girl. Mei giggled, her eyes scanning over his figure. It's good to see you haven't changed too much. I could say the same to you. Zabuza smirked, also giving her a look over. Naruto watched this exchange with a mixed expression. Are they undressing each other with their eyes or something? Naruto thought as he watched them give each other predatory looks. Even though Naruto knew Mei from his past life, he didn't know she had connections with Zabuza. Or at least that's what it seemed like. Naruto glanced at Haku and Yuzura to see how they felt about this scene. Both looked surprised by the duo's conversation, though Yuzura looked more amused than Haku did. The mist girl had an expression of mild surprise. Zabuza-san, you know her? Haku asked curiously. Oh yeah, Mei and I go way back. Zabuza smiled, chuckling as old memories came back to him. We were both part of the 7 ninja swordsman group when I was a ninja for the village. You know, when I saw Tama with the Setsudenki, I thought you had died. That was the sword you used in battle, wasn't it? Becoming the Mizukage meant I had to make some sacrifices. Mei sighed. Unfortunately, it included giving up my position among the swordsmen and giving up the blade. After a few years, Tama showed up and used the Setsudenki pretty well, so I passed it on to him. I couldn't even go on missions anymore. That's a shame. It is, isn't it? Mizukage-sama. Ao's sharp voice cut through their friendly chatter. Everyone in the room turned their attention towards him. These people have infiltrated our village and killed our men, Ao said darkly, glaring at the group. This is no time for a reunion with an old partner of yours. That's right, they sighed, suddenly turning serious. Zabuza, you and your friends are guilty of attacks on our ninja and killing our men. This is an aggressive action that cannot be forgiven. Hell, that killed the mood. Zabuza grumbled. We do have a reason for coming here. If it's you, I'm sure it had something to do with taking the position of Mizukage for yourself. They said seriously. You didn't come here to have a friendly chat, I'm sure. Actually, that's exactly why we're here. Zabuza countered, surprising both her and Ao with his answer. Though, it's not really me who wants to chat with you. He pointed to the blonde kid. It's this guy who needs to speak with you. Don't mock us. Ao snapped. Infiltrate our lands, kill our men, kill Tanma, and this is your reason. You think this child has something so important to tell the Mizukage that it required such drastic actions. Indeed, this is no time for jokes, Zabuza. May agreed, not believing what he was saying. There was no way he'd come back to Kirigakure just to let some kid talk to her. Sorry, but that's the truth. Zabuza shrugged. Isn't that right, Naruto? It is. Naruto nodded, finally speaking and stepping forward. He felt determined and confident, and he really hoped that it showed. I have something urgent to tell you, Mizukage-sama. I'm sure you do, May said as she rolled her eyes, still unbelieving. Tell me, if you wanted to talk to me, why did you see it fit to infiltrate our land? Would your patrols have let a teenage genin from Konoha into Kirigakure if I had asked? Naruto inquired, arching an eyebrow at the woman. May allowed the smallest smile to grace her features. Probably not, May answered. And even if they would, if I had just asked to see you, would I have been allowed to? Naruto asked again. Her smile grew. No. May shrugged. You see why I thought to infiltrate with Zabuza. Naruto said. It should prove just how important my news is. How did you and this child meet, Zabuza-chan? May asked, directing her attention towards her old teammate. And what's the story with the two girls? Damn it, woman, I don't remember you ever being this questioning. Zabuza grunted in annoyance. Just hear the kid out. I would, but May said, tapping her chin thoughtfully. Her smile twisted into a sly smirk. I think I've stalled you long enough. The foursome's eyes widened when they heard her. Naruto glanced at Yuzura. He could barely see her ears twitching underneath their cover. She turned towards him with an alarmed expression. Naruto-sama, there's. Her sentence was cut short when someone crashed through the wall behind her. He heard Yuzura cry out as a dust cloud overtook her. Yuzura, Naruto called out as he rushed into the dust cloud. He was immediately blown backwards when someone punched him across the face. Get back. When the dust cleared, Naruto saw two figures standing in front of him. He recognized one of them as a younger Chijuro. He looked about the same age as Haku. The other was someone he didn't recognize. He had dark hair that reached to his shoulders with some of it tied in a long ponytail that reached to his back. He wore traditional Miss Ninja garb, barring an armored gauntlet that was worn on his right hand. Naruto's eyes widened when he saw Yuzura being held by the one with the gauntlet. Sorry we're late, Mizukage-sama, Chijuro said quietly, holding on to the double hilts of her Hankari from its position on the ground. Ryoichi and I had a little trouble breaking those ice mirrors. They broke after a few hits, but we couldn't do it fast enough. The one known as Ryoichi said, holding on to Yuzura tightly with one hand. On his back there was another sword Naruto didn't recognize. It looked long, sharp, and very deadly. There are a few walls that need to be fixed. Noted. They smiled at the two of them. By the way, you two are the only ninja swordsmen left. What happened to Tanma? Ryoichi asked. He glared at Zabuza and Naruto. Did they kill him? Assuming that it would be someone else would be insulting to such a fine warrior. Zabuza smirked. Bastard, Chijuro muttered, giving Zabuza a small glare before redirecting his attention to the floor when the ex-Miss Ninja glared back at him. Zabuza-chan and Naruto-chan, I would advise you two to surrender. They warned them, unless you want us to hurt your friends. Yuzura let out a pained whimper as Ryoichi pressed the sharp index fingertip of his gauntlet to her neck. Naruto glared at him. Like hell, Zabuza growled, lifting his blade off his shoulder. What's with this stunt, May? We're just taking care of one of our missing ninja and his accomplices. May smiled. It's what we do. Why you? Zabuza seethed, stepping forward. Don't move unless you want this girl to get hurt. Zabuza's eyes widened when he saw Ao holding Haku at kunai point. The missing ninja grit his teeth together as Haku tried to remain expressionless. Throw down your weapon. Ao commanded. I'll be fine, Zabuza-san. Haku assured him. She had been in situations like this before, and that didn't stop Zabuza from killing his enemies. The girl was surprised when Zabuza threw down his sword. See, Zabuza-san. Haku stammered. The man just glared at Ao. If didn't have memories of his past life he might have acted differently, but he wouldn't let Haku get hurt because of him again. Sorry, kid, Zabuza said, shooting Naruto a fleeting look. Guess this is a failed mission. Take them away, they said, waving her hand. A couple hunter nin ran into the room and grabbed Naruto and Zabuza by their arms. We've decided the times of their execution later. Why won't you listen to me? Naruto asked, rooting himself in place even when the ninja pulled out kunai and started to threaten him. Because you can't go unpunished for infiltrating Kirigakure, no matter the reason. They responded, giving him a smile. You got in, we talked, mission accomplished. Now, you have to pay the price. Goodbye. Naruto had enough. He'd make them listen. I want to know where the Rokubai container and the Sanbai no Kyoto game are. Everyone in the room immediately froze. Zabuza would have laughed at Mei's priceless expression if the situation was a little less serious. Ow. Chijiro and Ryoichi's eyes were wide as they stared at the blonde. The hunter nin who held onto them exchanged nervous glances underneath their masks. How do you know about? Mei gasped in disbelief. Because I'm a Jinchuriki, Naruto said fiercely, glaring determinedly at the Mizukage. The hunter nin who were holding onto him immediately sprang away as if they had been electrocuted. Not one person moved to stop Naruto as he made his way to the Mizukage's desk. He placed his hands on the desk and gazed deep into Mei's shocked eyes. I'm the Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi no Yoko, the nine-tailed demon fox, Naruto said seriously, his eyes boring into Mei's. Something is coming and I want people to prepare. I need all the help I can get if I'm going to have any hope of stopping the threat that is to come. That's why I came to warn you. Why would a ninja of Konoha tell another village of the danger it may be in? Mei asked quietly. Because it affects all villages, not just this one. Naruto replied. There is one man that needs to be stopped, which is why I need an answer from you now. Mei just stared at him. Naruto stepped away from her. Where are Utakata and the Sanbai located? Mei allowed a small smile to grace her features as she overlooked the foursome that had just entered her office. Ryoichi and Chijiro had surprised expressions on their faces while Ao offered the group a rare smile, nodding towards them with an impressed look on his face. The Mizukage joyfully clapped her hands together as she gave them a bright smile. You're not dead. Naruto and Ryoichi sighed. Ao shook his head in embarrassment, while everyone else just chuckled at the Mizukage's strange greeting. Zabuza smirked at the woman behind his bandages. Send us to go capture a tailed beast with no backup and that's the first thing that comes out of your mouth, Zabuza said, giving the woman a mock glare. How the hell did you become the Mizukage? I'm sorry, who only lasted 5 minutes in a fight against me. You don't have your sword with you now, Zabuza said threateningly as he gestured to his sword. Naruto shook his head at their antics and stepped forward. Haku tried to calm Zabuza down while Yuzura offered Naruto a reassuring smile when he looked back at them for support. The boy placed the scroll in front of the Mizukage. Here, Naruto said, pushing the scroll towards her. The sealed Sanbai no Kyoto game. Mei did not take the scroll immediately. Instead, she chose to regard the boy with a curious gaze. Unimpressed. I honestly didn't think you four would be capable of sealing it on your own, Mei commented, her tone conveying her amazement to them. I remember sending squads out before, but none of them came back. I wonder what makes guys so special. You sound disappointed, Naruto remarked. No, I'm more relieved than anything else. Mei smiled, shaking her head a bit. To be honest, knowing that thing was still on the loose out there was something that had always worried me. She slowly the scroll off the table and held it loosely in her hands. The question now is what to do with it. Why not just keep it in the scroll? Ryoichi asked curiously. Yeah, wouldn't that be better? Chijiro agreed. Fools. Demons are too powerful to be contained by small seals like this. At least not for very long. Ao scoffed. He turned his head towards Naruto. You knew that, didn't you? I'm a Jinchuriki. I know how powerful the demons are. Naruto replied, nodding at the man. He turned back to Mei with a more serious look. You have about a month or so to decide what to do with it before the Sanbai's chakra completely dissipates the seal. You do know what you want to do with it, right? Mei let out a heavy sigh as she dangled the scroll in between two of her fingers. A sad expression crossed her features before being replaced by one of irritation. There's only one effective way to seal off a tailed beast, and that's to seal it inside a human being. Mei sighed resignedly. It's our only option, but I don't know who would actually volunteer to become a Jinchuriki. Naruto looked down, silently agreeing with her. While Jinchuriki had a few benefits such as increased chakra reserves and a healing factor, it was still something he considered a curse. Naruto's harsh childhood was due to his being a Jinchuriki, and he wouldn't want someone to go through the same things he had gone through. While Mei knew that they had to find a container to seal off the Sanbai, she just didn't have the heart to force one of her own to become a Jinchuriki. Naruto knew it too. Mei could be cold and aggressive when the situation called for it, but she truly cared about her village. She didn't want to burden anyone with the curse of being a Jinchuriki. I'll do it. Everyone's heads shot up, their shocked expressions matching one another. Zabuza just stood there with his arms crossed, smirking under his mask. What? Mei said slowly, not sure if she heard her old partner right. I said I'll do it. Zabuza repeated. I'll become the Jinchuriki for the Sanbai no Kyoto game. Naruto suddenly remembered Zabuza's words before and during their fight with the Sanbai. You were serious about that? Naruto muttered in shock. Dead serious, Zabuza replied. So, let's do it. Seal the demon inside me. The man was met with a dead silence. Everyone was looking at the man like he had suddenly grown a second head. His sudden declaration and eager edge to his tone, coupled with the simple, blunt way he demanded it, left them all at a loss for words. Mei, Naruto, and Haku looked the most surprised. Hold on a minute, Zabuza, Mei said as she raised her hand towards him, being the first to recover. I won't ask why you're so willing to do this, but we can't seal it inside you. Why the hell not? Zabuza demanded angrily. What's the problem? First and foremost, you're a missing ninja in case you forgot. Mei deadpanned. You left the village after trying and failing to kill the third Mizukage. You're a wanted nin that has killed our ninja sent to retrieve you, not to mention you infiltrated our lands with that kid, which we still need to get done discussing, and second of all, you're an adult. Naruto finished for her. It would be impossible to seal the sanbai inside you. What does me being an adult have to do with it? Zabuza asked cluelessly, turning towards Naruto. You never mentioned that in any of the discussions we had about the Biju. Naruto sighed. All Zabuza's questions about the Biju, Jinchuriki, the other containers, and his eagerness to fight the sanbai were all significant points he had failed to pick up on. Naruto really hated how dense he could be sometimes. Zabuza, Biju are generally sealed inside infants whose chakra coils haven't yet developed. Naruto explained. Your chakra coils are already fully grown, so the sanbai's chakra streams won't properly meld with your own. If the sanbai was sealed into you now, your entire chakra circulatory system would collapse. Not only that, but the demon would probably get loose again too. They muttered grimly. She gave Zabuza a hard look. You don't meet the requirements, so we can't use you at Jinchuriki. Bullshit, Zabuza shouted, making everyone but May jump. If a seal on paper can be made to contain the sanbai for a few months, then I'm sure you guys could make another seal so that the sanbai's chakra can adjust with my own and get sealed inside me. Sealing scrolls don't have chakra circulatory systems of their own, Zabuza-chan. May pointed out, a small smile playing on her lips. Sorry, but it can't be done. Maybe it can. Another set of shocking words came from Ao's mouth this time. Everyone turned towards him, why he would make such a wild declaration. The veteran Miss Nin appeared to be deep in thought. His one visible eye rested on Naruto. How? May asked. I've been thinking about what Naruto-san has told us so far, and if we think about what he's told us about Akatsuki and Madara, I think it would be best to seal the sanbai inside Zabuza-san. Ao said, closing his eye as he reflected more on the idea. Based on what we know, Akatsuki is a very powerful organization run by a man with frightening powers. Frightening is putting it lightly, Naruto muttered. If Madara and the Akatsuki are as powerful as Naruto says they are, then we need the Jinchuriki of the sanbai to be someone who can defend himself from those who would be after the demon inside him. Ao pointed out logically. Obviously, an infant can't defend itself against an attack without a bodyguard, but it would be much better if the container could actually defend itself. If Zabuza-san is willing, then I believe he would make a suitable Jinchuriki for the sanbai. But that still leaves the problem of his chakra system. Naruto pointed out. Did you think of a way around that? What I thought of is only a hypothesis, but I don't believe a container needs to be an infant with underdeveloped chakra coils, but a person whose chakra system is fractured or incomplete. Ao stated thoughtfully. Explain your thinking. They asked the man politely. When I was Yagura-sama's bodyguard, he often talked of the demon inside of him. From what I know, he was also known to have complete control over the beast inside him. I was able to learn much about the Biju from Yagura-sama. Ao explained. Because of that, one of the things I learned was that Biju are capable of healing themselves and their Jinchuriki hosts when hurt. Right. That's right, Naruto affirmed. It was thanks to the healing factor that he barely had any scars on his body. Accelerated healing had helped him many times in the past. Now, this is only a theory, but if we sever some of the chakra veins in Zabuza's chakra system and then seal the sanbai inside of him, the demon's chakra should restore his fractured system with its own chakra. This would allow their chakra streams to fuse without harming the demon or host. Ao finished. That's amazing, Ao-sensei. Chijuro praised, amazed by the man's thinking. Would that really work? Naruto wondered, seeing some sense in Ao's plan. As I said, in theory it should work, but Ao trailed off. What are the risks? May sighed. Worst case scenario, Zabuza-san's damaged system wouldn't be healed and his body would be destroyed due to the immense overpowering of the sanbai's chakra because of its imbalance with his own. The demon would probably be set free then too. Ao muttered, frowning as he told them this. Other possibilities could be that the sanbai would completely absorb Zabuza's chakra and take over his body. Zabuza would become completely dependent on the sanbai's chakra after it fuses with his own. The sanbai's chakra would break apart in Zabuza's body because of his damaged system and kill them both. I could go on. So the chances of this working aren't very high, May said bluntly. Who can say? Outside, leaning back against the wall. How would you be able to sever the chakra veins Zabuza-san's chakra system? Yuzura asked curiously. I can see his chakra system with my Byakugan. Ao answered, gesturing to his eye patch. All Ryoichi would have to do then is cut where I tell him to. Ryoichi-san, Yuzura asked. Everyone turned to look at the man who leaned against the door. I'm skilled in the medical field. Some could call me the medic of the 7 swordsmen. Ryoichi said. He gestured to his sword. My sword, the Okanoken, is made of different kinds of swords conjoined together. In demonstration, he undid a few clips on his hilt and the sword deposited 2 small knives into his hand. The blade also seemed to get slightly smaller and thinner when the 2 knives separated themselves from the blade. It's got lots of different swords that make up one huge weapon. Most can be unequipped and used for different things other than fighting. Ryoichi said. I use these knives and other smaller blades in this sword for operation. Ryoichi-san can use his wind chakra to attack someone's chakra system with his smaller weapons too. Chijuro spoke up. He could cut up Zabuza-san's chakra system if he wanted to. Good news for us then. Zabuza smiled. He turned back towards Mei. So, we good to go then? Zabuza-san, you can't. Haku's sudden outburst drew Zabuza's attention towards her. The man arched an eyebrow at her. What are you so worked up about? Zabuza asked, mildly surprised by her sudden, uncharacteristic reaction. You could die if you do this, Haku exclaimed, stepping forward. You can't die. If you do, all your dreams will go to waste. You'll waste the second chance Naruto-sen gave you. I would lose. Haku was silenced when Zabuza gently placed his hand on her head, an affectionate gesture he hadn't displayed since she was a child. Haku blinked as the man rubbed the top of her head. Zabuza ignored the looks he was being given as he smiled softly at her. I won't die, Haku. What happened in the past was a fluke, Zabuza said softly but fiercely. The only other people his mentioning of the past sounded significant to were Naruto and Yuzura. Have a little more faith in me, will you? Besides, my goals have changed a bit in the past few days. Everyone turned towards Mei, who demanded everyone's attention. Zabuza gave her a small glare for ruining the moment. We never said we'd make you the Sanbai's container, Mei said seriously. There's still the matter of your being a missing nin and infiltrating our lands. Damn it, cut the crap already. Everyone jumped when they heard Naruto's shout. The boy quickly stepped up to the Mizukage's desk, a severe but desperate expression on his face. Please, you have to realize how critical the situation is and how quickly it's going to escalate in the future. Naruto pleaded with the Mizukage. I came here to speak with you so I could help seal the Sanbai away and find Utakata, risking my life in the process. We had good reasons for infiltrating your lands, and everything I have to say would be beneficial to Kirigakure. You've said that before, but you haven't given us the full story. Mei argued. How do we know this isn't something Konoha has? I told you, Konoha isn't spying on you and I came here to warn you and seek help. Naruto interrupted her, gripping the sides of the desk as he tried to calm himself down. I know it's a hard thing to grasp, but everything I said is true about Madara and the threat he poses. Right now, we need to do everything we can to stop him and his plans, which you haven't told us yet. Please just listen to me, Naruto begged, surprising everyone when he got on the ground and bowed his head towards the Mizukage. What happened in the past doesn't matter now. We need to focus on what we can do in the present to help us in the future. I'll tell you everything about Madara after I see Utakata and when you reach a decision about what to do with the Sanbai. I'm begging you, Mizukage-sama, please believe in me. Naruto raised his head, his blue eyes boring into hers. Please trust me. Mei just stared down at him. Everyone waited in tense silence for the Mizukage to speak. While everyone waited for her, Mei was going over something else in her mind. It was at this moment she realized that the boy in front of her was different, and it wasn't because he was a Jinchuriki. It was the look in his eye that told her this. She saw determination, confidence, wisdom, understanding, pain, sadness, anger, and so much more in those eyes. She had only met a handful of people with eyes like those. He's pretty strong for a brat, Mei thought as a smile made its way onto her face. She decided that she'd go along with him for now. Ow, get ready to seal the Sanbai into the new Jinchuriki, Mei ordered, surprising him with the sudden demand. Who? Ao asked cluelessly. Zabuza Momochi will be the Jinchuriki for the Sanbai no Kyoto game, Mei announced. Mei, Zabuza smirked, glad that she had finally decided to trust them. So does this mean you'll help us? Naruto asked eagerly, getting up from his position on the floor. I never said that. I still don't trust you completely. Mei smiled. She held up her hand as Naruto opened his mouth to speak. But no one, especially a kid, would try infiltrating Kirigakure unless he had a good reason, and you four did seal the Sanbai for me. It would be mean if I didn't at least hear you out in return. You don't have my trust yet, but you've earned my respect, kid. Thank you. Naruto bowed deeply towards the Mizukage. And Zabuza-chan, there's something you should know, Mei told him, turning towards the swordsman. If you agree to become the Jinchuriki of the Three Tails, then you can't leave Kiri again. You'll answer directly to me or Ao, and your status as a ninja swordsman will be reinstated. You'll be a ninja of Kirigakure once again. Mizukage-sama, you can't be serious. Ryoichi protested again, voicing his objections on the matter. Zabuza and his party have committed crimes against our land that can't go unpunished. He killed our men, and he killed Tama. And now, just because they sealed the Sanbai, you're willing to overlook that. As long as Zabuza agrees to the conditions, that's how it'll be. Mei replied smoothly. Some of the councilmen might be against it, but they won't lay a finger on him if the sealing is successful. The curse of being a Jinchuriki is punishment enough, something I'm glad I wasn't forced to give one of the villagers. I agree to the terms. Zabuza smiled. You had better hear the kid out after we're done though. I will. Mei nodded. She gave Zabuza a serious look. However, if we're going with Ao's method of sealing, the process will be extremely painful. Are you sure your body can withstand having its chakra system torn apart and having the Sanbai sealed inside you? I can take it no problem. Zabuza smirked confidently under his mask. Very well then. Ao nodded, stepping forward and taking the Sanbai sealing scroll when Mei offered it to him. Ryoichi, let's get going. Yes, Ao-sensei. Ryoichi sighed as he opened the door. I'm going too. Zabuza turned towards Haku, who had a firm grip on his arm. The girl was giving him an oddly serious look. Forgive me, Zabuza-san, but I wish to be there for you during the sealing process, Haku said, giving him a fixed stare. The swordsman could see fleeting expressions of worry cross her features. I want to help if I can. May I go with you to support you? Do what you want, Zabuza responded as he followed Ryoichi and Aoyama out the door. Haku just smiled joyfully and followed after him. Naruto and Yuzura smiled as they watched her leave with him, happy that Zabuza had someone who could help him through the sealing process. Naruto-chan. The mention turned towards the Mizukage, who was holding another scroll he didn't recognize in her hand. She smiled and tossed it towards Chijiro, who fumbled around with it before catching it in his hands. That scroll details the Rokibai container's current location. They smiled. Naruto's eyes widened at this. Chijiro, I want you to escort Naruto-chan to the village Utakata is currently staying at. Okay. Oh, okay, Chijiro smiled. He gave the both of them a quick bow. You can both count on me. Thank you, Chijiro-san. Yuzura smiled at the quiet boy. Yeah, sorry for the trouble. Naruto grinned as he led them out the door. The blonde shot one last look at the Mizukage before they left. Thanks again. Neji smiled as she waved them off. Here we are. Naruto and Yuzura looked around the street Chijiro had stopped at. They were in a village a little northeast of Kirigakure. It wasn't that crowded of a city, but there were still quite a few people walking through the streets. Naruto scanned the area, trying to see if someone was wearing a blue kimono. He couldn't see any bubbles floating in the area either. I don't see him, Naruto commented, turning towards Chijiro. Ah, he's staying in that inn over there, actually. Chijiro smiled sheepishly, pointing to a small inn down the street. If our intel is correct, which it usually is, Utakata should be staying there. Oh, I get it. Thanks. Naruto grinned as he made his way towards the building. You're not coming with us, Chijiro-san. Naruto turned when he heard Yuzura's question. Chijiro stayed rooted in place while he nervously scratched the back of his head. The fox girl tilted her head to the side in question while Naruto also gave him a curious look. What's wrong? Naruto asked, stepping back over to them. Well, see, the swordsmen have been sent to retrieve him before, so Chijiro smiled a bit. I'm afraid of what will happen if he sees me with you. So that's it. Naruto nodded, understanding his reasons. He'd probably run if he saw even one missed ninja. Yeah, Chijiro chuckled. Plus, he's a very strong person. I have a phobia of bubbles because of him. That's really lame. Naruto laughed as Chijiro blushed in embarrassment. He's a fearsome guy, Chijiro admitted. I'm going back to Kirigakure. Good luck. Chijiro gave them a quick bow and left the area hastily. Yuzura waved after him before turning towards Naruto. So how should we approach Utakata-san, Naruto-sama? Yuzura asked curiously. Naruto didn't respond to her. Instead, he just pointed ahead at the inn with a smile. Look, Naruto grinned. Yuzura followed his gaze to see a young man wearing a blue kimono step out of a building, followed by a short old lady whom they assumed was the innkeeper. The man thanked the woman and paid her before calmly walking down the street. Naruto grinned and started after him, Yuzura following close behind. They followed Utakata through the village streets. He stopped at a few vendors who offered him free samples of food to which he accepted or declined, then went on his way. He seems like a nice person, Yuzura commented as she watched the Rokibai container. He's not the most talkative guy, but he's friendly. Naruto smiled as he followed his fellow Jinchuriki. Just keep in mind there are certain things you shouldn't mention in front of him. They followed Utakata out of the village. After walking down a trail for some time, the Rokibai container stopped and turned his head towards them. Is there a reason you two have been following me? Did we really make it that obvious? Naruto laughed, trying to sound friendly. That, and there aren't many ninja from Konoha who come to Kiri. Utakata commented, taking out his bubble pipe and holding it inches away from his lips. Who are you? Naruto Uzumaki. Naruto smiled. He gave Utakata a small bow. He decided to make things quick. Jinchuriki of the Nine-Tailed Fox. Pleased to meet you. You have a biju. Utakata gasped as his eyes widened at the boy. Don't be so hostile. Naruto frowned when Utakata took a defensive stance. I'm not here to fight you or anything. There's just something we need to discuss, Jinchuriki to Jinchuriki. So you know about the Rokibai? Utakata frowned, though he had already guessed that. He slowly brought his bubble pipe to his lips. Sorry, but I don't trust another. His eyes widened when the girl standing next to the nine-tailed demon container was suddenly in front of him. Utakata was ready to jump away and avoid whatever attack the duo might have for him, but blinked when he felt the girl's fingers on his forehead. He noticed the girl had done the same to Naruto. Remember your past life, Utakata-san. The Rokibai container's eyes widened as a dam in his head burst, images of his past and Naruto's flashing through his mind. We're almost ready, Zabuza-san. Just wait a little bit longer. Zabuza ignored how his symbols and marks were being drawn onto his body. The man was covered in sweat and his breathing was ragged. Almost every nerve in his body was screaming in pain, a result of the surgery his chakra system had been given just minutes before the sealing process started. Zabuza-san. The swordsman slowly turned his head towards Haku, who gazed at him with worry in her eyes. She was holding onto his right arm tightly in support. He gave a reassuring smile in an attempt to assuage her worries. I'm fine. Zabuza breathed through clenched teeth. This is nothing. The severing of his chakra system had been more than painful. Almost every chakra vein in his chakra pathway system had been severed during the process. They had been cut into tiny pieces inside his body, and the theory was when the sanbai was sealed inside him, its chakra would heal his fractured system. Or it would kill him. No one could be sure. We're ready. One of the ninja who had been drawing the symbols told Ao. The sealing of the sanbai may begin. Ao nodded as Haku stepped away from Zabuza. They all gathered around the sealing circle that Zabuza was in the center of. They all made hand signs in preparation, ready to seal the Sanbai's chakra into Zabuza's body. Haku stood off to the side with Ryoichi. Both of them observed the ritual with looks of anxiety on their faces. A took out the scroll that contained the Sanbai's chakra as he finished making the necessary hand signs. He slammed the scroll into the ground and on top of one of the symbols that was in front of him. Seal. All the symbols on the ground and on Zabuza's body glowed red as the Sanbai's chakra was sucked out of the scroll and transferred into the swordsman's body. The man's body jerked as red chakra flowed into his body. Zabuza let out a painful cry that echoed through the room as the last of the Sanbai's chakra was taken into his body. Zabuza-san, Haku cried, rushing towards him as he collapsed on the ground. The seal marks on the floor and on his body disappeared. Just as Haku moved to help the man up, he shot up from the ground, his breathing hard and ragged. Ryoichi and the other ninja watched worriedly as the man as he tried to recover himself. Eyes unsealed by a Kugenai scanned Zabuza's chakra systems. The Mist Ninja's face was one of pure shock as he saw how the Sanbai's chakra was interacting with the swordsman's. Amazing, Ao whispered as he watched Zabuza's fractured system restore itself with the Sanbai's chakra. Zabuza's chakra and the Sanbai's chakra melded alongside one another as his pathway system was healed. He could distinctly make out Zabuza's blue chakra and the Sanbai's red chakra. It actually worked. Are you okay? Haku asked, worried when Zabuza didn't respond. The man slowly looked up at her. Haku gasped when she saw Zabuza's eyes had turned completely red, reminding her of the Sanbai's one eye during their fight with it. However, his eyes slowly faded to their original dark color as a seal appeared on the man's stomach. Ao slowly approached the two as he stared down at Zabuza. How do you feel? Ao asked tentatively. Zabuza simply raised his head and smirked at the man. Never better. Haku smiled with relief while Ao nodded his approval, Zabuza's words chasing away any worry he had left. Zabuza Mamachi was now the new Jinchuriki for the three-tailed demon beast. So how do you feel? Naruto sighed and leaned back against the tree. Yudakata sat beside him, staring in front of him with an expressionless face. Yuzura just sat on Naruto's other side, casting quick side glances at the duo while she idly played with the grass beneath her fingers. Yudakata, you still in there? Naruto asked, waving a hand in front of his face. The Rokibai container turned towards the Kyuubi container wearing that stoic expression of his. He allowed a small smile to make its way onto his face. We meet again for the first time, Naruto. Yudakata told him. Why? We have met in our past life, but we are meeting each other for the first time in this life. Yudakata smiled. So I am correct in saying we are meeting again for the first time. I guess. Naruto gave a light chuckle, still confused by his words. Any questions? Many. Thought so. Who's she? Yudakata pointed to Yuzura. The fox girl just waved her hand at him in greeting. Pleased to meet you, Yudakata-san. Yuzura smiled. I am Yuzura, Naruto-sama's vassal and servant. I hope we can get along. Same here. Yudakata nodded before leaning back against the tree. Naruto really didn't know what to expect from him. Yudakata had a somewhat careless personality, so he seemed to take everything in stride. Naruto was sure that didn't mean he wasn't curious about their situation. I'm sorry, Yudakata said, surprising Naruto with his words. Maybe if I had been there to help you and be. Naruto smiled at his fellow demon container. He shook his head. It's in the past now. We've just got to make sure it doesn't happen again. Naruto grinned. It's why I wanted to find you. I came to warn you so that this time we can work together to fight Madara. I'll assume you plan to reach the other demon containers as well, right? Yudakata inquired, arching an eyebrow at Naruto as he blew a few bubbles from his pipe. Yeah, Naruto nodded, confirming his plans. He slowly got up from his seat. We should probably get going. To where? Yudakata asked as he stood up. To meet with the Mizukage, Naruto replied. There are still a few things I need from her, plus I've got some questions to answer. You should probably hear them too. Naruto gave Yudakata a meaningful look, silently pleading with him to cooperate and go with him. The Rokibai container wasn't the most trusting individual and preferred to keep to himself, but since he had memories of the past he hoped that he'd trust him. Still, Yudakata would probably still be reluctant to go see the Mizukage, someone who had sent Hunter Nin after him more times than he liked. To Naruto's relief, Yudakata sighed and gave a small shrug of acceptance. I suppose I should, Yudakata said simply. Hopefully it'll help me make sense of some things as well. His most vivid memory was Pain's assault on him. While the man had been the one to subdue him, he hadn't known much about Pain or the organization he worked for. Plus, he wanted to know more about this Madara person that was present in most of Naruto's memories. Thanks, Yudakata. Naruto smiled. This will also give you a good opportunity to meet the new Sanbai container. Yudakata blinked. The Sanbai container. I can't believe this, Ao whispered, his expression one of pure shock. That man to think that he and with Higuro-sama. Madara is quite the madman, isn't he? They mused as she thought over what Naruto had told them all. His plan is something else. Naruto gave them a moment to think things over. Yuzura stood beside him with Haku next to her. Zabuza and Yudakata stood off to the side of the room, leaning against the wall as they listened to everyone talk. Chijiro and Ryoichi stood by the door with awed and shocked expressions on their faces. Other than them, no one else was in the room. Naruto had told them everything he knew about Madara, Akatsuki, and their plans. He had told them everything about their members and Madara's Moon Eye plan and his goal to acquire all the tailed beasts. and fuse their chakras together to create the 10-tailed demon beast and become its Jinchuriki. Needless to say, it was a lot to take in. The Jubai who would have thought such a creature existed. Outside, if someone had the strength of all the tailed beasts combined, their powers could be compared to a god's. There is one weakness to that plan though, Naruto pointed out, getting everyone's attention. For this plan to work, Madara needs to stay under the radar and get the Akatsuki members to do the work for him. They'll collect the demons while Madara works from behind the scenes, drawing everyone's attention away from him. Nagato, the acting leader of Akatsuki. They nodded. Everyone would assume Akatsuki and its members would be the real threat. Madara could do whatever he wanted while he used the organization as a cover. One of the reasons Madara won last time was because nobody knew about him from the beginning. Naruto thought to himself, Orochimaru, Kabuto, Itachi, Nagato, and the entire organization of Akatsuki, we all assumed they were the real threats, but Madara didn't come into the picture until the dawn of the war. It took everyone by surprise. If he's after the demons, then wouldn't it make sense to hide their containers? Ryoichi suggested. Yet if Madara doesn't know where they are, then he won't be able to capture them. Chijiro nodded. Then all we would have to do is take out Akatsuki. Then Madara wouldn't have anyone to do his dirty work or cover for him. Ryoichi grinned. We could then track him down and finish him off. No, Naruto shook his head, remembering his time with Bee on Turtle Island. No matter where we go, Madara will find us. This man is incredibly resourceful, and will do anything to find out where the current containers are located. Hiding won't work. It didn't work last time, and it sure as hell won't work this time. Our only option here is to fight. Utakata agreed with Naruto, remembering how he had been captured in his past life. But we also can't risk tipping Madara off. Zabuza pointed out, the new Jinchuriki for the Sanbai also being aware of Naruto's plans. We shouldn't move against him or Akatsuki for some time. Do you have a reason for this? They asked. I do agree with Ryoichi somewhat. We know who the real threat is, so why not take care of it? Madara is arrogant, but he's not stupid. He's extremely cautious, and will only move when he believes all the pieces are in his hand. Naruto explained, which is why we don't move until Akatsuki does. Instead, we prepare ourselves and alert the other demon containers. So all you'd have us do is bind our time until Akatsuki decides to move. Mei smiled. That's some plan you've got there. It's the best one I've got. Naruto said, we know Madara is out there. Now all that's needed to prepare without alerting him. We don't want him to know that we know of his plans, which is why I'd like to ask all of you to keep this quiet for now. Please, don't tell anyone what I've told you. What about the other villages? Ao asked. Should we notify them now, or wait until later? That's another thing I wanted to discuss with you guys. Naruto said. Hokage has 2 Jinchuriki within its borders, just like Kiri. Oh, and would you happen to know who they are? They asked curiously. The container of the 8-tailed beast's name is Bee, also the brother of the current Hokage. Naruto revealed. I don't exactly know who the other one is, but I do know that she's the container of the 2-tailed beast. And do you want Kiri to do anything about those Jinchuriki by any chance? Mei asked suspiciously. One of the reasons I wanted to get your help was so that you could keep an eye on Hokage. Naruto admitted sheepishly. Your nation is the closest to it, so you'd have an easy time keeping an eye on and getting intel on the containers there and help make sure Akatsuki doesn't catch them off guard. Plus, that Hokage can't be trusted. What about Suna and Iwa? Ao asked. Suna is already on my side. Naruto smiled confidently as he thought of the Ikabai container. If I ask, I'm sure they'll help keep an eye on Iwa for me. Once Gaara becomes the Kazekage, of course. My prediction is that Akatsuki won't move for a few years. Naruto said. Until then, Kiri can prepare itself for whatever Madara might pull. Don't take any drastic actions unless you receive some sort of message or signal from me. And I say again, don't let anyone know what you know, okay? You're certainly asking a lot from us. Mei smiled. You do know that Kiri has absolutely no obligation to help you or Konoha. Your crimes have already been pardoned for helping us seal the Sanbai, but we don't owe you any more favors. What would you do if Kiri chose not to help or go along with your plan? What would you do if we decided to tell the other cages? Then that would be your choice, Naruto said slowly, surprising Mei with his answer. All I had wanted to do was talk with Utakata, make sure the Sanbai stayed safe, and give you fair warning of Madara's plans in hopes that you'd decide to help me. I knew of the risks and possibilities, but I had to come here. Naruto sighed. Truth was, he had been hoping for an alliance with Kirigakure. In his past life, he and Mei had gotten along pretty well. She was actually planning to form an alliance with Konoha and Suna after the war with Madara. Still, the past had no effect on the present, and Mei had no reason to trust him. He knew she wouldn't reveal the information on Madara and his plans to the other cages for shits and giggles, but now that she knew he couldn't stop her if she wanted to share it with anyone. Look, I know it's not the best plan. Maybe waiting until they make the first move is a mistake. Naruto sighed. He shook his head and gave the Mizukage a confident look. But surprise and tactics are some of the best weapons for ninja. I've thought long and hard, played out different scenarios in my head, but I think this is the best course of action we can take for now. If we're patient, we can be the ones to get the jump on Madara. We have the element of surprise this time, this is our advantage. Naruto bowed his head towards Mei for the second time that day. I know that I'm probably being selfish, and you probably don't want to follow some kid's plan, but please help me. Naruto pleaded with her. I'm not asking for Kirigakure to ally itself with Konoha. I'm asking for your help because I have people I want to protect, precious people I don't want to lose. Please, Mizukage-sama, help me fight against Madara. Naruto-sama, Yuzura whispered softly, watching her master bow his head towards the woman. Utakata and Zabuza just stood there with melancholy expressions on their faces, thinking back to their demises and events of the past. Haku smiled at Naruto's conviction, his strong desire to protect those around him moving her. Chijuro and Ryoichi remained silent, waiting for the Mizukage to respond to him. Okay, every almost feel over when they heard Mei's joyful reply. Naruto recovered quickly and gave her an incredulous look. Why, you're really going to help me? Naruto asked, her simple answer throwing him completely off guard. Of course, Mei beamed. If it's for the sake of the village, then of course I'll help you. You've earned my trust, Naruto-chan. When was that? Utakata mumbled skeptically. Mizukage-sama, be serious. Ryoichi quickly added. You can't be so quick to go along with. Shut up, Ryo-chan. Mei snapped at him, silencing the young man. She gave Naruto a bright smile. I'm sorry for everything I put you through, but it takes time for me to make a decision. After hearing everything you've said and seeing your determination with my own eyes, I've decided Kirigakure will back you up. I'll work together with Naruto-chan to stop Madara. Mei turned towards Utakata and Zabuza. Both men blinked at the sudden attention. You two will be helping out too, won't you? Mei smiled. Zabuza-chan, you'll have to stay in Kirigakure for the time being, but I can help you grow stronger in the meantime. There are very few people who can last 5 minutes against me. Thanks, Zabuza chuckled, shaking his head at the woman. Utakata-chan, I'm hereby reinstating you as a ninja of the mist. Mei smiled. Since you've had your demon longer than Zabuza-chan, you'll help him get control over his demon, won't you? I don't need my status as a mist ninja re-established. Knowing that you won't be sending your men after me anymore is enough. Utakata bit back. He glanced at Naruto, who gave him a serious look. He had already gone over the plans with Naruto, but he didn't need to become a mist ninja again. I don't answer to you, but you have my cooperation. Good. Mei smiled, clapping her hands together. She grinned at Naruto. We're all friends now. Let's work together for a better future. Thank you. Naruto stuttered, feeling excitement build up inside him. His lips turned upwards in a large smile. I did it. I don't believe it. He had gotten Kirigakure's alliance. But there's just one last thing you have to do for me. Mei broke in, shattering Naruto's growing enthusiasm. Naruto grew worried. What is it? XXX. Naruto sat on a bar stool with a mug filled to the brim with sake set on the countertop in front of him. The blonde let out an uneasy chuckle as he thought about the reason for his being in a bar. Turns out, Mei's last request for him was to go out and drink to their new alliance. A sort of celebration Zabuza had claimed was just an excuse so she could drink. Naruto glanced behind him at the said Mizukage, who was happily drinking a table or two away. Chijuro was nervously holding at least 3 empty bottles in his shaky hands while Ao had a few drinks she offered to him. He was smart enough to drink in moderation. Ryoichi sighed and poured their Kage another glass when she demanded it. A few people around them were giving the group odd stares. Yuzura and Haku sat in a booth with Utakata. None of them drank, so they were content with making small talk with each other. The blonde Jinchuriki laughed to himself when he realized how much Mei suddenly reminded him of Tsunade and her drinking habits. Maybe I'll get to see Ba-chan sometime soon, Naruto mused to himself. The teen grinned as Zabuza sat down next to him. The man had a bottle of whiskey in his hand. Who would have thought? Zabuza smiled, drinking straight from the bottle. Beside him, Naruto held his own drink as he looked at the man beside him. I agreed to partner up with some kid, help him infiltrate the land I vowed never to go back to. Found out my old partner Mei became the Mizukage while I was gone. Got my ninja swordsman title and Miss Ninja status given back to me, and became the new Jinchuriki for Sanbai. Zabuza laughed at the incredibility of it all. Seriously, what the? You don't seem to mind it much. Naruto noted, smiling a bit at his attitude. Of course not. Sure beats dying, and with this new power I can take what's mine whenever I want. Zabuza smirked. He barked for another bottle. Life is grand. I'm a little surprised by how things turned out well, a little might be putting it lightly. Naruto grinned, earning a chuckle from Zabuza. But it all worked out better than I expected. I think I can rest easy knowing that the Sanbai and Utakata will have more protection this time around. He turned towards Zabuza. So, what do you plan to do? You mean until Akatsuki and that Uchiha bastard decide to make their move? I guess all I can do is train. Zabuza shrugged as he took a swig from his bottle. What's your plan though? I'm sure you'll have a lot more to do than I will. Naruto nodded, thinking of the Chunin exams that would occur in a few weeks after his return to Konoha. Orochimaru, Kabuto, Gar, the exams had a lot of key events that he wanted to change. I'll take care of it. Naruto smiled, surprised by how casual and calm he felt when he thought of one of the times where his life had been threatened the most. He grinned at Zabuza. I mean hell, if things turned out okay here then I'm sure things will be okay during the Chunin exams. I'll change things for the better this time. I'll drink to that. Zabuza grinned, holding his bottle out to Naruto. A toast to a better future. I can't drink. I'm 13. Naruto protested. So what? Zabuza chuckled. You've lived 2 lifetimes, so technically you're 29. Besides, no one in here's gonna give a damn if you have a few beers. Naruto sighed at the man's flawed logic and stared down at his mug. He was not a stranger to bars since Jiraiya and Tsunade had dragged him to many, and he had even built up a bit of a tolerance for the stuff when he was older. Naruto shrugged and knocked back his drink. Time to test if he had kept that mild tolerance too. I forgot how much I hated alcohol though. Naruto blanched. At least he wouldn't wake up with a hangover. It was already late by the time they returned from the bar, so Mei offered Naruto's party some rooms to stay in for that night at a local inn for free. As an added bonus, the inn had an outdoor hot spring, something Naruto was currently enjoying. He had been to many in his travels, and he had come to appreciate them as one of life's small gifts. Nothing beats soaking in a spring after you had just got done traveling or fighting an enemy. Naruto sighed in contentment as he sank deeper into the hot waters. This feels so nice, Naruto mumbled happily to himself. Naruto sat up when he heard someone open up the entrance to the spring. He heard the person get into the water. The mist was thick so he couldn't see more than a foot in front of him. He squinted as he tried to see through the mist. "Hello?" Naruto greeted unsurely when he could make out the person's silhouette. His eyes almost popped out of his skull when the person stepped in front of him. "Hello, Naruto-sama." Yuzura greeted him cheerfully. "Why?" Naruto flew backwards and hit his head against the rocks. He let out a pained yelp and crashed into the water. "Naruto-sama, are you okay?" Yuzura asked worriedly as she waded through the water towards him when he resurfaced. "Are you hurt? Your nose is bleeding." "I am fine," Naruto commanded, trying to pinch his nose shut to keep from coming out. His face was completely red. What are you doing in here?" "I enjoy hot springs, and I thought I could wash your back for you." Yuzura smiled at him as she stepped in front of him again. Naruto's eyes widened as she folded her arms behind her back, completely heedless of her nudity. "Is it all right?" You." Naruto lost his ability to form coherent sentences as he looked away from her. Could you change into your fox form, please?" Why?" Yuzura asked, tilting her head to the side. "It's extremely uncomfortable for me when my fur gets wet in that form, so I prefer my human form when I bathe. Besides, it will be much easier to wash you with my hands rather than my paws." I'm getting out," Naruto muttered as he hastily stepped out of the water. But you just got in here 5 minutes ago." Just as Naruto was out of the spring, he was met with another surprise. "Hello, Naruto-san." Haku greeted him with a smile. Naruto shouted before falling backwards into the water again. Haku giggled to herself while Yuzura tried to help him up despite his begging her not to get close. "There's nothing to be embarrassed about." Haku smiled as she saw Naruto blush. "Unlike Yuzura-chan, I have a towel wrapped around my body." After Haku had gotten Naruto to calm down, she convinced Yuzura to wear a towel to cover herself only if Naruto would allow her to help him bathe. Hence, Naruto and Yuzura sat on the patio, the blonde Jinchuriki blushing as he sat on a stool while the fox girl rubbed his back down with a cloth. Haku was content to soak in the springs, enjoying their company. "Why aren't you guys on the girl's side?" Naruto wondered. "This is a mixed bath," Yuzura answered for him. "The nice old lady who runs the inn says that the mist is so thick that you can't really see someone unless they're right next to you. She didn't feel like there was any need to make separate baths." "You don't say," Naruto mumbled. "I thought most boys your age would enjoy having intimate moments like this with other girls." Haku smiled. Naruto frowned when she heard the girl laugh. It wasn't that he didn't appreciate a little eye candy, and he had seen naked women before, but he did respect a woman's decency. Seeing Yuzura and Haku in such states so suddenly came as a bit of a surprise to him too. Still, he wasn't a pervert, and he wasn't Jiraiya. "I'm surprised you feel so comfortable with another guy here, Haku." Naruto grinned, remembering how he had found out she was a girl. "After I accidentally stepped in on you at Tezuna's house, I would have thought you'd be more embarrassed." Well, that was a surprise for me, and you can't see anything through the mist, so Haku sputtered, sounding surprisingly flustered. "Anyway, I was just thinking that a lot has happened in a few days. Thanks for all your help." Naruto smiled, not daring to turn around. "I wouldn't have been able to get this far without you or Zabuza helping me." The Sanbei was quite the opponent. Haku mused as she leaned against the rocks. "I'm surprised that we were able to defeat one of the tailed beasts." "We got lucky," Naruto admitted, combing through his wet locks with his hand. "From what I know, it grew weak over time without a container." And you're saying that it didn't use its abilities to its fullest because of this?" "Yep," Naruto said. "One of its specialized techniques was a hallucinogenic mist it could use to cast a strong jinjutsu on someone. I noticed its tidal wave attacks were less powerful than they could have been. Even if its powers were limited, it was still a very powerful creature," Haku said. "And to think that there are 9 tailed beasts in all of them sealed inside containers now." Naruto grinned. Zabuza's becoming a Jinchuriki was a definite plus. Naruto paused, thinking of all the crap the Kyuubi had given him in the past. "Well, maybe. Zabuza-san is a very strong person. I'm sure he'll master his demon in no time." Haku smiled. "Besides, with Utakata-san agreeing to help him understand more about the Biju, I'm sure he'll find a way to use the Sanbai's chakra." Haku sighed as she thought of everything she had heard today. The Moon Eye Plan, Madara needs all the tailed beasts in order to make his plan work. One of the reasons I think he got us all last time was because we were all separated," Naruto said, narrowing his eyes as he thought of his past. "Individually, the Akatsuki are capable of defeating us one by one and can take our Biju from us. But if we fight together this time, they'll have a hard time taking us down." "I answered any questions Utakata-sen had." Yuzura spoke up. He'll support you in any way he can, Naruto-sama. I'm glad he decided to go along with my plan. Naruto grinned. Giving him my memories was a good decision after all. You're slowly gaining more allies. Yuzura smiled. Now that you have a chance to prepare ahead of time, you'll be able to strike when Madara least expects it. Hell yeah. Naruto laughed as he punched his fist in the air. His old, careless demeanor he had in his past life momentarily resurfaced. That Uchiha bastard will get what's coming to him. I'll protect everyone this time. Naruto-san, if Yuzura-chan could share your memories with someone, why didn't you share your memories with the Mizukage? Haku asked curiously. Wouldn't that have been easier? She might have cooperated easier, she might not have. It's impossible to say. Naruto shrugged. But if sharing my memories with everyone would fix everything, I would have already done it. I have to be careful who I give memories to. Memories of the past can affect one positively or negatively, Yuzura said sagely. Some may decide to act on their own and interfere with Naruto-sama's plan. Only certain people who had Naruto-sama's complete trust in his past life will have their memories returned to them. With a few exceptions, Naruto added, thinking of one person in particular. Well, good luck. Haku smiled. She looked down into the steamy waters. I wish I could do more to help you too. After all, you've done so much for Zabuza-san and me. You even managed to save our lives. Don't worry about it. I'm glad you guys got a second chance too. Naruto grinned. You have no idea how it feels to see people who died in my past life. Seeing Kakashi, the old man, Zabuza, I'm really glad I got to see you all again, especially after my big screw-up. Naruto-sama and I will miss you. Yuzura grinned. Same here. Haku smiled. By the way, Yuzura-chan. How did you get that scar on your back, if you don't mind me asking? Naruto felt Yuzura stiffen behind him. Her hands that had been washing his shoulders stopped moving and dropped the cloth to the ground. The relaxed air suddenly turned tense. Haku took notice of it and bowed her head. I'm sorry, should I not have asked? Haku asked quietly. I had seen it on my way in and grew curious, but if you're not willing to share, that's fine. Naruto disagreed. This was the perfect opportunity. Actually, I'd like to know a bit about your past as well, Naruto said, looking up a bit. He could feel Yuzura's purple eyes on his back. After all, when I think about it, you know all about my past, but I know nothing about yours. I've always been curious, but when I saw that scar a couple nights back, I really wanted to know. It's only fair, right? He probably sounded insensitive, but Naruto really wanted to know more about Yuzura. The girl was quiet for a moment before finally speaking. This is just a scar from the past, Yuzura said quietly. It's visible, unlike Naruto-sama's scars. Naruto's attitude softened a bit when he heard her whimper. Yuzura closed her eyes as memories of the past haunted her. Her past life was something she never wanted to remember. Yuzura blinked when she felt Naruto's hand on top of hers. The boy didn't look at her as he gave her hand a small squeeze. I'm sorry, Naruto sighed. I should know better than anyone not to talk about another person's past unless they want to. I won't force you to talk about it if the memories are that bad. Naruto-sama, I just want to get to know you better, Yuzura. I thought that knowing about your past would be the first step. Naruto grinned. I know so little about you. Where you lived, if you had any family, what your childhood was like, I'm curious, but I won't force you to tell. Just don't keep me waiting too long, okay? Naruto chuckled when he realized how much this sounded like his situation with his teammates. They wanted to know more about his secrets, but he wouldn't talk about it. Naruto smiled when he felt Yuzura cover his hand with her other one. He could hear the happiness and relief in her voice as she spoke. Thank you. Yuzura smiled warmly at him. Naruto jumped a bit when she leaned her forehead against the back of his neck. Naruto-sama truly is the kindest master I've ever had. I had never known such kindness until I met you. I promise, I'll tell you when I'm ready. Naruto-sama deserves to know about my past. Only when you're ready. Naruto grinned. For now, let's stop thinking about the past and future. Let's just relax and enjoy the hot spring. Agreed. Haku smiled, clapping her hands together. Yes, Yuzura nodded, picking up the cloth and continuing to wash down his back. Naruto sighed as her washing gently massaged the muscles in his back. They didn't need to worry things right now. For now, they could relax and act as if. Whoa, Naruto yelped when Yuzura's hands slipped around his front. What's wrong? What are you doing? I'm almost done with your back. I thought I could wash your front now. Yuzura responded cheerfully. Screw that. I can do it myself. Naruto blushed. Her hands had gone too low. I only want to help, Yuzura pouted. I want to take care of Naruto-sama as best I can. Leave him alone, Yuzura-chan. Haku sighed. Naruto-san just isn't that comfortable with you washing the front of his body, that's all. Naruto sighed when Haku backed him up. He silently thanked her in his mind. He blinked when he heard Haku get out of the water. He blinked again when Haku was suddenly sitting in front of him with another cloth in her hand. She had a mischievous smile on her face. I'll wash his front instead, Haku chirped. Wait. Naruto panicked, trying to keep the girl away and trying to keep a firm grip on the towel around his waist. You don't need to do that. There's no need to feel embarrassed. This is simply a thank you for all you've done. Haku smiled. Just think of me as a boy like you used to. That's impossible. Naruto shouted as his eyes darted to the top of Haku's towel that covered the older girl's ass. And thinking of you like that wouldn't change how I felt about this. Yuzura-chan, hold him in place. Okay, stop. Well, I guess this is where we say goodbye. Naruto and Yuzura smiled at Zabuza, Utakata, and Haku, all who had came to see the duo off. They, Chujuro, Ryoichi and Ao had said their goodbyes before they left Kiri. The four couldn't exactly leave the village. Naruto's two fellow demon containers and Haku had accompanied them to the border to see them off. Good luck, Utakata said as Naruto smiled at him. Hopefully I'll live long enough to see you again this time. I'll see you again soon, Utakata, Naruto assured him. What do you plan to do now? Get stronger. I'll sort through the memories you've given me and find efficient ways to combat Akatsuki, Utakata replied. The Rokubai container looked up as a far-off look crossed his features. And maybe I'll go pay Hataru a visit. Naruto grinned at him. The Kyuubi container turned to Zabuza while Yuzura said her goodbyes to the Rokubai container. Zabuza smirked down at the blonde kid. It's only been a few days, but we've been through lots of crazy shit together, haven't we? Zabuza chuckled. To be honest, I was hoping we'd be able to stick together for a little longer. Naruto smiled. I hope the turtle doesn't give you too much trouble. We'll see each other again soon. Zabuza grinned, extending his hand towards the boy. We're allies now, right? Friends, Naruto replied, taking the man's hand. And fellow demon containers. So we are. Zabuza chuckled. Naruto let go of his hand and turned to Haku. The girl gave him a warm smile. I had fun last night. Naruto blushed as Haku giggled. He never thought her to be so shameless. We tell no one of it. Naruto coughed, regaining his cool. He smiled at Haku. I'm really glad we got a second chance to become friends. So both you and Yuzura have become people precious to me. Haku smiled. I'm really going to miss you too. I wish I could do more to help. I wish you could come with us. Naruto grinned. We'll see each other soon. I hope so. Haku smiled. Naruto smiled back. Well then, good. Naruto and Haku blinked when a travel pack was pushed between them. Haku blinked again when it was dropped into her hands. Naruto and Haku gaped at Zabuza, who retracted his hand after handing Haku the pack. Utakata and Yuzura were also giving him clueless looks. Haku glanced at the travel bag and back at Zabuza. This is, all your clothes and belongings are in it. I made sure to pack them before we left the inn, the swordsman stated. Zabuza sighed, annoyed that she hadn't gotten the message. Haku, you're going to Konoha with them. What? Naruto and Haku shouted in surprise by Zabuza's sudden announcement. Yuzura and Utakata didn't protest, but they looked just as shocked as they did. Zabuza-san, when did you decide this? Yuzura asked. Last night. Zabuza answered shortly. He turned towards Naruto. You two need all the help you can get right now. Haku is strong and I'm sure she'll help you change events so things happen the way you want them to. That's why I'm sending her to Konoha with you. Are you sure? Naruto asked, not believing that he would send Haku away. Positive. Why do I have to? Haku opened her mouth to protest but was silenced by a hard glare Zabuza gave her. Haku, I would go with him if I could, but I can't. Because I'm the Jinchuriki of the Sanbai, I can't leave unless Mei gives me permission. And I'm sure some Konoha ninja have heard about the Demon of the Mist and about my former missing nin reputation. No one knows about you. You can give Naruto the support he needs. You have the power to help him. Naruto was shocked. This was completely unexpected. Haku looked horrified. The very thought of leaving Zabuza seemed to terrify her. But Zabuza-san, all my life I've served you. I've been your tool to use and help you grow stronger, and I want to continue to. You are my partner, Haku. I'm grateful for everything you've done for me. Zabuza grinned, losing his fierce look and bending down to her level. But if you stayed here you wouldn't get any stronger. You'd have nothing to do. Grow stronger with Naruto. Help him. Hell, teach him some jutsu other than Kage Bunshin or that Rasengan. He gave Naruto an incredulous stare. Seriously, do you know any other techniques besides those? Those techniques always worked best for me, Naruto mumbled sheepishly. Unbelievable. Utakata smirked, shaking his head at the blonde. Haku, you have new friends you have to protect. Zabuza gave the girl a compassionate smile as she started to tear up. It won't be the last time we see each other, but right now we have to go our separate ways. Help Naruto and Yuzura out in Konoha. I want to give you a chance to live the life you deserved. You're not tied to me anymore. Grow stronger, make me proud. Zabuza-san. Haku broke down in tears as she threw her arms around him. Zabuza embraced her as she cried into his shoulder. You've done so much for me. Haku sobbed. You picked me up when no one else wanted to. You gave me a reason to live. I don't want to leave you. Don't be selfish, Haku. Zabuza grinned, even though he was probably being selfish himself. Go with them. I'm trusting you to help them when I can't, okay? Can you do this for me and for them? Haku slowly nodded into his shoulder, accepting that in order to grow up and help the new people precious to her, this was something she had to do. Thank you for everything you've done for me, Zabuza-san, Haku cried as she managed a small smile for him. I'm the one that should be thanking you. Zabuza grinned as he released her. Haku walked over to the stunned Naruto and Yuzura. She wiped the tears from her eyes and bowed to the duo. I know this is unexpected, but please forgive my intrusion. I hope we can work well together. Naruto quickly recovered himself and gave the girl a welcoming smile. Don't worry about it. We're glad to have you. Naruto smiled at her. Having Haku-chan with us is very comforting. Yuzura smiled. I'm happy that I'll be able to spend more time with you. Do me a favor and take care of her, alright? Zabuza told Naruto as Haku took her place next to the blonde Jinchuriki and his servant. She doesn't need to be dependent on me anymore. We will, Naruto assured the man. He gave Utakata and Zabuza unsure looks before giving a resigned sigh. But can I ask you both a favor too? The Rokubai and Sanbai containers gave him an odd look. You both know my plans. I've told you guys everything and what I plan to do. So Naruto paused and took a deep breath before continuing. So if anything happens to me, if I end up dying in the near future, just promise me that you'll take my place and stop. Don't talk like that. Zabuza cut in, grasping the boy's shoulder. He sighed and squatted down to the boy's level so he could look him in the eye. Kid, it took getting my memories back and coming back to my nation in one piece to realize that you're something special. After seeing what you did here, I know that you've got the power to inspire those around you. People believe in you. People respect you. Me, Zabuza shook his head. I don't have the gift. I, nor anyone else, could ever take your place even if they tried. So do me a favor and promise that you won't die. Okay. Naruto smiled at the man, touched by the faith Zabuza had put in him. Utakata also gave him a smile and a nod that told the boy he had his faith in him as well. He glanced behind him to look at Yuzura and Haku, who were both giving him confident smiles. Naruto laughed as he felt determination build up inside him. He turned back towards Zabuza, his expression resolute. He nodded. I promise. Naruto grinned. I won't die. Zabuza grinned back at him. Glad to hear it. Naruto was surprised that it had only taken a week for their business in Wave and in Kiri to be done with. It felt like they had been in Kiri for longer than that, but that was probably because a lot had happened. In reality, they had only been in Wave for 2 days, and in Kiri for a few more. It was hard to believe everything he had wanted to do was accomplished in only a few days. Naruto, Yuzura, and Haku had returned to Wave together to rendezvous with Kakashi, Sasuke, and Sakura before they headed back to Konoha. Yuzura made herself disappear while Naruto had reintroduced Haku to his team, her presence surprising them all. They had been even more surprised when the blonde told them that Haku would be coming back to Konoha with them. While Naruto had been in Kiri, the bridge had been completed as well. Kakashi, Sasuke, and Sakura had helped Tazuna and the villagers complete it. Naruto was surprised and touched to find that they had still named the bridge after him despite the massive changes that had happened when they had escorted Tazuna. When he had asked him, the bridge builder had simply smiled, saying that the villagers had wanted to name the bridge after the person who helped give them their strength back. Kakashi had asked him about the events that took place in Kirigakure in private, wondering what had brought on Haku's coming back with him. Naruto had simply shrugged and admitted he hadn't expected it either. It had all been Zabuza's idea. He gave Kakashi the short version of what had happened in Kiri. Met with the Mizukage, fought and sealed the Sanbai. Zabuza became the Sanbai's Jinchuriki, found Utakata and got him to join their cause. And now Kirigakure was going to be their secret ally against Madara when he and Akatsuki made their move in a few years. Not only that, but he had gotten Mei to keep an eye on B and the Nibai container and Kumo so that they could lend them their assistance if Akatsuki ever decided to move on them. Kakashi had been relieved and surprised by all the things that had happened in Kiri, but the copy nin was pleased things had turned out the way they had. The mission had been a success. Haku had fit in well enough as Naruto spoke well of her and she made a good impression with his friends. Sasuke respected the girl for the skill Naruto told him about and Sakura seemed to look up to the older girl's calm, mature attitude. Kakashi had welcomed the girl with a masked smile, telling her that they were happy to have her. Of course, all this had already taken place. It was in the past. Naruto knew that only the present mattered. They had left Wave a day ago and had arrived back in Konoha only a few hours ago. Right now, Team 7, plus Haku, were standing in front of the Sandame's desk. Kakashi had just got done telling him everything that had occurred in Wave. So in short, the Sandame said as he folded his hands in front of him. He ran into a rank missing ninja from Kirigakure, Zabuza Mamachi, who was hired to kill the bridge builder you were escorting. This girl was his partner. Sarutobi glanced at Haku as he said this. But you persuaded them to work with you and assassinate the very man they had been hired by, and then stayed in Wave to help clear out Gadu's men and help the villagers finish the bridge, correct? That's right. Kakashi nodded lazily. Beside him, Haku shifted nervously in place. And after everything was taken care of in Wave, Zabuza left this girl in your care before heading back to Kirigakure for his own reasons. Sarutobi finished. Yes, that about sums it up. Kakashi replied, his eyes scanning through the pages of the Ika Ika book he held in his hands. Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura stood near the door while Kakashi discussed things with the Hokage. The blonde stared at Haku, who looked extremely uncomfortable. He couldn't blame her. She was in a foreign land separated from the man she had stood by since she was a child. And right now, she was standing in front of the leader of the village of Konoha. Naruto wasn't the only one who had gone through a lot in the past week, and he knew it. Of course, the story they were telling the Hokage was missing a lot of things. Naruto and Kakashi had discussed with everyone that they would leave out Naruto's personal mission in Kiri out of their report. They would stick to telling events that only took place in Wave while altering the story a bit to explain why Haku was with them. They weren't really lying, but rather they were withholding part of the truth for now. Besides, it wasn't like the events in Kiri would affect Konoha negatively in any way, so there was really no reason to tell the Hokage about it. Their mission was to escort Tazuna to Wave, so that was the only thing they were obligated to report or discuss. If Hokage-sama would be so kind, I'd like you forge some documents for Haku so she'll be welcomed as a ninja into the village. Kakashi smiled, giving Haku a pat on the shoulder as he said this. I'd like her to start with a clean slate, so leave her association with Zabuza and her actions in the past out if you could. We'd promised Zabuza that we'd take care of her and we'd like to make her stay here in Konoha as comfortable as possible. Haku played with the hem of robe in an attempt to work off some of her nervousness. She had been and faced the Mizukage before, but meeting with the Hokage was different. She didn't have Zabuza with her. The Mist Girl was confident Naruto and his team would do what they could for her, but the Hokage had no reason to trust or help her. Asking him to help a complete stranger was just too much. Sure, I can arrange that. The Hokage smiled, shocking Haku with his response. The man opened a drawer in his desk and pulled out a few sheets of paper. All we need to do is, Jay, just like that, you've decided to help me? Haku asked, completely unbelieving that the Hokage had accepted things so quickly. Don't you have any questions? Should you really be so quick to trust me? If she was in his position, she'd be inclined to ask questions. Their cover story hadn't really been the best one. How could he accept her so readily like this? If Kakashi and his team are willing to help you, then why is it so strange for me to do so as well? Sarutobi smiled, giving her that kind, understanding smile of his. Besides, I can tell just by looking at you that you are a kind, honest girl. I'm sure Kakashi and the rest of Team 7 has their reasons, but I don't think I need to press for them. Your past is also something that is irrelevant to me, and if you want to start over anew then I encourage that. I believe Konoha has a lot to offer you if you're willing to stay. The girl just couldn't believe it. Haku bowed towards the aged Kage in gratitude. I am in your debt, Hokage-sama. None of that please. The Hokage grinned. From what Kakashi has told me, you're quite an adept ninja, yes. You are skilled enough to give his entire team a run for their money, and their mission wouldn't have been as successful if you hadn't been there to help. You were the trusted partner of a Jonin and you have a Kekai Genkai, another surprise. Kakashi had given the Hokage a brief summary on Haku's skills. Her abilities by themselves were very formidable, and while the team had kept her involvement in the infiltration of Kiria a secret, Kakashi had claimed that she had aided them greatly in Wave and told him of her Kekai Genkai. He was careful not to mention anything relating to the secret Kirigakure mission. This was also that she would be accepted as a ninja. If so, then I suppose that I'll assign you as a Chunin on the documents. The Hokage smiled. I'm sure the council won't care if another Chunin is added to our ranks. Haku blinked. Even Team 7 was surprised by Sarutobi's ranking placement. Hey, why does she get to be a Chunin, old man? Naruto asked, pointing at him accusingly. He wouldn't say it out loud, but Naruto was still bothered by the fact that he never got the opportunity to become a Chunin in his past life. Everyone else had become Chunin, Hell, Temari, Kinkuro, and Neji all became Jonin. Sure, he was to be elevated from Genin to Hokage, or that was the plan, near the end of the war, but he was still annoyed by the fact he was the only one out of the rookie 9 who had never became a Chunin. He was happy for her, but to have Haku come in and suddenly be given the rank just like that, it bothered him more than he liked. If Haku's skills are what Kakashi says they are, I believe it is an appropriate rank for her. Plus this way, she'll be able to embark on missions without a team, something that I can't provide for her currently. The Hokage replied. He turned back towards Haku. You don't have a problem with this, do you? Haku slowly shook her head. She couldn't express her disbelief and joy. A Chunin, she couldn't believe it. Now, for where you'll be staying, Sarutobi continued, looking back down at the papers in front of him. There are some inns that would be willing to take you in, I'm sure. He was about to list some places where she might stay, but the girl interrupted him. I will be staying with Naruto-sen. The Hokage paused and glanced up at the smiling girl before shifting his gaze towards Naruto. The boy had a surprised look on his face while Sasuke and Sakura both gave him suspicious looks. Kakashi just smiled and enjoyed the show. Is there a reason for your asking this, Haku-sen? The Hokage asked, wondering why the girl would want to stay with Naruto. I have no problem providing you with a place to stay. If you're short on money and can't pay, there are plenty of kind innkeepers I know who will wait until you save enough money. My guardian left me in Naruto-sen's care, and I wouldn't be here right now if it weren't for Naruto-sen. Haku smiled. She beamed at the boy. I think he should take responsibility for that, yes. Team 7 will also help look after her, Kakashi added, cutting Naruto off before he opened his mouth to voice his opinion on the matter. While I'm sure Haku is perfectly capable of handling herself, we want to help her get situated in Konoha. I see no problems with that. Sarutobi nodded after pausing for a moment to think it over. He turned towards Naruto. How do you feel about Haku-sen staying with you? I am fine with it, Naruto said after some slight hesitation. The firm look Haku had shot him meant there was no arguing. Dobe, you sure about this? Sasuke whispered. Why would she want to stay with you? I'm sure she has her reasons. Kakashi spoke up, overhearing the Uchiha. Is that fine, Hokage-sama? Very well. As long as it isn't an inconvenience to Naruto, I'll allow it. The man grinned. He motioned Naruto to come forward. The boy stepped up next to Kakashi. Yeah, Naruto, I'm going to make this a mission for you. Sarutobi smiled, surprising the boy. Your mission is to take care of Haku and help her get adjusted and make her feel welcome in the village. This is a long-term mission, so naturally you'll be paid weekly. I expect you to use the money to support both yourself and Haku. Please take care of me." Haku smiled at Naruto, who gave her a small smile in response. "I'll try my best," Naruto replied, still a bit uncomfortable with the idea. He already had Yuzura living with him, and he wasn't sure if there was enough room for Haku in his small apartment. "Well, I'm glad we have that covered." The Hokage smiled as he took a headband out from another drawer on his desk. He held it out towards Haku. "You'll need this." Haku stared at the headband for a moment before taking it and placing it on her forehead. She turned and smiled happily at Team 7. "It looks good on you," Sakura said, giving the older girl a smile. "Well, I'll submit the papers, so just get yourself settled in the village." Sarutobi smiled at Haku. He turned towards Kakashi. "Now, about your payment for the mission. I don't suppose you'll count it as a rank mission, will you?" Kakashi asked, already knowing the answer. "Your mission was to escort Tezuna-san to Wave. Anything you did other than that was your own choice." The Hokage smiled mischievously. "You'll be paid the same amount you would for a C-rank mission." "Figures," Kakashi sighed. Naruto was disappointed too, but he didn't voice his complaints. Instead, he was thinking about how he could fit Haku in his small apartment room. "So, a welcome home, guess." The Jinchuriki said this awkwardly as he opened the front door. Naruto stepped to the side as Haku entered the apartment. Yuzura was already inside waiting for their return. She got up from her position on Naruto's bed and smiled at the duo in greeting. Haku looked around the relatively small apartment with a look of mild interest, gently placing her bag down beside her. Naruto stood beside the mist girl, scratching the back of his head nervously. "Look, I know it's not much, but I hope things will be comfortable for you here." Haku didn't respond. After a few moments of silence, she turned her head and smiled at Naruto. "Funny, I expected you to be more of a messy person than this." Haku smiled. "It's cleaner than I thought it would be." "I am messy," Naruto replied, ignoring her backhanded comment. He jabbed his thumb at Yuzura. "I have her to thank for that." "You do so much for him, don't you?" Haku said, giving the fox girl a smile. "I do everything I can to help Naruto-sama," Yuzura asserted. "But Haku-chan, why are you here? I thought you'd be busy finding a place to stay." "Naruto-san has given me permission to stay here with you too," Haku said, smiling gratefully at the blonde who rolled his eyes in response. "Something tells me that I had no choice in the matter." "Oh," Yuzura clapped her hands together happily when Haku told her the news. "Naruto-sama is letting Haku-chan stay here with us." "That's wonderful. Now we'll be roommates and can talk anytime we want." Naruto smiled a bit at Yuzura's reaction to this. He figured she'd be excited since she'd have someone to spend time with now when he was out. She and Haku already got along splendidly, so this might actually turn out to be a good thing. Of course, the main problem still had to be addressed. "I'm fine with you staying here and all, but I don't know where you could sleep," Naruto muttered as he glanced around the room. His 3-room apartment didn't have a lot of space, and fitting them all in his bedroom might be a little difficult. Haku didn't respond. Instead, she walked into the kitchen with an expressionless look on her face. Naruto, curious as to what she was thinking, followed after her. Yuzura also joined them in the kitchen. The blonde and fox girl were a little confused when they found Haku lightly knocking on the wall of his kitchen with her fist. The mist girl turned and gave Naruto a questioning look. "This apartment building has more rooms, yes?" Haku asked. "Well, yeah, but no one else lives here but me," Naruto answered. "The other rooms are way too worn out and dirty. But there is another room on the other side of this wall, right?" "Yes, but what does that have to do with?" Naruto's eyes widened when Haku raised her foot and smashed it into the wall in front of her. Due to the apartment's low state of condition, the wall easily broke away and collapsed to reveal a room on the other side. What the hell are you doing?" Naruto shouted, wondering what had possessed the girl to do something like that. The fox girl standing next to him arched her eyebrows in mild surprise. Haku simply smiled and gestured to the empty room with her hand. "This will be my room." Haku smiled. Problem solved. Naruto's jaw dropped at how quickly she had come up with a solution. Yuzura simply nodded and turned to her master. "Will they be all right, Naruto-sama?" Yuzura asked. The girls were surprised when the boy sank to his knees and collapsed to the ground. Yuzura quickly bent down and tried to help him. Her expression was one of worry. "Naruto-sama, are you okay?" Yuzura panicked. Haku just giggled as an amused smile made its way to her face. She had a fair idea as to why the blonde was so depressed all of a sudden. "You're mad that you never thought to do this yourself, aren't you?" Haku giggled. "I've been living here my whole life and I never thought to connect the rooms together. I had all the space I wanted and I only thought I had one room to use." Naruto moaned pathetically from the floor. Yuzura blinked in confusion while Haku continued to laugh. He couldn't believe her never thought of it. The landlord had long since abandoned the apartment and left Naruto to fend for himself, so nobody would have cared if he had made any renovations. His cramped apartment could have become his mansion if he had been a little smarter. Boy, did he feel stupid right now. "I'll make you something to eat." Yuzura smiled, trying to cheer up the boy. "Will ramen do?" A small nod from Naruto was all she needed. She made her way to the pantry to grab some of the good stuff and the boy slowly picked himself up. "Why do you live in such a place?" Haku asked him. "Even if you had more rooms to use, it is still a very run-down apartment. Why not move someplace else?" Naruto's exasperated sigh told her that wasn't something she should have asked. I would, but innkeeper would let me stay at their place even if I was paying double for a rent. Naruto sighed. His expression turned melancholy. Because everyone sees me as a monster, they don't like to deal with me unless they have to. When I go out to different places, most people just chase me away. I was just lucky enough to have the old man give me a place like this to stay. No one bothers me here much. I see Haku nodded, feeling a little guilty for asking something like that. She smiled as she decided to change the subject. Your Hokage is a very kind person to look after you the way he does. She adjusted the headband on her head. He accepted me so quickly with no questions asked. He is truly a kind man. Yeah, Naruto nodded, his eyes shooting up to look at the forehead protector. You sure you're okay with this though? What do you mean? Well, I know that coming to Konoha itself was unexpected and I wouldn't have stopped you if you wanted to leave. Naruto paused when Haku gave him a fixed look before continuing. But since you're a ninja of Konoha, you're tied to the village now. And you're bothered by this? Haku asked, arching an eyebrow at him. No, I just feel like you haven't been given a choice in anything that's happened. I don't want you to feel like you're being dragged along or anything like that, Naruto said uneasily. Now you can't leave since you'd be marked as a missing ninja. You sound so silly, Naruto-san. Huh, it's just that you make it sound like I was planning on leaving here. The thought never crossed my mind. Haku replied with light laughter. Recent events have been unexpected, but I'm very happy with how things turned out. Zabuza-san sent me with you for a reason, you know. And truth is, I'm actually glad I got a chance to come to Konoha with you. Really, it's just I never thought I'd get a chance to become a ninja for a village. The life Zabuza-san and I led made me believe that I would never be a part of a village. Haku smiled. But when Kakashi asked the Hokage to make me a ninja and then to have him agree to it, I was ecstatic. I am excited to know that I'm a Konoha ninja now. Haku, so now that I'm here to stay, I'm happy that I'll have more time to spend with my new friends. Haku smiled warmly at him. I do my best to help you as a fellow ninja of Konoha. Naruto grinned back at her, his guilty conscience assuaged by her words. She truly did look excited. He was a little surprised at how easily she was taking things, but he wasn't complained. Well, I'll try to keep you entertained. Naruto grinned. And thanks for the help. It's what friends do, yes. Haku smiled back at him. The two of them laughed. Ano Naruto-sama. The two Konoha ninja stopped laughing and looked at Yuzura, who had an apologetic look on her face. I'm sorry, it appears we're out of ramen, the fox girl reported sadly. That's okay, Naruto said happily, startling Yuzura with his suddenly upbeat demeanor. He turned towards Haku. Since Haku just became a ninja of Konoha, we're going to Ikaraku's to celebrate. Ikaraku's? Haku wondered, the name being unknown to her. The best ramen you'll have in your life is made there. Naruto grinned. I'll treat both of you tonight. Me too, Yuzura asked, wondering why she was being included. Of course, Naruto grinned at the fox girl. You helped me a lot in Kiri and in making that seal, Yuzura. Just think of this as a reward for all your help. Oh, thank you, Naruto-sama. Yuzura smiled gratefully at her master. I will gladly accept this offer. Good, Naruto smiled. His look turned serious. But there's also some things we need to discuss as well. The two girls blinked at him curiously. Naruto sighed and narrowed his eyes as he thought back to the past. The Chunin exams were only a few weeks away, so they needed to prepare accordingly. He had probably 3 weeks to prepare. He had to get stronger if he had any hopes of taking down Orochimaru and Kabuto when they showed up. Naruto, jump. The blonde did as Sasuke's voice commanded and jumped just as a group of shuriken flew under him and towards the target he had tried to keep distracted. Good, but still not enough. Kakashi chuckled as he easily avoided the projectiles. He noticed a Naruto clone coming at him from the left. The copied inside, expecting a little more than a flanking attempt from his students. He moved to block the clone's punch. Kakashi's eyes widened when the clone poofed out of existence to reveal Sakura, who had been following behind it and hit herself with its body. She was already in mid-punch, and Kakashi was able to jump away in time before her fist could collide with his face. Sasuke. No. The copy nin grunted and formed a few hand signs. A hail of kunai came from above. All the kunai hit their mark, though Kakashi poofed into a log after the rain had ended. Sasuke landed beside the log and proceeded to pick up his kunai. A few Naruto clones showed up to help him retrieve his weapons. Replacement jutsus are annoying, Sasuke muttered as he stashed the kunai back in his pocket and scanned the area for his sensei. From his position on the tree he was standing on, Kakashi complimented his student's skill. Naruto's plan for a new training regime helped the team improve extremely quickly. Teamwork was often the key to winning most battles, and Team 7 was already showing plenty of it. Kakashi was seriously surprised how far his team had come in this life when he compared it to the past. Hell, there was no comparison. Team 7 worked like a well-oiled machine, always keeping him on the move and always made sure to keep him on his toes. Since he had switched from regular drills to full-on spars with his entire team, Naruto, Sakura, and Sasuke were forced to work together and improve their teamwork. Each of them trusted the other with his or her life, and their teamwork helped each of them improve their skills individually. Naruto was slowly becoming more strategic when it came to using his clones. Sakura had given him a whole list of different ways to use his clones, and he utilized every one of them. Now, Kakashi always expected a clone to pop out when he least expected. Seriously, he was amazed by how well Naruto hid the things. Sakura herself had improved with her chakra control and was able to amplify her strength even more. Kakashi could no longer just block her attacks. Those he did block always left his limbs sore afterwards, and he had already gotten 2 fingers broken because he had been careless a few times. Sasuke was the one who showed the most change compared to his past self. The boy completely trusted his teammates. When Naruto or Sakura gave him advice or an order, he followed it without question, and they did the same. The boy laughed and smiled more often too, further surprising Kakashi. The boy had lost a lot of arrogance he used to have and gloated about his Uchiha heritage a lot less. He was slowly starting to lose the Avenger persona Kakashi thought Sasuke would always have. I made so many mistakes with this team, Kakashi thought sadly as he remembered the past. He smiled underneath his mask. I'm glad I got a second chance to make things right. The amount of faith and strength the members of Team 7 had made him a proud sensei. Kakashi jumped from the tree just as a Naruto clone dropped down. From above, the copy nin landed on the ground with a soft thud. Sasuke, go for it, the clone shouted. Chidori. Kakashi was able to avoid the attack just in time. The Jonin grabbed the boy's collar as he ran past and slammed him into the ground, the lightning chakra in his hand disappearing as he met the ground. Not bad, Kakashi complimented, smiling down at his grumbling student. Sasuke may have gotten more humble, but he still didn't like it when he lost. But this is my win. Kakashi arched an eyebrow when the Uchiha smirked. Do you really think so, sensei? Sasuke chuckled. Kakashi sighed and brought his leg upward. His foot connected with the side of a surprised Naruto's face, his racing in disappearing as the kick sent him flying across the training ground. Kakashi smiled underneath his mask as he helped Sasuke off the ground. Yes, I do believe it's my win again. Kakashi smiled, ruffling his student's hair affectionately. Sasuke grumbled but didn't pull away. I thought we had you that time. Naruto whined as Sakura rushed over to help him up. Naruto cried out as he touched his cheek. Damn it, that's gonna swell up. Hold still, Sakura chided as she gently touched her fingers to Naruto's cheek and mended it with her healing. There, it should be fine now. Thanks, Sakura. Naruto gave the girl a grateful smile. You all right? Sasuke asked as he jogged over to his teammates. I'm fine, Naruto scoffed, waving his friend off. He noticed something red on the Uchiha's chin. You could use some healing yourself though. Aw damn, Sakura, could you? Just give me a minute, Sakura said, placing her hand over the boy's chin. A green glow emanated from her hand as she healed the cut on his jaw. Kakashi approached his team, watching their exchange with a smile. He pulled out the new issue of Ika Ika, something he could no longer read during training since his students never gave him a chance to take a break. You all did very well today. Kakashi smiled at all of them proudly. I think you all will do just fine during the Chunin exams. Do you really think we're ready, sensei? Sakura asked, still a little unsure of his decision to sign them up. More than ready, Kakashi assured her. You've all exceeded my expectations. I wouldn't be surprised to see you all in the finals. In fact, because you all performed so well, I'll take you guys out today. My treat. Sweet. Naruto cheered. In that case, let's go too. He was silenced when Sakura smacked up upside the head. Idiot. I am not eating at Ikaraku's again. Come on, please. No, Sakura protested adamantly. Their stuff is good, I won't say otherwise, but we eat there so much already. I gained a few pounds the last time we ate there. Seriously, Dobe? Sasuke chuckled, shaking his head at the blonde. If you keep eating ramen the way you do, you'll be a shorty forever. Kakashi chuckled as he watched his team bicker about where they should go to eat. He glanced at Naruto. It was times like these where he really seemed like he was the old, childish boy he was in their past life. Things were going great for Team 7. The copy nin glanced up at the sky. Of course, they couldn't forget about more pressing issues. He was reminded of the appointment he and Naruto had with an old friend of his after they were finished with their celebratory meal. Ah, Kakashi, glad you could make it. Hello, Anko. Kakashi and Naruto entered the bar and the Jonin's name was immediately called by someone in the back. The woman who had called him was waving her hand and gesturing him to come over in an obnoxiously loud voice. Other customers around her were shooting her glares and telling her to be quiet, but she ignored them all. Kakashi and Naruto quickly made their way over to the table. Anko Mitarashi, Jonin of Konoha, proctor for the second part of the Chunin exams and former pupil of Orochimaru. Naruto remembered this scary, hyperactive woman from his past. He had remembered her from the Chunin exams and from the mission he went on in the land of the sea. It's rare for you to ask me out, Kakashi. What's the occasion? Anko smiled as Kakashi and Naruto sat down across from her. She seemed to ignore the latter's presence. Just wanted a drinking buddy tonight. Or did you have something else in mind for tonight, HM? Tempting, but believe it or not, I've got some business with you today. Kakashi smiled underneath his mask. He gestured to Naruto. Or rather, we both do. Huh, and here I thought I was hallucinating when I saw you bring this brat with you. Anko grumbled, turning to the blonde. I don't have any candy if that's what you were hoping for. No. I was actually hoping that I could discuss something with you. Naruto smiled at her, trying to make peace. He was doing his best to mask his emotions, but this woman scared the hell out of him. Well then, spit it out. Anko barked, making the boy jump. I don't have all day. You know, she turned towards Kakashi with a pouting face. Seriously, Kakashi, can't we just ditch the kid and go have some fun? Anko, this is serious. Kakashi glared at her with his one eye. He glanced towards his student and gave him a reassuring smile. Come on, Naruto. We need her help, right? Yeah. Naruto nodded resolutely. He looked Anko right in the eye. You were the pupil of the snake Sannin, Orochimaru, right? The teen's eyes widened when he felt himself being lifted up off the ground by his shirt collar. He felt the drain from his face when he gazed at Anko's menacing expression right in front of him. Their faces were close enough to where their noses were touching. What the did you just say? Anko breathed. Naruto scrunched his nose up when he smelled a little alcohol on her breath. Anko, put my student down and take your seat. Kakashi sighed, grabbing onto the woman's arm. Naruto moved his head a bit and realized Anko was standing on top of the table and his head was almost touching the ceiling. How had not noticed that? Other people in the bar were looking at this scene with looks of annoyance and fear. Did you tell him about this, Kakashi? Anko asked in an annoyed tone, dropping the boy into his seat. She slowly climbed off the table and sat back down on her own seat. How the hell does he know about my relationship with Orochimaru? Because we recently got a tip from an old friend of my dead teacher's. The Orochimaru may be returning to Konoha sometime soon, Kakashi said, picking up from where Naruto had left off. Really? Anko gasped, her eyes wide with shock. When? Why? From who? Jiraiya gave me the word, and it will be during the Chunin exams when Orochimaru will decide to attack. Kakashi answered in a hushed voice, gesturing for Anko to do the same. We think he has his eyes on one of my students for his next body. Is it this brat? Anko asked, glancing at Naruto. The mention shook his head as Kakashi continued. No, Uchiha Sasuke is his target, Kakashi stated grimly. The Uchiha? Shit, Anko cursed, knowing why her old master would find the youth so appealing. He probably wanted his eyes. Of course, what Kakashi had said about getting the information from Jiraiya was a lie. He and Naruto had discussed things and decided that Anko would be their perfect ally if they needed people to help them fight against Orochimaru and stop his plans. Her grudge against her sensei and knowing that there was a chance for her to get at the snake bastard was all that was needed to get her on their side. She would help them fight against Orochimaru when exam time came. The exams are only a week away. Shouldn't we tell the Hokage? Anko asked. No, Kakashi shook his head. We have a plan to kill Orochimaru. For it to work, we need to keep everything quiet and have someone in the exams who's willing to help us. Anko, will you help us fight Orochimaru? A sinister smirk made its way onto Anko's face. She slammed her fist into her palm. You didn't even have to ask. Anko smirked. Naruto and Kakashi both exchanged looks of relief. He smiled at Anko and held out his hand. I'm Naruto Uzumaki. The boy smiled, formally introducing himself to the woman. Now there's a friend of mine you'll be working with during the second exam so we can catch Orochimaru by surprise. You're really getting the hang of this, Naruto? Yeah. Naruto smiled as he slowly whipped the water around in front of him. I'm surprised too. Other than his regular training with Kakashi and his teammates, he had asked Haku to teach him how to use a more variety of ninjutsu. Truth was, Naruto had been bothered by Zabuza's comment about only knowing 2 techniques, and while he wanted to argue against that, he was disturbed to find out that the swordsman had been right. Other than Kage Bunshin and the Rasengan, he really didn't know how to use other kinds of jutsu. Haku had been more than willing to help him with this. Not very many can master water techniques this easily. Haku commented, even if it's a low-level technique, you're already performing very well. You're more talented than I thought. Aw, thanks. Naruto chuckled a bit at her backhanded compliment. Maybe it's just in my genes. Oh, what makes you say that? Haku asked, gazing at him curiously. Well, my mom was actually from Uzumaki, the land of whirlpools. It was a village that had branched off from Kirigakure decades ago, though it was destroyed during a war in the past. Naruto grinned, thinking of his mother. They were known mostly for their Fuinjutsu, but also for swordsmanship and water-based techniques. I see. Yeah, my last name is actually taken from my mom since the Hokage didn't want anyone to know about my relation to my dad, the Yondaime. Naruto went on. The Uzumaki clan was well known in Whirlpool, but the clan had been completely wiped out. I'm probably one of the only remaining descendants. Naruto had already told Haku about his plans and what needed to be done about the Chunin exams. He had even told her about his relation to the 4th Hokage and about how his parents had brought him back to life. Since she'd be staying with him for what he assumed would be a long time, he decided to tell her everything about his situation and about his plans so she could help him in any way she could. Even still, Haku refused to have her memories restored and to have Naruto give her his own, something that still surprised him. Sorry about that. Naruto smiled, scratching the back of his head. We're getting distracted, aren't we? So tell me again where exactly I should concentrate my chakra to make this technique work. Naruto blinked when he saw Haku break out in a fit of laughter. He arched an eyebrow at her and crossed his arms. Hey, what's so funny all of a sudden? Naruto asked. It's just remember that conversation we had in that library in Kiri. Haku replied, her laughter dying down. You commented on how our childhoods were similar and what we have in common. From what you just told me, I realize that we have yet another thing in common. We do. Yes. Haku nodded at him with a graceful smile. We both appear to be the last descendants of clans that were annihilated because others feared their abilities. You're right, Naruto exclaimed after thinking it over for a moment. He grinned at her. We have way more in common than I thought. Their common situations hadn't been the best for them as children, but they were surprised how much they mirrored each other. It was kind of strange. Hell, if we had sealed the Sanbai inside you rather than Zabuza, we'd almost be the same. Naruto grinned. I think the only difference would be our ages and personality. Hee, it's almost funny in a way. Haku mused. She folded her arms behind her back. I'm really glad I came here with you, Naruto. I finally found someone else who can truly understand me. It's scary how comparable we are. Naruto laughed. He gave the girl a wide grin. I'm really happy that Zabuza sent you back with us. It's nice when you've got a friend you can really relate to. I agree. Haku smiled. I'll do my best to help you when the Chunin exams come around. Thanks. Naruto smiled. But for now, help me learn some ninjutsu so I can have a little variety in my fighting style. Well, you've gotten the basic jutsus down. Let's move on to something a bit more advanced. Naruto watched as Haku demonstrated the proper technique for performing a more difficult water jutsu. Naruto smiled to himself, happy that he had a second chance to be friends with Haku in his new life. Another part of Naruto's training was added more as a personal request than anything else. Your form must be steady and your movements must be precise. Yuzura explained, drawing her kodachi from its sheath. She swung the sword, the movement almost seeming like a blur to Naruto. Yuzura smiled as she did a few practice swings and held her sword out in front of her. Of course, your skill with the sword is only amateur for now, Naruto-sama. Yuzura smiled gracefully at her master. I'm sure that in time your skills will improve. One can only hope, Naruto sighed. He was loosely gripping onto his ninjato in his right hand. Yuzura had been surprised when Naruto asked her to teach him how to use a sword. She had thought he had a slight aversion to swords given his experience in the past, but Naruto had insisted on being taught. She had no reason to refuse him, and Naruto admitted he was just curious and wanted to learn how to use a sword a little. The sword Yuzura picked out for him was a ninjato, a common sword most ANBU would carry if they were to use a sword. Naruto had protested, preferring something unique rather than common, but Yuzura had told him that this would be a good sword to use as a beginner. Being the close-range fighter he was, would suit him best since ninjato were made for close-quarters combat. To appease her master, they had bought a ninjato with a sword tip and a slightly curved blade, something that wasn't exactly common for the weapon. Now, I probably can't provide a good example as my kodachi isn't exactly most suited for this technique, Yuzura said as she took a crouching pose. She resheathed her sword and stood at ready. Make sure you pay attention. All right, Naruto nodded, keeping his eyes on the kitsune. A slight breeze picked up, blowing a few leaves in their direction. Naruto waited for Yuzura to move, but nothing happened. Just before Naruto blinked, Yuzura performed one quick, precise strike in front of her, cutting a small leaf that had blown by in half. Naruto didn't even see her move. In 1 second, her sword had moved out of her sheath and in front of her. That was fast, Naruto said in amazement. It didn't seem humanly possible for an arm to move that fast. It's a type of batao jutsu called batakiri, meaning cutting draw. It's also known as yai or nuki by some. Yuzura explained as she sheathed her sword again. To perform batakiri, one presses their blade against the sheath of their sword and then draws it to increase the sword's speed by 2 or 3 times. This is mostly used in close quarters so that one may strike an opponent before he has time to react. I don't think I'll be able to move that fast. Naruto shook his head in disbelief. No, you may be able to move your sword even faster than I did. Yuzura mused, surprising Naruto with her comment. My sword isn't crafted for batao jutsu, but yours is. With practice, I think Naruto-sama could perfect the technique. Well, I just hope I don't hurt myself learning how to use this thing. Naruto chuckled, making a few sloppy swings with his sword. It was heavier than he thought it'd be. I'll do my best to teach Naruto-sama how to use it. Yuzura smiled. Hopefully one day you will become quite the swordsman. After swinging this thing a few times, I realized just how hard it is to learn how to use a sword. Naruto sighed. He smiled up at Yuzura. Seriously, who taught you how to use a sword anyway? This might be coming from someone who knows nothing about swords, but your technique is something else. Well, I had a great teacher, Yuzura admitted, smiling a bit as she remembered the past. Naruto caught the far-off look in her eyes and decided to press. She promised to tell him more about her past, right? Care to share? Naruto asked. His name Carriage. Yuzura smiled. Naruto's eyes widened. She was finally going to tell him about her past. I met him out on an errand one day. I was shopping when I found him passed out on the streets. Yuzura giggled as they remembered. He was such a strange man, falling asleep in the strangest of places. After I had woken him up, he had begged me to give him some food as his money had been stolen while he was sleeping. I had given him some bread and cookies, along with a little money to help him get back on his feet. He had thanked me and went on his way, promising to repay me for my kindness one day. So if he left then and there, how did he teach you? I ran into him again about a month later. Yuzura smiled, holding her blade out in front of her. He said he had been watching me for a while, trying to think of a way to repay me. He couldn't think of anything good, so he handed me this kodachi I hold in my hands today and told me that he'd teach me how to use it. Just like that. As I said, he was a strange man. Yuzura laughed. He wanted to teach a complete stranger how to use a sword. But I was more than willing to accept his offer. After all, it would give me time away from them. Them. Who is them? Naruto asked curiously, wondering where the story was starting to go. And that is a story for another day, Naruto-sama. Yuzura grinned mischievously. Naruto's jaw dropped when she ended the story just like that. Hey, you can't just stop there. Naruto protested, stepping towards the girl. You barely told me anything. I want to know more about Carriage and who they are. Sorry, I don't feel like discussing any more than that for now. Yuzura smiled. Naruto grumbled to himself. He was really hoping to hear more, but he had barely learned anything at all. What a tease. But, Naruto perked up. If Naruto-sama can master the Batakiri, then I suppose I'd be willing to tell you some more about my past. Yuzura smiled. Is it acceptable? Her response was Naruto's sword flying past her and he quickly drew it from its sheath. He had been so hasty and sloppy in his attempt, Naruto had let go of the sword during his draw and accidentally flung it into the bushes. The blonde blushed when Yuzura giggled at his accident. Sorry, Naruto apologized, sheepishly rubbing the back of his neck. It's fine, Yuzura assured him. Mastering the art of swordsmanship is difficult. Take all the time you need to master Batakiri. Naruto nodded and jogged to the bushes to find his sword. He had new motivation to master this technique, and with Yuzura teaching him, he was sure he'd get the move down in no time. Naruto held his hands together as he tried his hardest to concentrate his chakra. He had been given specific directions on how to control his chakra more efficiently, but he was still having difficulties. He could get by easily with the skill he already had, but his chakra control had never been the best even when the Kyuubi wasn't trying to influence him with his chakra. This was the last part of Naruto's new training regime for himself. He wanted to work on chakra control. He worked on strategy and teamwork with Kakashi and his team, ninjutsu with Haku, and sword fighting with Yuzura. His teach for chakra control was, you're doing it wrong again. Naruto sighed and stopped. His teacher blushed and looked down at her feet embarrassedly. Sorry, Hinata muttered, not looking up at him. Hey, don't be sorry just because you called me out for messing up. Naruto grinned at the girl, making her look up at him. A good teacher lets her student know when he's doing something wrong. Right. Naruto had chosen Hinata as his chakra control teacher for two reasons. One reason was because Hyugas were naturals when it came to controlling their chakra, so he knew Hinata would have tips on the most efficient ways to use it. The other reason was just his desire to spend more time with her and help her gain more confidence in herself. She was certainly stuttering less now since they started their training a few weeks ago when he had asked, "So what did I do wrong?" Naruto asked his teacher curiously. Same mistake as before, Hinata said, her Byakugan eyes observing his chakra system. You shouldn't be forcing out your chakra so much. It's not that big a problem, but forcing it out instead of letting it flow naturally like it already does expends a little more chakra than is necessary. Your chakra already has a flow, and if you find your rhythm you'll be able to use your chakra more efficiently and use up less when performing techniques. Got it. Naruto nodded. He held his hand out. Let's see if this works. Another reason Naruto wanted to have better chakra control was so he could improve his Rasengan and his use of his wind chakra. Right now, he was trying to work on forming a regular Rasengan in one hand without the use of a clone. He had been close to succeeding a few times, but he hadn't quite perfected it yet. His chakra control still wasn't good enough. Not yet, Naruto muttered as the ball he had been forming grew to a fair size before dissipating. It's getting bigger. Hinata smiled, hoping to encourage him. It's a very difficult technique, I'm sure. If you keep practicing the exercises, I'm sure you'll be able to form the Rasengan on your own in no time. I couldn't have done it without your help. Naruto grinned, making the girl blush at his compliment. Thanks for teaching me, Hinata. I was happy to help. Hinata smiled, congratulating herself for not stuttering. You've helped me improve my own techniques as well, so we're both benefiting from this. Naruto grinned at this. While Hinata trained with her own team most of the time, Naruto also helped her perfect some techniques she had trouble with or hadn't had the confidence to learn. With his help and encouragement, Hinata had mastered each technique in only a few weeks. I was surprised how quickly you mastered Kaiten. Naruto smiled. Learning it in under a week has got to be some sort of record for a Hyuga. You helped me, Hinata said timidly, fiddling with her fingers as she usually did when she was nervous. The reason she had tried so hard to master the technique was so she could impress Naruto. If he hadn't given her the encouragement he did, she probably would have never mastered the advanced technique. Without Naruto, she would have never. It's too embarrassing to tell him that, Hinata thought to herself, unaware that her blush was already conveying her silent message to her crush. Naruto ruffled her hair playfully as the girl's blush darkened. She had not only mastered Kaiten, but other techniques as well. Her Juken style was already showing vast improvement, and she had almost completed her protection of the 8 trigrams technique. I'll bet she'll surprise everyone when Chunin exams come around. Naruto thought to himself. Hinata wasn't the weakling everyone thought she was. He could honestly say that she gave him a run for his money whenever they sparred. Say, is Kurenai-sensei gonna sign you and your team up for the Chunin exams? Naruto asked while he was thinking of it. I'm not sure. She's mentioned it a few times, so I'm sure it's on her mind. Hinata commented. Still, I'm not sure if I'm ready to become a Chunin. Come on, you give yourself too little credit. Naruto grinned, making her blush with his compliments as he usually did. I don't think I'd be able to win against you if we had to fight in the Chunin exams. I wouldn't want to fight you. Hinata said, not really feeling comfortable with the idea of fighting her crush unless it was just a friendly spar. Hey, I'm just saying it would be interesting to see who the winner would be. Naruto shrugged. Kakashi-sensei already told me he'd be entering my team in the exams. Oh, good luck then. Hinata smiled. I know that if it's Naruto-kun, you'll make it all the way to the finals. Eva too, Naruto countered. If you do enter in the exams, I expect to see you in the finals with me. I'll try not to let you down. Hinata smiled. Happiness bubbled inside her, flattered that Naruto had so much confidence in her. Naruto glanced up at the sky. The sun had almost set, but he still wanted to spend some more time with Hinata. An idea suddenly formed inside his head. Hey, want to go somewhere with me? Naruto asked, the question making Hinata blink at him questioningly. Are you sure we're allowed up here? It's fine. I come here all the time. Naruto grinned and beckoned over to Hinata, who nervously stood on more level ground a few feet away. The blonde was perched on top of the Sandaime stone head on the Hokage monument. His feet dangled over the side as he sat down on the head. What if we fall? Hinata asked, still worried about sitting on the head. Unless you jumped off yourself, it's very hard to fall here. Naruto smiled warmly at her. Besides, you know that I'd never let you fall. Hinata blushed magenta as she nodded, slowly inching her way towards him. She slowly eased herself down until she sat right next to Naruto. The boy grinned at her fearful attitude. Hey, word of advice, just don't look down. He chuckled when she did the opposite. Hinata gasped when she noticed how high up they were and grabbed onto Naruto's arm, afraid that if she wasn't holding onto something she would fall to her death. The move was involuntary, so when she noticed who she was holding onto, her face lit up to match the color of her rose. I am sorry, don't worry about it. Naruto grinned. I don't mind. Hold on to me as much as you want. Despite her embarrassment, Hinata just smiled and held onto Naruto's arm tighter than she already was. She sighed and closed her eyes, savoring the moment. Just instead of looking down, you should look ahead next time. Hinata opened her eyes and did just that. Her mouth fell open as she took in the sight. A single word escaped from her lips. Wow. Naruto smiled as he looked over the village. It was nighttime, so the village lights illuminated the town. The myriad of colors that reflected and danced below them made every light seem like a colored star twinkling below them. It was truly a breathtaking sight. I came here all the time when I needed to be alone. Quite the sight, huh? Naruto smiled. It's beautiful. Hinata murmured softly, completely awestruck by the sight. Naruto blinked when he felt something soft next to his cheek and a familiar weight on his shoulder. He smiled softly when he noticed it was Hinata who had laid his head against his shoulder. She showed no signs of embarrassment, so she was probably doing it unconsciously. The blonde tried moving as little as possible as he directed his attention towards the colorful sparkles coming from his village. Hinata, I'm so glad I got the chance to share more moments with you like this, Naruto thought to himself as he fondly remembered the time he spent with Hinata in his past life. He was content with the way things were right now, but part of him wanted to give Hinata her old memories back. But he knew that he couldn't. He wouldn't. He didn't want to burden her with memories of the past. Having memories of your loved ones dying right before your eyes was painful enough for him already. He knew it was all in the past, and that everyone was alive and well in this new life, but he was still ashamed of himself for failing in the past. Hinata doesn't need to know, Naruto thought to himself. Even if she doesn't remember, I'll make her happy. I'll protect her this time. Naruto-kun. The blonde snapped out of his thoughts and turned towards Hinata when she called his name. The girl had moved her head off of his shoulder and blushed when she realized what she had been doing. The Hyuga heiress gave him a smile that made him blush too. Thank you for taking you here. No problem. Naruto grinned, his cheeks changing from red to a light pink. No, not just that. Hinata smiled. Just thank you being here with me. I never once imagined that I would have the chance to be with you like this, and you've helped me grow stronger too, I think. You were the first person to ever acknowledge me, and you're always encouraging me, and you make me feel like I can accomplish my dream. Naruto smirked. So he had finally gotten her to talk about that. What is your dream, Hinata? Naruto asked. Someday I hope to become head of my clan, actually. Hinata admitted, gazing down at the village wistfully. My reasons for this are so that my father will finally acknowledge me, and there are many things in the clan that I wish to change. The birdcage seal being one of them, right? Hinata turned sharply and gave Naruto a look of startled surprise. How do you know about that? Neji mentioned it during a small discussion we had. Naruto lied, since he had already known about the seal when they talked. He really hates the main branch for that seal, you know. Neji-san, I know he blames me and the main branch for his and lower branch's hardships. Hinata sighed. I suppose that also explains why he treats me the way he does. You don't deserve it. Naruto cut in shortly. You want to help the lower branch, but all he sees is, please, don't hold it against him. Hinata interrupted him, silently pleading with Naruto. Neji-san has gone through a lot, and I can't help but feel like I'm partly to blame for his suffering. Naruto sighed. He was again reminded of Neji's cold attitude towards Hinata during this point in time and his inability to see that his cousin only wanted to help him. Even still, Neji, along with Hayashi, were to blame for Hinata's lack of confidence in herself. I know that I'm not very strong, and that's why Neji-san and father look down on me, but that is my dream. To be acknowledged as the head of the Hyuga clan, Hinata said quietly, wringing her hands together nervously. But I don't think I can do it. I don't know if I have the strength to change things. Hinata blinked when she felt Naruto stand up. Her hand dropped from his arm as the boy stood up, puffing his chest out confidently as he pointed down at the village. The boy took a deep breath and shouted, "I'm going to be the Hokage someday." Naruto shouted as loud as he could, making Hinata jump. "With my strength, I'll protect everyone who is precious to me." Hinata just stared at the boy she admired as he made this announcement. Naruto grinned down at Hinata as she just stared at him in awe. "That's my dream." Naruto smiled. He sat back down next to her. He gazed up at the sky, thinking back to the past. "Trust me, I know how you feel. There are things I want to change too. Sometimes I'm afraid that I won't have the strength to protect anyone." Naruto shook his head, thinking of everyone who was supporting him. Hinata, Yuzura, Haku, Kakashi, Zabuza, Utakata, Mei, Sasuke, Sakura, and the rest of his friends, they would all support him. But I have precious friends who will help me grow stronger. Whenever I begin to doubt, I remind myself that I've got you and my friends backing me up. Naruto grinned at Hinata. "I know that as long as I've got you guys by my side, I'll accomplish my dreams." Naruto-kun. "Besides, I just proclaimed it in front of the village, so I have to accomplish my dream now." Naruto smiled. "That's a vow I'm making here tonight." "Tea then." Naruto turned and was surprised to see Hinata standing up. She had a nervous, but determined expression on her face. "I will also make a vow," Hinata said as she took a deep breath. "Aye." Naruto smiled. She was really starting to become more confident in herself. The blonde slowly reached up and held onto Hinata's hand, giving her an encouraging squeeze that released the words from her mouth. "I will become the head of the Hyuga clan." Hinata shouted, squeezing Naruto's hand as she yelled, "I will gain acknowledgement from my father and free the lower branch from their seal." Naruto stood up, still holding onto Hinata's hand. He reached out towards the village with his free hand in a punching gesture. "We'll accomplish our dreams." Naruto grinned before he pulled his hand back. "This time I'll protect everyone." "Hey, Naruto-kun." Naruto felt Hinata's hand slip away from his as she turned to face him. He did the same. The Hyuga heiress gave him a smile filled with such warmth and compassion that it made his hair tea melt. Hinata beamed at the person she loved. "Let's grow strong together," Hinata said softly as she smiled at him. Naruto responded by slowly bringing her into his arms. Hinata stiffened in surprise, but quickly returned the hug with the same softness and warmth he did. Naruto held her tight against his chest, holding the girl he loved as close as he could. He would succeed. He wouldn't die. It was a vow he made for himself and for the girl in his arms. The Chunin exams were only a couple days away, but he was prepared. He had a plan. He had his friends. He would change things for the better. Together, Naruto echoed, not sure if Hinata could hear him or not. Together with his friends, he would change tomorrow for a better future. Tomorrow was the day. The Chunin exams would start tomorrow, an event that Naruto did not have very fond memories of. Many things would take place during the exams, and there were many things he had to change. "Naruto-sama." "What?" Naruto turned up from his bowl and stared at Yuzura, who was gazing at the teetering tower of ramen bowls in front of her uneasily. Haku sat on the opposite side of him with an amused smile on her face. The three of them were eating at Ikaraku's, or rather Naruto was eating and Yuzura and Haku were watching. "Do you really think this is the best way to spend the last day before the Chunin exams?" Yuzura asked. "Shouldn't we be doing something more productive?" "Nope," Naruto answered shortly as he finished off his bowl. "I am Chan." "Another one, please." I am sighed and placed another bowl in front of him. She glanced at the bowl tower in mild fascination. "I think you broke your record for how much ramen you can eat in 1 hour." I am sighed. Even for Naruto this was impressive. Though she didn't know whether to be impressed or disgusted. She retreated to the back to help her father. "I know you're worried, but Yuzura-chan is right," Haku remarked, still smiling at the blonde amusedly. "Rather than distract yourself, you could be out training for tomorrow." Naruto sighed and glanced at Haku, who gave him a knowing smile. He shifted his gaze to the fox girl on his other side to see her staring at him with a worried expression etched on her face. So they could tell how he truly felt about tomorrow despite his trying to keep an indifferent, nonchalant attitude towards things. The Jinchuriki paused in his eating and lightly tapped his chopsticks against his half-empty ramen bowl. It was true, he was worried about tomorrow. He had felt confident and upbeat just days before today, but as the Chunin exams drew closer, his old memories about the difficulties and tragedies that took place during the exams resurfaced in his mind. For the past 2 days he had done nothing but reflect on the events that would take place, even during training. Training that had gone exceedingly well for him. Naruto was proud to say that thanks to Haku, he had learned more of a variety of jutsu. While most of them were water and wind techniques, he had picked up on a few Kakashi knew. The Jonin had interrupted their sessions a few times and taught the boy a few techniques of his own. Along with that, Naruto was finally starting to get some of the sword techniques Yuzura taught him down. He was still on the basics, but he was slowly starting to get the hang of it. Hinata's chakra control training really helped him. Not only did Naruto learn how to use his chakra more efficiently, but he finally learned how to make a one-handed Rasengan without the aid of a clone. His almost daily training with the rest of Team 7 helped strengthen him as well. In short, Naruto was far stronger than he had been in the past during this point. Even still, he couldn't shake off his feelings of unease. He shook his head, wishing that there was some way to chase away his doubts. He had a plan, he had allies, he was well prepared. "I am worried," Naruto admitted. He nervously tapped his chopsticks against his bowl. There's just so much to do, so many events. We've done everything we can to prepare for the first part of the exams," Yuzura assured her master, placing a comforting hand on his arm. "Kakashi-san helped us with the plans, and Anko-san has agreed to lend us her aid. We'll have someone watching out for you and your team during the second test." "2 people. Haku smiled. "Don't worry, Anko-san and I will be there when Orochimaru shows up." Naruto sighed and gave Haku a tired but thankful smile. Anko had signed up Haku as an assistant proctor during the exams. The Mist Girl was signed on to help Anko run the second test, when in reality, it was all a part of the plan Kakashi and Naruto had made to fight Orochimaru. "Could it be that you don't have faith in us, Naruto-san?" Haku asked in mock hurt and surprise. "Hey, don't make fun of me. This was a very traumatic time in my life." Naruto groaned miserably. He stared into his half-empty ramen bowl jadedly. "It'll be dangerous, you know. Every mission will be dangerous," Haku said, taking on a more serious tone. "We just have to do our best to make sure things turn out for the best." I know. Naruto nodded, feeling his irritation build up. He couldn't help himself. His nerves were getting the better of him. "It's just that there's so much to do, so many things to change, so many things that need to be taken into account. It's just so frustrating for me to have to wait like this." Naruto glared at his ramen bowl. Another thing that frustrated and worried him was that he hadn't seen Gaara at all. For the past few days now he had seen and interacted with a few foreign ninja who had shown up to partake in the Chunin exams. He had seen ninja from Taki, Kyusa, Aim, and Suna roaming around the village for the past couple of days, but he had seen no sign of Gaara or the Sand siblings at all. Another thing that worried him was the lack of Oto ninja wandering around. In order to get an advantage that would aid them when Suna and Oto attacked, Naruto had to find the Ikibai container. "Naruto-sama." The Jinchuriki blinked, turning towards the fox girl who had addressed him. "I know that this feeling of uncertainty frustrates you, and knowing of the future and what may come to be further aggravates you," Yuzura said softly, trying to comfort her master. She smiled at him. "Remember what we discussed in Kirigakir's forest weeks ago. There is no way to predict the outcome of a mission just because you know what may happen, but you do have the power to change things for the better, do you not? As long as you're confident, I'm sure everything will go the way you want them to. And as mentioned already, we've made proper arrangements to counter Orochimaru and his plans." Haku smiled at the blonde, placing an encouraging hand on his opposite shoulder. "We will support you, Naruto-san. Shouldn't that fact alone help build up your confidence?" "You too." Thanks. Naruto grinned, letting out a relaxed sigh as both girls smiled at him. "I guess drowning my worries in ramen isn't the way to go about things." The blonde nodded to himself. He'd stop worrying and start focusing on what he could do for his last day before the exams. Priority number 1 for now was finding Gaara. "Guess we should get going then." Naruto smiled, taking note of the large tower of ramen bowls with a bit of pride. "Just gotta pay for this stuff and finish off the rest, then we can be on our own." Naruto dug around inside his pants pocket, trying to feel around for his wallet. Yuzura tilted her head curiously at his worried expression while Haku's amused look made a return. "You forgot your wallet, didn't you?" Haku chuckled lightly. The boy didn't respond. He just retracted his hand and stared in front of him with a blank expression. A few moments of silence passed between the trio. Naruto-sa. "Damn it," Naruto shouted, slamming his fist down on the table and causing the two girls to jump in surprise. Unfortunately, one of his hands had come down on the edge of his ramen bowl, flipping it upwards over the distraught blonde's head and out into the crowded streets. Someone's angry outburst followed shortly after it had been launched. What the hell? Is this ramen? Shit," Naruto muttered, smiling uneasily as he berated himself for letting his frazzled nerves and need to vent get the better of him. He made a move to get up but felt a rough hand on his shoulder. "Hey punk, you think this is funny?" Naruto's brow furrowed when the familiar voice spoke to him. The blonde turned and was greeted with a welcoming, if not humorous, sight. Kankuro stood behind him with the ramen bowl on his head, its remaining contents decorating his head and face. Some of the liquid had smeared his face paint. Crow was wrapped up in bandages attached to his back. The puppeteer looked like he was ready to kill something. "Sorry, total accident and I apologize." Naruto grinned at the older teen. In truth, he had never gotten along with Kankuro, but now wasn't the time to make enemies with the snarky remark he could have responded with. "Kankuro, where did you go?" Someone who Naruto was on much better terms with in his past life made her appearance. Temari stepped next to Kankuro, acknowledging the trio her brother was confronting with a quick glance before turning towards him. Her scold quickly turned into a fit of laughter when she noticed what was on the boy's head. "See something funny?" Kankuro growled. "Hilarious, actually." Temari laughed, smirking at the puppeteer. "I think the new look suits you." Naruto chuckled at the girl's attitude. She was still as charming as ever. "Screw off," Kankuro muttered, before turning back towards Naruto. He grabbed the front of the boy's shirt. "And you think sorry is enough for what you did? Hey, save it for the exams." Naruto bit back, shoving the boy off him. He gestured to his headband. "That is what you're here for, right? In case you haven't noticed what's on my forehead, I'm a ninja too, so I'll be in the exams with my team. We'll have plenty of time to chat then." "Maybe, but just because we're not taking a quiz right now doesn't mean I can't kick your ass for dumping ramen on my head." Kankuro smirked. The Suna ninja reached back and placed a mummified crow on the ground next to him. Temari stepped back a little bit, not moving to stop Kankuro but interested by how the opposing ninja would take it. Naruto clicked his tongue and fingered the kunai in his pocket, debating whether or not he should retaliate or try to resolve things more peacefully with his future allies. I would advise against that. Kankuro blinked when he felt small pricks of cold steel against his neck. The boy gulped and glanced to his side, staring into Haku's smiling visage as she held 3 senbon needles to the nerves in his neck. Even Temari looked visibly shaken by her action, more than startled by the fact she hadn't even seen the girl move. As assistant proctor of the second test of the Chunin exams, I will forbid any participants engaging each other until the exams actually start if I can help it, Haku said as she gently pressed the needles against his neck. Hey, wait a minute. You expect me to believe another genin is a proctor for the exams? Kankuro accused. Just because I'm as old as you doesn't mean you can group us together. I'll have you know that I'm a Chunin, Haku countered, still smiling. Naruto-san apologized. Why don't you save this for tomorrow when the Chunin exams actually start, HM? Kankuro and Temari exchanged uneasy glances. They also took note that the remaining 2 hadn't just been watching. The one called Naruto had a kunai grasped in his hands while the girl with white hair had a sword placed in her lap. They were a little surprised by this since she was carrying such a weapon in broad daylight, and there was something more intimidating about a sword when compared to a shuriken or kunai. The Suna siblings also noticed that they had attracted a fair amount of attention due to their shenanigans. Naruto sighed as he fiddled with the kunai in his hands. He didn't really want to resort to threats, but the weapons were already out, so what the hell, Naruto thought sullenly as he responded to Kankuro's glare with one of his own. Even if the situation was bad, it was nice to see Kankuro and Temari again. The question was if they were here, where was? What are you 2 doing? Naruto almost shouted and jumped for joy when a familiar boy with short red hair stepped out of the crowd. Gaara, Temari stammered, alarmed by his appearance. He gave her an expressionless look, which didn't do much to calm her down. We were just. Most of the Sunanin who had been in the area had quickly stepped away from the boy when he had made his presence known, and many others followed suit when they felt the lust and killing intent coming from the Ikabai container. Do as the assistant proctor said and stop this foolishness, Gaara ordered, glaring at his siblings. His gaze shifted to Naruto. I'll slaughter him myself in due time. While Kankuro was sweating buckets because of his sociopath of a brother, he silently marveled at how the 3 in front of him were reacting to him. The young Chunin girl had released him and would occasionally glance at Gaara. She seemed a little apprehensive, but not visibly worried or frantic like the villagers and ninja around them. The sword-wielding girl didn't look scared at all. She just stared at Gaara with a somewhat curious gaze. Her reaction surprised him. However, what surprised him most was the boy who he had tried to threaten. For some reason or another, the blonde kid had a happy grin that stretched from ear to ear and was almost bouncing in his chair. He looked almost excited. Both Sand siblings were at a loss. Could they all not feel the killing intent that was thick in the air? TCH, whatever. He's not worth my time, Kankuro mumbled, turning away from the trio and trying to regain some of his dignity. We should get going. Baki-sensei said he wanted to talk with us. Kankuro, Gaara. Temari gestured to both of them, shooting a meaningful look at the Ikabai container. What's your name? Gaara asked Naruto slowly, ignoring his sister despite her silent pleas. Naruto Uzumaki. Naruto smiled, trying and failing to keep a straight face. Very well, I look forward to seeing you again, Gaara muttered as he turned away from them. I look forward to killing someone like me. The people in the streets made a path for the boy as he departed with his siblings. Kankuro and Temari followed behind him nervously, hoping that he wouldn't cause any trouble or kill anyone. So that was Gaara. Haku breathed as the villagers and ninja returned to doing their business. Don't let his personality fool you. He's a great friend once you get to know him. Naruto grinned. I'm not sure I want to, Haku said, laughing off her discomfort. The amount of killing intent I felt from him was just didn't you two feel anything? I did, but if he was Naruto-sama's ally then there is no reason to fear him. Yuzura smiled. From Naruto's memories, she was aware of how Naruto had influenced Gaara and what a great man he had become. Gaara-san is a very kind person. I don't know what you're talking about. I didn't feel a thing. Naruto smiled. Admittedly, he had felt a bit uneasy, but his excitement and happiness from seeing another one of his dear friends had quickly overcome his fear. I suppose your obliviousness has its benefits. Haku chuckled. Why do all your compliments sound so insulting? Naruto asked her testily. He shook his head and smiled. Don't be so quick to judge Gaara, Haku. He just needs to remember, that's all. So you plan to give him your memories? Haku said in a hushed voice. Are you sure that is wise? Naruto-sama is well aware of the risks. Yuzura smiled. He is assured that Gaara will make an excellent ally. He's actually the only one I had absolute confidence in when it came to sharing my memories with someone. Naruto spoke with certainty. He'll help us. All right then. Haku smiled at the boy's confidence. I just hope that when he remembers he'll lose that killer edge of his. I'm not sure I'd like to be in the same room as him otherwise. It'll be fine. Naruto grinned, assuring Haku of his safety. He stuck his head over the counter. Hey, I am Chan. Tell your old man I'll pay later. There's something I have to do. The Jinchuriki turned and smiled at the white-haired girl beside him. Yuzura smiled back. Ready to go? Naruto asked. Yes, Yuzura replied with a nod. And what would you have me do? Haku asked curiously. You can come with us if you want, but if not then wait at the house. Naruto advised her. Remember the meeting we have tonight with Kakashi and Anko. Then I'll let you take care of it, Haku said, waving them off as her two friends started to leave. Be careful. Naruto grinned and chuckled with mild excitement. He turned back and smiled at the mist girl. Trust me, Gaara will be the advantage that will help us during the Chunin exams. Naruto smiled before departing with Yuzura to find his fellow container. So until the invasion plan begins, you three are to cause no trouble. Am I clear, Gaara? The Jinchuriki nodded slightly in acknowledgement of his sensei. Baki may have been talking to all of them, but he was warning him specifically. The boy didn't move as Kankuro and Temari nodded their heads obediently. Gaara honestly couldn't have cared less about what they told him to do, but he could restrain himself for a while. Only so I can fight those two, Gaara thought to himself as he remembered two interesting people he had met earlier that day. Uchiha Sasuke and Uzumaki Naruto. Gaara had heard great things about the Uchiha and had looked forward to meeting him even before coming to Konoha. He had met him during his walk with his team, giving the Sasuke a brief warning before leaving. The other individual had surprised him. The Uzumaki kid. It wasn't just because he had the same condition as him, no, but rather it was the way he presented himself when facing a threat. Gaara had targeted Naruto, but the boy had shown no signs of discomfort even when he had directed nearly all his killing intent towards the blonde. Even then, that disturbingly confident and excited smile had never left his face. Maybe he wasn't skilled or perceptive enough to feel another's killing intent. Or maybe he's just stupid, Gaara muttered before turning towards the door. Gaara, where are you going? Baki asked. Kankuro and Temari wondered briefly if the demon was acting up again. For a walk, Gaara answered shortly. He exited the inn and shut the door behind him before his sensei or his siblings could further detain him. The Ikabai container calmly made his way through the streets. The sun was starting to set and it was far less crowded than it had been earlier that day. Not that he was complaining. He could do without the villagers' prattle and their fearful stares. Even if he was an unfamiliar to Konoha, that didn't stop everyone from avoiding him. Gaara's eyes narrowed when he felt a familiar presence close to him. Well, almost everyone, the youth murmured as he stepped down an abandoned street. Gaara scanned the area to make sure that no one was around. Sand started to pour out of the gourd on his back. The boy didn't make a move as the sand danced around him menacingly. Come out, Gaara demanded in an emotionless voice. I know you're here somewhere. Damn, did I really make it that obvious? Gaara's eyes shot to a bush a few feet away that started to rustle. He recognized that voice from earlier today. Gaara grinned when his sand started jumping higher as his boiled, anticipating the kill that was to come. All right, I'm coming out now. The bush shook, making it appear as though someone was going to come out of it. Gaara readied himself, preparing to mutilate whoever came out of the bush with his sand. And then a white fox quickly jumped from the bush and sat in the center of the path. It calmly licked its paw, seeming to ignore the boy in front of it. Gaara stared at the fox, at a sudden loss for words. He suddenly felt someone's presence behind him. So, how did you like fox replacement technique? Naruto asked with a menacing grin as he stood behind Gaara. You're an idiot. Gaara deadpanned, clearly annoyed by Naruto's prank. The redhead turned and stared down the blonde, who simply smiled in response. Do you have a reason for being here? Gaara asked emotionlessly. I was looking for you, actually. Naruto grinned. I thought we could talk. This fellow Jinchuriki I thought could get along. Gaara arched an eyebrow at him in mild surprise. So you know of the beast inside? Gaara muttered, glaring at the boy. You're not as stupid as I thought. Ikabai no Shukaku if I'm not mistaken, Naruto said as he pointed at Gaara. One tail. I have the Kyuubi no Yoko sealed inside me. 9 tails, Gaara said darkly, surprised that he had met the Jinchuriki of the strongest-tailed beast. Even more sand started to pour out of the gourd on his back. Hey, you okay? Naruto asked tentatively as a smile slowly made its way onto Gaara's features. You've got this crazy look in your eye. I'm excited. Gaara grinned manically. Naruto could feel his lust. You're strong. As another Jinchuriki you must be. I want to kill you now. I have to kill you now. And what would that solve? Naruto asked, arching an eyebrow at his companion. We're the same. I could tell people are afraid of you because of the beast. I'm in the same boat. We were both treated harshly because we are Jinchuriki, you know. We should be able to understand each other, so what's the point of fighting? It is because we are the same that we have to fight. Why I have to kill you? Gaara replied, laughing maniacally as the beast inside him encouraged him to slaughter the boy in front of him. Killing makes me stronger. Defeating the powerful justifies my existence. Slaughtering my enemies because See, now that's the difference between you and me, Naruto pointed out, interrupting the boy. You live and fight because you think your hatred and anger makes you who you are. I fight to protect those precious to me. I fight for the people who love me. And you think that makes you strong. You think you'll be able to protect them. Gaara laughed. His sand flew and jumped around him, reacting to his emotions. Not without your help. Gaara stopped. His sand settled. The response had surprised him. The Ikabai container stared at the Kyuubi container. What? Gaara asked, clearly confused. I failed, Gaara. We failed. Naruto sighed, remembering events from the past. We wanted to protect the people close to us, but we couldn't. We couldn't beat Madara. What are you talking about? Gaara demanded, trying to make sense of what Naruto was saying. I'm sorry. Naruto apologized, surprising Gaara even more. You put your faith in me and I failed you. I told you that you could count on me, but you died protecting me, and then I was killed by the man I promised you I'd defeat. I'm sorry, Gaara, I'm truly sorry. Uzumaki. Gaara wondered, his eyes wide. What are you? But I promise you, things will be different this time, Naruto said, stepping towards the redhead with a determined spark in his eyes. Yuzura. Before Gaara could react, a new voice resounded in his ears. Yes, Naruto-sama. The Ikigai container whirled around and was shocked to find a girl with white hair stood where the fox had been just a moment ago. He would have questioned her sudden appearance and why she had fox ears on her head, but the girl suddenly dashed forward and placed 2 of her fingers on his forehead. She had moved too quick for his sand to block or push her away. Gaara blinked when Naruto appeared next to her and she placed 2 digits on his forehead with her other hand. Remember your past life, Gaara-san. And just like that, the memories flashed in the Jinchuriki's head just like Kakashi, Zabuza and Utakata before him. He remembered everything from when he met Naruto, to fighting his fellow Jinchuriki, to becoming Kasuke, to his first death, to when he was revived, to his battle against Madara's army, and then it ended with his second death. Naruto watched Gaara silently. The boy just stood there with his mouth hanging open slightly as the memories flashed in his mind. The Ikigai container's eyes regained their focus. He turned his head towards Naruto as Yuzura stepped away from him. How's it going? Naruto grinned, offering the boy some sort of greeting. Gaara just stared at him, and then slowly a smile formed on the redhead's lips. Naruto. The blonde clasped his fellow Jinchuriki on the shoulder and gave him his trademark grin. It's good to see you again, Gaara, Naruto said warmly as he smiled at his friend. All of this is how did you? Gaara said in amazement. He gestured to himself wildly. How are we still alive? Feels weird, huh? Naruto grinned, wrapping an arm around the boy's shoulder. To be brought back to life again. Though, this would be your second time, wouldn't it? I suppose it would, Gaara admitted with a small smile. He gave Naruto a questioning look. Still, I believe an explanation is in order. Yeah, I heard the same from Kakashi and Zabuza. Naruto laughed, waving his friend off. Kakashi-san is alive too, Gaara asked in astonishment. Everyone's alive. We're back at the beginning, Gaara. We've been given a second chance, Naruto said gleefully, ecstatic that he had yet another companion who could help him fight against Madara. Another close friend who was alive and well. I'll answer all your questions. We've got time. Good, Gaara nodded. He glanced behind him when he heard soft footsteps following them. And another thing. Yeah, who is she? Gaara asked curiously, pointing to the smiling girl behind him with fox ears on her head. Naruto just laughed and led Gaara through the street and towards his house. They had some time before the meeting. He'd tell him everything. We there yet? Anko asked in annoyance. Yes, actually. Kakashi smiled under his mask as they arrived at Naruto's house. It was late at night already. Kakashi and Naruto had made arrangements for a meeting at the Jinchuriki's apartment to discuss the Chunin exams. Anko overlooked the complex with a lazy eye. Looks like shit, Anko said bluntly, earning a chuckle from the copy nin. She glanced down when she noticed the myriad of colors sprouting out of a small flower patch in front. Your student likes to garden. His friend does, Kakashi replied as they made their way up the stairs to Naruto's room. Let's not keep them waiting. Kakashi opened the door and stepped inside the apartment with Anko following after him. He was greeted by the 4 people sitting inside the room. Impeccable timing as always. Haku chuckled mockingly as Kakashi and Anko entered the building. Naruto-san wasn't joking when he told me you arrived late to everything, Kakashi-san. Hey, don't go around ruining my reputation. Kakashi smiled at Naruto under his mask. The blonde chuckled in response. I have a perfectly good reason for being late, and I'm sure we'd love to hear all about it later. Naruto grinned. Glad you guys could make it though. Of course, Kakashi chuckled. He nodded to the redhead sitting beside Yuzura. Gaara, it's good to see you. Kakashi-san. Gaara gave a slight nod of acknowledgement. Naruto told me you were a part of this too. Hey, Kakashi, what's with all the kids? Anko said incredulously, taking note of the group of teens assembled before her. Aren't there any other adults in on this plan? Am I not good enough for you? Kakashi asked wryly. Anko ignored his comment and gestured to the kids in front of them. I can understand why you don't want to tell the Hokage, but you don't honestly expect me to believe these children can fight Orochimaru, Anko said, narrowing her eyes at Kakashi. My old sensei is no pushover, and neither are they, Kakashi countered, overlooking each of them. Every one of them is extremely talented. Don't make the mistake of underestimating them, Anko. HM if you say so, Anko said slowly, the surprising intensity in Kakashi's voice silencing her protests. I do have a question though. Why did you bring the Suna kid with you? Anko's gaze rested on Gaara. This is Konoha's problem, right? Why does a foreign ninja have to get involved? Because there's more to this than we had originally thought, Kakashi said, remembering Suna's betrayal in the past and how it had caught Konoha completely by surprise. Orochimaru isn't the only thing we need to worry about. I have information that will drastically change your plans, I'm sure, Gaara added, gaining everyone's attention. What Orochimaru plans to do will affect my village as well. How so? Gaara leaned forward, narrowing his eyes at the female Jonin. Suna is working with Orochimaru and are planning to invade Konoha. For the next hour or so Gaara, Naruto, and Kakashi helped explain everything to Anko concerning Orochimaru's plans and Suna's involvement. Haku and Yuzura would add an occasional comment, but otherwise remained silent. After everything was said and done, Anko sat down with a serious expression on her face. I see so Sensei runs Otagakure, huh? Anko murmured. I thought that they were just a new village that popped up, but I guess there was more to it than that. I can't imagine him having that many men here, but the threat that needs to be addressed is Suna. Kakashi remarked. There are more Suna ninja here attending the exams than there are Oto ninja, and Gaara's people are sure to be more skilled than the rabble Orochimaru's gathered up, Naruto stated with confidence, remembering how Gaara and his siblings had helped his friends against the Sannin Sound 4. Naruto frowned at his words. Although that fact wasn't necessarily a good thing with the position they were in. But that's what's bothering me, Anko said, giving Gaara a suspicious look. You're a Suna ninja, aren't you? Why would you share this information with ninja of the village you're going to invade? Just because I'm from Suna doesn't mean I condone its actions. It was my foolish father's idea anyway, Gaara responded. Of course, that man was probably dead now courtesy of Orochimaru. So you would willingly betray your own village then? Anko asked again, frowning at the boy. She was grateful that the boy had decided to share such valuable intel and give them fair warning, but it all seemed too good to be true. Plus, she just couldn't stand the thought of someone betraying their village even if they were benefiting from Gaara's information. Betrayal reminded her too much of her sensei. Hey, don't treat Gaara like that, Naruto asserted as he glared at Anko, ready to defend his friend. Can't you just… Naruto, Gaara interrupted him. He gave Naruto a small smile when the blonde gave him an unsure glance. I appreciate you sticking up for me, but I can speak for myself. All right, sorry. Naruto nodded to the boy's polite request and sat back down. A Kyuubi Jinchuriki smiled to himself. It was good to have the nice Gaara back. I am doing what I feel is best for my village, Gaara said, turning his attention towards Anko. His emotionless mask returned to his face, conveying his serious feelings. Orochimaru is not someone who can be trusted. The power and promises he gives will only lead to one's own corruption. I will not let my village or its people suffer because of that man. Gaara shot Naruto a sympathetic look as he said this. Naruto smiled a bit in return and looked to the floor with glazed eyes. It was because of Orochimaru that his best friend had gone astray in his past life. The man was to blame for Sasuke's corruption. It'll be different this time, Naruto thought fiercely as he clenched his fists together. He'd save Sasuke this time. Since you and I are complete strangers, I can't expect you to trust me, but Gaara continued. You have my word, I will not betray you. If my word isn't enough, then know that I would never betray a friend. Thanks, pal. Naruto grinned, wrapping an arm around the boy's shoulders in a headlock. I knew I could count on you. I still owe you, after all, Gaara replied, allowing a small grin to come to his features. Kakashi watched the two, smiling underneath his mask. Haku and Yuzura also regarded the duo with happy expressions. Naruto and Gaara were both the same, and it was good to see that giving Gaara his memories had turned out so well. The Ikibai container was just as kind as his past self. He'll become Kazekage again for sure, Kakashi thought to himself as he stared at the redhead. Alright then, Anko said, grinning at the people in front of her. The kid seems sincere, so I'll trust him for now. Thank you, Gaara said, nodding towards the woman gratefully. Don't worry about it, Brett. Anko laughed, waving him off. She leaned forward eagerly. So what's the plan? Everyone's attention went to Naruto, who had just let go of Gaara. The boy cleared his throat and his expression went from carefree to serious. We've made the necessary preparations, so all we need to do is make sure Orochimaru's plans don't go the way he wants them to, Naruto said, giving each of his companions a stern look. Gaara has already said the invasion won't happen until the end of the exams, so for now we have to keep Orochimaru away from his target. Sasuke, Kakashi said quietly as a few choice memories flashed in his mind. Exactly, Naruto nodded. He turned towards Anko and Haku. You two will keep an eye on us during the exams. I can't exactly trail you during the exams. How do you expect me to keep an eye on you? Anko asked, crossing her arms. There was a reason Naruto-san had me sign up as your assistant, Haku said, smiling at the Jonin. You see, I have an ability that allows me to transfer to different places at will. Really? My ice mirrors? Haku smiled. All we have to do is place them throughout the forest. When we see Orochimaru, we'll attack. Simple as that. I see. Anko nodded. Her eyes narrowed. Although, he probably knows that he can't just waltz into the exams. He's going to be in disguise, which is why you'll have to wait until he attacks us during the second exam, Naruto stated nervously. Be sure to get there as soon as you can. Don't worry, we'll be there. Promise. Haku smiled at him reassuringly. Naruto smiled back in thanks. And the invasion? What do we do about Suna? Anko asked. If we can kill Orochimaru in the second exams, I don't think his men or Suna will be confident enough to attack Konoha, Naruto replied, narrowing his eyes. It would be killing two birds with one stone. It was something he really hoped for. And if not? Anko asked, leaning back a bit. She closed her eyes. Part of me seriously doubts that Sensei will be killed so easily. Suna won't move unless I do first, Gaara interjected, surprising Anko with his statement. I'm their triumph card. I am the reason why my father was confident enough to join forces with Orochimaru to attack Konoha. Huh, what makes you so special? Anko muttered in confusion. Anko, Naruto and Gaara are the same, Kakashi told the woman slowly. What's that supposed to mean? Anko demanded, rounding on the copy nin. They have the same condition, Kakashi said, giving her a meaningful look. Anko glared at him for a bit before her eyes widened in realization. She turned towards the two boys and pointed at Gaara. There was only one explanation for why the village was so confident in a child. You mean you're a... Yes, Gaara nodded. And you know about the... Anko asked, pointing at Naruto. Yeah. Naruto smiled sheepishly at her. Anko just stood there in silence, understanding why the boys got along so well. She smiled and turned towards Gaara, scratching her cheek sheepishly. Well, shit, I'm sure glad you're on our side then. Anko chuckled lightly. So am I, Gaara replied. Anko sighed and stood up. She gave Naruto and Kakashi a half-lidded look. So then I suppose we just wait until tomorrow then, Anko said quietly as she gazed up at the ceiling. After so many years I'll finally see Sensei again. Nervous? Kakashi asked. Excited, actually. Anko grinned. Her eyes had a dangerous glint. I'll finally get back at that bastard. I will too, Naruto thought to himself as she said that. He smiled at the woman. Thanks for agreeing to help us, Anko. I should be thanking you and Kakashi for including me. Anko grinned as she made her way towards the door. I'll help you guys out with whatever you need. I say it's fair payback for giving me the chance to get a crack at my old sensei. Even still, I really appreciate your helping us. Naruto grinned. It means a lot, Kakashi added, nodding at the woman. Meh, whatever. Anko chuckled. I'll just be excusing myself then. I hope everything goes well tomorrow. So do I, Naruto mumbled quietly. Anko left the apartment, leaving the remaining 5 to talk amongst themselves. After she had gone, those who were aware of the bigger picture had time to talk. Kakashi smiled at Gaara. I was confident that if anyone was willing to help Naruto it would be you, Gaara. Kakashi smiled in approval. Thank you. I should be thanking the two of you. Gaara responded, nodding at Naruto and Kakashi. Both of you had done so much for me in the past, it is only natural that I would help you with your endeavors. Plus, Naruto could have chosen not to give me back my memories. I am grateful you trusted me enough to do so. I knew you'd have my back. Naruto grinned at Gaara. You were one of the few people I can trust with my life. I'm glad you have so much faith in me. Yeah, sorry about, well, everything that happened, I guess. Naruto sighed, remembering events from the past again. I failed to stop Madara. Stop. Naruto stopped when Gaara ordered it. The boy's expression was sad. If anything, I should be apologizing to you, Naruto. Naruto blinked in confusion. Before he could ask, Gaara interrupted him. I was the commander of our United Ninja Forces. In the beginning, things had gone so well, but I couldn't predict what was to come, Gaara said remorsefully. Kabuto tricked me. Our forces crumbled thanks to me, and only after you arrived did the battle stabilize. We lost many lives that day, and if you and B hadn't arrived to help we would have lost many more. I wasn't strong enough to win the battle for you, and even during the final battle against Madara I was unable to help you. I was killed and I wasn't able to help you when the time came. Don't finish that sentence. Naruto interrupted him. Gaara blinked when Naruto offered him a kind smile. It wasn't your fault. We had no way of knowing that the Raikage would betray us or about Kabuto's plan to use our dead loved ones against us. Even still, Gaara protested. Gaara, we both made mistakes in the past. Let's use this new one my parents gave us to make things right, okay? Naruto grinned at him. We'll get stronger working together this time. The auburn-haired boy was quiet before nodding in agreement. He offered Naruto a small smile. You're right, Gaara nodded. We'll be prepared this time. And I'm glad Utakata and the Mizukage were so willing to help you. So you told them of our plans then? Kakashi questioned, turning towards Naruto. Naruto-sama and I have already explained everything Gaara-san needs to know. We have explained to him everything that has happened up to this point. Yuzura answered, smiling at the copy nin. Your plans for the future are sound, but things are susceptible to change or turn against our favor. I hope you keep that in mind. Gaara warned Naruto. I know. Naruto sighed. But that doesn't mean we can't be optimistic about it. HMPH. We'll see how things turn out tomorrow, Gaara said, thinking of tomorrow's exams and what Naruto told him and what the group had kept from Anko. They didn't tell her all of their plans. I'll be ready. I won't let you down. I'm counting on it. Naruto grinned. Even if this fails, we've still got another chance during the finals. We'll get both of them, Orochimaru and Kabuto. The group all nodded resolutely, determined to succeed during the exams tomorrow. Kakashi let out a small yawn as he got up. I think it's time to turn in for the night. Kakashi smiled. You four should get some rest as well. It's a big day tomorrow. Yeah, see you tomorrow, Kakashi-sensei. Naruto grinned. The copy nin gave the group of teens a lazy wave before going out the door. I suppose I should get going as well, Gaara said as he got up. Hey, why don't you sleep over? Naruto offered, smiling at the boy. No offense, but it's not like your team would go looking for you anytime soon. None taken, Gaara said, knowing that everyone from Suna was petrified of him. He'd change that soon enough. But I'll have to ugh. Gaara clutched his head and sank to the floor. Naruto immediately rushed to his side and helped him up. Gaara-san, what's wrong? Haku inquired, grabbing his other side and helping Naruto hoist him up. It's the Ikabai, Gaara groaned, making Naruto's eyes widen. He's quite distraught about future events and is giving me quite the headache. I don't think I'll be getting any sleep tonight though, that's a given when being the host of that stupid raccoon. Naruto gave Gaara a sympathetic look before a light went off in his head. He smiled and gestured to his dresser. Hey, Yuzura, grab the forbidden art scroll, will you? Gaara steadied himself as Naruto and Haku let go of him. Yuzura opened the dresser and handed the scroll over to her master, who quickly scanned its contents until he came across a particular seal. He smiled and showed it to Gaara. The boy's eyes widened when Naruto presented it to him. It'll stabilize your seal and keep that tanuki from bothering you. Naruto grinned, pointing to the seal. It might take a while to make, but if you want me to, I could always. Thank you. Naruto grinned happily when Gaara gave him a genuine smile. If it isn't too much trouble, I'd appreciate it. Gaara smiled. Thank you, Naruto. I'll try to have it done before the finals start. Naruto grinned. Yuzura and Haku also gave the Ikabai container warm smiles. What are friends for, right? Gaara just smiled at him. He was extremely lucky to have such a great person as his friend. Thanks to Naruto, he may finally get to sleep in a few nights. He'd do his best not to let his fellow Jinchuriki down a second time. And Naruto would make sure to do the same for Gaara. So are you all ready? Kakashi addressed his 3 students, smiling at them underneath his mask. He had escorted them to the building where they would be taking the exams. The genin in front of him smiled and nodded confidently. We'll do our best, sensei. Sakura smiled at their teacher. We'll smoke the competition. Naruto grinned confidently. Those other genin won't stand a chance. We'll win, Sasuke added, flashing the Jonin his trademark smirk. Kakashi nodded at all of them. They had all improved vastly compared to how they were in the past. Because of his knowledge of the past, Kakashi was able to correct his mistakes. He was finally able to become a good sensei who looked out for each of his precious students. Just like Minato-sensei, Kakashi thought fondly. Kakashi surprised all of them when he embraced his students. The copy nin chuckled at their individual reactions. Naruto and Sakura were hugging him back with gleeful expressions, while Sasuke was trying his best to hide his happy expression with an annoyed one. He made it seem like he wanted to get away, but made no real effort to do so. I'm proud of you 3. Kakashi smiled, releasing all of them. Good luck in the exams. His students nodded and entered the building. Naruto was hit with a wave of nostalgia as he and his teammates walked through the hallway. Even if terrible things did happen during the exams, I was still pretty excited about entering them. Naruto thought with a grin as he remembered how things had been in the past. He'd admit, he still felt excited despite his knowledge of the future. Maybe he'd actually end up becoming a chunin this time. What a loser. Seriously, why is someone like you in the exams? Naruto noticed with raised eyebrows that many ninja were crowded around the entrance to get into the exam room where they would take the first test. The blonde suddenly remembered this scene. He smiled excitedly as pushed his way through the crowd, Sakura and Sasuke following after him quickly. When they reached the front of the crowd, Naruto noticed 2 boys were beating up some kid in a green jumpsuit while a girl wearing a pink Chinese vest stood away with a worried expression on her face. Lee and Tenten, Naruto said softly, smiling happily at the 2 of them. He also noticed Neji standing off to the side a bit, leaning against the wall. "Tch, what a joke," the boy with spiky hair said as he punched Lee. The boy fell backwards and was helped up by Tenten. "I can't imagine the rest being any better than this kid," the other one with longer hair said. He turned his attention to the mass of genin around them. "You all should just go home now." Kotsu and Izumo, Naruto mumbled to himself, recognizing the 2 even though they were disguised. They were friends of Asuma and Shikamaru in the future if he remembered correctly. Weren't they also usually the ones that guarded the Konoha gates? Hey, drop the Jinjutsu. Naruto blinked when he noticed Sasuke had stepped forward. The Uchiha was glaring at the 2 boys who gave him lazy looks. The one with spiky hair snickered as he took notice of the boy's active Sharingan. "So, you figured it out, huh?" Kotsu chuckled. "I'm glad at least one of you figured it out," Izumo smirked, dropping the jutsu so that the room number changed back to normal. "Hey, that's the room we're supposed to go in. They told us it was the wrong room. They tricked us." Naruto ignored the outbursts of the other genin and walked over to Tenten, who was lightly scolding a roughed-up Rock Lee who kept on insisting he was fine. The 2 turned their attention towards the blonde as he approached them with a smile. "Yo, bushy brow, you okay?" Naruto asked the 2 of them. Yes, I am quite alright," Lee replied, frowning a bit at the nickname. Naruto chuckled a bit as he smiled at his old friend. He'd get used to it eventually. Who are you?" Tenten asked, arching an eyebrow at him. "Oh, right, I'm Naruto Uzumaki from Team 7. Naruto grinned. He had to make good impressions now, so he figured it was fine to put his knowledge of his old friends to use. "You're Tenten, right?" "Hey, how did you know?" the girl asked, surprised that a complete stranger knew her. "I had heard that you were the best female shinobi in the year before me." Naruto grinned. "You were really good with tools and weapons apparently. Can you use a sword?" "It's not my preferred weapon, but yes, I know the basics." Tenten nodded. "That's so cool." Naruto grinned at her in excitement. "I'm actually trying to learn how to use a sword right now. Maybe you could give me some tips. If you're the expert I heard of, then you'll be a great teacher." Oh yeah. Tenten stuck her tongue out as she smiled embarrassedly at Naruto. "I still got a lot to learn and I don't think I'm an expert, but it's flattering to hear someone say so. I could spare the time to teach you a few tricks, I guess. I'll hold you to that then." Naruto grinned. He turned towards Lee. "So, what's your name?" "Hey, you've heard of Tenten, but not me." "How is that possible?" the boy asked questioningly. He was bashed over the head by his female teammate. "Don't say such hurtful things." Tenten smiled, still giddy at Naruto's high opinion of her. People will hear many things about me. Just remember how my legend started, Lee. Sorry. Lee quickly stammered out an apology before saluting Naruto. I am Konoha's shining fighter, Rock Lee. It is a pleasure to meet you, Naruto-san. Likewise, bushy brow. Naruto grinned. Naruto sighed when Lee looked a little more than annoyed by that. He was already on Tenten's good side, but how could he get on Lee's? Stop calling him by his nickname, maybe. No, unacceptable. Naruto mumbled to himself, earning confused from Lee and Tenten. Naruto grimaced when an idea came to him. It would no doubt put him in Lee's good graces, but he didn't know if he could bring himself to do it. It was such a terrible thing to do. Could he really go through with such a thing? It's for the future, Naruto thought resolutely. He had to form strong bonds with his friends early on. Naruto faced Lee and took a deep breath. I like your jumpsuit. Tenten's jaw dropped. From his position, Neji made a choking noise. Lee stood stock still, gasping lightly at Naruto's words. The blonde shuddered a bit after he finished his sentence. Ugh, I feel sick, Naruto winced in his mind. Naruto blinked when he suddenly felt someone grasp his hands. The boy's eyebrow twitched when he was met with Lee's crying face. Tears of joy were streaming down from his eyes. Naruto-kun, not once has anyone ever said such a thing to me. Lee cried passionately. It fills me with more joy than I can even begin to describe. Why did you change the honorific? Naruto asked tentatively. Naruto-kun, I will consider you my closest friend and rival from this day forth. Lee wept. No, you shall be my brother and rival. Cool. Let us spend our youthful days together as passionately as we can from this day forward. Lee cried, suddenly embracing the boy much to Naruto and Tenten's surprise and disgust. My friend, Naruto-kun. Gross, man, Naruto shouted, shoving the boy off of him. If you want to be friends, that's fine, but don't ask for anything more than that. He had made a mistake. A terrible mistake. Naruto knew that now. What are you doing over here? Naruto and Team Guy turned around to see Sasuke and Sakura staring at their blonde teammate with mixed expressions on their faces. Hey, Naruto, what were you and that kid with the bushy brows doing just now? Sakura asked slowly. Never mind that. Naruto cut in shortly, disgusted with himself. He glanced towards the door where the genin were making their way inside. What happened to those two by the door? They left. They were a lot stronger than they let on, Sasuke said, narrowing his eyes a bit. He shook his head. It doesn't matter now. They're gone, so we should get going too. Yeah. Naruto nodded and followed after his teammates. Hold it. Team 7 blinked when Lee suddenly jumped in front of them and pointed a menacing finger in Sasuke's direction. Are you the one called Uchiha Sasuke? Lee inquired. That's me, Sasuke answered unsurely as Lee struck an awkward pose. He glanced towards Tenten and Neji before turning to Naruto. Dope, are these your friends? Yeah, Naruto answered, smiling at Lee and Tenten, who smiled back. Neji remained indifferent. He gestured to Team Guy. Care to introduce yourselves? Name's Tenten. The female of the team answered, smiling at Team 7. The goofy guy over there is Lee, and the quiet one behind me is Neji. Pleased to meet you. Sakura smiled, ignoring Lee's whines about Tenten not introducing him properly. I'm Sakura Haruno. Sasuke-kun, are you going to introduce yourself too? Sakura blinked when she noticed the Uchiha's attention was on the boy leaning against the wall. A Hyuga, Sasuke murmured to himself, glaring a little at the prodigy. Neji glared back at him with a small smirk. Naruto groaned. The old Neji had also liked to look down on Sasuke because he felt the Hyuga's eyes were superior. He really hoped that he'd get the chance to knock some sense into the Hyuga boy sometime soon. The Uchiha, I've heard many things about you, Neji said, staring at the black-haired boy. You won't disappoint me during the exams, will you? Of course not, Sasuke replied, still glaring at the boy. Excuse me. Everyone turned back towards Lee when he asked for their attention. The boy immediately struck another pose when everyone was looking at him. He pointed at Sasuke again. I, Rock Lee, have chosen you, Sasuke Uchiha, to be my rival. Lee declared. I challenge you to a battle. HMPH, you think you can win? Sasuke asked, smirking confidently at the boy. You're a fool, so you accept then? Lee asked, giving the boy a serious look. We've got time to kill, right? Sasuke asked his teammates, who didn't respond. He turned back towards Lee. I don't mind entertaining you for a bit. Good, Lee shouted, making both teams wince at the volume of his voice. And if I win? He glanced at Sakura with pink cheeks, making the girl arch an eyebrow at him. What? Sakura asked. The beautiful Sakura-chan has to go on a date with me. Hell no. Naruto and Sasuke looked on with sympathetic expressions as Sakura proceeded to beat the exuberant ninja to a Y-pulp. Both were aware of the girl's strength and wrath, and while personally Naruto thought Sakura had loosened up a bit more, as had Sasuke, there was no way Lee could ask her out without being hit. Well, we'll just have a match ourselves. The winner is the winner and the loser, Lee said after Sakura had finished beating him. His right eye and cheek looked swollen. But not here. I know of a perfect location for which we may do battle. Lead the way. Sasuke smirked as he and Sakura followed Lee down the hallway. Tenten, Neji, and Naruto all looked after them. Oh, brother, Tenten sighed before running after them. She didn't want Lee to get into trouble. Naruto smiled and turned towards Neji, who regarded him with a cold stare. They were the only remaining genin still in the hallway. We didn't get to talk much, did we? Naruto offered, still smiling. I don't think we've seen each other since that night in front of the Hyuga compound a few months back. I didn't want to see you. So cold. Neji just glared at Naruto, who continued to grin. Truth was, Naruto was having a hard time being polite to Neji when he acted like such an ass. Still, it would be nice if he could befriend Neji before the Chunin exam finals. I heard from Hinata-sama that you asked her to train you, Neji said abruptly. Yeah, I did, Naruto replied. What of it? Naruto frowned when Neji started chuckling to himself. I don't see why you would do something so foolish. Neji chuckled, shaking his head. What could Hinata-sama possibly teach you? I needed help with chakra control and you Hyugas are good at that. I wanted her to help me, Naruto replied coolly. Is that the only reason? She's my friend and I wanted to find a way to spend time together with her, Naruto said. He smiled as he thought of the Hyuga heiress. Both of us have come a long way by training together. She's very talented. Hi. Naruto glared at Neji. Hinata-sama has always been a weakling, Neji said coldly, glaring at the blonde. From the moment she was born her fate was to be a weakling, just how I was destined to be subjected to the limitations of those in the lower branch family of the Hyuga clan. No matter how much she trains, she will always remain a weakling. That is her destiny. That is a fate she cannot chance. Is that what you think? Naruto growled, angry at all this destiny and fate talk Neji was spouting. It's not like he didn't expect it, but Neji's words had a different effect than they had in the past. Naruto felt like this fate and destiny philosophy was not only an insult to Hinata, but to himself as well. For someone who had been given a chance to do things over, having Neji tell him that fate was already decided was like saying he couldn't change the future. If fate couldn't be changed, then Madara would definitely win again. But Naruto knew that wasn't true. Fate could be changed. You're wrong, Naruto said fiercely, surprising Neji with the intensity his voice had. I know from experience that fate can be changed. I've already made lots of changes to my destiny, so don't say that things can't be changed. What is this nonsense? Neji said, glaring at Naruto. You are the same, a weakling. You and Hinata will remain that way for the rest of your lives. Even if you know she's been training with me, you obviously don't know how much she's progressed. Naruto growled. She's gotten strong. Doubtful. Neji smirked. Hinata-sama is too soft and kind to be a ninja. She cannot change her fate. Won't you be surprised when she proves you wrong? Naruto muttered. And she even wants to become head of the clan one day. What a joke. Naruto stiffened and clenched his fists. What a stupid delusion. It is a dream that a weakling like her will never accomplish. Neji's eyes widened when Naruto grabbed his collar. Neji's Byakugan flared as he glared at Naruto. The blonde glared right back. Hey, why don't we have match right now? Naruto challenged. Let's see if I'm as weak as you say I am. I'll show you just how deluded you are, Neji. HMPH. Foolishness. Neji smirked as he grasped Naruto's wrist. Or am I interrupting something? Both boys turned to see Tenten standing there with an uncomfortable expression. Naruto let go of Neji while he gave his teammate an inquiring look. Tenten, what's wrong? Neji asked. The fight is getting a little more intense than I thought. Tenten sighed. I figured you would be the only one who'd be able to calm me down. That idiot. Neji sighed. Let's get moving before he does something stupid. Neji glared at Naruto, who glared right back. We'll finish this later, Uzumaki. Yeah, Naruto nodded. Both of them were led down the hallway to an open room. Naruto remembered this scene. Lee stood on one side of the room looking serious, yet confident. Sasuke was on the opposite end, worn out and tired. Naruto, Tenten, and Neji stepped next to Sakura, who was watching the fight with a worried expression on her face. How's Sasuke team holding up? Naruto asked his teammate, even though he already knew the answer. He hasn't even gotten one hit in, Sakura said in astonishment. That Lee guy is really fast, and since he uses taijutsu only, the Sharingan is useless. Well, it's not like his eyes can save him from everything, Naruto commented as Lee kicked Sasuke up in the air. Ouch. Hey, hold on, Lee's not going to. Tenten gasped when she realized what technique he was planning to use. That idiot. Neji glared as he moved to intercept the two ninja who were in the air. Naruto frowned as Neji moved into action. Even if Sasuke had improved, he still couldn't beat Lee with his speed yet. He made a move to help Neji stop Lee. Not yet. Sasuke's determined cry stopped Naruto in his tracks. He glanced upwards to see Sasuke run through a series of hand seals for one of his fire jutsu techniques. Katen, Gakakyu no Jutsu. Sasuke unleashed a giant fireball from his mouth up towards the ceiling. Lee thought this was foolish since Sasuke wouldn't be able to hit him with the attack while facing upwards, but that wasn't the intent. The blast propelled Sasuke backwards with enough force to crash into Lee, who had been directly under him. Both fell down to the floor, Lee landing on the hardwood floor while Sasuke used his body as a cushion. The Uchiha immediately got away before Lee had time to recover. Naruto smiled. Resourceful guy. Naruto grinned. Sasuke had found a way to stop Lee's technique. That was something that hadn't happened before. Good move, but I'm not done yet, Lee announced as he slowly got back up. He raised his fists. This battle is just getting started. No, this is where the battle ends. Team 7 and Team Guy blinked when a voice resounded within the room. Naruto, Tenten, and Neji paled when they recognized the voice. Dynamic entry. Might Guy flew in and delivered a hard kick to Lee's face, sending him flying across the room. While everyone else in the room was stunned at the man's action and entry, Naruto just chuckled at the jumpsuit-wearing sensei. Is it weird that I missed this too? Naruto asked himself. Lee, Guy boomed. What technique were you going to use just now? Didn't I tell you that technique was forbidden? I am sorry, Guy-sensei. It's just Lee stammered, trying to come up with an excuse. He turned towards his teammates. Tenten, Neji, it's all his fault. Neji answered bluntly. He started it. Tenten nodded. Yes, so cruel. Ignoring Team Guy's shenanigans for the time being, Naruto made his way over to Sasuke. Sakura was already healing the wounds Lee had inflicted on him. Naruto grinned at his friend. Pretty clever move, Naruto commented, making the Uchiha turn towards him. You stopped his technique by repelling it with your own in a way. I still would have lost, Sasuke stated, turning his head away. If it had gone longer, I would have lost. How is he someone like that so strong? Looks at his hands, Naruto said, smiling at his old friend as they watched him rewrap his hand bandages while he was being yelled at. Lee is what one would call a genius of hard work. He wasn't born with a Kekai Genkai to make him stand out, and it looks like Taijutsu is all that's available to him. He probably trained hard every day to get to that strong. Naruto gave Sasuke a serious look. Your line can't protect you from everything, you know. To his surprise, Sasuke smiled in response. Naruto blinked disbelievingly. He expected the Uchiha to glare at him and disregard his praise towards Lee. What was with that look? You're right, Sasuke shrugged, shocking Naruto yet again. There are some people I just can't beat right now. There are people stronger than me right now. The blonde stared at his friend like he had two heads. This acknowledgement towards another person's skills was something Naruto had never expected from the Uchiha. To openly admit someone was stronger than him and hold no grudge was something Sasuke would have never done. So why was he? It's like you said, Naruto. Sasuke went on, smiling slightly at his friend. I'm not strong just because I'm an Uchiha. Just because I have the sharing and doesn't mean I'll win every one of my battles. Losing is just something I'll have to accept. I can find strength in my defeats and grow stronger because of it. The boy smirked at the stupefied blonde. I'll have to train harder from now on so that when I have a rematch with that jumpsuit-wearing freak I won't get defeated so easily. I have to work hard so I won't lose to him. Naruto felt a smile form on his lips. Finally, Sasuke was starting to lose that Uchiha arrogance and demand to be the strongest. And so I won't lose to you either. Naruto grinned happily at his friend who smirked back. Sakura just smiled, happy that Sasuke had taken his supposed defeat so well. Naruto chuckled a bit and looked up. I guess things are turning out for the better after all. He frowned when something red on the ceiling caught his attention. We should get going now, Naruto told his team, suddenly sounding very serious. What's the hurry? Sasuke asked, arching his eyebrow at his friend. Less talking, more walking. Naruto replied shortly as he pushed Sasuke and Sakura up the stairs and down the hall. Sakura hit him a couple of times as he pushed them. Why are you being so pushy all of a sudden? The girl demanded. Back in the room, Guy and Lee had just got done with their passionate hugging ritual while Tenten and Neji did their best to ignore them. Suddenly, a peculiar scent invaded their nostrils. Guy-sensei, do you smell that? Indeed I do, Lee Guy said slowly, sniffing the air again. Is something burning? The four of them looked up in panic to see that the ceiling was starting to catch fire. How did that happen? It was Sasuke's fireball. That idiot. Someone go get some water. Back in front of the door to the entrance room and far away from the fire Sasuke had unintentionally started, Team 7 were prepping themselves. Once they passed through that door, there was no turning back. The three of them nodded to each other and pushed through the door. The ramblings and loud voices of the other ninja in the room immediately sounded in their ears. Wow, there sure are a lot of people here, Sakura murmured in amazement. Naruto put a reassuring hand on Sakura's shoulder to help with her nervousness. Sasuke tried to look stoic, but even Naruto could tell he was surprised by the amount of people who were taking part in the exam. It didn't come as much of a surprise to him though. I've never seen so many ninja before, Sakura said a little bit. She glanced around to analyze the competition. Some of these guys look pretty tough, though we're tougher. Naruto grinned at his teammates. They smiled back. They were ready. He was confident this time. Yo, Naruto, Sasuke, Sakura. The three mentioned Genin smiled and turned towards their friends who were approaching them. Hiba laughed and waved at them with Shino and Hinata following quietly behind him. Akamaru was wagging his tail at his master's heels. Hiba bumped fists with Naruto and Sasuke while Hinata and Sakura bowed towards each other in greeting. Shino silently nodded to Team 7 to show his acknowledgement. It's good to see you three here, Shino said tonelessly to his friends. Likewise, Naruto grinned back at him. Huh, it's only to be expected. Hiba chuckled while Akamaru barked in agreement. We're the best candidates here. Don't think we'll be losing to you guys though. The sparring sessions their senseis had set up between the two teams had set up a friendly rivalry between the six. Of course, all six of them were good friends as well. Good luck during the Chunin exams. Hinata smiled timidly, blushing when Naruto grinned at her. Maybe if we're lucky we'll all end up becoming Chunin. Naruto smiled at the blushing Hyuga. Her stuttering had totally disappeared. His first instinct when he saw her was to walk up and hug her, but that would embarrass her and lead to lots of teasing on Kiba and Sasuke's part. Not that he minded, but Hinata wouldn't like it. Still, that didn't mean he couldn't openly talk to her. Looks like we made it into the exams after all. Naruto grinned at the Hyuga heiress. He winked at her. Go easy on me if we end up fighting each other, okay? I don't want that. Hinata smiling, giggling lightly at the blonde-haired boy. Sasuke-kun. The Uchiha grunted when Ino practically jumped on his back and hugged him tightly. Sakura looked more than a little peeved by this, but simply glared at her rival. She wouldn't trouble Sasuke by having a fangirl fight in the middle of the room. Instead, she quickly tore Ino away from Sasuke with surprising strength. The pink-haired girl ignored the girl's insults and smiled with the others at Ino's other teammates who were approaching. "Hi, Shikamaru," Choji, Sakura greeted. Everyone else waved at them too. Shikamaru just waved lazily in response while Choji smiled while stuffing his face with a bag of potato chips. Naruto had also made sure to get close to Team 10, and they would often meet with the Ino Shikacho group often and go out to eat together. Because of this, the two teams also had a good relationship. "Man, this is all too troublesome for me," Shikamaru whined, overlooking the other genin in the room. "I can't believe Asuma-sensei signed me up for this. All these guys could probably beat me." "Come on, Shikamaru. It's not that bad." Choji smiled. "At least we're all together, right?" "Yeah," Kiba agreed. "The Rookie 9 made it in. We'll totally smoke the competition, dudes. Even if we'll probably be fighting against each other at some point." Shikamaru shrugged. "Everyone does look pretty strong though." Ino commented as she was checking out the crowd. "There's a lot of foreign ninja here." Everyone nodded in agreement. Most of the genin in the room looked pretty dangerous. While everyone glanced at the unfamiliar faces, Naruto was trying to spot those he could remember. He saw the rain ninja with the gas masks he and his team had run into during the exams and again in the tea country. He also noticed with some disdain that Dasu, Zaku, and Kin were standing near the back. Orochimaru's lackeys. After looking around a bit more, he spotted Gaara along with Temari and Kankuro standing not too far away from them. When no one was looking, the two Jinchuriki quickly nodded towards each other in greeting, reminding themselves of what was at stake during this time. Naruto scanned the crowd again. He still had yet to find that person. He had seen the team from sound, so where the hell was? "Hello, there." Rookie 9 turned to see a ninja with gray hair and glasses giving them a friendly smile. Two others with different glasses but the same outfit stood a bit behind him. Naruto was the only one out of the group not to return the smile. "Kabuto, who the hell are you?" Kiba asked, arching an eyebrow at the fake Konoha nin. "Ah, forgive me for not introducing myself. My name is Kabuto," the man greeted with that deceiving smile of his. "My companions here are Yoroi and Misumi." Both men nodded at the younger genin. "I assume that this is your first time taking the Chunin exams." "Haha, does it really seem that obvious?" Ino asked sheepishly. "I didn't think we stood out that much." Hinata commented lightly. "Ah, well, I've taken this exam many times so I always notice new faces." Kabuto smiled charmingly at the girls. Naruto's glare intensified. FC King Liar. It would be so easy to whip out a kunai and stab that cunning, deceitful bastard in the face. So tempting to charge up a Rasengan and turn the lying prick into paste. Naruto didn't care if that would get him suspended from the exams or arrested, but if he took out Kabuto when he was right in front of him. Did I do something wrong?" Naruto snapped out of his thoughts when he noticed Kabuto standing in front of him. He grinned sheepishly as he scratched his cheek. "Sorry, I noticed that you were glaring at me just now." Naruto took a deep breath to calm down. No, he couldn't act now in front of everyone despite how much he wanted to kill the guy. Orochimaru was the main target, and killing his right-hand man would not help him kill the snake Sannin. He couldn't alert him. Besides, he already made precautions with Kakashi and Yuzura when they had made plans for the Chunin exams. The bastard would get his during the second stage of the exams. For now, Naruto had to bear his presence and pull up the sides of his mouth for a smile. "Sorry if it seemed that way. I'm just a little on edge." Naruto grinned. "It's our first time taking the exams." "You said you've taken it before." "A couple times," Kabuto admitted, even though it was a lie. "It's not as bad as it seems. Though, I can never seem to get to the finals." He's forfeit if he ever got to that point anyway. "But since you're all new, I've decided to share some information with you that might help." Kabuto grinned at the Rookie 9 as he pulled out his deck of information cards. "Just give me the name of anyone and I'll tell you what I know about them. It might help if you ever end up facing against them during the exams." "Do you have information on Rock Lee and Gaara from Suna?" Sasuke asked, stepping forward. "I had lost to the former and was warned by the latter yesterday. I think I may fight them again soon." "Very well, Sasuke-kun." Kabuto smiled as he took out 2 cards from the deck. While Kabuto explained his cards to the rest of the Rookie 9, Naruto ignored him and tried to put a leash on his emotions. Having someone who had caused so much suffering in his past life right in front of him was extremely frustrating, especially when he couldn't afford to kill him at the moment. He had plans to kill Kabuto and Orochimaru, but he didn't think waiting would be so hard. He was surprised when he found his hand inside his kunai pouch, fingering one of the sharp weapons. Then Naruto noticed Dasu approaching from the side. Naruto smirked a bit. He needed to vent anyway. Just as Dasu was about to interrupt Kabuto and his friends, Naruto grabbed his shoulder and focused his killing intent towards the boy. "Hey, save the fighting for the exams." Naruto growled menacingly at the sound ninja. The bandaged ninja looked a bit shaken by the blonde's intervention, but immediately brushed him off. After glaring at Naruto a bit, the boy returned to his teammates at the opposite side of the room. Naruto sighed and smiled in satisfaction after blowing off some steam. Haku had taught him how to channel his killing intent during one of their lessons, something Zabuza had taught to her. It was really their thing, but she admitted it was a great way to relieve stress or intimidate someone. "Everyone, may I have your attention?" Every genin in the room turned towards the voice which belonged to Ibiki Morino. The scarred exam proctor overlooked the massive exam participants with a critical. His voice boomed as he spoke. "I am Ibiki Morino, and I'll be your proctor for the first part of the exams," the man announced. He snapped his fingers as the doors behind him opened. He grinned at the crowd of genin. "Now, why don't you all step inside so we can get the first test started?" Naruto grinned in anticipation and anxiety for what was to come. An encouraging smile from his teammates and a confident nod from Gaara somewhere in the crowd helped chase away some of his worries. His expression was one of determination as he followed his teammates and the other genin into the next room. It was official. The Chunin exams had begun. The hour was almost up, and Ibiki should be planning to announce the 10th question of the test pretty soon. Or at least it's what Naruto hoped. The Jinchuriki let out a shaky sigh and leaned back in his chair. His mixed emotions had started bothering him the moment the test started. Of course, it wasn't because of Ibiki's test that he felt this way. Since he already knew about the interrogation experts' love psychological warfare and what the true objective of the exam was, he hadn't fretted over the test like he had in the past. Naruto had actually managed to answer a few questions, but only because he remembered the questions by some miracle and researched beforehand. Haku and Yuzura had forced him to. It was crucial that he got through the first exam, and one could never be too careful. If not for that, his quiz would have been just as blank as before. But no, what made Naruto anxious was the amount of time the test seemed to be taking. The test only lasted an hour, but to him it felt like days. It was the tension he felt for the second phase of the Chunin exams that had him feeling this way. Naruto tapped his pencil against the test irritably as he glanced at the clock again. Naruto clenched his hand as his emotions influenced him. He had reassured himself many times over that things would be okay, but this feeling wouldn't leave him. It started when he had seen Kabuto in the waiting room. He almost regretted holding himself back that time as the mental picture of him pounding the four-eyed bastard into paste was very appealing to him now. But he had to wait for Orochimaru. Right now, Kabuto was the small fry. Orochimaru was the biggest threat here, and he had to be stopped this time. Nervous, Ibiki's voice got the blonde's attention. Naruto frowned at the man who raised an eyebrow at him. "Just a few personal things I have to take care of soon." Naruto glowered, unknowingly venting his frustration and impatience at the man. "Your test hasn't gotten me worried in the least since I already know what you're trying to do." Ibiki held a look of surprise for a moment before he switched back to his stoic expression. His eyes narrowed at the boy. "Think you figured it out, have you?" "Yeah, but I wouldn't want to spoil things for the rest of the class," Naruto retorted. "You still need to narrow down the competition anyway." HMPH Ibiki grunted and turned away from the boy and directed his attention towards the class. "I will now be announcing the 10th question." The remaining students all perked up at this and put their pencils down. Many of the genin cells had already been eliminated due to their clumsy cheating. Naruto bit his lip as more thoughts raced through his head. They had everything ready, right? Haku and Anko had already set traps within the forest, right? He had told them which genin Orochimaru would be disguised as, right? Gaara would follow through with the plan, right? Should he have gotten more help? Maybe he should have told the Sandaime. Hell, maybe he should have gotten Kakashi to grab Yamato or something. Would everything? Naruto stiffened when he felt a something soft on his hand. He turned towards the girl next to him who had gently placed her hand on top of his in a gesture of comfort. Hinata gazed at Naruto worriedly. "Are you okay?" The Hyuga heiress mouthed to him quietly. Naruto took a deep breath and calmed down. He gave the girl a reassuring smile in response. He was glad Hinata ended up sitting next to him just like last time. This gesture of hers had somehow cleared his head and calmed him down. "I'm fine," Naruto mouthed back, smiling gratefully at the girl. Hinata blushed and took her hand back, slightly embarrassed by what she had done. Naruto turned his attention back to Ibiki who had just gotten done explaining the question. He shouldn't worry about this now. A true shinobi knows never to let his emotions get the better of him, and that's what Naruto had allowed. He was confident in their plans and had faith in his friend's support. He would wait until the right moment before acting. Though if he saw Kabuto or Orochimaru again, he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to keep his emotions in check. "That's stupid," Kiba's voice rang out, snapping Naruto out of his thoughts. "Why the hell would any of us reject the question? If you want to take the question, then by all means, go ahead and do so," Ibiki replied, a sadistic smile making its way onto his face. "But know that if you fail to answer this question correctly..." Ibiki paused. All the genin leaned forward in their seats, waiting for the interrogator to finish his sentence. "You will not be able to take the Chunin exams ever again." All of the genin voiced their outrage at this, but Ibiki didn't show any of them sympathy. He just stared at the class of young ninja, wondering who would stick around and who would give up. A few more genin cells decided to quit until the competition had been narrowed down to exactly how Naruto remembered. When all Ibiki did was stand there, waiting to see if anyone else was going to throw in the towel, Naruto thought it would be a good time to raise his hand. He was far too impatient for this to drag on any longer than it had to. "You're quitting as well?" Ibiki asked, arching an eyebrow at the blonde. Hadn't he claimed to have figured out the secret to his test? "No, I told you before, I have personal things I've got to take care of and this test is taking too damn long," Naruto said sharply. He gave Ibiki a hard gaze. "So I'd like to ask you to stop with this psychological bullshit and tell us the 10th question already. You've had your fun, and no one else here is going to be leaving anytime soon." Ibiki glared at the boy before redirecting his attention to the entire class. The kid was right about that. After the boy's small speech, everyone's looks of uncertainty and worry were replaced with expressions of determination. Ibiki glanced back at Naruto again. "What's your name, kid?" Ibiki asked. "Naruto Uzumaki, future Hokage of Konoha." Naruto said, allowing himself a small grin. Well then, Uzumaki Naruto, looks like you and the rest of the students here all pass." "What was the point of all that then?" Kankuro demanded from somewhere in the back. "The point of the exam was so we could test your ability to gather information and keep others around you from noticing." Ibiki replied. "Those who were caught were immediately kicked out. A shinobi must use stealth and tact to acquire information he is often sent out to get. The 10th question was to test whether or not you are ready to put your life on the line for said mission." "I don't see what a fake question had to do with that," Tenten commented. "Oh," Ibiki remarked, unwrapping the headband that covered his head and revealed his scars to the class, earning gasps or astonished looks from most of them. "Oftentimes you will be given information so valuable that it could put yourself and those close to you in great danger. However, you must be willing to risk everything to make sure that information is secured, even if you end up being tortured or killed in the process. Those who are unwilling to accept that responsibility, as in those who refuse the question, cannot become true shinobi." Just as Ibiki's speech ended, a loud crash resounded in the room as Anko busted through the window and placed herself in front of the class. The majority of the class was shocked by the sudden entry. Only Naruto and Ibiki seemed unfazed. "Hello, scrubs. My name is Anko Mitarashi, proctor for the second phase of the exams." Anko grinned as she looked at the class. "Just follow me and we'll start your second test." "You broke my window," Ibiki remarked, glancing towards the shattered glass. "I'll fix it later." Anko waved him off. She scanned the classroom. There's more than I'd thought there'd be." "You getting soft, Ibiki?" "No, this was just a lucky year," Ibiki replied, glancing at Naruto before turning away from the class. "Please use the door when exiting the building this time." "Whatever. Come on, guys," Anko called out to the class. "Let's go have some fun." All the genin nervously followed the crazy woman out the door. Ibiki chuckled a bit at the woman's eccentric behavior before turning around to collect the test papers. As the students left, Ibiki glanced at the retreating back of the blonde boy from earlier. The man chuckled as he turned back to the desks. If it's someone like him, he might become the next Hokage. Ibiki chuckled. It was rare to see a boy with such a determined fire in his eyes. Naruto stared at the barbed wire fence that surrounded the huge trees and dark foliage that made up the forest of death. The 44th training ground was right in front of him, which was the setting for the second phase of the Chunin exams. A familiar sight which sent chills down his spine. "This is it," Naruto thought to himself. He gulped as a feeling of tension took hold of him. Anko placed herself at one of the gates, gesturing to the forest behind her as she explained the rules of the second test. Naruto ignored her and scanned the crowd. Sakura and Sasuke stood on either side of him, and Team 8 was standing a bit behind them. Team 10 was somewhere in the center of the genin crowd, and Team Guy was near the front. While seeing his friends offered him a bit of comfort, he hadn't seen the person he was trying to find. "Where is he?" Naruto thought as he frantically searched the crowd with his eyes. "Where is Orochimaru?" "Hey, oops, pardon me." Naruto's eyes widened when he heard Sasuke's irritated grunt and familiar voice utter a small apology. Naruto turned his head and came face to face with the person who had bumped into Sasuke. Orochimaru. He may have been disguised as that Kyusa girl, but Naruto knew what that stolen face was hiding underneath. Orochimaru smiled apologetically at Sasuke. "Sorry, my team is up there. Didn't mean to startle you." The disguised Sannin chuckled as he shoved past the boy and immersed himself inside the crowd of genin. Naruto felt every one of his muscles tense when he had seen the man. He could feel sweat starting to roll down his forehead as his tension peaked. He had caught that predatory look in the disguised Snake Sannin's eyes. One of his greatest and most hated enemies was right in front of him. His feelings were exactly the same now as when he saw Kabuto again. Naruto took a step towards the crowd until someone caught his eye. Naruto froze in place when his gaze locked with Gaara's. The two stared at each other silently, and the blonde noticed that his friend felt similar to how he was. Gaara was gripping the sleeve of his shirt tightly as his stare momentarily switched from the Kyuubi container to the Snake Sannin before switching back. Both boys could see how tense the other was. But then they gave each other a slight nod and turned back towards Anko, who was just about to wrap up her explanations. Naruto took a deep breath as he calmed down. A small smirk appeared on his features. There had been a silent communication between the two Jinchuriki just now. A message they conveyed with gestures instead of words. A nod of support. "Everything will be okay. I'll back you up." Naruto nodded again as he chased away the last of his worries. He felt a hand on his shoulder. He glanced backwards to see Sakura giving him a concerned look. "Are you okay, Naruto?" Sakura asked. "You were shaking just now. Don't tell me you're scared," Sasuke taunted, smiling at the boy. Naruto just smiled back. He pounded his fist into his open palm as his eyes sparked with determination. "Nah, excited," Naruto smirked. "We'll definitely make it to the finals." "That goes without saying," Sasuke smirked back. Sakura nodded in agreement. Naruto knew he had to be confident if he was going to fight Orochimaru. Worrying about what might happen won't change anything. Waiting until the right time came and reacting during that moment would ensure his victory. So in a nutshell, you've got to get one Heaven Scroll and one Earth Scroll, then make it to the tower in the middle of the forest to pass the exam. Anko announced to everyone. You've got 5 days. Don't forget to sign the release forms or you won't receive your first scroll. Release forms? For what? One genin from Takagakure asked. They state we're not liable for any injuries or deaths that will probably take place during the exams. Anko answered with a disturbingly happy tone. After that subtle warning for how dangerous the second exam might end up being, the remaining genin cells hurriedly signed their forms and received their scrolls. They would have to steal the other scroll from another genin team. The cells each positioned themselves at their respective gate, ready to jump into the forest when they received Anko's signal to start the exams. The Jonin gazed down at her watch. She smirked when the clock's arm hit its mark. Anko raised her hand. All right, the second phase of the Chunin exam starts now. The gates burst open and the ninja rushed into the forest. Anko watched as the genin disappeared into the forest. The Chunin who had helped keep an eye on the kids approached Anko as the last team departed. Anko-san, we're leaving now. Make sure you get to the tower before any of the teams do. One of the Chunin advised her. Yeah, get going already. Your work here is done, Anko said dismissively as she turned away from them. The men nodded and disappeared in a puff of smoke. Anko sighed as she impatiently tapped her foot, waiting for her helper to show up. She smiled when she saw a girl wearing an ANBU mask step out from behind a tree. Haku, where'd you go? Anko asked as the girl approached her. Sorry, I was helping Yuzura-chan get into the forest. Everything has been set up, Haku relayed to the Jonin proctor. She gestured to the woman with her hand. Follow me. Anko followed the girl to a small plain of open land. Dozens of mirrors were set in the center, forming the shape of the dome. Haku stepped into her dome of ice mirrors with Anko behind her. Each mirror reflected a different image on its surface, showing different areas of the Forest of Death. Some genin would occasionally pass a few mirrors. Anko crossed her arms under her S as she stared at the mirrors. Impressive. Anko smiled. You can actually see what's going on from inside here. That's the point. Haku smiled back. I'm surprised you don't already have something like this. Proctors aren't allowed to interfere during the test, and you've got to admit that it's one huge-ass forest. Anko replied. She sighed. So what now? We wait, Haku said as her expression turned solemn. Until your teacher reveals himself. So Sakura, got any plans to get a scroll? Naruto asked as Team 7 made their way through the trees. If anyone's smart, they'll head towards the tower straight away. Sakura said. Every team will head for the tower eventually, so it'd be best to get there then ambush a team that has an earth scroll. We'd complete the test quicker that way. Good thinking. Sasuke nodded, seeing sense in that plan. He patted his pocket which contained their heaven scroll. The only problem is getting to the tower. Do we have any idea where it is? It's in the center of the forest, right? Naruto grinned back at his teammate. So if we keep heading straight, we'll get there eventually. Either that or we could find teammate and get them to help us find the tower. Shino or Hinata would be able to find it easily enough. Naruto, we may be friendly with them, but this is a contest. What if they have the scroll we need? Sasuke pointed out. We let them keep it and grab someone else's. Naruto said simply as if it were the most obvious thing in the world. He scrunched up his nose. Stealing from friends would leave a bad taste in my mouth. Naruto's right. I wouldn't want to fight Hinata, Kiba, or Shino if we can avoid it. Sakura agreed. Sasuke gave his two teammates with an incredulous look before giving a resigned sigh. I guess I wouldn't like that either, Sasuke admitted, remembering the drills and exercises the two teams often did together. But if we run into Ino Pig and she has the scroll we need, we should definitely take it. Sakura declared with fire in her eyes. Naruto and Sasuke both shot each other exasperated looks at the girl's behavior. As they moved through the forest, Naruto grew wary. He was afraid that any moment now Orochimaru was going to jump out and catch them by surprise. Events from the past flashed through his mind as he remembered what Orochimaru had done. His eyes moved over to Sasuke. I won't let him get my best friend this time, Naruto muttered to himself as he slowed down to a halt. Sakura and Sasuke noticed this and jumped beside him. Dobe, what's with the hold-up? We need to get to the tower, Sasuke said, a little annoyed with his teammate for stopping. It's nothing, Naruto said quietly. Truth was, he suddenly felt really uneasy. An icy pool had formed in his stomach and he became extremely uncomfortable. His muscles were tense and warning bells were going off in his head. Maybe it was tension, maybe he was being paranoid, but something in Naruto's gut told him something was wrong. Instinct was screaming to him that something dangerous was close by. Guys, be on your guard, Naruto warned them, earning surprised looks from his teammates. I think that someone might be. Naruto's eyes widened when he noticed something descending on them from above. His body reacted before his brain as he grabbed both his teammates and dived off the branch. Look out! The colossal snake crashed down on the branch Team 7 had been standing on. Naruto let go of his teammates as they landed on another branch. They all stared at the shattered branch in surprise. Was that a snake? Sakura gasped in astonishment. There are things like that in this forest, Sasuke murmured. And it's coming back, Naruto shouted. The humongous snake was coiling up the tree and closer towards the Genin team. When it was close enough, its massive jaws opened up and it lunged at its prey. Move it, Sasuke ordered as they jumped down to another branch, narrowly avoiding the reptile's strike. It's fast for something so large. Sasuke grunted. Can we beat it? Of course we can. Naruto yelled in determination as he made a few hand signs. About 24 shadow clones poofed into existence on the branch they were standing on. Sasuke, when I've got it pinned down, you nail it in the head with a Chidori. Got it. The Narutos jumped and latched onto the snake when it came back for another attack. Pumping chakra into their arms to give them better grip and strength, they did their best to hold the massive snake in place. The snake struggled, but the combined weight and strength of the clones was enough to hold it in place on the branch long enough for Sasuke to punch lightning into its head. Chidori, Sasuke shouted as he ran forward, striking the beast right in the forehead. The snake hissed and disappeared in a puff of smoke along with the Naruto clones. That was a summon. Sakura gasped in realization. Who could have? Then Dobe's hunch was right. Someone else is here, Sasuke said, glaring up at the trees. Come on out. Show yourself. Maybe we should get out of here, Sakura suggested. If this person is strong enough to use a summoning, we might be out of our league. You have no idea, Naruto thought grimly as he scanned the treetops. Come on, you snake bastard, show yourself. Well, I'm surprised you disposed of my pet so easily. The trio looked above when they realized the voice came from above. A female ninja with a Kusagakure headband descended from above and landed on a branch a few feet away from them. Orochimaru had arrived. He smirked at the team of genin. Oh, I would be disappointed if Itachi's brother wasn't strong enough to beat that thing. The disguised Sannin smirked at Sasuke as he said this. Naruto cursed when Orochimaru mentioned Sasuke's brother. The boy was visibly shaken by his mentioning of the older Uchiha. Itachi, you know my brother, Sasuke gasped. Where is he? Tell me. Now, didn't your mother ever teach you manners? You should make requests more politely than that. Orochimaru chuckled. Honestly, Sasuke-kun, could you try being a little more courteous? Damn it, who are you and how do you know about me and my brother? Sasuke demanded. Oh, I know all about you and your brother, Sasuke-kun, the Sannin chuckled darkly. I've taken an interest in you, you see. Don't listen to this freak, Sasuke. Naruto yelled, interrupting the snake Sannin. He's not interested in our scroll. Hell, this guy probably wasn't even supposed to be in the exams. An astute deduction, Kyuubi brat, Orochimaru smirked, earning a glare from Naruto. You're quite strong yourself. Kyuubi, what's he talking about? Sakura asked. Don't listen to him, Naruto shouted, throwing kunai at the Sannin who merely raised his own kunai to block. We'll be having none of that. Orochimaru smiled sinisterly as he wagged his finger at the group. I just want to talk to Sasuke. I'm giving the rest of you a timeout. Orochimaru snapped his fingers. Naruto's eyes widened when he noticed the shadow that suddenly loomed over them. He immediately pushed away his two teammates when he saw what was coming from behind them. Watch out. Naruto shoved Sakura and Sasuke out of the way just before the giant snake's jaws closed on him. He shut his eyes as he braced himself. This'll probably hurt. The entire branch was taken out as the snake swallowed the blonde whole before darting off into the woods and away from his astonished teammates and Orochimaru. Naruto, Sakura cried as she watched the snake slither away through the trees. She dropped to her knees. I can't believe it. He's really. No, he isn't. Sakura gave Sasuke a helpless look. The Uchiha was glaring at the chuckling Sannin with an expression of rage. He looked ready to kill something. Sasuke-kun, you saw what happened to him, Sakura whimpered, shaking her head at the loss of the annoying blonde who she had come to see as friend and equal. Naruto isn't dead. Sasuke interrupted her with a confidence that he didn't know he had. One snake won't be enough to drop him like that. Stuck on denial, are we? Orochimaru taunted the duo. He shrugged his shoulders. Well, it's not like the Kyuubi brat will be missed at all. Orochimaru raised his arm to block Sasuke's kick as the black-haired boy jumped towards him. He grabbed the boy's ankle with his other hand and swung him against a tree. The Sannin held the boy up by the throat as he pressed him against the tree's base. Don't be so hasty, Sasuke-kun. Orochimaru smiled. If you start acting rashly, then you won't stand a chance against me. The disguised Sannin frowned when Sasuke smirked at him. Don't be so careless then, Sasuke muttered before his skin turned brown and Orochimaru's hand sank into his flesh. What? Orochimaru mumbled before his eyes widened when he felt intense heat on his back. Shit, Katen, Gakakyu no Jutsu, Sasuke shouted as his fireball set the tree, his mud clone, and the Kyusen in a blaze. Sasuke frowned when he noticed something jump out of the flame. If only it were that easy. Very good, Orochimaru said with a hint of approval as he patted the burned parts of his right sleeve. Part of the face he had been wearing as a mask had also been burned off. I do hope you have more to show me. HMPH, whatever. I'll have you beat before Dobe gets back here, Sasuke declared confidently as he took a fighting stance. His Sharingan flared. You still insist that the brat is alive? Orochimaru chuckled as he shook his head. Why do you worry for him so much? Who said I was worried? I couldn't care less about that idiot. Sasuke smirked, earning a look of mild surprise from his opponent. I just know he's alive. I would be insulting Naruto if I thought that something like that could finish him off so quickly. Orochimaru raised an eyebrow at this. The boy seemed to be a lot keener on trusting others than Itachi was. Sakura, Sasuke called out to his teammate, finally snapping her out of her shocked state. I need your help if I'm going to win. This person is strong. But Naruto is. He's alive, Sasuke repeated with conviction. He glared at his opponent. We'll look for him later. Right now, there's an enemy in front of us and we need to win. Sasuke's words finally got through to her as she felt confidence starting to bubble up inside her. Sasuke's sudden drive and determination helped her chase away her fear. She couldn't let him down. The girl took a fighting stance and cracked her knuckles in preparation. All right, when I find that idiot after this I'm going to hit him for making me worry like this, Sakura declared as she glared at Orochimaru. Good, Sasuke nodded, smiling at his teammate. He brought his attention back to Orochimaru. By the way, you never told us your name. Orochimaru, the Snake Sannin. The man smirked as he pulled off his burned mask to reveal his true face. And today you will become mine, Sasuke-kun. Yori adjusted the Konoha headband on his forehead as he sat down on the log. Frankly, he was a little irritated about having to wear the thing, but it was all for the sake of the mission. He and Tsurugi had been picked to be a part of Kabuto's fake Genin team so they could infiltrate the Chunin exams. Yori had been looking forward to killing a few Konoha nin when he had entered, but so far they had seen no action and he was beginning to get irritated from the lack of excitement. He glared at the pacing Tsurugi who looked quite irritable himself. Would you stop pacing already? It's really annoying. Yori growled at his temporary teammate. Shut up. I'll do whatever I damn well please. Tsurugi snapped as he adjusted his glasses a bit. Where the hell is Kabuto? He said he'd be back in a few minutes but it's been over an hour since he left. Maybe he went to go check up on Dasu and his team. Yori mused as he let out a yawn. You know, to remind them to look out for Sasuke once Orochimaru-sama is done with him. Or maybe he's out there having all the fun to himself. Tsurugi glowered, well aware of Kabuto's sadistic side. If he doesn't get back here soon we're moving on without him. Yori felt the need to argue, but he couldn't help agree with the elastic ninja. He was getting tired of waiting. What was stopping them from leaving? They had dispatched another Genin team who came after them not too long ago and had already acquired both a Heaven and Earth scroll. Kabuto hadn't taken the scrolls with him, so what was stopping them from moving on? He'd meet them at the tower eventually anyway. He was brought out of his musings when rustling could be heard from the bushes. Yori immediately took a defensive stance and Tsurugi stretched his limbs a bit to loosen up. The sound ninjas smirked under their masks. Looks like they'd be getting some more excitement after all. Well, looks like we got pretty lucky. Kankuro said this as he, Gaara, and Temari stepped out of the bushes. Gaara's expression was stoic as Temari smirked and lifted her massive fan off her back. And one of their teammates is missing too, Temari remarked, giving the two ninja a dark smile. Give us your scroll and maybe we'll let you off the hook. Like hell, Tsurugi smirked. We can take out you twerps no problem. Fine. Tsurugi's eyes widened when he heard his teammate's reply. He rounded on Yori with an angry look on his face. What did you say? Orochimaru-sama warned us of a group we should never engage under any circumstances. Yori whispered back. He glanced towards the auburn-haired boy who had a thirsty look in his eyes. If we give you our scroll, will you let us go? That depends on what scroll you have. Temari smiled, putting the fan back on her back. You wouldn't happen to have a Heaven scroll on right now, would you? We have it, Yori said, taking the Heaven scroll out of his pocket and leaving the Earth scroll in. Fine, you guys can leave it there and we'll just... Temari was cut off when a torrent of sand shot past her and wrapped it around Yori's arm. The ninja screamed as the sand ripped off his arm and coiled back to Gaara, who stared at the cursing ninja with an emotionless expression on his face. Gee Gaara, Temari stammered. You were actually going to let them go. I need, Gaara said tonelessly as he stepped forward. You little bastard. Tsurugi shouted as he rushed forward, his limbs stretching outwards to punch their attacker. His arms only met with a wall of sand which wrapped around his arms after they had blocked his attack and snaked towards his body. He could only stretch his limbs so far, and it wasn't long before the ninja's screams were muffled by the sand that covered his body. Gaara raised his arm as the sand that cocooned the ninja rose up as well. Gaara held his hand there for a moment before clenching it in a tight fist. Sabaku Soso. Yori watched as Gaara's signature sand burial technique crushed his partner to death. Yori tried to raise himself up, but the pain from losing his arm was too great. His eyes widened when he saw sand, stained with the of his former teammate, circle around him. Gaara wrapped his sand around Orochimaru's remaining subordinate, mimicking his earlier actions and raising him up in a cocoon of sand. He clenched his hand and crushed the ninja inside. As the sand crawled back to Gaara, he shot a glare at Temari who stiffened under his scrutiny. Next time you try to deprive me of I'll use you as a replacement, my dear sister. As sorry, Gaara, Temari said quietly as she lowered her gaze. Gaara, what the hell? Kankuro snapped, advancing on his brother and grabbing the front of his collar. Gaara gave him a deadpan expression. That guy had the scroll we needed. He was going to give it to us and you destroyed the scroll with him. Gaara just stared at his brother as his sand opened up and deposited 2 scrolls into his hands before retreating back into his gourd. Kankuro stared at the 2 scrolls with wide eyes. Did you mean these? Gaara asked as he handed the Heaven scroll to the puppeteer but kept the Earth scroll for himself. I understand that we need these in order to proceed to the next part of the exam. I am not so foolish as to destroy them. All right, Kankuro muttered, releasing Gaara and stepping away from him. He was glad that his short temper hadn't provoked the Ikabai container. Oh, and don't touch me like that again unless you're prepared to end up like that ninja, Gaara said, glaring back at Kankuro. I would be rather tough to control puppets with one arm, wouldn't it? let's just get to the tower, Kankuro said, hurriedly pushing past Gaara with Temari quickly following after him. When they were out of sight, Gaara let his emotionless mask drop and let out an exasperated sigh. He looked at the earth scroll that his siblings had neglected. His cold, thirsty attitude was nothing more than an act. He was using his old persona as a front so his siblings and fellow Suna ninja wouldn't become suspicious of him. Even knowing this, he did not enjoy acting like his old self. He knew it was necessary, but that didn't mean he had to like acting like the murderer he once was. I'm sorry, Kankuro, Temari, Gaara said quietly. It's a bother, I know, but you'll have to put up with me from the past for a while. When the time comes, I show you how much I've changed. Gaara-san. Gaara looked down to see a white fox staring up at him. Yuzura-san, have you completed your mission? Yuzura asked. Gaara's eyes narrowed as he turned away from the fox. He clenched his fists together and slowly shook his head. No, I wasn't able to kill Kabuto, Gaara said angrily. I killed his 2 teammates, but he was gone when we fought them. I see, Yuzura said, lowering her head. Gaara's mission during the exam had been to specifically seek out Kabuto and his team and take them out while Naruto and his team took care of Orochimaru. Gaara had been tasked with killing one of their greatest enemies, but he was unable to do so. He had expected things not to be so easy, but that didn't help alleviate his anger and disappointment. There will be other chances, Yuzura said comfortingly. I should go report to Naruto-sama now. Take this with you, Gaara said, handing the earth scroll to her. If I remember correctly, he started out with the heaven scroll. He'll need this if he's going to advance to the finals. Thank you. Yuzura nodded before grabbing the scroll with her mouth and jumping into the bushes. Gaara waited a bit before following after his siblings. He put his emotionless mask back on when they came into his line of sight. Even if he was unable to kill Kabuto, he was glad they were able to find the scroll they needed so early on. This way, they could head straight to the tower, and so long as they didn't run into any other teams, Gaara wouldn't have to kill anyone else to keep up his image. Of course, killing Orochimaru's subordinates was satisfying in its own way. Orochimaru dodged the fireball Sasuke shot at him, chuckling as the boy jumped up to engage him in close combat. The Uchiha unleashed a flurry of attacks on the man, but they were either blocked or deflected. Orochimaru brought his fist back and brought it forward, slamming it into Sasuke's face. He's strong, Sasuke seethed, jumping back while clutching his face. His eyes widened when he saw that Orochimaru had disappeared. His sharing-aimed eyes locked onto the man. Sasuke was able to raise his arm in time to block a high kick. And fast, Sasuke thought as he blocked a couple more punches before jumping backwards to dodge a leg sweep by the Sannin. Very good, Orochimaru praised the boy, clapping his hands as he calmly approached the boy. Your taijutsu and ninjutsu are better than most your age. You're certainly more than I expected, and that makes me happy. TCH, I don't care what you think about me, Sasuke spat, taking a defensive stance and glaring at his opponent. What I want to know is why you're doing this. You're obviously not a genin, you don't want my scroll, so why are you attacking us? Haven't I already explained that? Orochimaru chuckled, extending his arm in a come-here gesture. I've taken an interest in you, Sasuke-kun's hand changed to a pointing gesture. I want you. I wonder exactly what it is you want from me, Sasuke muttered as a chill was sent down his spine. The man continued his casual approach towards him. Sasuke gripped the kunai he had in his hands. Now was not the time to be afraid. He'd smash this bastard into paste. He already had a plan, he just hoped that it would work. Sasuke turned and jumped into the trees. Orochimaru chuckled and arched an eyebrow as he stared after the boy, running away. Come now, I'm not that scary, Orochimaru remarked with good humor as he followed after Sasuke. From high on a branch, Sasuke ran through a series of seals. His cheeks puffed up as he prepared to unleash his jutsu on Orochimaru, who was just below him. Katen, Gakakyu no Jutsu. HMPH, as if such a technique will stop me. Orochimaru sighed as he used a branch to hop out of the way. Try to off me a little more. Orochimaru's eyes widened in surprise when he saw the Uchiha boy coming down from on top of him. There was a ball of electricity in his hand, and Sasuke was aiming it towards him. Something like that would be bad if it hits, Orochimaru thought, lamenting over the fact that he had been a little too careless. Chidori. Orochimaru twisted and grabbed Sasuke's arm just before the lightning made contact with his stomach. The boy's eyes widened when Orochimaru delivered a hard kick to the side of his face. Sasuke threw a couple of kunai towards the man in an effort to retaliate, but the Sannin easily dodged them. Sasuke fell through the air and managed to pull himself into a landing position right before he hit a branch. The boy's legs trembled as he landed before giving way and causing him to collapse onto his hands and knees. His breathing was ragged and his Chidori had dissipated. Impressive. I'd give you a passing grade, Orochimaru complimented as he advanced towards the boy. But with your current strength, you'll never be a match for your brother. That's why I'll get stronger. It's why I'm fighting now, Sasuke said as he slowly got to his feet. I'll risk my life to kill you. If I'm unwilling to do that, then there's no way I'll be able to face my brother. Well said, Orochimaru applauded. But I think we're done for now. If you ever desire power, know that I'll give it to you. Just come seek me out. They all do eventually. Orochimaru made an attempt to move, but was surprised when he couldn't move his limbs. What? Orochimaru muttered. I don't want the power you're offering. Sasuke smirked, tugging on the string that was connected to his hands. The kunai he threw earlier, Orochimaru said in astonishment as he noticed that the string that bound him was also attached to some kunai embedded in a tree not far away. Sakura, now. Orochimaru turned his head to see the pink-haired girl jump down from above and rush towards him. The Sannin smirked at this attack. He had honestly forgotten about the girl. Why did Sasuke call for her? When the girl's fist made contact with his face, Orochimaru was surprised by the amount of force and pain the blow had. Sasuke let go of the string and let the Sannin fly. Sakura and Sasuke watched as the man tumbled down to the ground. Since his limbs were bound, he couldn't avoid the branches he crashed into. They kept watching until they heard a dull thud from the earth below. I punched as hard as I could, Sakura panted. Her legs were trembling. He was a scary opponent. Yeah, Sasuke nodded. He placed a hand on the girl's shoulder, which caused her to stiffen in surprise. Thanks. I'm glad you reacted in time when I gave you the chance we needed to win. Of course, you can always count on me, Sasuke-kun. Sakura smiled. I know, Sasuke replied, giving her a light smile. Their moment of victory was short-lived when Sasuke noticed something appear behind Sakura. His eyes widened when the human shape pulled something long and sharp out of its mouth and raised it up in the air. Look out, Sasuke shouted, grabbing Sakura and pulling her aside right as Orochimaru's Kusanagi sword came down on them. Sasuke felt drip on his cheek. He panicked and searched for where they had come from. He gasped when he saw that Sakura's shoulder had been cut open by the Sannin's sword. Her face twisted in pain as she clutched the wound. Well, that was surprising. That punch of hers was also disturbingly familiar, Orochimaru said idly as he rubbed his chin. Tsunade's face flashed inside his mind. That punch had almost broken his jaw. How are you still alive? Sasuke demanded, stepping forward to shield Sakura. He drew a kunai from his pouch. Don't be so quick to underestimate me, Sasuke-kun, Orochimaru said, shaking his head. And don't worry about the girl. I do want your team to pass, so a small scratch shouldn't affect her too much. A scratch? Sasuke seethed as he watched flow out of the deep gash. Why are you so interested in me? You're strong, and you have the eyes. That's all you need to know. Orochimaru chuckled. Now, why don't you come over here? I'd like to wrap things up as quickly as I can. Look out below. Orochimaru raised his sword to block the kunai and senbon needles that descended from above. He jumped back to avoid the flying kick that came from someone he knew all too well. Isn't this a surprise? Orochimaru chuckled as he gazed at the purple-haired woman who glared back at him. Hello, Anko. Sensei. Anko replied shortly. Behind her, Haku tended to Sasuke and Sakura. Are you two all right? Haku asked, quickly patching up Sakura's wound to stop the "Sorry, we're late." Haku. Sasuke sputtered, surprised by her sudden appearance. What are you doing here? Not that he was unhappy with this sudden turn of events. He was just surprised that she and the exam proctor had found them. We've been watching you for a while, Anko proclaimed, pointing at her own teacher. A little while back we found the bodies of those Kyusen ninja whose faces you stole. I knew this was your doing, Sensei. How were you able to monitor the exam? I thought interference from the proctor was against the rules, Orochimaru pointed out. FCKU, there's no way I'd miss this opportunity. Anko smirked. Screw the rules, I'm gonna get my revenge today. HMPH, we'll see. Orochimaru smiled, pointing his sword at his former student. Let's see how much you've grown then. Sasuke-kun, can you still fight? Haku asked gently. Yeah, Sasuke nodded. He glared at their opponent with mad fury. I've still got to pay him back for hurting my teammates. Haku nodded and turned towards their opponent. She drew a few senbon needles from her back pouch. Even with the three of them fighting together, would they be able to defeat a Sannin? The Mist Girl could only hope for Naruto to get her as quickly as he could. Ugh, gross. Naruto tried to wipe the snake and grime off of his clothes. To think that this event had been repeated. He didn't like getting eaten by a snake a second time. Thank you, Kage Bunshin, Naruto muttered, proud of his favorite technique. Naruto paced the ground impatiently as he waited for his friend to show up. He had to wait for her until he could move to save his friends. Even knowing that Anko and Haku would be there to back Sasuke and Sakura up when they needed it, he still wanted to get back to his teammates as quickly as he could. Mostly because he didn't want things to repeat themselves, but admittedly a part of him just wanted the chance to beat the snot out of that arrogant snake bastard. Damn it, Yuzura, where are you? Naruto shouted angrily. Naruto-sama. Duh. Naruto whirled around to see Yuzura had just finished transforming into her human form. His eyes widened when she smiled and held out an earth scroll to him. Naruto quickly shook off his surprise from her sudden appearance and took the scroll from her. Where'd you get this? Naruto asked curiously. A gift from Gaara-sen. Yuzura replied. So then did he complete his mission? Naruto asked hopefully. Is Kabuto? Naruto trailed off when he caught Yuzura's apologetic expression. Naruto clicked his tongue in frustration. If only things were so easy. At least he was able to get the Earth Scroll. Assuming Sasuke still held on to the Heaven Scroll they had started out with, they'd get another chance to take out Kabuto during the finals. But right now, his biggest concern was keeping Orochimaru from sinking his teeth into Sasuke. Literally and figuratively. Yuzura, we've gotta go, Naruto said solemnly as he looked off into the forest. He pocketed the Earth Scroll before turning towards her. Can you take me back to my teammates? I've already picked up their scent. The fox girl replied. Her ears twitched as she looked into the dense forest. We should hurry. Every second counts in a situation like this. Naruto nodded and followed after her as they jumped into the foliage. Ikkyubi Jinchuriki clenched his fists as memories of the past flooded in his mind. I'll save you this time, Sasuke. I promise. Orochimaru frowned as he ducked, parried, and countered the various attacks that were being thrown his way. Anko and Sasuke were locked in close combat with him while Haku threw senbon needles at him from above. At first, things had been rather enjoyable, but their attacks were relentless and he couldn't get a good strike in with his sword when both his former student and his target were warding off his blade with kunai. He was beginning to feel the strain of battle. All of a sudden, the attack stopped. Anko and Sasuke jumped away from the Sannin, putting a good distance between them. Orochimaru was confused by this action. Why would they suddenly stop attacking him? His question was answered when a wall of ice popped up in front of him. He reflected the image of that Haku girl. He noticed that wasn't the only one. Orochimaru stared up at the mirrors that surrounded him. Sasuke and Anko were clever with their moves, distracting him while the girl trapped him in this dome of mirrors. He smirked as he dodged the senbon needles that were thrown his way. He quickly struck at the mirror with sword, cutting it in half with one precise strike. Haku had already transferred to another mirror. Well, now I know how you were able to keep an eye on me. Orochimaru chuckled. You probably had these placed throughout the forest. As assistant proctor to the second phase of the Chunin exams, I must keep people like you who are not part of the exams from interfering. Haku said as she threw more needles towards him. Plus, I will not forgive anyone who attacks my friends. The mirrors all reflected Haku's image, each held senbon needles in their hands. Behind her mask, the girl's eyes flashed dangerously. Die. Right before Haku could perform her 1,000 needles technique, Orochimaru had already completed his set of hand signs. Katen, Kasumi and Bu no Jutsu. Gas blew out from Orochimaru's mouth. Haku's eyes widened when she recognized what the technique was going to be used for. Anko, also seeing what her teacher was up to, grabbed Sasuke and made a break for it. She also grabbed the now unconscious Sakura and jumped through the forest to gain some distance. What are you doing? Sasuke demanded. We can't run. We're not running. Anko snapped. We're just putting some distance between us so that when Her words were cut off when they heard an explosion come from the area they had just been at. A heat wave washed over them as Anko released Sasuke and laid Sakura against a tree. That technique produces flammable gas. If we were caught in it, we probably would have been blown to smithereens. But what about Haku? Sasuke's worries were alleviated when the girl dropped down beside him. She looked relatively unhurt, but some of her clothes had scorch marks. Her mask had also fallen off. I was lucky enough to have spare mirror to use to make my escape, Haku commented. Her eyes narrowed, but Orochimaru is quite the opponent. He quickly analyzed my Kekai Genkai and found its weakness. What do you mean? Sasuke asked. I cannot use ice techniques without an ample amount of moisture in the air. He dried all of it up with the fire from the explosion. Haku muttered. He's kept me from creating any more crystal ice mirrors. Even so, that's quite the ability you have. The trio's eyes narrowed at the snake Sannin who reappeared in front of them. He smiled at Haku who glared back at him. That's a very rare Kekai Genkai, and you're very talented for someone so young. Perhaps I should take you back as well, Orochimaru smiled. But now that you can use your ice techniques, what will you do? Please, if you think you've beaten me just because I can't use my mirrors, you are sorely mistaken, Haku said as she drew some senbon needles. I am not unfamiliar with taijutsu. And don't go forgetting about us. Anko smirked as she stepped forward. Sasuke took a defensive stance behind her. Orochimaru frowned. This was beginning to become more trouble than he expected. He needed to wrap things up soon. He readied his sword as he stepped towards his opponents. Anko-san, Sasuke-san, I'll get rid of his sword, Haku announced to the two of them. When you have an opening, attack him with all your might. Got it. The two nodded in unison. Haku shot forward with a speed that surprised even Orochimaru. The Sannin hissed when he felt the needles cut into the sides of his face. Haku had thrown them. She was keeping a firm grip on them in between her fingers and using them as claws. Haku dodged as Orochimaru made a sweep with his sword. She couldn't match him in physical strength, but with her speed she could outmaneuver him. She just needed to get close enough to where she could. Her eyes widened when Orochimaru struck forward in a sword thrust, the blade extending towards her as he did so. The attack caught her off guard and she was only able to move enough so that the blade pierced her shoulder instead of her chest. Haku cried out in pain as the sword sank into her flesh. You got careless. This sword is special, you know, Orochimaru taunted. He frowned when Haku smirked. Maybe I was careless, Haku admitted as dripped from her mouth. She gripped the sword and pulled it out from her shoulder. But now you've given me the chance I needed. Haku blew on the sword after making a couple of one-handed signs. Orochimaru's eyes widened in shock when his blade froze. She was using the moisture from her breath to create her ice. Before he had time to react, Haku brought her elbow down on the frozen blade, shattering it to pieces since the ice had decreased its durability. Haku collapsed to her knees when the last of her energy was sapped away. The hole in her shoulder put too much strain on her body. Orochimaru would have taken advantage of the girl's weakened state had not Anko and Sasuke reacted immediately after she broke his sword. Both of the Konoha ninja had kunai in their hands. We've got you now, Anko shouted. Orochimaru just smirked and raised his broken blade to block Sasuke's strike. The move had stopped the Uchiha long enough for him to deliver a quick but devastating blow to his gut which brought the boy to the ground. Orochimaru quickly turned and struck at Anko, catching her in the wrist with his blade and causing her to let go of the kunai. What the hell? Anko cursed in her mind as she dropped her weapon. Her wrist bled as the sharp part of the blade cut into her hand. Even if it's broken, he can still use it. Her eyes widened when he stepped forward and plunged the sword into her abdomen. Even broken, the blade was still sharp enough to stab. Anko coughed up as she clutched the wound. Orochimaru laughed as he stepped away from her and towards Sasuke's unmoving form. That was quite the battle, Orochimaru admitted as he stepped towards his prey. "Hey no," Haku gasped as she tried to raise herself up. Anko had pulled out the Kusanagi and was bleeding quite a bit. The Jonin clenched her teeth together in frustration. "Damn it, sensei, we're not down yet," Anko said angrily. Orochimaru laughed as she coughed up more. "Oh, Anko, when will you learn to give up? My abandoning you should have made you realize." Orochimaru smiled cruelly at her pained expression. "I'm just not interested in you anymore." He turned back towards Sasuke's body. "But Sasuke-kun has so much to offer." Orochimaru smiled, licking his lips greedily. "His eyes shall become mine one day." His eyes widened when the boy disappeared in a puff of smoke. A log was left in place of where the Uchiha once was. "What?" Orochimaru muttered. Orochimaru raised his head when he heard a crackling sound in front of him. Sasuke was standing just a few feet away with a fully charged Chidori in his hand. The boy's breathing was ragged and the Sannin could tell he was tired. This was his last-ditch effort to defeat him. The boy yelled as he furiously charged at the snake Sannin. "Your attempts are futile," Orochimaru sighed as he made a move to dodge. He could easily avoid this technique. But to his astonishment, his legs wouldn't move. "Like I'll let you get away," Anko shouted as the snakes coming from her sleeves constricted her sensei's movements. Despite the pain in her stomach, she was using the last ounce of her strength to keep him in place so Sasuke could land a hit. "Hit him now, kid." Sasuke didn't need her to tell him that. He brought his lightning blade forward, aiming it at Orochimaru's chest. "Chidori!" Sasuke roared as he struck forward. Haku and Anko watched with wide eyes as the crackling sound of the Chidori disappeared. Sasuke and Orochimaru were frozen in their positions, neither making a sound. "Did he get him?" Haku and Anko gasped when they saw Orochimaru's drip onto the branch he and Sasuke were standing on. "He did it." Haku smiled. A dark laugh from Orochimaru extinguished her feeling of triumph. "Why, you blocked it," Sasuke stuttered with wide eyes. His strike had only grazed the man's shoulder. "I would have been able to dodge it completely had Anko not constricted me," Orochimaru commented, ignoring his bleeding shoulder and glanced back at his bleeding student. "Maybe if she had been at full strength she would have been strong enough to truly stop me." "Damn it," Anko breathed as her snakes retracted back into her cloak. The last of her strength had already bled away. Orochimaru turned back towards Sasuke. "Now then." The boy's eyes widened when Orochimaru punched him and brought him to the ground. The man chuckled as he stepped towards the boy. "I'd like to congratulate you, Sasuke-kun. You've exceeded far beyond my expectations," Orochimaru said as his neck extended. "Well, you're not strong enough to beat me. When you want to get stronger, strong enough to beat your brother, leave this rabble and come seek me out. I'll give you the power you longed for." Haku was watching a terrible event unfold in front of her. She screamed for her body to move, but she was unable to do anything. She watched as Orochimaru got closer and closer to Sasuke's neck. She clenched her fists and screamed in her mind, "Naruto-san, please help him." And just like that, a fierce war cry tore through the air. Orochimaru's eyes widened when he heard the roar and something cutting into the air. He turned away from Sasuke and looked towards where he had heard the sound from. His eyes widened in shock when he saw a boy with a shock of blonde hair flying through the air towards him. Two bright, spinning balls of chakra were in each of his hands. "The Kyuubi brat, suck on my bright, blue balls, you snake bastard!" Naruto roared as he brought his two racing in forward. Orochimaru had no time to avoid the boy's attack. He could do nothing as Naruto slammed the spinning balls of chakra into his chest. The sheer force of the blast was more than enough to send Orochimaru flying. The snake Sannin screamed in disbelief and anger as the blast blew him down to the ground below the trees. Sasuke's eyes widened as he looked up at his savior. Naruto quickly bent down to his level and gave him a furious look. "Damn it, team. When a creepy snake tranny like that tries to give you a hickey, you don't just lie there and take it," Naruto shouted at the boy. He bit his lip as he looked his friend over. "He didn't bite you, did he?" Naruto's eyes widened when Sasuke shook his head. "No, you got here just in time." Naruto didn't respond. His hands trembled as he held onto Sasuke's shoulders. It took all his effort and willpower to keep himself from jumping and shouting with joy. "I did it." Naruto grinned down at Sasuke. The boy just gave him a dumb look in response. "Sorry I'm late." Naruto grinned. He blinked when Sasuke gave him a small knock on the head. "TCH, took you long enough to get here." Sasuke smiled back. Naruto just smiled back at him. The sense of accomplishment he felt was overwhelming. "Naruto-sama." Yuzura's sharp voice brought him back to reality. His eyes narrowed as he turned towards her. The girl had a solemn look as she stared at him. "I'll take care of Anko and Haku's wounds. You go and take care of Orochimaru," Yuzura said as she bent down to help Sasuke up. "Right." Naruto nodded. He turned towards his friends. "Haku, Anko." Only Haku raised her head. Anko had already faded into unconsciousness. The girl, despite the pain in her shoulder, smiled coyly at the blonde. Your late Haku smiled as she leaned against the tree. I'll be quicker next time. Naruto shot back, chuckling a little bit. His gaze softened. Hey, yes, thank you. Naruto nodded towards her. The small gesture was enough to convey his feelings of gratitude. He knew without her and Anko, he wouldn't have been able to save Sasuke. The boy looked down to the earth below, catching sight of something below. He turned back to look at his friends one last time. Yuzura was bringing Sasuke over to Haku and Anko. The fox girl went to work healing Anko's wound while Sasuke checked on Haku and a still unconscious Sakura. Naruto smiled at them one last time before descending to the earth below. Naruto landed a few feet away from the snake Sannin. The man coughed up as he tried to recover himself. He had probably broken a couple of bones due to Naruto's attack. The man gave the Jinchuriki a murderous look. Why you? Orochimaru gasped as he struggled to pick himself up. He gave Naruto a menacing glare. You should be. Yeah, too bad snakes don't chew their food, Naruto said, glaring at the man. Orochimaru's eyes widened when Naruto focused him with a look so full of killing intent that his own death flashed before his eyes. The Sannin took an involuntary step backwards as Naruto's eyes sparked with a fury he had never seen. I don't care what it takes, you're gonna die here today, Naruto proclaimed as he summoned a shadow clone. He held out his hand as he concentrated his chakra to form his other signature technique, the Rasengan. Orochimaru gasped when he saw the orb form in Naruto's hand. He recognized it as the same technique the boy had hit him with earlier. How do you know that technique? I had a great teacher. Naruto smirked before frowning again. You'll pay, not just for what you attempted today, but for everything you've done. For what happened in the past, present, and the future. You'll pay. The clone disappeared when the Rasengan was completed. Naruto held it in front of him as he readied himself. The intensity of his glare made Orochimaru take another step backwards. Naruto charged forward with his Rasengan spinning brightly in his hand. Let's go, Orochimaru.